Chapter 1. In a vast expanse of Yangon County, surrounded by towering mountains, nestled within the valleys are villages of varying sizes. Several dozen kilometers east of Yangon County, amidst the hollows, lies a modest settlement named Hushi Village. The village is home to 36 households, comprising over 100 souls. At the foot of the verdant hills, a 6-year-old child, clad in patched garments and with a gaunt visage, struggles to unearth wild vegetables. As his small host strikes something solid, curiosity compels him to probe the earth, revealing a clay idol approximately 1 foot tall. That a wisp of spirit, ensnared within the idol, is momentarily blinded by the sudden cascade of sunlight. Lin Qing, who had been vacationing on island, met with an untimely demise during a diving mishap. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in darkness, initially believing he had arrived in the underworld. However, it soon became apparent that his essence was trapped within the clay statue, buried beneath the yellow earth. Duoshu, the sun is setting, we must return, a distant childish voice called out. I'm coming, he replied. Su Duoshu glanced back at the idol, hesitating for a few moments before finally lifting it and making his way home. As Su Duoshu moved, Lin Qing, confined within the statue, seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The small village, encircled by mountains, presented an eerie uniformity. Each household had a figure leaning against their door, all of whom appeared pallid, shrouded in an air of despondency, with hollow gazes fixed ahead. Their hair was interspersed with gray. Even among the children, from a distance, they resembled lifeless puppets rather than living beings. There was a disconcerting absence of elders in the village, with only the young and children present. Su Sanyuan noticed his son clutching the clay idol and weakly inquired, Duoshu, why have you brought that idol home? With innocent sincerity, Su Duoshu replied, to worship. Uncle Li said that in far-off places, the people honor the gods, and the gods bless their villages. Father, look at this idol, it resembles the deity, Uncle Li described. If I pray, the god will bless us. Su Sanyuan gazed at his naive son, yearning to explain that Uncle Li's tales were mere legends. There were no gods here. This land had long been forsaken by the divine. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in his son's eyes, he swallowed the words that hovered on his lips. Duoshu's mother, lacking the strength to reprimand her child's folly, permitted him to place the idol within their home. Seizing the moment while his parents were distracted, Su Duoshu stealthily procured an incense stick and knelt before the idol, bowing in reverence. Deity, please bless us. Lin Qing observed the earnestness of the child before him, aching to reveal that he was no deity, devoid of divine power to bestow blessings. Ding. Su Duoshu contributed 10 points of incense value. Ding. The incense system has been activated. Lin Qing was taken aback as a virtual control panel materialized before him. Host, Lin Qing. Level, Wild Deity. Domain, Su Sanyuan's household in Hushi Village. Divine Power, 0. Divine Arts, 0 incense value. 10 convertible to Divine Power, usable for purchasing Divine Arts. System store unlocked. Had he truly ascended to divinity? Lin Qing was somewhat familiar with the concept of a wild god, that a wild god is one who has not yet garnered the recognition of heaven and earth, nor been formally enshrined as a deity of the mountains and fields. Typically, such figures are esteemed individuals from the locality, who, after death, are sculpted into effigies by the local populace and, through the offerings of incense, coalesce into a wild god. Though not a prestigious deity, he could at least lay claim to the title of god. Yet, Lin Qing cast a glance at the empty panel, realizing that as an unknown wild god, he was indeed devoid of possessions. Oh wait, he did possess 10 points of incense value. This 10 points of incense value imbued Lin Qing with a sense of lightness, as if the shackles binding him had vanished. Upon attempting to move, he discovered he could indeed detach from the effigy and roam freely outside. However, as he stepped beyond the threshold, an unseen force tugged at his soul, rendering him immobile. It seemed his range of movement was limited to Su Sanyuan's residence. This corresponded with the extent of his jurisdiction to at that moment. Duoshunyang returned home and immediately noticed the incense burning before the clay statue, her eyes widening in alarm. In a flurry, she extinguished the incense and turned to scold. Duosho, who told you to play with the incense? Do you wish to endanger your life? Su Duosho, recoiling, timidly explained, Uncle Li said that one must light incense when worshipping the gods. Duosho Nyang fumed. Li the blind is deceiving you. There are no gods in this world. Even if there were, they would not protect us. Su Duosho, aware of his transgression, lowered his head in fear, murmuring, Mother, I was wrong. As they spoke, the last rays of sunlight vanished, and darkness enveloped the entire village in an instant. Lin Qing observed Duosho Nyang, who had just been reprimanding her child, hastily turning to re-enter the house, soon emerging with an incense burner. As she prepared to light the incense, Su Sanyuan intervened. Child's mother, allow me to light it today. Duosho Nyang shook her head. Child's father, you are the mainstay of our family. If you were to falter, both Duosho and I would not survive long. Su Sanyuan sighed heavily. But you have already lit incense for 3 nights. Continuing this way will take a toll on your health. Lin Qing found the exchange between the couple peculiarly unsettling. Child's father, hand me the incense, we may run out of time. Duosho Nyang glanced anxiously at the darkening sky. Su Sanyuan similarly cast a glance outside, unwilling to delay further, and handed her the incense. Duosho Nyang swiftly ignited the incense, placing it into the dilapidated burner, and cautiously positioned the burner at the entrance before sealing all doors and windows tightly. Lin Qing, perplexed by this scene, drifted outside, standing under the eaves and surveying his surroundings. Each household had placed an incense burner at their door, with 1 or 2 sticks of incense lit within. All doors and windows were tightly shut, and not a glimmer of light could be seen within, casting the entire village into a profound stillness from the moment he entered the village until now. The villagers' every action exuded an indescribable strangeness. Lin Qing gazed into the inky night. A sudden chill swept through, causing his soul to shudder. His gaze turned towards the depths of the mountains, sensing an entity approaching the village, accompanied by a faint yet unmistakable stench. What malevolent presence lurks in this darkness? The unknown often signifies unseen peril. Lin Qing withdrew his gaze and floated back indoors. Brother Tong, what is out there? Ding! A task has been issued. Safeguard your domain, ensuring your followers feel your protection. Rewards will be granted upon completion. Failure will result in a deduction of incense value. Curse it. Lin Qing could not help but utter a profanity. He was merely a wild deity devoid of any divine powers or skills. Although his title bore the word deity, he was an utterly powerless god. Brother Tong, if you covet my 10 points of incense value, just say so. There is no need for this charade that makes me appear inept. Lin Qing attempted to unlock the system marketplace, hoping to discover some divine arts, but the prompt indicated that his incense value did not meet the requirements for access. The marketplace remained locked, and with his meager 10 points of incense value, purchasing divine skills seemed utterly futile. He decided to convert all his incense value into divine power, and the data on the system panel shifted. Host, Lin Qing. Level, Wild Deity. Domain, Su Sanyuan's household in Hushi Village. Divine Power, 1. Divine Arts, 0. Incense value, 0 can be converted to divine power or used. To purchase divine arts. System Marketplace, unlocked. The ratio of 1 to 10 for conversion stung Lin Qing a bit, yet the infusion of 1 point of divine power into his being brought subtle changes, stabilizing his soul slightly. His senses heightened. Lin Qing could distinctly perceive the unknown creature lurking outside, drawing ever closer. With nothing at his disposal, the only recourse was to release his divine power as the entity approached. If he could instill any sense of caution in it, that would be a success. If not, then so be it. That a clever woman is powerless without rice. Brother Tong offered no assistance. He too was helpless. Inside the dwelling, the family of 3 clung tightly together in fear, none daring to utter a word. Lin Qing sensed the creature had arrived at the doorstep, lingering there for several seconds. In those fleeting moments, he shared the tension felt by the 3 within the house. After a brief interval, sensing the creature's departure, Lin Qing exhaled in relief, yet the inhabitants remained oblivious, still gripped by anxiety. As time passed, their dread did not diminish. Instead, it intensified into sheer terror. The reactions of these three were decidedly peculiar. The father and son, Su Sanyuan and his child, had reddened eyes, tears glistening as they gazed at Duosho. Madame Duosho shook her head at the father and son duo. Just as Dush's sobs were about to overflow, she swiftly covered his mouth, stifling any sound. The trio's eyes brimmed with tears, silent droplets cascading down their cheeks, yet none dared to utter a sound. Lin Qing sensed that the creature had departed the village, yawned, and returned to the statue to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued after exerting divine power. Outside, the creature had vanished, yet the system remained unresponsive. This could mean either that the danger had not yet subsided or that the additional condition of making the believers feel the protection had not been fulfilled. Lin Qing regarded the trembling family of three. Realizing that they would likely not receive any feedback from the system tonight, the earliest response would come by morning. Lin Qing yawned again and closed his eyes, seeking tranquility. The Su family waited patiently until the first light of dawn broke the horizon. They exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, tears still clinging to their cheeks, creating a somewhat comical sight. "Mother, you're alive. Wife, you're safe." The father and son spoke in unison. Overwhelmed with joy, the family embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, a neighbor opened their door, peering outside, and upon noticing the incense still burning at the Su household, their expression faltered. Faint sounds of weeping reached their ears from next door. "Husband, the Su family has been chosen." This cry summoned the other occupants of the house, except for the one responsible for lighting the incense the previous night. "Strange, it's not time yet. Could the timing have changed again?" As this thought was voiced, the family's expressions turned grim. Neighbors gathered outside, all witnessing the still burning incense, eliciting mixed reactions. Some sighed, others felt relieved, while some remained indifferent. Every 3 months, they endured this ritual, and they had long since grown desensitized. The village chief approached the Su family's door, preparing to summon a few men to proceed with the usual procedure. One man stepped forward, ready to knock, when the door swung open, revealing Su Sanyuan. He was taken aback to see a crowd gathered at his doorstep. "Is it your wife? Or is it Duosho?" the village chief inquired. Su Sanyuan, momentarily bewildered, responded, "What?" The chief retorted, "Have you lost your senses from grief?" At that moment, Madame Duosho and Su Duosho emerged from the house. Upon seeing them, the village chief looked as though he had encountered a ghost. Pointing at the family, you, how are you all, unharmed?" Not only the village chief, but the others in the village also stood dumbfounded at the sight of the intact family. Su Sanyuan glanced at the chief, and then at the astonished faces, lowering his gaze to the incense still standing intact at the entrance. Both mother and son noticed that the incense in the burner had not been extinguished, remaining perfectly upright. Lin Qing stretched his arms, his spirit drifting out of the clay statue. Gliding towards the door, he sat directly on the eaves, observing the astonished expressions of the villagers. That a fleeting glance at the incense from Su Sanyuan's home revealed it had yet to extinguish, while the incense from neighboring houses had burned out completely. The incense lit last night could not have been merely a ceremonial gesture. There must be an underlying enigma. Regrettably, none of the attendees articulated their thoughts clearly, leaving Lin Qing in a fog of confusion, forced to rely on the fragmented hints they emitted for clarity. "Who lit the incense last night?" the village chief inquired. "It was I," Duosho Nyang replied. The crowd turned their attention to the sober figure of Duosho Nyang standing at the door, then to the unburned incense, and finally to the seemingly unscathed family of three. The unextinguished incense indicated that a death was certain to occur within the household. This was an unbreakable rule. Yet today, that rule had been shattered. "How can this be possible? Duosho Nyang, why are you unharmed?" Confronted with their questions, Duosho Nyang was at a loss for words. Not only had she not fainted the previous night, but the incense in her home remained standing, unburned. Everything felt exceedingly peculiar. Su Duosho glanced at his mother, then at the incense burner, and finally turned to the clay statue displayed inside the house, exclaiming joyfully to his parents, "Father, mother, it is the blessing of the deities. The deities truly protect us." As Su Duosho's words echoed, a voice from the system resonated in Lin Qing's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task reward, 1 finger's in. In an instant, Lin Qing's mind was flooded with knowledge regarding the 1 finger's in and its application in magic. This sensation felt as though the technique had long been ingrained within him. The 1 finger's in would grow in power alongside his divine strength. Glancing at his panel, Lin Qing noted that the divine energy he had expended yesterday had returned to 0. Now, he yearned to test the might of the 1 finger's in, yet he found himself bereft of divine strength and incense value. As Lin Qing lamented his lack of divine power despite possessing divine techniques, the villagers reacted strongly to Su-Duo's proclamation. Deities? What deities? Duosho, what nonsense are you spouting? Where do these deities come from? Su-Duosho pointed toward the statue within the house, declaring to the villagers, "Look, it is that statue." Duosho and Yang swatted his hand away, admonishing, "Do not speak foolishly." The villagers remained skeptical. How could there be deities? If there were truly deities, our ancestors would not have suffered so. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. If deities existed, why would they remain indifferent to the tragedies of the world? If there were deities, why would they allow the mortal realm to become a purgatory? If a prayer to the deities could truly yield protection, our ancestors would have long since done so. But I have heard my great-grandmother mention that a century ago, people still worship the deities, but those deities proved utterly ineffective, leading to the gradual decline of such practices. Yesterday's events must have been mere coincidence. The Sanyuan family simply enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Tonight, I suspect it will be just as it has always been. Su-Duosho, noticing the adults' skepticism, grew increasingly anxious. It must be the blessings of the deities upon my family. It truly must be. Uncle Lee has often said that where there are deities, they will protect their faithful. Standing at the back of the crowd, Blind Lee sensed the curious gazes directed towards him. The townsfolk were well aware that 9 out of 10 statements uttered by Blind Lee were mere fabrications. Legend has it that he lost his sight due to his penchant for telling lies. Blind Lee's words, and this child genuinely believes him. I have also heard Blind Lee speak of such matters. We adults may have dismissed it, but these children have absorbed it. The village chief turned to Blind Lee. Blind Lee, is there any truth to your words? Lee, the blind man, leaned on his wooden cane and stepped out from the crowd, addressing both the village chief and the villagers, proclaiming, "Faith brings existence, while disbelief renders it void." What does that mean? Someone murmured, perplexed by his cryptic utterances. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Lee made his way towards Su Sunyuan's home, gesturing for the people ahead to follow. Duosho, accompany me to pay homage to the deities. Su-Duosho, filled with delight, assisted Lee in entering the house. Guiding him to the shrine, Lee released Su's arm, set down his cane, and knelt before the deity with utmost reverence, bowing deeply 3 times. He borrowed a stick of incense from Su Sanyuan's household and respectfully lit it before the idol. Ding! Li Yuanqing contributed 15 points of incense value. Remarkably, Li's incense value surpassed that of Su-Duosho by 5 points, indicating Li's genuine faith, even more fervent than Duosho's. Simultaneously, Lin Qing felt the shackles on his spirit loosen once more. The villagers exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. The village chief, skeptical himself, wearily waved his hand, "Disperse now." Observing the expressions of the villagers outside, Lin noted that most were unconvinced, with only a handful harboring doubts. Only Li and Su-Duosho held steadfast belief, while Su Sanyuan and his wife remained ambivalent. If this wild deity could indeed exist in the world, it suggested the presence of divine beings was likely. To survive, one must rely on incense offerings. These villagers, who doubted the existence of deities, needed to witness their presence, and the offerings would naturally follow. With incense, he would gain the means for self-preservation. That night, he must protect Li and Su-Duosho's family. Only by demonstrating his power to the villagers could he hope to draw in offerings. In Hushi Village, the entire community felt ripples of change due to the safety of Su Sanyuan's family. The once dull and lifeless villagers began to exhibit a rare vitality. Next door, at Old Wang's house, which housed 6 family members, 2 individuals who had offered incense the previous day lay in their home, pale and lifeless, resembling mere corpses from a distance. The number of incense sticks offered varied by household, determined by the number of inhabitants. 1 to 3 persons required 1 stick. 4 to 6 needed 2, 7 to 9 necessitated 3, and so forth. The Wang family, with their 6 members, had to offer 2 sticks daily, each day. The 6 took turns, the younger ones perhaps enduring a little longer, while the elderly often succumbed first. Father of the children, do you think what they say is true? Wang Shi pondered earnestly. If praying to the deities could ensure their safety, she would willingly worship day and night, seeking the divine's protection for her family. Old Wang shook his head, uncertain. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps it was indeed true. The weight of the final words lingered heavily in the air. He hopes it to be true, yet no one in his lineage has ever heard of such a thing. Old Wang glanced outside and thought, let us wait. Tomorrow we shall see Su Sanyuan's family to discern the truth. Many share this sentiment. Although they attribute it to mere coincidence, deep within, they yearn for its authenticity. Within the Su family, the trio dined on dry, throat-catching steamed corn cakes. Su Duoshuo broke a piece of the corn cake and placed it before the deity. Bowing in reverence, Lin Qing noted the absence of the system's notification sound, indicating that incense must indeed be offered. Mother, may I take a stick of incense? Initially hesitant, Duoshuo's mother reconsidered, recalling that she had emerged unscathed the previous day. With the incense still unburned and the household intact, her doubts were inevitable. She glanced at the weathered clay statue and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded, go ahead. Seeing his mother's consent, Duoshuo felt a surge of joy. He retrieved a brand new stick of incense from within the house, placed it in the burner, and knelt with utmost sincerity to bow to Lin Qing. Ding! Su Duoshuo contributed 15 points of incense value. The incense value on the control panel updated immediately. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild Deity Territory, Su Sanyuan's family. Hushi Village Divine Power, 0 Divine Art. 1 Finger Zen, upgradable, incense value, 30, convertible to Divine Power. Purchase Divine Art, System Store. Unlocked gazing at the 30 points of incense value on the panel, Lin Qing felt elated. Trust is a gradual process. After tomorrow, it is certain that trust among the villagers will significantly increase, and his incense value is poised to surpass its previous limits. In the home of Blindly, aside from him, there were also 2 children of tender age. They are a makeshift family. If only one person remains in the household, lighting incense daily will lead to demise within a month. Only by having 3 individuals take turns lighting incense, with intervals of 2 days and 2 days for recovery, can they avoid an untimely death. Li the Blind turned his gaze toward Ernyo, who lay within the room, and said, Ernyo, take 2 sticks of incense to Duoshuo's home, one to return to his family, and the other to offer to the gods. Uncle Li, can praying to the gods truly protect us? With sincere faith, it surely can. Li the Blind gently patted Li Ernyo's head. Li Ernyo arrived at Su Sanyuan's home, exchanged one of the incense sticks, and ignited the other, kneeling before the deity's statue to bow in reverence. O divine spirit, I implore you to bless my family. Ding! Li Ernyo contributed 5 points of incense value. Observing this unexpected influx of 5 points, Lin Qing realized it was undoubtedly due to Li the Blind. The trust was in Li the Blind, not in him. With the 5 points of incense value credited, Lin Qing could distinctly feel his spirit drifting beyond. Note, brothers, please pay close attention to this passage. Some have harshly criticized the author, questioning how he could suddenly roam the village when his jurisdiction was at Su Sanyuan's home. I believed I had explained the reason, yet many seem to overlook this section. This time, it is not merely standing beneath Su Sanyuan's eaves, but rather wandering freely within the village. This must be related to the incense value contributed by Li Ernyo and Li the Blind, which has alleviated the constraints upon him. Previously concerned about how to protect Li the Blind's family tonight, it seems those worries were unfounded. Every action, no matter how small, is governed by fate. As Lin Qing's spirit traversed the village, he observed the earthen houses of over 30 families, their roofs thatched with straw. Those sitting in the sun at their doorways appeared frail and haggard. Lin Qing floated into Li the Blind's home, where the 2 rooms served dual purposes, the main room for receiving guests and dining, while the inner room housed the residents. He quickly spotted Li Denyo, lying motionless within, devoid of color. Li Denyo bore a striking resemblance to Li Ernyo, unmistakably brothers. Lin Qing placed his fingers upon Li Denyo's forehead and could distinctly sense the depletion of his vital essence. He entered the home of the neighbor, Old Wang, and discovered 2 individuals in a deep slumber. With his fingers resting gently on their foreheads, he noted the similarity to Li Denyo's condition. Their vital essence was compromised. Lin Qing began to traverse the vicinity, visiting several households, and after thorough examination, he confirmed a significant observation. The incense lit by the villagers was intrinsically linked to their vital essence. Those who ignited the incense found a portion of their vitality siphoned away by the malevolent entities that emerged in the darkness. The interplay of yin and yang, the essence of life, was at stake. Should a person's essence be entirely extracted, their life would reach its inevitable conclusion. Placing his hand upon Su Duoshu's forehead, he too sensed the depletion of his vital essence, though it was markedly better than that of the motionless individuals within the house. The entities that fed upon human vitality, relying on the incense, were either demons or sinister specters. Yesterday, with a modicum of divine power, he had managed to repel them and prevent the siphoning of Duoshu's mother's essence. Tonight, he would need to rely once more on his divine strength to drive back the unknown malevolence lurking in the night. Currently, the incense value was exceedingly low. To perform the finger meditation technique, he required 10 points of divine power, equivalent to 100 points of incense value. If he could gather 100 points of incense value by the morrow, he would find some solace, for he was now a destitute wild deity, devoid of all possessions. As nightfall approached, Su Sanyuan and his wife gazed at the idol in their home, having placed it centrally in the main room. Regardless of its authenticity, they had elevated Lin Qing's abode to the most revered position. Wishu's father, should we also light some incense and offer our prayers? Su Sanyuan shook his head, reminding her that the incense at home was limited and should not be squandered. The mere thought of its source sent a shiver through Duoshu's mother, instantly quelling her inclination. What was once a source of dread in the dark now bore an air of peculiar anticipation. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon, darkness enveloped the village entirely. Each household produced incense burners, adorned with the corresponding incense. Su Sanyuan's home lay in the heart of the village. While Li the Blind resided at the village's edge, the malevolent entity began its feast from the village's entrance, granting Lin Qing ample time to traverse between the two locations. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it a faint, putrid odor, as the unknown specter advanced towards the village. Lin Qing sensed the entity drawing nearer, and upon reaching the threshold of Su Sanyuan's home, he exchanged all 35 points of incense value for divine power. He unleashed a trace of divine power. The specter outside hesitated for a brief moment before turning away. Once it departed, Su Sanyuan exited the dwelling, careful not to disturb the apparition, and floated directly to Li Xiezi's residence to take his post. As for encountering the specter lurking in the shadows, it would be unwise to court danger. Family members are well aware of their own affairs. Confronting the entity now would be an act of folly. Lin Qing remained at Li Xiezi's home, awaiting the approach of the haunted house. When it drew near, Lin Qing released his divine energy once more. The specter halted again, appearing dazed for several moments before retreating. Lin Qing remained still, attuning himself to the surroundings, and only returned to Su Sanyuan's home after confirming that the specter had left the village. At Li Xiezi's residence, the person offering incense today was Li Erniu. Upon awakening during the early hours, Dainiu naturally overheard the matters discussed between Li Xiezi and his brother, and he felt an innate disbelief. Li Dainiu's complexion paled as he fixed his gaze upon his brother. The three of them waited, knowing roughly at what hour they would succumb to faintness. Today, the hour arrived, yet Li Erniu remained alert in his position, which astonished Li Dainiu, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Li Xiezi, too, sensed that Ernia had not fainted, and an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. A divine being. They have truly received the blessings of the divine. Tomorrow, a proper homage must be paid to the deities. Li Erniu attempted to speak, but was instinctively silenced by Li Dainiu's hand over his mouth. That night, the three of them, including the blind man Li, lay on the communal bed in the house, sleeping exceptionally soundly. Similarly, the situation at Su Sanyuan's home was not much different. Today, it was Su Sanyuan himself who lit the incense. Just like yesterday, when the time arrived, he remained awake and did not faint. The couple felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. They both turned their gazes towards the idol displayed in the room, knelt down, and earnestly bowed their heads 3 times in reverence. Su Duoshu, witnessing his parents' faith, felt immense joy. Seeing his parents kneel and bow, he too followed suit, kneeling in gratitude for the divine protection. Both families were filled with exhilaration. That night marked the most peaceful sleep they had experienced since arriving there. At dawn the following day, every household hurriedly opened their doors. Except for the person who had lit the incense last night, everyone eagerly stepped outside, glancing towards Su Sanyuan's home. Mrs. Wang from the old Wang family. Upon seeing the incense at Su Sanyuan's doorstep still standing intact, widened her eyes in astonishment. Husband, look quickly. Old Wang, staring at the perfectly preserved incense, found his breath quickening and his face reddening, murmuring to himself, could it be that there truly are deities in this world? From the village's edge, a wave of exclamations arose. The incense at the blind man Li's house was also intact. Yesterday, Li had indeed paid his respects to the gods. Su Sanyuan's family of 3 and the blind man Li stepped out of their homes. Observing that they were all well, the crowd became thoroughly agitated. The village chief looked at both families and, seeing them unscathed, asked, "Are you all feeling well?" Su Sanyuan shook his head, replying, "Village chief, we are all quite well." The blind man Li chimed in, "Last night was the most peaceful sleep I've ever had." The villagers glanced at Su Sanyuan's family and then at the smiling blind man Li. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? If yesterday's fortune for the Sanyuan family could be termed a coincidence, it was surely implausible for such occurrences to happen 2 days in a row. If there are indeed deities, could it mean salvation for everyone? Upon utterance of these words, the villagers felt a fervor igniting within their hearts. Once despondent, they had not anticipated witnessing a glimmer of hope. To be alive, no one wishes for death. The villagers, once devoid of spirit, now sparkled with light in their eyes, their faces unconsciously lifting into long-lost smiles. "Dear husband, hurry back and fetch the incense for the deities," Mrs. Wang called out to her husband. At her words, other villagers began to stir. Each household retrieved their incense and made their way towards Su Sanyuan's home. Observing the villagers' enthusiasm, the village chief could not help but remind them, "Do not use up all the incense." The reminder served as a caution for everyone's well-being. Once the incense was extinguished, the so-called deities would no longer offer their protection, leading to the family's demise. The incense had been cast by spirits of the night, each with a predetermined fate. Every household possessed a few extra sticks of incense, remnants left behind after a family member was taken or offerings from previous owners. They would first test these offerings, hoping that if praying to the gods indeed proved beneficial, they would find solace. "Rest assured, we are prepared," Wang spoke reassuringly. The village chief nodded in approval, fearing they might be overtaken by folly and act unwisely. Wang Laosher inquired of Li Xiezi about any taboos or rituals associated with worshipping the deities. Li Xiezi replied, "When offering incense to the gods, one must be devout. Sincerity of heart is essential for it to bear fruit. Should one's heart lack sincerity, one must not blame the gods for their inaction." The village chief, wary of the incense bearers disregarding this advice, incessantly urged them to remain sincere, for it is said that sincerity begets divine response. Do not squander the incense in hand. Indeed, indeed, the group nodded in unison, etching these words into their memories. One by one, the villagers approached Lin Qing, offering incense and bowing in reverence. Ding. Wang Laosher contributed 10 points of incense value. Ding. Li Dainita contributed 15 points of incense value. Ding. Zhao Gui, the village chief, contributed 15 points of incense value. Lin Qing observed the villagers offering their incense, and the anxiety that had gripped him finally eased. He gazed contentedly at the ever-increasing incense value, feeling an immense joy within. Hushi village comprises 36 households, excluding Su Sanyuan and Li Xiezi, who each contributed the incense value of 2 individuals. The remaining 34 households each contributed the incense value of 1 person. The incense values vary, some high and some low, entirely dependent upon the fervor of the supplicant towards their deity. The more devout the believer, the higher the incense value contributed. Conversely, the less devout, the lower the value. Opening the system panel, he refreshed the data. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God territory, Su Sanyuan's household in Hushi village divine power, 1. 5 divine technique, 1 finger Zen, upgradable, incense value, 475, convertible to divine power, usable to purchase divine techniques, system mall, unlocked yesterday. The 2 households utilized a portion of divine power, leaving a remainder of 1. 5. With 475 incense points, he could perform 1 finger Zen 4 times. After the initial delight, Lin Qing began to ponder the practical matters at hand. Each household in Hushi village had paid a protection fee. As a wild god who had received such fees, it was imperative to ensure he fulfilled his obligations to those who had paid. The challenge he faces lies in assessing the strength of that entity lurking in the darkness. The adversary supplies the villagers with incense monthly, gradually siphoning off their vital essence each day, indicating a strategy rooted in sustainability. Various signs suggest that the villagers are mere sustenance for the spectral beings. Now, as he intends to withhold their provisions, it is inevitable that the spirits will not take this transgression lightly. Between him and that malevolent entity, there exists but one inevitable conclusion. It is either your demise or my own. The moment he was led into the village by Su Duosho, this fate was sealed. Given the events of the past 2 nights, the semblance of divine power he had released instilled a sense of trepidation in the adversary, rendering it hesitant to consume. Perhaps, in the cloak of night, that entity could fend for itself. Lin Qing harbored a tentative hypothesis, yet lacked absolute certainty, compelling him to consult the system. System. What lurks in the darkness? Can it be confronted with the one-finger Zen? The incense system responded with a disheartening beep. Hope diminished. Today, the entire village of Hushi was enveloped in anxiety, from Lin Qing, the wild deity, to the children in every household. Tension mingled with anticipation as they awaited the arrival of nightfall. The outcome hinged upon this very day. Should he fail, his fate would be dire, and the villagers of Hushi would share a similar fate. The survival of the village rested upon Lin Qing, while Lin Qing placed his trust in the one-finger Zen. As night descended, though each household had offered incense to Lin Qing in hopes of safety, they continued to pay homage at their doorsteps, not daring to be remiss. Everyone in the village awaited a resolution. Success would breathe life into their hopes. Failure would seal their doom. Now, Lin Qing was free to roam the village. And this night, he directly approached the first household at the village entrance, that of village chief Zhao Gui. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, accompanied by a faint, acrid odor. It was here. Lin Qing stood vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. In the pitch-black night, a sphere emanating dark mist approached the village, expertly preparing to siphon essence. Suddenly, it recoiled, trembling at its core, and fled in haste. In a split second, a blinding beam of golden light pierced through the wooden door, striking the dark mist. The golden radiance effortlessly penetrated the obscurity, causing it to dissipate like foam, vanishing into fragments before the brilliance. The Zhao family's astonishment was palpable as they witnessed this spectacle, rendered speechless. The golden light was too resplendent against the night, illuminating the village in an instant. All the villagers instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. What is that? Someone gasped in hushed astonishment. Shoo! Curiosity thrummed in the air. Yet no one dared to step outside. The orchestrator of this event, Lin Qing, looked down at his fingers, recalling how he had merely flicked his fingertip, unleashing a beam of golden light that emanated from his very essence, effortlessly obliterating the dark mist with an overwhelming force. He finally discerned the true nature of the entity that came nightly to siphon his vital energy. It was a manifestation of malevolent essence. And the finger Zen was a divine technique specifically designed to counter such sinister forces. Once the divine technique was invoked, the malevolence had nowhere to hide. Lin Qing carefully attuned his senses and confirmed the disappearance of the malevolent essence that had been preying on Hushi village, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. His conjecture was not misplaced. Encountering such a phenomenon revealed his lack of prowess. In the heart of Qilang Mountain, situated 100 miles from Hushi village, there lay a cavern amidst sheer cliffs, emanating an overpowering stench. Deep within the cave, one could find heaps of bones, resembling small mountains, scattered throughout. Occasionally, wisps of dark mist would seep out, causing the foliage to wither in its wake. At the innermost recess of the cave, a specter shrouded in black mist sat cross-legged, fingers forming peculiar gestures. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing a murderous intent within its obsidian gaze. A fragment of its soul had perished. How audacious for someone to dare extinguish a part of its essence. Once this entity firmly establishes its domain, it shall ensure the annihilation of the intruder. Within Hushi village, Lin Qing exited Zhao Gui's residence, strolling through the village and stretching comfortably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a fragment of the malevolent spirit. A reward of 1,000 incense points has been granted. Lin Qing felt a surge of joy within, yet quickly focused on the pivotal phrase, a fragment of the soul. He had merely vanquished a minuscule fragment of the specter's essence, which explained why it was so effortlessly dispatched. Having obliterated the opponent's soul fragment, it was inevitable that the true entity would seek retribution. A sense of urgency welled up within Lin Qing. Who could tell if the specter's true form was swiftly approaching this direction? He hurriedly opened the control panel to take a look. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild Deity Territory, Su Sanyuan's home in Hushi Village Divine Power, 11. 5 Divine Skill, 1 Finger Zen, upgradable, offering value, 1275 convertible to divine power. Can be used to purchase divine skills. System Mall. Offering value has reached 1,000 points. Unlockable. Previously, he had converted 200 points of offering value into divine power, and had just used one finger Zen once, which consumed 10 points of divine power. Spending 100 points of offering value to acquire 1,000 points of offering value was indeed a lucrative transaction. Upon seeing that the system mall could be unlocked, Lin Qing immediately proceeded to unlock it. He must swiftly examine what mystical arts are available for exchange to confront the imminent arrival of the ghostly entity. Dream enchantment, water manipulation, fire control, thunder summoning, spirit division. The art of cosmic manipulation, beam to soldier technique, star shifting. Lin Qing scrutinized each one from top to bottom, desiring them all. However, upon glimpsing the exorbitant exchange prices, he found himself deterred. At present, he can only acquire the more affordable dream induction technique, along with the fundamental elemental arts of fire control, water manipulation, earth escape, golden light spell, and healing, which represent the basic 5 elemental skills. The dream induction technique requires merely 200 incense points, while each of the elemental arts necessitates 1,000 incense points. With 1275 incense points at his disposal, he can select only one of these options, converting the remaining points into divine power. Although the elemental arts are fundamental, they serve as a cornerstone when applied effectively. Their results can rival those of more advanced divine techniques. Lin Qing meticulously reviewed the 5 elemental arts, ultimately focusing his gaze upon the golden light spell. This incantation is specifically designed to counteract malevolent spirits and the impurities of the earthly realm, as ghosts are a manifestation of such malevolence. The golden light spell is the most fitting choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qing disregarded the cost of 1,000 incense points and promptly clicked to purchase. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden light spell. In an instant, an abundance of information regarding the golden light spell flooded his mind, and he felt as though he had mastered it for millennia. Each invocation of the golden light spell requires 5 points of divine power, which, while seemingly modest, equates to 50 incense points. For a wild deity with pockets emptier than his countenance, this presents a considerable burden. 5 points of divine power is half the cost of a finger Zen technique. Indeed, rewards come at a premium. Lin Qing meticulously converted his remaining 275 incense points entirely into divine power. He now possessed 49 points of divine power, sufficient to execute the finger Zen technique 4 times or the golden light spell 9 times. He floated to the large tree at the entrance of Hushi Village, patiently awaiting the appearance of the ghostly entity. He waited and waited. As the sun rose on the horizon, the anticipated manifestation of the specter did not occur. The absence of the entity in the immediate moment could stem from 3 possible scenarios. The first possibility is that the fragment of its soul, inconsequential to its essence, could be easily extinguished, perhaps a common occurrence that fails to garner its attention. The second scenario suggests that the true form of the specter is situated at a considerable distance from Hushi Village, necessitating time for its arrival. The third possibility is that the specter is momentarily preoccupied by some matter, hindering its ability to investigate. Should the first scenario be true, it would be a temporary comfort. After all, Hushi Village is merely a source of sustenance for it, and it would inevitably send more fragments to investigate, which he would have to eliminate. Continuously vanquishing these fragments would surely compel the true entity to take notice and arrive. Nevertheless, this interval could allow him to gather more incense value, fortifying his own vitality. The uncertainty associated with the second scenario increases significantly. It could mean a visit at any moment or perhaps not until the following day. Regardless, the specter would undoubtedly reveal itself in the coming days. The third scenario, in contrast to the previous 2, is more advantageous for Lin Qing in amassing incense value. If this is indeed the case, he can only hope that the specter's distractions endure for as long as possible. After having vanquished a fragment of the specter's soul yesterday, he anticipated another opportunity to absorb incense value today. For a destitute wild deity, every bit of incense value is a boon. Having attracted the specter's ire, he must prepare himself in advance. Exercising caution, Lin Qing chose not to return to the statue but instead took refuge in the branches of a large tree at the village entrance, waiting. This way, he could guard against any sudden appearances of the specter that might catch him off guard. While he sensed the fragments, he could not ascertain whether the true form would detect him in time. Acknowledging the unpredictability of the situation, it was prudent to make arrangements ahead of time. Past experiences of hardship had instilled in him a cautious nature. As the sun emerged, the malevolent forces dissipated. The villagers of Hishi emerged from their homes, having spent a night fraught with anxiety and tension. The first action taken by each household upon opening their doors was to inspect the incense burner at their doorstep. Father, Mother, the incense remains. The incense still burns. There were exclamations of surprise echoing from each home. Unlike previous instances where those who lit the incense would faint, they were acutely aware of the situation, yet their hearts remained unsettled until they confirmed the presence of the incense. Today, upon witnessing the incense still ablaze, no one could maintain their composure. Some individuals knelt on the ground, offering thanks to the heavens for divine protection. Observers nearby kicked one such person, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? The deity resides with the Sanyuan family, not above your head." The one who was kicked, undeterred, responded with a smile, "Indeed, indeed. I shall offer my gratitude to the deity." He had just taken 2 steps when he recalled what blindly it said. Hastily, he turned back and fetched a stick of incense from within the house, carrying it as he made his way to Su Sanyuan's residence. Many others were doing the same, each heading towards Su Sanyuan's home. As the crowd eagerly offered incense to Lin Qing, the village chief, Zhao Gui, approached with palpable excitement. Kneeling reverently before the idol, Zhao Gui expressed his gratitude for the divine blessings bestowed upon Hushi village. After he completed his offering, others followed suit, one by one. Ding. Zhao Gui contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Li Yuanqing, blindly, contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Lin Qing was delighted by the continuous chimes echoing in his ears. There is no sound more exquisite in the world. Ding. Money has arrived. Ding. More money has just come in. Ding. Yet more money has been credited. Lin Qing observed the incense value, his eyebrows slightly raised. Today, the incense values contributed by the entire Hushi village were remarkably uniform, all at 20 points, with none exceeding that threshold. It appeared that the contributions from ordinary folk had a limit of 20 points. This was merely Lin Qing's conjecture. Perhaps there were other undiscovered factors yet to be revealed. Once every household had finished their offerings, someone brought up the radiant light from the previous night. Did you see that beam of light shortly after nightfall? Indeed. It was so bright. How could one miss it? I saw it too. That light seemed to pierce through the darkness. As bright as day. I saw it emanate from the direction of the village entrance. Zhao Gui cleared his throat and spoke calmly. It indeed originated from the village entrance. And it came from my home. Ah! The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Village chief, please explain what happened. Zhao Gui, unperturbed, elaborated. According to the time, that phenomenon was due to arrive after nightfall. While we were inside, we suddenly saw a beam of golden light shooting from our house. In a daze, I even glimpsed a figure standing in the middle of the hall, tall and imposing, sitting atop a tree. Lin Qing listened to the village chief's account of him and immediately recognized it as mere fabrication. He was not nearly as imposing as a bear. Lin Qing recognized the absurdity of his claims, yet the villagers remained oblivious, captivated by his words, occasionally gasping in response, which perfectly complemented the atmosphere, intensifying it. Village chief, does this mean we can finally leave the village? Indeed, that malevolent entity has been vanquished by the deities. Can we not venture forth? Let us give it a try, and we shall find out. Yes, let us attempt it. We cannot leave. Lin Qing descended from the great tree and approached the village's edge, only to be drawn back by an invisible force. This intangible pull stemmed from the limitations of territorial jurisdiction rather than being a consequence of the surrounding barriers or formations. His gaze shifted towards the villagers emerging from the house, who found themselves unable to leave the village. Lin Qing felt both astonished, and yet it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, since these phantoms had taken it upon themselves to rear their own sustenance, they would naturally obstruct any means of escape to prevent the villagers from venturing outside. This also indirectly illustrated the rarity of the precious incense they handled with utmost care. As for food, the outskirts of the village were adorned with fields, where each household engaged in agriculture, achieving self-sufficiency. Items like salt, which could not be produced independently, were likely surreptitiously distributed by the spirits at scheduled intervals, and such provisions would undoubtedly fall short of satisfying everyone's needs. If the livestock were well fed, they would be difficult to control. It was the half-starved that were more manageable. Lin Qing surmised that the controlling spirits were likely even more ruthless than he could conceive. A group of individuals stepped outside, heading towards the village entrance. Zhao Gui spoke up. 2 of you, come with me to test the waters. Just as Li Xie stepped out, he was intercepted by Su Sanyuan. "Old Li, you shouldn't go. Village chief, count me in," Wang Laoshe declared as he followed suit. Others expressed their desire to join, but were halted by village chief Zhao. He led Su Sanyuan and Wang Laoshe outside the village. Lin Qing wished to follow to observe the situation. Yet the jurisdictional boundaries confined him to within 10 meters of the village entrance. The figures of Zhao, Su, and Wang gradually faded from view. The rural path, which should have been frequently traversed, was now overgrown with weeds, indicating that it had not seen foot traffic for a long time. The trio trudged through the underbrush, advancing step by step. "Village chief, do you think we can truly make it out?" Wang Laoshe inquired. "Perhaps," Su Sanyuan replied, still holding some faith in their ancestral spirit. Village chief Zhao shook his head, uncertain. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Hushi village felt like a cage, imprisoning them without hope of escape. Here, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden, and death might be their only chance at liberation. As they approached the village's edge, their tension heightened. Upon reaching the threshold, they paused. A single step forward would lead them out. Zhao Chief inhaled deeply. "I shall attempt it." Wang Laoshe and Su Sanyuan stood by, awaiting the outcome. Zhao took a step forward, but as his foot extended, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize, forcefully repelling him. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. "Let me try," Su Sanyuan said, stepping forward. However, as soon as he made his attempt, he too was bounced back. After each took turns trying, their faces grew increasingly grim. They could clearly see the scenery ahead, yet they were forever unable to take that step forward. I distinctly witnessed that entity vanish. Why then are we still unable to escape? Village Chief Zhao felt a profound sense of disappointment. The other two shared his despondent expression. Could it be that we are doomed to remain here for the entirety of our lives? Su Sanyuan gazed up at the expanse of sky, his eyes filled with despair. The villagers eagerly awaited at the entrance of the village, and when the trio appeared within their sight, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. However, as they drew closer, the keen-eyed among them noticed the expressions on the trio's faces, and their hearts sank. "Village chief, what has happened? Are we able to leave? Can we go out? Are we free now?" Faced with the queries of their fellow villagers, the three wore bitter expressions. The excitement that had once enveloped the crowd began to fade as they beheld the trio's countenance. The once lively atmosphere seemed to be abruptly paused, plunging into an eerie silence. Although Li Xiaozi was blind, he could sense the palpable shift in the atmosphere. "Are we not able to leave?" This question shattered the heavy silence. Village Chief Zhao addressed the gathering. "We cannot leave." A woman began to weep. Hadn't the divine eradicated that malevolent spirit? Why then were they still trapped? Why could they not step out of this place? Whoa, the sound of sobbing gradually spread among the villagers. The men of the village sighed deeply. Lin Qing observed the scene quietly, his curiosity piqued by the force that barred their progress. The enchantment laid by that specter, did it hold any sway over him? Just as everyone's spirits sank further, a youthful voice rang out. "We can beseech the deities. They can protect us from harm and surely help us to leave." This utterance awakened the adults from their despair. In their dim, hopeless eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. Yes, Duosho is right. We can plead with the deities. Indeed, Duosho possessed a sharp mind. How foolish we were to forget that we still had the divine on our side. Let us seek the gods. Perhaps they will assist us. Wang Laoshe called out to his wife, "Dear, hurry home and fetch some incense." Others swiftly rushed back to their homes to retrieve their offerings. Someone couldn't help but remark, "Do we need to offer incense from every household?" Before Li Xiaozi could admonish them, Village Chief Zhao interjected with ire. "What on earth are you thinking? If the people of our village cannot muster this small measure of sincerity, why would the deities extend their aid to us? Indeed, Hermatzi, are you reluctant to part with a few sticks of incense? The malevolent has been vanquished by the deities. What purpose does your incense serve now? Hermatzi, your heart is not sincere. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from worship and instead offer your wife and children." Hermatzi found himself besieged by a throng of individuals, rendered speechless and pleading for mercy. "Dear villagers, please cease your remarks. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. Alas, look at my foul mouth. I truly lack the gift of eloquence." As he spoke, Hermatzi couldn't help but strike his own face in frustration. Following his display, even those villagers who previously felt no obligation to bow in reverence hesitated to speak, fearful of suffering the same fate as Hermatzi. The entire village, young and old alike, assembled together, each person bowing their heads in utmost sincerity as they offered incense. Li the Blind acted as a dutiful temple steward, reminding the gathered crowd that sincerity of heart was paramount while lighting incense and bowing. If one's heart is not sincere, the deities will not perceive it, rendering the offering futile. Everyone took this to heart, including even the 3-year-olds. Ding. Su Duosho contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Li Dania contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Li Ernia contributed 20 points of incense value. The continuous sound of incoming contributions brought a smile to Lin Qing's lips. This was his capital, the foundation of his existence. However, when Zhao Gui knelt to offer incense, Lin Qing did not hear the customary notification from the system. System. What is the meaning of this? Host. Each individual may only contribute incense value once per day. Repeated offerings are ineffective. Worshippers must be sincere in their offerings to gain incense value. Otherwise, it is in vain. So this is the system's way of preventing fraudulent practices and discouraging exploitation. Just half an hour prior, each household had made their offerings. Now, with the entire village participating, it meant that the incense value of 36 individuals had been wasted. They had offered incense in vain. To establish himself in this realm, he must ensure that the villagers venture forth. Otherwise, without the need for malevolent spirits to intervene, the villagers will gradually perish due to a lack of resources over time. Correspondingly, without these villagers, he cannot hope to accumulate any incense value. The two are intricately linked, as aiding them is, in essence, aiding himself and extricating from his predicament. Lin Qing activated the control panel to examine the latest data. Host. Lin Qing level. Wild deity domain. Su Senyuan's household in Hushi village divine power. 49 divine techniques. Fingers in, upgradable. Golden light spell, upgradable. Incense value. 2,400 point system store. Now accessible for viewing. He could only roam within the village, for any attempt to step beyond its threshold would result in restrictions. To survey the outskirts of the village, he required the villagers to move their deity statue to the periphery, invisible to all. He lacked the funds to exchange for the spell Shallow Saint of Humanity and could only afford the more economical dream induction spell, which would allow him to communicate with the villagers in their dreams. Lin Qing spent 200 incense points in the system shop to acquire the dream induction spell. As soon as he received it, he awaited the night to commence his endeavor. However, after waiting an entire day for the spectral entity to manifest, Lin Qing leaned more towards the first and third options, with the latter appearing to have a greater probability. As darkness fell, the villagers of Hushi village instinctively retreated into their homes, securing doors and windows. "Dear, shall we light incense tonight?" inquired Duo Shou, a concerned voice among them. Su Senyuan glanced at the statue within their home and then to the darkening sky, hesitating for a moment before deciding, "Yes, let us do it, just in case." This scene unfolded in all 36 households of the village. "Uncle Li, are we truly not lighting any incense?" expressed a worried Li Daniu. Yet, Li Erniu heeded the advice of the blind elder, suggesting they follow Uncle Li's counsel. Li Daniu frowned. "What if that specter returns and sees our doorstep unadorned with incense? We three could end up as mere husks. What is there to fear? If the specter comes, the deity will surely assist us in driving it away." Li Erniu had been completely swayed by Lin Qing and trusted him implicitly. "Uncle Li, let us play it safe. If we're not cautious, we three may become wandering souls." "Brother, why are you so timid?" "This is not timidity." Ultimately, Li Daniu remained resolute and lit the incense regardless. Sighing, the blind elder conceded, "Do as you wish. But consider how the deity may perceive our actions." As Li Daniu brought the incense burner outside, a twinge of shame flickered within him, but upon witnessing his neighbors emerging from their homes, that feeling dissipated entirely. Lin Qing observed this scene. While other deities might harbor displeasure, such sentiments did not exist in his realm. Were he in their position, he would have acted similarly. Human nature is to be understood. Why quibble over trivialities? Once the villagers had drifted into slumber, Lin Qing selected Su Senyuan, village chief Zhao, and the blind elder, expending 3 incense points to draw them into the same dreamscape. They found themselves seated beneath a grand tree, surrounded by a thick fog. Lin Qing emerged from the mist and approached the trio, who regarded him with wary eyes. "Who are you, and how did you come to our village?" Su Senyuan and village chief Zhao inquired, while the blind elder blinked repeatedly, seemingly in disbelief that his eyes could perceive this vision. Upon hearing the voice, the blind elder turned to the suddenly materialized figure and realized, "You are the deity worshipped by the Senyuan family?" It must be said that the blind elder possessed remarkable insight and showed potential to be a temple steward. Indeed, Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to feign mystery. Li the Blind was filled with joy and reverence, while Su Sanyuan and village chief Zhao wore expressions of disbelief. After the initial shock, the three of them knelt and bowed their heads in worship. "There is no need for such formality," Lin Qing said, gently waving his sleeve, lifting the three with an invisible force. This miraculous scene filled them with even greater awe, leaving no room for disrespect. Standing respectfully, they lowered their gazes, unwilling to meet the divine's eyes. "I summoned you here after hearing your pleas yesterday." The three were overjoyed at this pronouncement. Li the Blind reacted the quickest, bowing deeply and imploring the deity to command him, assuring that his follower, Li Qing, would brave any peril. Su Sanyuan and village chief Zhao echoed his sentiments. "There is no need for such extremes. You shall take my statue to the outskirts of the village. Each villager must offer daily incense." Suddenly, an interruption occurred. Damn it. This cursed system has muted him. A notification chimed, requesting assistance raises concerns of coercion. Given this is the host's first transgression, a warning is issued. Future infractions will result in penalties according to the system's rules. I have not coerced anyone. I merely wish to prevent waste. Lin Qing adamantly refused to admit his intention was to have the villagers offer incense daily. The system, it seemed, had thwarted his attempts to exploit a bug for incense value. The three remained respectfully awaiting further instructions, only to find the divine silent. Frustrated, Lin Qing waved his hand, casting them out of the dream. Simultaneously, the three jolted awake, eyes opening to the light of dawn streaming through the window. Duo Shonyang was awakened by the commotion, asking her partner, "What's the matter?" "I think I dreamed of the deity who entrusted me with a task." "Really?" Su Sanyuan nodded in affirmation. Seeing him donning his clothes to leave, Duo Shonyang hurriedly inquired, "Where are you going?" "I must verify whether this was merely a dream or if the divine truly visited me." As Su Sanyuan made his way to the village chief's home, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Li the Blind approaching. "Old Li, did you dream as well?" "Old Su, did you have a dream?" They both asked in unison. Upon hearing each other, their eyes widened in realization. "You dreamt of the deity?" Li the Blind asked excitedly. "Yes, I dreamed of the deity. Did you have the same dream?" Su Sanyuan exclaimed, grasping Li the Blind's hand in exhilaration. Li the Blind nodded eagerly. Just then, village chief Zhao, hurrying towards them, overheard their conversation and interjected, "I too had a dream." The three exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement and anticipation. The three of them possess the ability to receive divine dreams, which undoubtedly signifies the faith others place in them. Otherwise, why would the divine choose to impart dreams solely to these three, neglecting others? Yesterday, the deity seemed to have unfinished words. Did you two catch what was said? Not at all. Not a word. Su Sanyuan felt a tinge of curiosity, uncertain about the matter at hand. Li the Blind stroked his uneven beard, suggesting it might be a celestial secret, one that mere mortals should not overhear. The two agreed, nodding in affirmation. Village chief Zhao remarked with a smile, "The deity has promised to assist us in resolving our troubles. Our village is filled with hope." Su Sanyuan nodded vigorously, pondering why the deity instructed them to bring his effigy to the outskirts of the village. "Let us simply comply," Li the Blind stated plainly. Village chief Zhao turned to Su Sanyuan, urging him to quickly retrieve the statue so they could proceed. The other villagers, hearing the commotion, gradually emerged to inquire about the unfolding events. Li the Blind relayed the news of the divine dream bestowed upon the three of them and mentioned that the deity had acknowledged their petitions from the previous day, vowing to aid them in resolving their issues. The villagers, upon receiving such uplifting news, were filled with exuberance. The three of them offered incense to Lin Qing and, having completed their rituals, reverently carried the effigy outward. The remaining villagers waited back in the village. Village chief Zhao and the two others traversed the narrow path leading out of the village. With each step, Lin Qing began to perceive the surrounding landscape. Much of the farmland lay fallow, overgrown with weeds, and in the distance, verdant mountains encircled the area. It was indeed secluded, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Upon reaching the village's edge, the three cleared a clean spot and carefully placed the weathered effigy down. They bowed in reverence before it, completing their task. Meanwhile, as they busied themselves, Lin Qing continued onward. Upon reaching the edge, he sensed a force enveloping the area. He extended his hand, his fingers brushing against an invisible barrier. The moment his fingertips made contact, an ethereal formation suddenly illuminated, a dense web of malevolent threads radiating ominously, enveloping the entirety of Hishi village. At that moment, A line of text appeared before him. Intermediate shadow formation requires 500 incense points to dispel. Host. Do you wish to proceed? 500 incense points? Such an exorbitant sum. Though costly, it was imperative to dismantle it. Once the specter arrived, a fierce struggle was inevitable. Who could predict whether this formation would ensnare him or inflict unforeseen harm? Thus, it was essential to neutralize the remnants left by the enemy. He was unwilling to jeopardize himself for a mere 500 points of incense value. Break it. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to dismantle it. Villager Zhao, Susanyuan, and the blind man Li knelt before the statue, murmuring, "Great deity, your faithful followers have adhered to your wishes. We implore you to liberate the good people of Hishi village from this malevolent force." As their words echoed, a sudden sound of cracking resonated in their ears. The three turned to see a massive canopy of swirling black mist forming above their heads, enveloping them within. A blinding beam of light pierced through the dark shroud, causing it to fracture with long, thin cracks that rapidly spread upward. Upon reaching its zenith, it exploded into a fine powder, witnessing the cage that had ensnared them all being shattered by the divine will. Although Li, being blind, could not see, he could hear and sense the emotions of the two beside him. Villager Zhao wiped away tears from his eyes, while Su Sanyuan prostrated himself before the statue of Lin Qing, exclaiming, "Thank you, great deity. I, Su Sanyuan, shall serve you faithfully for all my days. No, my descendants shall also serve you, eternally grateful for your benevolent rebirth." Not only had they witnessed this miraculous scene, but the villagers remaining in the settlement also heard the commotion and beheld the manifestation of the black mist canopy, which was likewise obliterated by the golden light. "We can leave now. The deity has truly shattered our prison," the villagers exclaimed, expressing their gratitude. Many fell to their knees, bowing towards the village entrance in heartfelt appreciation. Within the cavern of Chilang Mountain, shrouded in thick black mist, a malevolent spirit suddenly spat forth a stream of black essence. Anger flickered in the spirit's eyes. "Hishi village. Who has dared to disrupt my shadow formation?" Suppressing the murderous intent rising within, the spirit recognized the urgency of the moment. Distraction over trivial matters could jeopardize its grand designs. Hishi village. How infuriating. A surge of dense black mist erupted from its being, sweeping out of the cave and dispersing in all directions. Wherever the mist passed, trees withered, and the creatures of the forest met a similar fate, reduced to mere skeletons. As the three returned with the statue, villagers hurried to greet them. Old Wang spoke, "Village chief, shouldn't we build a temple for the deity?" "Indeed. It would be more fitting than having it reside in Su Sanyuan's home, making worship inconvenient." Another chimed in. Su Sanyuan, upon hearing this, immediately objected, "Inconvenient? I find it quite convenient. With the deity in our home, my family sleeps soundly, free from the fear of malevolent spirits." Despite Su Sanyuan's discontent, the collective voice of the villagers could not be ignored. Everyone showed unanimous support for the proposal. The village chief nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the suggestion. As long as the deity resides in their village, the villagers need not worry about malevolent spirits any longer, nor live in constant fear. The village chief patted Su Sanyuan on the shoulder, reassuring him that with the god in their midst, what was there to fear? Su Sanyuan understood deep down that he would not be able to remain, and thus nodded in agreement. There were still 2 vacant houses at the village's edge. "Let us select one, renovate and modify it, and it can serve as a temple." This suggestion garnered unanimous approval from all. Excellent. Everyone was eager to lend a hand to prepare the space, hoping to facilitate the deity's arrival as soon as possible. Despite their frail bodies, the villagers were filled with spirited enthusiasm. Each person was diligently engaged. Even the children were exerting themselves to contribute in any way they could. The entire Hishi village was a flurry of activity. The men repaired the rooftops and organized the offering platform, while the women took charge of the cleaning. And some ventured into the mountains to split bamboo. In a little over the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the house was ready. With all 120 villagers working together, Wang Laosher carried over a neatly prepared wooden plank and asked the village chief, "How about this for a plaque?" "Very good, indeed," the chief replied. "This table from my home is the finest. It will serve perfectly as the offering platform." Each household brought forth their best items, determined to create the finest temple possible. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Chief, what is the deity's name?" Li Xiazi, the only person in the village who could write, was rummaging through dusty boxes for long-forgotten brushes and ink when he heard the question and was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, what is the deity's name?" The entire village turned their gaze towards the three individuals who had been visited in a dream by Lin Qing. Li Xiaozi, Su Sanyuan, and village chief Zhao exchanged perplexed glances, equally bewildered. In the excitement and nerves of their encounter with the deity the previous night, the thought had completely slipped their minds. Lin Qing, who had been sitting nearby enjoying the spectacle, was also stumped by the question. Oh yes, what is his name? Could it be Lin Qing Shen? This name sounded rather unrefined, as if it belonged to an inconsequential deity. Su Duosho pointed at the statue. Isn't there an inscription on it? Following his suggestion, the villagers looked toward the statue. On the back of the statue were three characters, albeit somewhat obscured and difficult to decipher. I cannot read, one villager admitted. Neither can I, another echoed. Li Xiaozi stepped through the crowd to approach the statue, first bowing in reverence, then carefully tracing the characters carved into the statue's back. Lin Qing had yet to examine his statue closely. It was quite weathered, with the paint flaking off in patches, rendering it unsightly. The features of the statue were also indistinct, presenting merely a vague outline. He was genuinely unaware that the reverse side of the statue bore inscriptions. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer, scrutinizing the details. The script resembled the traditional characters of the Blue Star Summer Kingdom, albeit in a diminutive form, positioned slightly above an inch on the base. Without attentive observation, one might easily overlook it. Su Duoshu's awareness likely stemmed from the meticulous cleaning of this very statue. Upon deciphering the characters, Lin Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Lin Qing Gong. Good heavens. I can't believe this. Lin Qing Gong. This fellow shares my name. In ancient times, the suffix gong denoted respect for an individual and signified a high social standing. This further corroborated his identity as a wild deity, distinct from formal deities like the Earth Lord or City God. Distinguished commoners, upon death, were often revered through the creation of statues, accumulating incense offerings, which categorized them as unorthodox wild deities. Such coincidences often seemed to be preordained by fate. After meticulously exploring the details, Li Xiaozi confirmed and then spoke. Lin Qing Gong. Upon hearing this, the villagers displayed expressions of dawning realization. So, the name of the deity was Lin Qing Gong. Finally, they had discovered the deity's name. Once the name was established, Li Xiaozi prepared to take up the brush. Wang Laoshe could not restrain himself, saying, "Old Li, can you manage?" Li Xiaozi offered the brush to Wang Laoshe, replying, "You do it." Wang Laoshe immediately became modest, shaking his hands repeatedly, insisting, "No, you should do it." He was the only one in the village capable of writing. None of the others could. Although Li Xiaozi was blind, his skills remained intact. He was cautious, first practicing on the ground to familiarize himself with the brush's feel, then confirming the size and position on a wooden board, before carefully inscribing the three characters Lin Qing Gong on the plaque. The humble plaque, nonetheless, represented their finest effort. The plaque was hung at the entrance, and the village chief led the villagers in respectfully bringing the statue indoors, solemnly placing 3 incense sticks into the incense burner before the statue. As the incense was inserted, Lin Chu heard the system's voice, and in that instant, his spirit became increasingly solidified. He could distinctly sense his divine consciousness permeating every corner of the village. His awareness extended throughout the entirety of the Hushi village territory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expanding jurisdiction. Reward: the division of spirit technique and 10,000 points of incense value. Observing the reward of the division of spirit technique, Lin Qing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was an encouragement to expand his territory, specifically granting the division of spirit technique to motivate further efforts. Oh, system, you are truly thoughtful. The data on the system panel has also been updated. Host: Lin Qing level, wild deity domain. Hushi village divine power, 49 divine arts. 1 finger Zen, upgradable. Golden light spell, upgradable. Soul division technique, upgradable. Incense value. Point system store, open for viewing. Even with the addition of 10,000 points of incense value, Lin Qing does not feel entirely secure. As long as the malevolent spirit remains, neither he nor Hishi village can find peace. If the spirit can dominate Hishi village, what other territories might it control beyond its confines? Should such territories exist, vanquishing its fragmented soul would yield a substantial amount of incense value, while also allowing for the expansion of his domain and the increase of his followers, both essential for his survival and prosperity. Lin Qing stroked his chin, contemplating the viability of this course of action. If he were to take the initiative, it would undoubtedly provoke the adversary. However, the potential benefits are significant. Each elimination of a spirit's fragmented soul would grant him 1,000 points of incense value, along with rewards for increasing his followers and expanding his territory. Opportunities and dangers often coexist. High risk typically signifies high reward. After careful consideration, Lin Qing resolved to act. Caution and timidity seldom lead to greatness. Having made his decision, he now faces a new dilemma. He found himself unable to leave the jurisdiction, entirely confined within Hushi village. To escape, he had to refine a split spirit. The reward he received was timely. Lin Qing expended 100 points of divine power to condense a split spirit, converting 697 points of incense value into divine power to stabilize the split spirit. Once the split spirit was secured, a line of text appeared overhead. The strength of the split spirit could be enhanced. The higher the host's divine power, the greater the divine power inherited by the split spirit, which would inherit 90% of the host's divine power. This was indeed a significant boon. If he could refine multiple split spirits, it would mean having a cadre of slightly weaker eights. When engaging in combat, he could easily overwhelm his opponents. However, just as Lin Qing's excitement surged, the system promptly displayed another line of text. With each subsequent split spirit refined, the inherited divine power would gradually diminish. Lin Qing remarked, "System, you truly know how to plug the bugs." He converted all remaining incense value, amounting to 10,000 points, into divine power. Divine power was akin to the spiritual energy within a cultivator. Without it, even spells could not be cast. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God jurisdiction, Hushi village divine power, 1049 divine arts, 1 finger Zen, upgradable, golden light spell, upgradable. Split spirit technique, upgradable, incense value, 0 points system store, open, available for viewing. With 1,049 points of divine power, the split spirit possessed 944 points of divine power to wield, which was still quite advantageous. Although the subsequent split spirits would be weaker, his own divine power was sufficiently high, ensuring that even a diminished split spirit would not be significantly weakened. Resolute in his decision, that very night, Lin Qing entered Su Sanyuan's dream. Upon seeing the figure before him, Su Sanyuan immediately knelt and bowed. Lin Qing gently raised his hand, lifting Su Sanyuan. "Is there anyone in the village skilled in carving?" Su Sanyuan, taken aback, quickly responded, "Yes, my lord. I can carve. The craft has been passed down through generations." "Carve a statue of this deity, not too large, just the size of an adult's palm." Su Sanyuan nodded repeatedly. "I shall begin as soon as I awaken." Once the statue is completed, he would bring it to the village, now under the control of this spectral entity. Just as Su Sanyuan agreed, he witnessed Lin Qing vanish. Sitting up, Su Sanyuan took a deep breath. He rose and stirred his wife awake. "You were sleeping," she murmured, pulling the child closer and drifting back into slumber. Su Sanyuan, having received instructions from Lord Lin Qing, dared not delay. After donning his clothing, he retrieved his most treasured tools along with a fine piece of wood and stepped outside. The dawn light had just begun to break. As the villagers gradually emerged, they found Su Sanyuan seated beneath the eaves, carving. "Old Su, what are you carving?" In response to the matter entrusted to him by Lord Lin Qing, he refrained from speaking the truth, opting instead for a vague reply. "Oh, just a little something I'm working on." With the malevolent spirits no longer siphoning their vitality and the oppressive blade that loomed over them lifted, the villagers felt a newfound lightness, laughter, and playfulness returning to their lives, restoring normalcy. Villager leader Zhao Gui summoned the entire community to gather beneath the large tree at the village's edge. Following the intervention of Lin Qing over the past few days, and with each household lighting incense without the spirit's presence to collect it, they began to relax. Zhao Gui addressed the assembly. "Yesterday's events were witnessed by all. With the protection of Lord Lin Qing, our village is no longer threatened by malevolent spirits, and we need not fear for our safety. However, we face a pressing question." All ears were attentive. "We, the ones abducted by those sinister beings, have formed a new Hushi village. I must ask you all, do you wish to remain here or return to your former homes?" The original villagers of Hushi had long since perished, their essence consumed by the specters. The current inhabitants were all taken by these malevolent forces. Should the population of the village dwindle to less than half, the spirits would abduct another batch of souls to ensure a steady supply of sustenance for themselves. Zhao Gui, having resided in the village longer than most, had earned the respect of the newcomers and was referred to as the village leader. Many who initially arrived with him had since succumbed. In the past, Zhao Gui harbored a deep-seated disdain for this place, dreaming of escape. Yet now, the circumstances have changed. With the protection of Lord Lin Qing, the villagers were liberated from the threat of malevolent spirits. He then entertained other thoughts. However, these individuals hailed from various places, each harboring their own intentions, and he could not impose his will upon them, but could only adhere to their desires. Upon hearing this, the villagers likely surmised the village chief's intentions. Lin Qing, after listening, could only click his tongue in astonishment. He certainly did not wish for his followers to depart. After all, with the loss of even a single household, he would forfeit a portion of their offerings. Su Sanyuan was the first to express his sentiments, stating that the village he had previously resided in bore little difference from Hushi village, and upon his return, he would be plagued by fear daily. However, here, he felt secure, declaring his intention to remain. Wang Laoshe chimed in, sharing that his former residence was a Maor village, where circumstances were even more dire than those in his previous village. Now that we are in the safety of Hushi village, my family will also choose to stay. Soon, one by one, the villagers voiced their desire to remain, expressing their commitment to this place. Yet, two individuals expressed a longing to return to their hometown. Having been abducted en route, Zhang De, caught in a dilemma, remarked, "We wish to make a trip back." It appeared he feared being misunderstood. As he was the sole dissenting voice among the group, he hurriedly explained, "My family resides in Qishui County, and we are truly impoverished, unable to gather enough to show filial piety. I heard from others that there is a workshop in the neighboring county that offers money in exchange for blood. So, my wife and I, along with our eldest son, planned to go to the neighboring county to sell blood, but we were robbed midway by those fiends. Our elderly mother, two younger brothers, and our youngest son are still in Qishui County. We wish to bring them to Hishi village to live with us." Another family is in a similar situation. Li Erbao added, "My circumstances are much like those of Brother Zhang. I spent a considerable sum on a talisman in the county town, but it proved futile, and I was robbed on the way. I have my parents and wife at home, and I must bring them here." Lin Qing, upon hearing this, felt elated. More people would mean more followers and offerings, which he greatly desired. Wang Laoshe spoke up, "It is indeed safe here. Bringing your families to this place is wise. However, the journey from here to your home must be undertaken outside. The outside world is fraught with peril. If you attract something unclean on the way, it could lead to dire consequences." Indeed, others chimed in. "You have finally settled here. If you venture out, you might find yourselves in the same predicament again." Yet, some expressed understanding, as their relatives remained outside, leaving them with an unsettled heart. Previously, such thoughts were dismissed because Hushi village was not a favorable place, but rather another den of wolves. Now, however, with Lin Qing's protection, they naturally thought of their loved ones still living in fear outside. Zhang De clasped his hands together in gratitude towards his fellow villagers, acknowledging their good intentions. Yet, he could not abandon his elderly mother, brothers, and son suffering in that place while he lived in relative comfort here. Li Erbao concurred, "Indeed, I cannot let go. If I do not go, I fear I will regret it for the rest of my life." Seeing their resolve, the others ceased their persuasion. Each individual has their own fate. Zhao Gui also preferred they stay, but he found it difficult to dissuade them. Nonetheless, he felt joy at the thought of them safely bringing their families over. With the matter of staying or leaving settled, Zhao Gui continued, "In the past, that malevolent spirit forced us to toil for our sustenance. Yet it would send us salt, vinegar, cloth, and incense every 3 months, keeping us in a state of dependency, ensuring we did not perish but leaving us devoid of strength. Now that the spirit has been banished by Lin Qing, we must procure our own supplies of salt, vinegar, cloth, and incense. Previously, we could not venture out. Now we can." Li Shezi interjected, "Village chief, are you considering forming a group to go out and procure supplies?" Zhao Gui nodded, "Yes. Each household must offer incense to Lin Qing daily. The incense is limited. Once it is used up, it is gone. That is the first matter. Secondly, the salt that we require for our daily sustenance is likely in short supply in most households. Without salt, one's health may deteriorate. In addition to salt, there are other essential items that necessitate procurement from outside." Upon mentioning this matter, the villagers' brows furrowed in concern. This issue pertains to the well-being of each individual, and no one can evade its implications. Wang Laoshe sighed, recalling that in the village where he previously resided, individuals from the ghost-killing sect would periodically come to sell goods, sparing them the peril of venturing outside. Those sellers were backed by formidable forces, rendering them less susceptible to the surrounding malevolent entities. Conversely, those confined within the village who attempted to leave faced grave dangers, more often than not. It was a path leading to demise. Thus, the villagers refrained from stepping outside, choosing instead to remain within the safety of their homes, within the confines of their abodes. They might extend their lives, however, the moment they stepped beyond their threshold, they risked fatal consequences. Lin Qing grasped a crucial piece of information: the ghost-killing sect. A human force? Li Xiazi spoke up, asserting that the malevolent spirits plaguing their area had been eradicated by Lin Qing. Thus the spirits would certainly refrain from sending emissaries to deliver goods. We must venture beyond the village, reach the town, and negotiate delivery arrangements with the ghost-killing sect. Thereafter, we would no longer need to risk our safety. However, it is perilous outside, voiced Ermazi with trepidation. No matter how dangerous it may be, we must find a way to survive. We cannot let our offerings to Lin Qing cease, Li Xiazi insisted. Zhao Gui continued, stating that today's gathering was to discuss these two matters. A temporary count of 34 individuals would be sent outside, with each household designating one representative. Families should deliberate on who will go. For the moment, resources are not scarce, so there is no immediate rush. Zhao Gui noticed the wooden carving in Su Sunyuan's hand, inquiring if it was a representation of Lin Qing. Indeed, it is, Su Sunyuan confirmed. Lin Qing entrusted me with this task. Reflecting on Lin Qing's instructions, Su Sunyuan remarked to the village chief that this time, leaving the village may not prove overly difficult. Zhao Gui quickly pulled him aside, whispering inquiringly whether Lin Qing had conveyed any specific directives. Su Sunyuan nodded and recounted the message entrusted to him by Lin Qing the previous night. Zhao Gui, being astute, immediately grasped the implications. His gaze fell upon the wooden carving in Su Sunyuan's hands, a look of delight illuminating his features. Hurry and carve, make it more intricate, he urged. Su Sunyuan nodded in agreement. Zhao Gui murmured to himself, perhaps it is indeed as you said. Our excursion this time may not be as perilous as anticipated. Every move they made was keenly observed by Lin Qing. It must be said that Zhao Gui, the village chief, was quite astute, quickly grasping the situation. After 2 days, Su Sunyuan finally completed the wooden statue resembling Lin Qing, which left her in awe of the artisan's remarkable skill. Each household in the village had also selected candidates for the upcoming purchasing trip. However, the village chief did not hasten to arrange their departure. Even Liu Bao, who was eager to return home, and Zhang De were persuaded by the chief to wait a few more days. Though the chief said nothing explicitly, everyone was inclined to heed his counsel. Once Su Sunyuan finished the carving, he placed the statue before the deity and offered his respects. That night, Lin Qing summoned Su Sunyuan into her dreams, instructing him to take the wooden statue out of the village. As for whether to involve others or who to bring along, she left it to them to decide. He has already disrupted the ghostly souls and formations for several days, yet the specter has yet to manifest, likely indicating the third possibility. The adversary is preoccupied with some matter and is unable to attend to the affairs of Hushi village. This realization bolstered Lin Qing's confidence, as he believed that as long as the true entity did not arrive, those fragmented souls would pose no threat to him. At dawn the following day, Su Sunyuan rose early. I shall be leaving the village tomorrow. You should remain at home. Duo Xunyang expressed her concerns. Are you going out to gather? I have not heard the village chief mention it. No, it is a different matter. What matter? It is a task assigned by Lin Qing. As long as you know about it, do not concern yourself with anything else. Upon hearing it was a directive from Lin Qing, Duo Xunyang immediately refrained from further inquiries. After conferring with village chief Xiao, Su Sunyuan ultimately decided to depart with Li Xiezi and Wang Laoshi while the chief remained in the village to oversee matters. Li Xiezi, possessing extensive knowledge, and Wang Laoshi, skilled in martial arts, accompanied him. When the villagers learned that the trio was to leave, they gathered at the village entrance to bid them farewell. Having never set foot outside the village before, the three felt a tumult of emotions as they approached the village's edge. With just one more step, they would be free. Su Sunyuan held a small shrine, within which rested a wooden statue of Lin Qing. Lin Qing's fragmented soul had already inhabited this effigy. They exchanged a glance at the shrine, stealing their resolve, and took a step forward. At last, they crossed the threshold of Hishi village and stood on the outskirts. Despite the surrounding overgrowth, their spirits soared, and even the air felt fresher than that within. We have truly made it out, Su Sunyuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wang Laoshi and Li Xiezi wore smiles of their own. Li Xiezi reminded them, we should move quickly. The day is still young. Perhaps we can reach Wang family village before nightfall. The others nodded in agreement, and together they set their course for Wang family village. What villages does that specter control? Wang Laoshe inquired. Li Shezi replied, the only one I know of is Wang family village, which is not far from here. How do you know this, oldly? Wang Laoshe asked, intrigued. The last delivery man mentioned it inadvertently, saying he needed to head to Wang family village to deliver goods. I noticed that the items on his cart were identical to ours, which led me to infer that Wang family village is similarly under the specter's influence. Where is Wang family village? Sustenance asked. Li Shezi chuckled. If you leave our village and travel west for several dozen miles, you will arrive there. Coincidentally, I have visited Wang family village with a few friends in the past, so I am familiar with the route. As Li the Blind reminisced about his dear friends, a wistful expression graced his face. The trio engaged in conversation, their pace unwavering as they traversed the path. In days gone by, leaving the village had instilled a palpable tension, each individual apprehensive of encountering malevolent spirits. Yet today, perhaps due to the presence of Lord Lin Qing by their side, the three felt a semblance of ease, allowing them to indulge in light-hearted chatter. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing an inexplicable shiver to course through their bodies. Even before the sinister breeze arrived, Lin Qing's keen perception had sensed an ominous presence approaching. Li the Blind, Sustenance, and Wang Laoshe felt their hair stand on end, the ease in their expressions vanishing entirely as their gazes fixated ahead. Before long, an eerie and chilling cackle echoed ominously from all directions. Their faces paled in response. Sustenance clutched the shrine in his hands tightly, aware that malevolent forces were drawing near. Wang Laoshe swallowed nervously, fear evident in his demeanor. Li the Blind, maintaining a semblance of composure, reassured his companions, fear not, for we have Lord Lin Qing's protection. At the mere mention of Lord Lin Qing, Wang Laoshe felt a modicum of reassurance, though it was fleeting, as deep within him. Terror continued to surge. Before long, a swirling mass of black mist materialized before the three. Three mere mortals, it taunted. With that, the dark fog surged toward them. Lin Qing observed the audacity of the entity with exasperation. How presumptuous of you to disregard a wild deity such as myself, he thought, feeling a sense of indignation at being so blatantly overlooked. Damn it, he is a living person. How can you be so blind as not to take a glance? This malevolent presence is utterly intolerable. No, today I shall teach him a lesson. Humph. As that swirling black mist approaches, the expressions of Su, San, and Yuan change drastically. And Wang, in a state of terror, cries out, Lin Qigong, save me, before his words could fully resonate. The looming black mist was denied the opportunity to utter its futile threat of no one can save you, no matter how loud you scream. Lin Qing swiftly invoked a more economical golden light spell. Countless golden-hued chi characters erupted from the wooden deity statue, forming a radiant golden sigil that ensnared the dark mist. The mist sensed its soul beginning to disintegrate and desperately struggled to escape the luminous chains of the spell. After 3 breaths, the black mist was reduced to mere ashes, vanishing from existence. The tormented souls previously absorbed by the mist returned to the world, dispersing into tiny silver motes of light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a fragment of the malevolent spirit, earning a reward of 1,000 incense points. Ah, a wicked soul fragment indeed. Spending 5 points of divine power yielded a rebate of 100 points, resulting in a net gain of 95 points of divine power. Quite profitable, indeed, a worthy investment. Witnessing this, Sustenance and Wang Laoshe's admiration for Lin Qing deepened profoundly. Although Li Shezi could not see, his senses were sharper than most, allowing him to perceive the overwhelming pressure during the encounter. The fact that he could stand here in safety was a testament to Lin Qing's protective prowess. After witnessing Lin Qing's formidable abilities, the trio felt increasingly reassured. Lin Qing is truly remarkable, Wang Laoshe exclaimed. Let us not linger. We must proceed, Li Shezi admonished. It is sacrilegious to speak so freely of the divine. Chastened by Li Shezi's rebuke, Wang Laoshe obediently fell silent. Onward, the three resumed their journey. At the stroke of the hour of Shin, they arrived at Wangjia village. The sun had begun its descent, and it would not be long before it set. The villagers gathered at their doorsteps, basking in the sunlight to gather vitality. A few families residing at the village's edge appeared dazed, their faces devoid of color, leaning against their doors. Upon seeing 3 figures approaching from outside the village, they initially doubted their vision. Brother, look, there are people outside, called out Wang Taitu. The first to notice Sustenance and his companions. The others, hearing his voice, weakly followed his gaze, spotting the three making their way toward the village. The onlookers, initially indifferent, became alarmed upon realizing that the newcomers bore no supplies and lacked any protective talismans, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Tatu, seeing their approach, urged, "Brother, should we warn them not to come closer? Once they enter our village, they may never escape." Wangjia village was a place of entrapment. Once one entered, they could not leave. Not even in death. Wang Dada shook his head. It makes no difference whether they enter or not. Nightfall approaches, and if these three remain outside, they risk being devoured by the lurking malevolence. Within the village, at least they may survive a while longer. Whether they live or die is ultimately inconsequential. Wang Taitu pondered for a moment before rising to his feet, making his way toward the edge of the village while waving his hand at the three individuals, signaling them to refrain from advancing further. Observing that they continued to approach, he assumed they had not comprehended his gesture and quickened his pace. Although his acceleration appeared somewhat sluggish, he was left with little energy after a day of recuperation. When they were separated by a distance of 50 paces, Wang Taitu mustered all his strength to shout, "Do not proceed any further." Su Sanyuan and his companions heard him, but continued to advance. Wang Laoshe called out loudly, "Is this Wangjia village?" Wang Taitu nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Indeed, this is Wangjia village." "Then we have come to the right place," Wang Laoshe replied with a smile. This left Wang Taitu utterly bewildered. How could anyone willingly walk into a trap? As both parties reached the boundary of the protective barrier, Su Sanyuan and his companions needed only to take one more step to enter Wangjia village. "Do not move," Wang Taitu commanded. The three halted in their tracks. "With good intentions," he advised, "you three should depart from here quickly. If you take another step forward, you may never escape." Su Sanyuan inquired with a smile, "May I ask your name, young man?" "I am Wang Taitu," he replied. "Young Wang, I wish to know if your village lights incense every night?" Although Li Xiazi had mentioned that the delivery personnel spoke of Wangjia village and had seen the same goods, there remained the possibility that this was not their destination. So it was wise to clarify first. It was essential to be meticulous when handling matters for Lin Qing. "Yes," Wang Taitu nodded. The three exchanged glances. "That settles it then," Wang Laoshe chuckled. Wang Taitu was left in a fog of confusion. Li Xiazi interjected, "Young Wang, do not be alarmed. We have come today bearing the divine mandate of Lin Qing to rescue you." Lin Qing could not help but feel increasingly satisfied with Li Xiazi, observing his awareness. He knew what to do without needing instruction. It would indeed be a loss for the temple priest not to choose him. Wang Taitu's mind was a swirl of questions. He understood each word, yet when pieced together, they left him perplexed. Lin Qing, who is that? Rescue? How peculiar and rare are those words? Instinctively, he took a step back, eyeing the three with suspicion, as if they were three dangerous beings possessed by malevolent spirits. "Do not approach me." Su Sanyuan and Wang Laoshe found the demeanor of the individual before them rather strange. Hearing that someone had come to assist in dispelling the evil spirits, one would expect joy, yet his expression resembled that of a person confronted by a ghost. Li Xiazi, being a man of considerable experience, surmised the situation from the tone of their conversation. He spoke softly, "Brother Wang, do not be alarmed. We are but human, not malevolent spirits, and we harbor no intent to deceive you. Observe this." Li the Blind gestured towards Su Sunyuan's direction. It was then that Wang Taitu noticed the shrine. This is what we refer to as Lord Lin Qing. Lord Lin Qing is a celestial deity who, upon witnessing the suffering of mortals and the rampant evil, has descended to vanquish malevolence and restore clarity to the world. Li the Blind's words resonated with conviction, imbued with deep admiration and reverence. Su Sanyuan added, "We hail from the neighboring Hushi village. The malevolent forces plaguing our village have been dispelled by Lord Lin Qing, and even the enchantments binding us have been shattered by his divine prowess." Wang Laoshe, known for his fiery temperament, noted Wang Taitu's lingering skepticism and retorted, "Why are you so timid? If we intended to harm you, we would not need to engage in such lengthy discourse. If you doubt us, the truth will unfold tonight. If our claims hold merit, every member of the Wang family village shall find safety, free from fear, and be able to live in peace. This proposition is undoubtedly advantageous. What is there to hesitate about?" Wang Laoshe had completely forgotten that he himself had once harbored similar doubts. Wang Taitu, still torn between belief and disbelief, pressed on. "Do you truly wish to enter? Once inside, there may be no return. Fear not. With Lord Lin Qing's presence, there shall be no peril." The three stepped resolutely across the threshold of Wang family village. As they entered, The sudden appearance of three strangers stirred a flicker of change in the otherwise dull gazes of the villagers. In the past, newcomers would only arrive after half of the village had perished. Yet these three did not appear to be victims of malevolent abduction, but rather seemed lost and had stumbled into the village. The village elder, lacking vitality, addressed the three. Since you have come to our Wang family village, we are now all in the same boat. There are a few vacant houses at the village's end. Feel free to choose one to reside in. With that, he turned away, no longer engaging with them. After a brief appraisal, the other villagers silently diverted their gazes, showing little interest in the newcomers. Wang Taitu, more animated than the others, spoke to the village chief. Chief, they are not lost. They claim to have come to aid us in dispelling the malevolence. The arrival of the three had not initially garnered much attention from the villagers, but upon hearing Wang Taitu's words, their expressions shifted dramatically, especially Wang Taitu's brother, who scolded him sharply. Taitu, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to court danger? Wang Laosher interjected. Do not scold brother Wang. We have come to Wang family village to assist everyone in eliminating the malevolence. Su Yuan, realizing Wang Laosher had misspoken, clarified, to be precise, it is not us, but rather Lord Lin Qing. He raised the shrine in his hand, allowing everyone to behold the presence of Lin Qing Gong. Li the blind, dissatisfied with their statements, spoke up. We come bearing the divine mandate of Lin Qing Gong to rescue you all. Do not be afraid, do not panic. Lin Qing Gong is a deity of great compassion, unable to bear the suffering of the common folk, and has descended to save us. Standing beside him, Lin Qing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth upon hearing such flattery. Great compassion. Such nonsense. After the trio finished speaking, the village fell into silence. No one dared to utter a word, and all gazes were laden with wariness and fear. A villager addressed the three. You seek death, do not involve us. The crowd retreated, fearful of being entangled with them. The village head, with a stern countenance, commanded, keep your distance from us. Following this, everyone hurried back to their homes, seemingly afraid of being followed by the trio. Bang, bang, bang. Doors slammed shut one after another. The villagers, who had once leaned against the doors, quickly returned inside, leaving Su Sanyuan and his companions standing alone in the deserted village. Wang Laosher and Su Sanyuan exchanged a glance, momentarily bewildered. Lin Qing was not surprised by the scene. The villagers' fear of malevolence ran deep in their bones, and it would take more than mere words to convince them. Their disbelief was inconsequential. Often, actions speak louder than words, and witnessing the truth firsthand would lead them to belief without further persuasion. What shall we do now? Wang Laosher inquired. Instinctively, both looked towards Li the blind. Li the blind suggested, let us proceed to the center of the village and wait there until nightfall. Lin Qing regarded Li the blind thoughtfully, appreciating his earnest intentions. Wang Laosher fetched 3 wooden stools, and the trio nonchalantly sat in the heart of the village. Meanwhile, the villagers of Wangjia, hiding within their homes, peered through the windows and were puzzled to see the 3 not retreating to the vacant houses at the village's end, but instead setting up stools in the center. What are they doing? Someone whispered. Who knows? As the last remnants of light were consumed by darkness, the earth was swiftly enveloped by night. Yet the 3 remained composed in their seats. The villagers of Wangjia were astonished by their audacity. Night was fast approaching, and still, they did not return indoors. Were these 3 not in their right minds? Wang Taitu observed the calm demeanor of the trio and turned to his elder brother. Brother, do you think there are really deities in this world? Wang Tiniu shook his head. No? If there were deities, how could the world be in such a state? But Wang Taitu's gaze lingered on the 3 outside. Wang Tiniu understood his brother's thoughts. They likely had been brainwashed by a cult. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that these 3 were unlike those individuals. Wang Taitu murmured softly, yet his conviction was lacking. Deep within his heart, a voice yearned for the truth of their words, longing for the existence of deities that could rescue them from their tribulations. Yet, was this even conceivable? Wang Tiniu, having overheard his brother's murmurs, chose silence and retreated into the house, retrieving the incense burner. Today, I shall light it, he declared. Wang Taitu accepted the incense from his elder brother, ignited it, and placed it within the burner. Each household, in turn, opened their doors, setting the incense burner at their thresholds. Today, every villager felt an irresistible urge to glance at the trio seated in the village. After carefully positioning their burners, they hurried back indoors, securing their doors and windows. Wang Taitu, having set his down, urged, you 3 should find a place inside. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. Su Sanyuan clasped his hands in gratitude, acknowledging the kind gesture. Fear not. We have the blessing of Lord Lin Qing, and we shall be unharmed. The villagers, upon returning indoors, exhibited a spectrum of expressions. One could not contain themselves, questioning, head of the household. Do you believe what they say is true? Can Lord Lin Qing truly banish? The woman hesitated, unable to voice the remainder. Who knows? Perhaps it is indeed possible, came the faint response, laced with a hint of hope. After enduring despair for far too long, the sudden glimpse of hope felt surreal. On this day, no villager from Wangjia can experience tranquility. All ears were attuned to the sounds outside, with the bolder ones leaning against windows to observe the scene beyond. Meanwhile, the three outside remained seated, despite possessing the presence of Lord Lin Qing. A palpable unease lingered within them. Their life experiences dictated that nightfall was a time to remain indoors, a truth applicable in their previous home as well as in the subsequent Hishi village. No one dared roam the streets at night, save for those endowed with powers or aligned with significant forces. This marked their inaugural venture, daring to linger outside after dusk. Wang Laoshe, in moments of fear, instinctively glanced towards Lord Lin Qing. Su Sanyuan, cradling the shrine of Lord Lin Qing, unconsciously tightened his grip. The calmest among them was undoubtedly Li Xiaozi. Wang Laoshe spoke. Sanyuan, you must be weary from holding Lord Lin Qing's shrine. Allow me to take it for a while. Su Sanyuan, well aware of his intentions, replied, No need. I am not tired. Before Wang Laoshe could say more, Li Xiaozi interjected, Sure. The two individuals promptly fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a foul stench. Su Sanyuan and his companions instinctively shivered as the cold air brushed past them. With the enhancement of his abilities, Lin Qing's perception had sharpened considerably, allowing him to discern that the source of the ominous presence originated from the southwest, carrying a nauseating odor. The malevolent spirit fragment swiftly arrived at Wangji village. Lin Qing concealed his divine energy, hiding within the wooden deity statue to avoid alarming the entity and causing it to flee. Upon entering the village, the fragment keenly sensed the presence of the living outside, revealing a long, serpentine tongue beneath the black mist, making slurping sounds. He, 3 morsels. The fragment was not in haste to absorb the essence it required, but instead redirected its approach towards the trio. He, devour these 3 first, and then I shall proceed. Under the moonlight, Su Sanyuan and Wang Laoshe beheld the sinister black mist advancing towards them. Although Li Xiaozi could not see, he sensed the approach of a malevolent entity. Lin Qing remained still, waiting for it to draw closer. As Wang Laoshe observed the ghostly figure nearing, his fear escalated to an unbearable level, prompting him to cry out, Lin Qing, may you protect us. The fragment scoffed at his desperate plea, dismissing it as a futile cry before death. At that moment, countless golden glowing characters of qi emanated from the wooden deity statue, heading towards the encroaching black mist. In the darkness, the qi symbols gleamed like lanterns, illuminating the night. The villagers peering from within the house were captivated by the dazzling symbols, their pupils widening in awe as they witnessed the characters forming a chain that ensnared the fragment, ultimately crushing it into ashes. As the fragment vanished, the villagers remained in a state of stunned disbelief. It has disappeared? Wang Taitu murmured. He turned his head to gaze at his elder brother, his tone brimming with an uncontrollable excitement. Brother, that malevolent spirit has indeed been vanquished by Lin Qing. I witnessed it clearly. The radiant light that obliterated the evil emanated from that shrine. Those 3 did not deceive us. They truly came to our rescue. The village chief of Wangjia village had been attentively monitoring the commotion outside. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the fragment of the soul, he was taken aback, a glimmer of hope flickering within his eyes. Su Sanyuan and Wang Laoshe, relieved by the spirit's destruction, let out a sigh of relief. Li Xiaozi, whose body had been tense, gradually relaxed as well. Wang Laoshe and the others sensed that the entire village was peering out from their homes, furtively observing. Now they had proven their claims to be true, and a surge of confidence filled them as they called out to those within the houses. The malevolent spirit that controlled you has been eradicated by Lin Qing. You may come out now. There is no need to fear. The spirit will not drain your essence. Wang Tiniu, wary of his brother's impulsiveness, grasped his shoulders, urging, Do not act rashly. What if this is a trick? Naturally, Wang Taitu had no intention of stepping outside. It was nighttime, after all. The voice of Wang Laoshe reverberated through Wangjia village, yet no one responded. The village remained eerily silent. No one emerged from their homes, and no replies were forthcoming. They remained huddled in the dark, quietly observing the trio. Lin Qing understood their behavior. This night was merely the beginning of trust, which would surely blossom by dawn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a fragment of the malevolent spirit's soul. Reward: 1,000 incense points. Phew! Another gain. Lin Qing reveled in his success while, far away on Qinglang Mountain, the malevolent spirit seethed with rage. Damn it! Who destroyed my second fragment of the soul? The spirit silently chanted to itself, calm, calm, calm. After a considerable time, it managed to steady its emotions and resumed the refinement of the vital essence within its body. Soon, it would be complete. Wang Laoshi, noticing their lack of response, turned to Li Xiaozi and inquired, "Old Li, they do not believe us. What shall we do now?" "That is quite normal. You were once disbelieving too." Mentioning the past caused Wang Laoshi's face to flush with embarrassment, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Ha! I simply had not yet encountered the divine. Now, I am 100% convinced. Should we find a place to rest?" Su Sanyuan suggested, sensing that the villagers remained unresponsive, and waiting idly was not a viable option. Li Xiaozi shook his head. "No, we shall remain here and wait." Su Sanyuan and Wang Laoshi were puzzled. "Alas, they are watching us. We must demonstrate that with Lin Qinggong present, even the night holds no peril." This was a means of affirming Lin Qinggong's presence, hastening their trust. The three remained seated, allowing the villagers in the darkness to scrutinize them. Lin Qing's spirit floated out from the idol, wandering through the village to observe Wangjia village. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Lin Qing raised his hand forward, invoking the shadow-killing formation. He lifted his gaze towards the formation that loomed overhead, his keen eyes discerning 9 locations where the malevolent energy was particularly intense. He followed the intricate threads of malevolent energy, tracing the most potent strand, and soon arrived at the imposing willow tree situated at the rear of the village. The atmosphere was thick with resentment. Placing his fingers upon the willow, Lin Qing observed in astonishment as the once still tree began to tremble, its branches quivering incessantly, reminiscent of a person startled by a sudden burn. With a gentle stroke of his fingers, he cleaved the trunk, causing a stream of crimson sap to flow forth, accompanied by an aura of malevolence that dissipated into the air. Lin Qing lifted his gaze once more. The entire shadow malevolence formation was intricately woven from this very essence of malevolence, which constituted its foundation. Upon severing the willow's trunk, the malevolent energy began to escape. He understood. Lin Qing discovered another source of dense malevolent energy that formed the shadow-killing formation. Following the trace of this dark energy, he arrived at the well at the village entrance. The well was covered by a massive stone, indicating that it had long been abandoned. With a gentle lift of his finger, the stone covering the well's mouth was displaced, and an instant chill emanated forth. Lin Qing leaned in to investigate, revealing a body, entirely cloaked in a ghastly gray hue, positioned in an exceedingly bizarre manner within the well. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, sensing the malevolent energy. It was evident that this soul had endured unspeakable torment before its demise, giving rise to such vengeful aura. Alas, in this world, Wang Taitu, residing at the village's edge, had initially averted his gaze, preparing to return to his slumber, when a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. He glanced towards the desolate well, where, under the moonlight, the colossal stone that rested above the well inexplicably floated and then settled aside. Wang Taitu immediately turned his attention towards Su Sanyuan. The three of them remained seated, unmoving. While over here, however, Wang Taitu tugged at his elder brother's sleeve, pointing towards the direction of the dry well. "Brother, look over there." Wang Tiniu also noticed the inexplicably displaced boulder. He mirrored his brother's actions, casting his gaze towards Su Sanyuan and his companions. Upon observing the trio seated motionless, while peculiar occurrences transpired near the dry well, a chilling thought emerged in their minds. Lin Qinggong. Could it be that Lin Qinggong truly exists in this world? The brothers exchanged a silent glance, each harboring the same unspoken suspicion. Perhaps it was not Lin Qinggong, but rather a malevolent entity preparing to emerge. Outside, Lin Qing chanted the golden light incantation, his eyes fixed on the surging malevolent energy. Each character of Qi, imbued with righteous vigor, descended into the deep well. Upon contact with the Qi characters, the malevolent energy transformed into wisps of azure smoke, ascending into the heavens. The golden radiance of the Qi characters shone brilliantly in the night, capturing the attention of not only the villagers inside the house, but also Su Sanyuan and his companions. Was that not the divine magic of Lin Qing? Wang Laoshe exclaimed in astonishment. They could not perceive Lin Qing, yet they witnessed the continuous emergence of Charuns, purifying the strands of malevolent energy, which ultimately transformed into wisps of azure smoke. The families residing at the village's entrance, particularly the Wang family, observed the spectacle most vividly. The two brothers, Wang Taitu and his sibling, watched in rapt attention, their mouths agape throughout the entire event. As the last trace of malevolent energy dissipated, the corpse within the well gradually floated to the surface, resting atop a massive stone. Its once azure-gray body, adorned with various bizarre runes, began to crack and decay, vanishing at a visibly accelerating pace, ultimately transforming into a mere skeleton. A sigh escaped Lin Qing's lips. What he remained unaware of was that the sound of that sigh reverberated in the ears of every inhabitant of Wangjia village, even reaching Su Sanyuan and his companions. The trio recognized the voice. They knew it belonged to Lin Qing. The villagers, however, were unfamiliar with it, yet some astute individuals began to harbor suspicions, albeit hesitant to believe or confirm them. Among these was Wang Taitu and his brother, who found themselves profoundly shaken once more. Lin Qing turned away, making his way towards several ominous energies. By dispelling these malevolent forces, the shadowy formation would naturally be dismantled. One by one, the array stakes enveloping Wangjia village were eradicated by Lin Qing, and with each elimination, the villagers witnessed lanterns illuminating the darkness, radiating an aura of poignant compassion. That night, none in Wangjia village could find repose. From dusk until dawn, when the first light graced the earth, tightly shut doors opened in unison. Wang Taitu was the first to step outside, casting his gaze upon the skeletal remains beside the dry well. These remnants confirmed that everything they had witnessed the previous night was indeed real, not merely a figment of their imagination. Lin Qing sat cross-legged beneath the gnarled tree at the village's edge, observing the villagers as they gradually approached the shrine, ensuring that all from Wangjia village had emerged. At the tips of his fingers, a strand of divine power was released, gently striking the already fragile shadow-binding array. As the divine energy made contact with the array's barrier, a series of crisp crack sounds echoed above. The clear sounds captured the villagers' attention below, prompting them to look upward, where they beheld the once invisible and intangible array slowly disintegrating. As the fissures reached a critical point, a resounding snap resounded, shattering the shadow-binding array into oblivion. The array that had confined their movements vanished just like that. The people of Wangjia village stood in a daze, some with tears welling in their eyes, others smiling yet silently shedding tears. Both village chief Wang and his brother Wang Taitu knelt simultaneously before the statue of Lin Qing. Witnessing this, the other villagers followed suit. Even the young children, understanding the gravity of the moment, knelt down as well. Village chief Wang raised his voice towards the statue of Lin Qing, exclaiming, "Devotee Wang Wei expresses gratitude to Lord Lin Qing. Devotee Wang Tinio expresses gratitude to Lord Lin Qing. Devotee Wang Taitu expresses gratitude to Lord Lin Qing." The varied voices gradually coalesced into a singular chorus. The villagers of Wangjia village express gratitude to Lord Lin Qing. Gratitude to Lord Lin Qing. The repeated exclamations soared into the heavens, resounding through the mountains. Listening to the heartfelt thanks being offered to Lord Lin Qing, Li Xiazi felt a subtle smile grace his lips, filled with a sense of shared honor. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qing could not deny the stirrings in his heart. To claim indifference would be an utter falsehood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the shadow-binding array and rescuing the villagers of Wangjia village. Awarded, Basic Divine Talismans. Basic Divine Talismans. Capable of inscribing basic exorcism talismans, household protection talismans, safety talismans, and clarity talismans. Each talisman created contains a trace of the deity's divine power, requiring 1 point of divine energy to inscribe. Lin Qing was pleasantly surprised. This reward was indeed an unexpected boon. He initially intended to conserve his divine power, as breaking the Shadow Fiend formation through the system required 500 incense points. However, by taking matters into his own hands, he only expended 46 points of divine power, equivalent to 460 incense points. Although the effort was taxing, he managed to save 40 incense points, adhering to the principle of frugality. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reward. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Previously relying on the system yielded no rewards. Now, as he toiled diligently himself, it was only fair to receive some form of recompense. Lin Qing had a newfound understanding of how to exploit the system's resources. Henceforth, he resolved to be more industrious. As the sounds at the scene diminished, Li Xiezi timely reminded everyone to express gratitude towards the deities, emphasizing that the most practical approach was to offer incense to the gods. Village Chief Wang, a sagacious individual, promptly called upon the villagers to present incense offerings to Lin Qing. This time, without Li Xiezi needing to prompt, Sustenance advised those present to approach the offering with sincere hearts. If one's heart lacked sincerity, the deities would not sense it. To receive divine blessings, one must be earnest. The more genuine the heart, the greater the blessings received. If one honors the deities, they shall likewise bestow favor upon you. The incense that had not yet burned out in the morning and the absence of fainting among the household members, coupled with their witness of Lin Qing's magical performance the previous night, made it difficult for anyone to deny the existence of the divine, despite initial skepticism. Ding. Wang Taitu contributed 20 points of incense. Ding. Wang Tiniyu contributed 20 points of incense. As Lin Qing listened to the delightful sounds of his earnings, he felt a surge of joy. To acquire more incense points, one must take the initiative. Remaining in Hushi village solely relying on a meager amount of incense points would surely lead to starvation. He opened the system panel, and the data refreshed. Host. Lin Qing level. Wild God domain. Hushi village divine power. 993 divine arts. 1 finger Zen, upgradable. Golden light spell, upgradable. Divination technique, upgradable. Divine talisman technique, upgradable. Incense points. 3980 system mall. Opened. Available for viewing. Having vanquished a ghostly soul and a ghostly fiend soul, each costing 5 points of divine power, along with the 46 points expended to dismantle the shadow fiend formation. It must be said that this endeavor was somewhat costly. Fortunately, the initial 2 victories yielded 2,000 incense points, complemented by the 1980 points now contributed by Wang Village, resulting in a substantial profit overall. Once all the villagers of Wang Village had completed their offerings, their goodwill towards Su Sanyuan and his companions soared. Li Xiezi inquired, Village Chief Wang, do you know if there are other villages like ours in the vicinity? The area afflicted by the malevolent spirits typically lies within its own domain, closely adjacent to one another. Su Sanyuan and his companions were merely livestock ensnared by the malevolence. Their understanding of such matters was limited, and they could only hope that others had heard of similar occurrences. Village Chief Wang shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I know, Wang Taitu suddenly interjected. Li Xiezi turned to him, asking, could you share your insights? You're too kind, he replied. I, along with my brother, happened to overhear the disciples of the ghostly kill sect at the tea house in town. They mentioned that every 3 months, they would deliver supplies to a specter known as Ghost 13, who raises livestock. It is said that in 3 months, Ghost 13 will reach a significant stage of cultivation. At that time, after offering all the livestock he has raised, he will truly enter the realm of spiritual communication and become a dominant force. Upon hearing this, we lamented the misfortune of the 3 villages. Little did we anticipate that within a fortnight, my brother and I would be abducted to Wang Village. Old Wang urgently inquired if they had mentioned which villages were involved. Brother Wang Tiniyu replied that the disciples had indeed specified. Ghost 13 had livestock from 3 villages, Hushi Village, Wang Village, and Ayaku Village. The disciples of the ghostly kill sect had mentioned that they would deliver supplies only one more time, after which no further deliveries would be necessary. Upon hearing Brother Wang Tiniyu's account, a cold sweat broke out among everyone present. The 2 brothers had been in Wang Village for a month and a half, which became evident to the onlookers. They had arrived in Wang Village half a month after hearing the conversation among the disciples of the ghostly kill sect. Thus, having spent a month and a half there, it meant that 2 months had elapsed since they first heard the disciples. If the disciples had not disclosed this information, then in less than a month, Ghost 13 would complete his cultivation. At that point, all of them would become offerings for Ghost 13. The villagers of Wang Village gradually began to realize the gravity of the situation, their faces etched with terror. Some questioned, why did you not inform us? They all believed that their demise was not imminent, yet little did they realize that their lifespans dwindled to a mere month. Wang Taitu offered a bitter smile and mused. What difference does it make? It will only amplify your fear. This sentiment encapsulated one of the fundamental reasons why Wang Taitu was willing to guide Su Sanyuan and his companions. He pondered, perhaps what they spoke was indeed true. If so, then they would be saved. However, if they were merely puppets of other malevolent forces, seeking to seize livestock from the hands of Ghost 13, it would merely result in their demise a month sooner. He was willing to take a gamble. It turned out that he was right. After listening to Wang Taitu, Lin Qing silently thought to himself, as expected. His previous conjecture proved to be correct. The ghostly 13 was ensnared, allowing him to wreak havoc upon the formation and extinguish its fragmented soul. It was not a matter of the adversary's magnanimity, but rather their inability to attend to their own affairs in a moment of crisis. It appears he must hasten to accumulate more incense value. The spirit communication realm. He wonders how formidable this level of power is and if he could withstand it. Brother Tong, I possess an intellectual query that may test your wits. Would you care to try? Brother Tong, Lin Qing continued unabashedly, in comparison to my current self, who is more formidable in the spirit communication realm. Brother Tong, Lin Qing. Undeterred, chuckled, it seems Brother Tong's intellect is lacking, unable to answer such a simple question. Just as Lin Qing assumed the system would persist in its silence. A sudden jolt surged through his soul, nearly causing him to exclaim in alarm. Goodness! No longer feigning indifference, but rather striking with ferocity, Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, gaining insight into the system's nature. Alas, understanding the system's quirks is a daunting endeavor. A wave of panic spread among the villagers. Li the Blind cleared his throat, declaring, Fear not, for Lord Lin Qing has arrived. He shall bestow his protection upon us. The crowd turned their gazes toward the statue of Lord Lin Qing, succumbing to a wave of reverence, kneeling in prayer for their safety. Brother Wang, are you aware of the location of Ayaka village? My brother knows. Su Sanyuan and his companions rejoiced, requesting Brother Wang to guide them. This time, the three of us are on a divine mission from Lord Lin Qing to eradicate the minions of the ghostly 13. Wang Tiniu nodded respectfully. Since this pertains to Lord Lin Qing, my brother and I shall certainly comply. Wang Taitu added, To serve Lord Lin Qing is a fortune for us both. Li the Blind smiled. Lord Lin Qing will undoubtedly safeguard you. Standing aside, Lin Qing listened to their words, sensing a strong aroma of opportunity. Let us not delay. We shall depart today to fulfill the divine will of Lord Lin Qing as swiftly as possible, Su Sanyuan declared. The brothers Wang Taitu and Wang Tiniu readily agreed. The villagers of Wangjia village were gripped by fear, despite the discussions held among them. Everyone was aware that Gue Shirsan intended to conduct a ritual sacrifice in a month's time, leaving no one at ease. Please, wait a moment. Village Chief Wang hastily interjected. Although Lin Qing had vanquished Gue Shirsan's minions and dismantled the restrictions, our territory remained effectively unclaimed. Should other malevolent beings take notice, we would surely become prey to their insatiable hunger. We implore you, Lin Qing, to illuminate a path for our Wangjia village. While Hishi village is safeguarded by the presence of Lin Qing himself, our situation is distinctly precarious. They are indeed able to venture forth, yet similarly, other malevolent spirits and fiends may brazenly approach to devour them. Lin Qing glanced at the blind man, Li, and mused that if the three of them had not considered it, he would not mind employing the dream invocation technique once. It would be splendid to refine his true form or to manifest his divine abilities before others. In the system's marketplace, Lin Qing had naturally observed these two techniques, and their prices were exceedingly steep. Presently, he was but a destitute wild deity, wholly unable to afford them. While Lin Qing's thoughts meandered, Li spoke up, Village Chief Wang. If you do not mind, you may journey eastward for several dozen miles. If you hasten your pace, you could reach Hushi village before dusk. Hushi village is under the protection of Lin Qing, and other demons and malevolent spirits dare not approach lightly. Upon hearing this, the other villagers displayed expressions of delight. However, Village Chief Wang remained furrowed in thought, acknowledging that although encounters with demons and malevolent spirits were significantly reduced during the day, they lacked the protective talisman from the Ghost Sha sect, rendering them ultimately unsafe to traverse outside in daylight. One must carry the protective talisman specifically sold by the Ghost Sha sect. With this talisman, malevolent spirits would be unlikely to attack. Yet, without such a talisman, daylight could indeed pose a peril, and if fortune favored them, they might pass unscathed. Conversely, should misfortune befall them, they risked being devoured or abducted by these sinister entities. A significant portion of these individuals were unfortunate enough to be abducted by Ghost 13 during the daylight hours. Upon being reminded by Village Chief Wang, the other villagers recalled their harrowing memories of the abductions, their expressions turning uneasy once more. Li the Blind found himself at a loss for a solution. What are we to do? Alas, perhaps we are fortunate enough to evade such misfortune. If fortune favored us, would we still find ourselves in this predicament? Amidst the villagers' despair, Lin Qing discovered a wooden plaque and, with a gentle stroke of her finger, effortlessly split it into several uniformly sized smaller plaques. He raised his hand, the fingertips imbued with divine power, inscribing runes suffused with sacred energy upon the wooden tablet. In mere moments, 11 talismans for dispelling evil were meticulously crafted before him. Wang Taitu turned to Li Xiezi and the others with a plea. Might you escort the villagers to Heshi village? Once they arrive, we shall proceed to Ayaku village. Su Sanyuan instinctively glanced at Li Xiezi, inquiring, Old Li, what do you think? Just as Li Xiezi was about to acquiesce, the 11 talismans suddenly descended from above. Resting before the altar, Wang Taitu exclaimed in delight, Master Lin Qing is aware of our plight and has graciously bestowed these divine tablets to protect our village. Li Xiezi reached out to touch the 11 divine tablets, growing increasingly reverent towards Master Lin Qing. How many residents does your village house? He inquired. 105, replied village chief Wang. Then it is settled. 10 individuals shall form a team, with each group bearing one divine tablet. With these tablets, you should be able to safely reach Heshi village, Li Xiezi remarked with a smile. Wang Laoshe gazed enviously at the 10 divine tablets. Yet he understood that they were meant to safeguard the villagers of Wang's family village. No matter how covetous he felt, he could not claim them for himself. With the worries of Wang's family village alleviated, joy naturally abounded. Village chief Wang was also a man of understanding. He knelt down before the altar, offering his reverent prostrations in gratitude for the divine talisman bestowed by Lord Lin Qing. Witnessing this, the other villagers followed suit, expressing their heartfelt thanks for the blessings granted by Lord Lin Qing. The amalgamation of Wangjia village into Heshi village heralded an expansion of his followers, consequently leading to a significant increase in daily offerings, which was an exceedingly favorable development for Lin Qing. It was only fitting that he would protect them diligently. Without further ado, village chief Wang resolved to set forth early to reach Heshi village. To prevent any misdirection, Li the Blind instructed Wang Laoshe to take the lead. Although Wang Laoshe displayed some reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Once arrangements were finalized, the group split into 2 factions. One contingent set off towards Heshi village, while the other, led by the brothers Wang Taitu, directed their course toward Ayaku village. Their paths diverged completely, one heading east and the other west. Along the western route, the brothers Wang Taitu engaged in conversation with Su Sanyuan, naturally discussing Lord Lin Qing. When the brothers learned that Lord Lin Qing had been discovered by Su Sanyuan's son, they were filled with astonishment. Their gazes towards Su Sanyuan transformed with newfound respect. Being the first to venerate Lord Lin Qing alone commanded a level of reverence that could not be dismissed. The bond between Su Sanyuan's son and Lord Lin Qing was indeed profound. Su Sanyuan felt a surge of joy within, though he feigned modesty, remarking that it was merely a coincidence. However, he mused, had it not been for his son's persistence, they would not be living such a blessed life. Indeed, the brothers echoed, sharing a moment of reflection. In the eyes of the demons and malevolent spirits, they were not regarded as human, but rather as mere livestock. They are but the livestock of demons and malevolent spirits, their fates beyond their control. Lin Qing's soul sat solemnly upon the altar, listening to their conversations and observing the surrounding environment. The scenery here was undeniably pristine, with towering mountains and verdant forests, where the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard. Each time a beast howled, the 4 companions grew more vigilant, fearing that at any moment these creatures might burst forth from the woods. Fortunately, the beasts did not emerge, nor did they encounter any other malevolent entities, and they journeyed in peace. Before sunset, the quartet finally arrived at Ayaku village. Like Heshi village and Wangjia village, Ayaku village was surrounded by mountains, nestled in a valley, with houses constructed at the relatively flat foot of the hills, interspersed with cultivated fields. As dusk approached, they found themselves still some distance from the village homes. This place bore some resemblance to Heshi village. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 made their way toward the cottages. As they neared the dwellings, the villagers finally noticed them. The villagers' gazes were fixed upon the newcomers, their eyes cold and indifferent, sending shivers down their spines. The 4 instantly became alert, particularly the brothers Wang Tiniu, whose hands instinctively reached for the hatchets tucked at their waists. In that moment, the air fell into an eerie silence. Both parties were on high alert, none daring to make a move. Suddenly, the group of villagers turned in unison and retreated into their homes, with adults swiftly scooping up their young ones and hastening indoors. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere moments, all the doors in the village were firmly shut, The four observed this scene with a mixture of curiosity and understanding. In such a world, a lack of caution could easily lead to becoming a soul lost to another's blade, or mere sustenance for evil spirits. Su Sanyuan glanced at Wang Taitu, unable to suppress a sigh, remarking on Wang's warmth. Such enthusiasm was rare in this age. Coldness was far more common. Wang Taitu chuckled, noting that life was already burdensome enough, and it was better to find joy than to remain gloomy until death. Lin Qing, seated upon the altar, couldn't help but regard him with interest. Such awareness, finding joy amidst suffering, is a realm not everyone can attain. Su Sanyuan was about to speak when Wang Tiniu interrupted. "Allow me." Su Sanyuan did not object, permitting him to proceed. Wang Tiniu cleared his throat and raised his voice, addressing the villagers within, people of Ayaku village. "We are from the neighboring Wangjia village and Hushi village. We come bearing the divine mandate of Lin Qing to rescue you." Having just experienced the villagers' mindset, Wang Tiniu and his companions remained unfazed by the villagers' indifference. They believed that once nightfall arrived and the villagers beheld Lin Qing's miracles, they would inevitably come to believe. Perhaps you do not believe, perhaps you think us mad, or perhaps you deem us foolishly courting death. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon you shall discern that our words bear truth. It is not solely the two brothers, Wang Tiniu, who hold this belief, for even Su Sanyuan shares the same sentiment. Once the villagers of Ayaku witness the prowess of Lin Qigong, they are certain to become his devoted followers. Drawing from previous experiences, Lin Qing is undeterred by the villagers' initial skepticism. Trust is a gradual process. It is unrealistic to expect belief solely based on mere utterances. Presently, there remains half an hour until the arrival of Ghost 13th Soul Fragment. With time to spare, Lin Qing wanders through the village, his keen senses detecting an unusual tension in the breathing patterns of those within a certain dwelling, suggesting a palpable nervousness. He walked directly to the nearest dwelling, his spirit disregarding the wooden door as he passed through the wall without hesitation. Upon entering, he beheld a family, each member clutching an array of tools, wooden sticks, carrying poles, kitchen knives, tensed and vigilant, their eyes fixed warily upon the outside. Whether adults or children, their hands gripped their makeshift weapons tightly, their bodies coiled with tension, as if prepared to engage in a desperate struggle at any moment. The scene was undeniably unsettling. Exiting this household, Lin Qing turned to enter the adjacent one. The atmosphere within that family mirrored the previous. He continued his inquiry into several more homes, discovering the same unsettling pattern. Lin Qing did not inspect any further, for he understood that, without doubt, the situation was likely the same elsewhere. They exhibit an unusual level of vigilance towards outsiders, one that borders on the bizarre. While the exact circumstances that have led the villagers of Ayaku to behave in such a manner remain unclear, Lin Qing is certain that it is not due to anything pleasant. After stepping out of the house, Lin Qing began his search for the erased stakes. Drawing from his experience in Wangjia village, he adeptly located 9 stakes, preparing to act once darkness enveloped the land. Everything was set, awaiting the arrival of the gold coins. As night fell, each household emerged with incense burners, placing them down before swiftly shutting their doors, completely disregarding Su Sanyuan and his companions. Wang Tiniu, with his keen eyes, noticed that everyone inside the houses was armed. Su Sanyuan and the others were momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the direction of the dwelling, peering through the windows. The individuals lying in wait within the house, upon making eye contact, immediately shifted away, concealing themselves behind the walls. A sense of foreboding enveloped the four, as it became evident that the villagers harbored a strong aversion to outsiders. Su Sanyuan furrowed his brow and spoke up. "I sensed something amiss upon entering the village." Li Shiezi chimed in. "Let us remain here without moving, lest we provoke their misunderstandings and jeopardize Lin Qing's affairs." Indeed, Lin Qing's matters are of utmost importance. After a day of travel, their bodies were already weary, and the four of them made no fuss, simply sitting down on the ground. The villagers of Ayaku did not ease their vigilance, simply because the four remained still. The nearest family of 5, with a young child, voiced a concern. "Father, they don't have any badges at their waists. Why haven't they retreated into their homes?" Prompted by this observation, the others turned their gazes to the waists of the four, confirming the absence of protective talismans. The audacity of these four was indeed striking. Not only had they noticed, but the other households had also become aware of Su Sanyuan and his companions lacking the talismans of the ghostly gate. They waited in anticipation for the malevolent spirit to arrive and consume the four of them. Should it devour these four, they would be spared the loss of 1 or 2 lives this month. For them, this was a fortunate circumstance, as none could predict whether the next victim would be themselves or their loved ones. As night deepened, and according to the passage of time, the soul fragment of Gui Shisan was due to arrive. Lin Qing retreated once more into the statue, seeking to avoid detection. The Wang brothers were filled with excitement. This time, they would not merely observe from behind a window, but witness Lin Qing perform his magic from a first-person perspective. Drip, drop, the sound echoed. After a cup of tea had passed, the soul fragment of Gui Shisan had yet to make its appearance. How strange. Why hasn't he the spirit come? Wang Tinyu murmured. Perhaps the time in Ayaka village differs from ours, Wang Taitu suggested, glancing at Su Sanyuan. When is it in Hushi village? He inquired. Su Sanyuan stated the time. And Wang Taitu was taken aback, realizing it was the same as theirs. Logically, Ayaka village should be on the same schedule. Why was it delayed for so long? Let us wait a little longer. Li Shazi interjected. The four fell silent, patiently awaiting the spirit's arrival, their 8 eyes fixated intently on the village entrance. Although Li Shazi could not see, his gaze was directed toward that same point. Lin Qing too awaited the arrival, though an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. They waited for what felt like half an incense stick's burn. Meanwhile, in Hushi village, an hour prior, the people of Wangjia village had arrived at the outskirts of Hushi village with their families in tow. As soon as they appeared, they immediately captured the attention of the villagers of Hushi. The entire Hushi village mobilized, watching the newcomers with vigilance. Zhao Gui stepped forward, squinting as he scrutinized the people from Wangjia village. "Who are you?" asked the village chief of Wang. Approaching with a respectful gesture, he replied, "We are from Wangjia village. Lord Lin Qing has instructed us to relocate to Hushi village." Wang Laosher, trailing behind, navigated through the crowd and stepped forward. "It is I," he announced. The villagers of Hushi felt a wave of relief upon recognizing Wang Laosher. Indeed, they were all from Wangjia village, sent here by Lord Lin Qing. With Wang Laosher's testimony, the villagers of Hushi quickly relaxed. Zhao Gui adorned his face with a smile and, with a respectful gesture towards the Wangjia villagers, welcomed them warmly. "Welcome, welcome. I am Zhao Gui, the village head of Hushi." After exchanging pleasantries, the village heads from both sides began to discuss arrangements for the newcomers. Given that Hushi was a small village, only one house remained vacant. With such a sudden influx of people, accommodations were scarce. After negotiations, it was decided that each household would temporarily squeeze in together. By the following day, everyone would make adobe bricks to construct additional rooms, ensuring that all could be housed comfortably before long. After a flurry of activity, as night fell, everyone returned to their homes to rest. Suddenly, a chilling wind whistled through the valley, and a spectral figure, entirely enshrouded in darkness, began to approach Hushi village. Inside the temple of Lin Qing, the true form of Lin Qing opened his eyes, and the spirit floated above the temple. He detected a familiar, foul odor. The fragmented soul of Ghost 13 was approaching. Lin Qing's true form was attuned to his fragmented spirit, enabling a flow of communication that starkly contrasted with the soul-splitting technique employed by Ghost 13. The methods of soul fragmentation and spiritual division were worlds apart. Even the most rudimentary form of divine technique far surpassed the mundane spells of this realm. The fragmented soul, distilled through this technique, retained merely 1/10 of the original strength and lacked the capacity for real-time communication of thoughts. Only upon the reintegration of the fragmented soul with the original could it convey all the experiences from its sojourn. This explained why Ghost 13 remained oblivious to the identity of the one who had vanquished his fragmented soul. Beyond this limitation, the destruction of their fragmented soul would also inflict a certain backlash upon the original spirit. In contrast, Lin Qing's spiritual division technique not only preserved 90% of the original's prowess, but also allowed for mutual communication of thoughts and shared information. Even if the divided spirit were to be extinguished, the original strength would remain unaffected, suffering only a minor loss of spiritual value. Now, sensing that Ghost 13's fragmented soul had not manifested in Ayaka village, but rather in Hushi village, Lin Qing could discern the intention behind Ghost 13's actions. The absence of any prior movements from Ghost 13 likely stemmed from uncertainty regarding whether the individual who had extinguished his fragmented soul still lingered in Hushi village, thus prompting caution. However, after he had obliterated the fragmented soul in Wangjia village and dismantled the hidden assassination array, It was reasonable for the adversary to assume he had departed Hushi village. This emboldened them to dispatch their fragmented soul to Hushi village to reap the rewards. Such aspirations were commendable, yet regrettably, they had encountered him. Initially, Lin Qing had anticipated a fruitless night, expecting to earn no more than 1,000 units of spiritual value. But unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself. Alas, the wealth that was rightfully his would not elude him. Lin Qing concealed himself, awaiting the arrival of gold coins. After gathering the essence from Ayaku village and returning to Qinglang mountain to offer it to his true form, he discovered that the fragment of soul from Wangjia village had also been extinguished by another. He was still contemplating how to avoid going to Ayaku village tonight. Unexpectedly, the main entity took the initiative to suggest that he come to Hushi village to retrieve all the livestock. Although the individuals responsible for their demise had already departed from Hushi village, the third soul of Gui Shursan remained cautious as it approached, unwilling to let its guard down. This stealthy fragment of the soul drew near, occasionally inhaling the air. It detected no trace of its kind, but caught the scent of formidable beasts, which alleviated its anxiety considerably. He grew bolder, gradually approaching Hushi village and officially stepping into its confines. The third fragment of his soul gazed disdainfully at the area devoid of protective barriers, regarding the foolish mortals with contempt. These mere creatures were destined to be devoured by other malevolent beings. It would be more fitting to fulfill their purpose for his true self. As the third fragment of his soul floated beneath the willow tree at the village entrance, preparing to take action, an unsettling chill coursed through him. As a palpable sense of danger surged from behind, he immediately turned around, ready to flee. However, Lin Qing would not allow the little gold coin to escape. With an ominous smile, he exclaimed, "Hey, since you've come this far, it would be impolite to leave now." The Qi character surged towards the black mist, instantly ensnaring the third fragment of the soul. As golden light illuminated the scene, several households at the village entrance were stirred by the commotion outside. Some ventured to open their doors and peek outside, witnessing the formidable display of Lin Qing's power. With Lin Qing present, they felt no fear. Instead, they stood under the eaves, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Before long, the third fragment of the soul met its demise. In the cavern of the perilous cliffs of Qilang Mountain, Ghost 13 spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face turning a deep shade of fury. Damn it! How could the third fragment of the soul be obliterated? Who dares to oppose me in such a manner? Ghost 13's mind raced through the list of his adversaries. It was evident that someone had caught wind of his ascension and sought to undermine him. After contemplating a series of names, he ultimately suspected the neighboring Ghost Rakshasa, the vile Scorpion. Only he would resort to such treachery. Scorpion, just you wait. Once I ascend to the spiritual connection realm, I will make you pay. Ghost 13 steadied himself, suppressing the murderous intent within, and continued to refine his soul body. Meanwhile, in Chishui County, within the most opulent abode in the city, the Scorpion was also honing his fragment of the soul, striving to break through to the spiritual connection realm. Suddenly, the Scorpion shivered, inexplicably sensing a weight above him. He glanced upward, but saw nothing. Am I just overly anxious? Puzzled, the thought flitted through his mind. But he quickly regained his focus and continued his pursuit of the spiritual connection realm. In Aoko village, Su Sanyuan and his three companions awaited the appearance of Ghost 13's fragment of the soul. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, it still had not materialized, leaving them bewildered. Why has Tia come yet? In the past, they had dreaded the malevolent presence, eagerly wishing it would not manifest. Now, the situation was entirely reversed. They were longing for its arrival, yet it remained absent. Perhaps the malevolent spirit is aware of Lin Qing's formidable strength and is too frightened to show itself. Wang Taitu speculated. That is indeed a possibility. Lin Qing was well aware that his true self had vanquished Ghost 13's third fragment of the soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the malevolent spirit fragment, rewarded with 1,000 incense points. The reward has been credited, and the gold has exploded. Lin Qing focused his attention on breaking the hidden killing formation. Initially, he hoped to gain a surge of followers by eliminating the spirit fragments, but now, relying on the spirit fragments of Ghost 13 was futile. He could only hope to earn the trust of the villagers of Ayaku when dispelling the formation. The dismantling of the hidden killing formation could not be rushed, and it required a grand display, with spectacular effects, to more effectively increase his followers, or rather, to enhance his trustworthiness. Lin Qing began contemplating how to embellish the process, aiming to achieve the most dazzling effects with the least expenditure of incense points. Among the divine arts he had mastered, both the golden light spell and the one finger's in had effects. Notably, the effects of the golden light spell were more resplendent, while the one finger's in possessed greater power. It was unsure whether the more mediocre divine arts had more extravagant effects, while those with greater power were more unadorned, or if it was merely a coincidence with these two particular arts. Increasing followers was undoubtedly something he would have to pursue in the future. After all, without followers, how could there be incense? Without incense, there would be no foundation for survival. In summary, increasing followers equated to earning money, and earning money equated to safeguarding one's life. Considering that he would utilize this method frequently in the future, Lin Qing decisively opened the system marketplace, preparing to select a divine technique that was both cost-effective and visually stunning. System, do you have any good recommendations? The more incense points I earn, the more I can spend here. With more wealth, my consumption increases, and you benefit as well. We are mutually beneficial. Just as Lin Qing anticipated the system would remain unresponsive, the marketplace panel popped up before him, displaying rows of divine techniques along with detailed descriptions that were readily comprehensible. Azure Light Technique, a pressure-inducing divine art that allows the caster to impose supreme pressure on low level, same level, and those two realms higher than themselves, preventing any thoughts of sacrilege. Ineffective against those two realms higher than the caster. When this technique is cast, a supreme holy light infused with divine energy blossoms behind the caster. When a soul body employs this technique, it bathes in the holy light, becoming visible to celestial beings and demons for 10 breaths. Price: 5,000 incense points. Energy consumption: 5. Phoenix's Divine Song, a sound wave attack divine art containing a trace of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. The effectiveness of this technique increases with the caster's divine power, and conversely diminishes with lower power. Each attack manifests the sound wave into a phoenix, grand in momentum, with resounding waves. Price: incense points. Energy consumption: 20. Galactic Travel Technique, a divine movement technique that harnesses the power of the stars, allowing the caster to create an illusion of traversing the galaxy beneath their feet, as if walking upon the stars, covering vast distances with each step. Price: incense points. Energy consumption: 50. Lin Qing gazed longingly at these divine arts, his mouth watering. Yet upon seeing the prices, his expression darkened. System, did you mistakenly add an extra zero? Do you even realize that these prices are beyond the reach of a penniless wild deity like me? Lin Qing meticulously examined his options and found that, thus far, his most viable acquisition was the radiant light technique. It must be said that while this technique could be deemed somewhat superfluous, it still possessed its merits. Conversely, to assert its usefulness would render it rather trifling. Beyond its dazzling display of divine light, it enabled the manifestation of his spirit before others, which proved advantageous for garnering followers. However, apart from that, its imposing attributes did not inflict significant damage. Most critically, each application demanded a consumption of 5 points of divine power, yet the damage inflicted upon adversaries paled in comparison to the golden light spell. It was, quite frankly, a spell designed for ostentation. Anyone seeking to exchange for more formidable spells would certainly not opt for this one. The golden light spell required only a few incense points, while this one astonishingly demanded 5,000 points. Upon reflection, it was likely the manifestation aspect that unjustly inflated its price. As for the radiant effects that shimmered behind him, they were undoubtedly an added bonus. Lin Qing longed for the subsequent divine techniques, yet their prices were staggering. He sighed, resigning himself to the notion that he would have to strive harder in the future to make such purchases. Lin Qing accessed his attribute panel. Host: Lin Qing level, Wild Deity Domain. Hushy Village Divine Power, 988 Divine Techniques. One Finger Zen, upgradable. Golden Light Spell, upgradable. Fragmentation Technique, upgradable. Divine Talisman Technique, upgradable. Incense Points, 4980 System Store, open for viewing. Upon seeing his meager incense points, his spirits fell. He, a financially constrained wild deity, could not even afford the cheapest radiant light technique, falling short by a mere 20 points. He initially intended to put on a grand display to swiftly elevate the trust of the villagers in Ayaku, but upon feeling the emptiness of his pockets, a chill ran through his heart. Once he acquires wealth, he vows to procure all these ostentatious skills without exception. Lin Qing sighed softly, discreetly stowing away the system control panel. He commenced the process of unraveling the hidden killing formation using the golden light incantation. At the village entrance stood a massive stone. Lin Qing approached it and lifted it, allowing it to hover in midair. Although he could have easily set the stone aside, he chose to maintain its levitation, ensuring that the villagers hidden within their homes could see it clearly. This display proved effective. The villagers at the village head witnessed the stone floating under the moonlight. Wang Taitu and his brother, being astute individuals, began shouting to those inside the house, "Fear not, everyone." This is Lin Qing's effort to dismantle the evil formation left behind in Ayaku village. Once the crying formation is broken, you shall be free to come and go from the village, returning to your homeland. While Lin Qing was showcasing his abilities, Wang Taitu was fervently trying to reassure the people inside. What should have been a straightforward scenario, where 1 + 1 = 2, or even 3, unexpectedly turned into a negative outcome. The individuals within the house, witnessing the levitating stone and hearing Wang Taitu's words, felt no relief, joy, or even a flicker of doubt, only overwhelming terror. Each face was grave, eyes brimming with fear. "That stone," one woman exclaimed. "Could it be that these people are possessed by mountain spirits?" She gazed on in horror. The children inside clung tightly to their mothers, their small hands gripping wooden sticks. The men whispered among themselves, "It's highly likely." The woman, with tears in her eyes, held her child tightly, realizing they bore no protective talismans yet remained unafraid of the night. "Woe is us! Will we truly not escape this time?" A man sighed, observing the four outside and the shimmering golden chi character locks, a weight settling in his heart. The malevolent spirits that came daily to harvest their essence dared not approach. This indicated that these four individuals were even more fearsome than the entities that fed on their vitality. The more terrifying the evil, the grimmer the fate of the livestock. Contemplating the dire situation that lay ahead, despair welled up within the man. Yet they were merely ordinary people, devoid of status or connections. No, in the eyes of those sinister beings, they were not humans but rather mere prey, nothing more than flesh and blood. They possessed no rights to choose, nor the strength to resist. They can only obediently resign to their fate. Young children are remarkably sensitive, acutely aware of their parents' sorrow and anxiety. They are not the innocent and ignorant beings one might presume. The girl, Nyo Nyo, with reddened eyes and tears glistening at the corners, implores, "Mother, I do not wish to die. Who among us truly desires death? They all wish to live. Yet, their fates are not determined by themselves, but rather by the malevolent entities lurking outside." Lin Qing meticulously dismantles each formation stake, and with every stake he dispels, he strives to cast the golden light charm with exceptional brilliance, hoping that the villagers can witness it clearly. His heartfelt efforts should resonate with the villagers. Indeed, it must be said that the villagers of Ayaku have genuinely felt his earnestness, but what they sensed was a profound unease. As Lin Qing dismantled the sixth formation stake, several hours had already passed. All the villagers of Ayaku were huddled within their homes, awaiting their imminent charge, anticipating the selection of a blood sacrifice. However, as they waited, the golden light continued to flicker outside, never penetrating their homes nor driving them out. "Mother, why aren't they moving?" Little Nyo-Nyo pressed against the window, her eyes, as round as grapes, fixed intently on the outside. After enduring the initial terror and observing the sporadic flickering of golden light outside, she found that her fear had gradually dissipated. Instead, her mood transformed into one of tranquility and peace. She even began to appreciate the shimmering chi characters. "Oh, foolish child. Is it not a good thing that they remain still? Do you truly wish for them to burst in and seize you?" Not only had little Nyo-Nyo begun to lose her fear, but even the adults were unknowingly purified by the golden chi symbols, their restless emotions gradually settling. Many individuals shared this sentiment, yet a portion still remained in a state of trepidation. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a gentle glow upon the earth, the night receded instantly, and the light once again graced this land. Lin Qing, after a prolonged effort, finally eradicated all 9 formation stakes, now awaiting the villagers to emerge so that he could unleash his final move, allowing them to witness the dissolution of the formation firsthand. The 4 individuals who had been steadfastly guarding outside, Su Sanyuan and his companions, recognized that dawn had arrived, signaling the impending conclusion of their ordeal. They instinctively cast their gazes towards the tightly shut wooden door, awaiting the emergence of the villagers, as if to impart the benevolence and authority of Lord Lin Qing. However, the outcome was disheartening. Not a single soul from the village dared to step out, all remaining huddled within their homes, paralyzed by fear. After waiting for a brief moment, Lin Qing sensed an ominous turn of events. Feeling that the situation was veering unfavorably, his spirit drifted into a nearby household, as if entering an uninhabited realm, where 3 adults and 2 children resided. Father, mother, why have they not yet chosen their blood offering after an entire night has passed? Blood offering? Lin Qing pondered briefly and swiftly comprehended their intentions. Goodness. It appears these individuals perceive the 4 of them as mere minions of spectral beings or malevolent spirits, arriving in their village to seize a blood sacrifice. Thus, an entire night was squandered in vain. The thoughts of these supernatural entities are beyond our understanding. Hush, speak softly, lest those outside overhear us. The one who spoke, wary of attracting attention, urged silence, causing most families to remain quietly sealed, afraid to utter a sound. Only a handful of households dared to voice their thoughts upon the arrival of dawn. Lin Qing emerged from the dwelling and cast a glance at the 4 still foolishly waiting outside. He directly cast a dream-inducing spell, swiftly drawing the 4 individuals into the realm of slumber. Upon entering the misty surroundings, Wang Tinyu and his brother stood tense, their bodies rigid and alert, scanning their environment with trepidation. It is only natural to feel fear when one's surroundings shift so abruptly. In contrast, Su Sanyuan and Li Xiazi, after their initial astonishment, quickly deduced that this was the divine skill of Lin Qing. Elder brother, second brother. The 2 brothers stood back to back, exuding an air of vigilance. Upon hearing their voices, Su Sanyuan and Li Xiazi turned towards them, and upon noticing their wary stance, approached with smiles. Do not be afraid, for we have been summoned by Lin Qing. No sooner had the words escaped their lips than a figure emerged from the gray mist, clad in a crescent-colored long robe, a jade hairpin adorning his head, and his features strikingly refined. Su Sanyuan and Li Xiazi immediately bowed in reverence upon recognizing Lin Qing. Meanwhile, Wang Tinyu and his brother remained frozen, observing the man before them with a blend of curiosity and awe. Su Sanyuan tugged at his brother's sleeves, rousing them from their stupor, and they hastily followed suit in bowing. Lin Qing gestured with his hand, conjuring 5 chairs out of thin air. In the realm of his dream-inducing spell, every element of the scene was under his command. Please, take a seat. He himself took a seat as well. The 4 of them, filled with trepidation, dared not sit down. Before the esteemed deity, how could we, the lowly commoners, presume to take a seat? Li the Blind was well-versed in etiquette and resolutely refused to sit. Naturally, the other 3 did not dare to do so either. Lin Qing did not linger on pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. The recent upheaval in Ayaku village had fostered a heightened sense of vigilance among its inhabitants towards outsiders. Last night's actions would not only fail to earn their trust, but would instead deepen their wariness of you. The 4 were left utterly dumbfounded. They harbored no doubts regarding Lin Qing's words. The formation left by Ghost 13 had been dismantled. If they remained here any longer, they would inevitably become the prey of other malevolent spirits. The 4 nodded in agreement. The formation established by Ghost 13 served a dual purpose. It was both a prison and a shield, protecting the villagers from the insatiable hunger of external evils. Without this protective barrier, they would be nothing more than sustenance for the mountain spirits and demons. They regarded you as mere entities of the mountain's malevolence. Thus, it would be prudent to turn the tables and bind them together, escorting them to Hushi village. If gentleness fails, then it is time to adopt a more forceful approach. Lin Qing was certainly not one to lack adaptability. He devoted his time and effort. How could he allow the duck on the verge of his lips to fly away? For someone like him, a destitute wild deity, he would never let slip any opportunity to accrue incense value. The 4 expressed no dissent, responding with utmost reverence. Once the matter was settled, Lin Qing waved his hand, and the 4 departed from the dream, returning to reality. Upon emerging, the brothers Wang Tinyu were flushed with excitement. They beheld Lin Qing and experienced his formidable prowess. Su Sanyuan, well aware of the sentiments of the 2 brothers, patted them on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let us first attend to our tasks." The mere thought of Lin Qing's instructions invigorated the brothers. Su Sanyuan intended to go door to door, but was halted by Wang Tinyu. Wang Tinyu shouted to those within the house, "I hereby command all of you to obediently exit the premises. Should anyone refuse, do not blame my master for draining your entire family of life." The villagers of Ayaku, who had spent a night in trepidation, felt as if the threatening blade hovering above them had finally descended. Their anxieties, which had been held high, plummeted into the depths. They were but 4 in number. Should anyone attempt to flee or resist, it was likely that these 4 could scarcely manage the situation. Wang Taitu's voice grew increasingly menacing, proclaiming that if they complied, perhaps they could extend their lives for a few more years. With a stroke of fortune, they might even survive for a decade longer, though that was uncertain. However, should anyone dare to escape, he would ensure their entire family met a swift demise, leaving their souls to wander aimlessly, devoid of any chance for rebirth. Those who doubted were welcome to test his resolve. Wang Tiniu's fearsome visage made it evident that he was not jesting. No one dared gamble with their own life or that of their loved ones. As long as their adversaries remained passive, none contemplated the notion of courting death. To prolong their existence for even a brief spell was still a respite. This was the harsh reality of those who dwelled upon this land. The creaking of a wooden door echoed as the nearest household slowly emerged, an entire family shuffling out of their abode. Their expressions were vacant, their eyes devoid of light, resembling living corpses as they numbly approached. The sound of doors opening continued, with each member of the household stepping out in a state of emotional detachment, silence reigning supreme. Even the children dared not weep, closely trailing behind their elders. Lin Qing observed this scene, a disquieting memory surfacing in his mind, reminiscent of documentaries depicting eras ravaged by war, where ancestors were similarly driven forth. A heaviness settled in his chest, a sense of discomfort enveloping him. Those who lag behind invite punishment. Lacking strength relegates one to become mere sustenance for malevolent forces. The term livestock is a profoundly demeaning label, yet it starkly encapsulates the plight of the powerless, reducing them to the status of mere insects. Lin Qing lifted his gaze to the sky, contemplating its beauty, yet lamenting the pervasive corruption that marred it. He opened the system marketplace, eager to explore whether there existed any cultivation techniques suitable for mortals. He clearly understands that it is far better to cultivate one's own strength than to rely on others. As he perused the pages of the system mall, he eventually came across techniques suitable for the cultivation of mortals at the very bottom. However, upon glancing at the exorbitant prices, Lin Qing couldn't help but curse under his breath. The items within the system mall are outrageously expensive. Never mind. He resolved to exchange for several suitable techniques when the conditions permit. Wang Tiniu designated one person from each household to organize their belongings, ensuring that the necessary items were properly arranged. Meanwhile, Wang Taitu scavenged vines from the house, collaborating with Su Sanyuan to bind the hands of each individual. Su Sanyuan, glancing at the young child, initially intended to overlook her, but was caught in the act by Wang Tiniu. He approached directly and bound the little girl's hands, securing them to her parents. Without needing Wang Taitu's reminder, Su Sanyuan understood and, no longer hesitating, proceeded to tie up all the children as well. Ayaku village consisted of 25 households, totaling 86 souls. Each individual was bound at the wrists, all connected by a single rope. Wang Tiniu bellowed, "Move." Leading the way were Wang Tiniu and Li Xiezi, with Su Sanyuan carrying the statue of Lin Qing in the center, while Wang Taitu brought up the rear. The lengthy procession traversed the narrow mountain path, and whenever hurried passers-by caught sight of the commotion, they instinctively ducked away, fearing to be seen and subsequently bound to the rope themselves. The journey from Ayaku village to Hushi village was quite lengthy, and it was impossible to reach there within a single day. As they faced the prospect of spending the night outdoors, a perilous situation indeed awaited them. In a hurried yet cautious manner, they arrived at Wangjia village before nightfall. At this time, Wangjia village was deserted, providing a temporary refuge for the people of Ayaku village. Once night fell, Wang Tiniu and his companions loosened their bonds, confident that escape was not a concern. Fleeing in the dark would be tantamount to seeking death. Staying with them was a reprieve, while leaving now would be a death sentence. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, Wang Tiniu and his companions rebound the people of Ayaku village, tying them to a single rope, and continued their journey toward Hushi village. By the time they reached Hishi village, the tension-laden quartet finally sighed in relief upon seeing the smoke rising from the village ahead. They had finally arrived. The villagers were busy clearing a space to accommodate the people from Wangjia village, and the sudden appearance of the newcomers quickly drew their attention. They surmised that it must be the people from Ayaku village who had arrived. Zhao Gui approached with a few individuals to greet them. But upon seeing the bound hands of the newcomers, he was taken aback. What was the situation? Su Sanyuan and Li Xiezi made their way through the crowd to the front. When Zhao Gui spotted the two, he hurriedly inquired about the circumstances. Su Sanyuan explained that it was Lin Qing's directive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gui harbored no further questions. In their minds, anything commanded by Lin Qing undoubtedly had its rationale. Zhao Gui's previously cheerful demeanor instantly turned cold as he regarded the people from Ayaku village with suspicion. What grievous offense had they committed to invoke the wrath of the deity? Such a benevolent spirit as Lin Qing could not possibly act without reason. These individuals must have perpetrated some vile act to provoke divine anger. Li Xiezi, aware of the village chief's misunderstanding, interjected, "Chief, you are overthinking this. Unacquainted with the people of Ayaku village, one cannot fathom the trials they have endured, leading them to doubt our intentions of assistance. To prevent them from being consumed by otherworldly entities, we were compelled to employ stringent measures to bring them back." Zhao Gui immediately donned a warm smile, revealing the underlying truth. I had mistakenly presumed them to be irredeemable miscreants. Upon grasping the situation, Zhao Gui approached the villagers of Ayaku with a beaming demeanor, extending a cordial greeting. "Welcome, welcome. I am Zhao Gui, the village chief of Hishi village. We are delighted to have you join us." The villagers of Ayaku, taken aback by such fervent hospitality, stood there in a daze. A group of individuals engaged in construction rushed over to extend their greetings, only to be met with the sight of their hands bound and families in tow. They scrutinized the newcomers with astonishment, their brows furrowed in confusion. Are they truly from Ayaku village? Why are they bound? Not only were the residents of Hishi and Wangjia villages perplexed, but the villagers of Ayaku were equally bewildered. They observed a spirited group of around 200 individuals busily constructing houses, their faces, young and old, radiating joy, a vitality they had never encountered before. Was this not a den of evil? Blindly approached the villagers and addressed them in a resonant voice. "Dear compatriots of Ayaku village, I sincerely apologize for bringing you to Hishi village in this manner. The threats previously uttered were merely a precaution against any potential resistance or attempts to flee. We have genuinely come at the divine behest of Lin Qing to rescue you. I am a resident of Hishi village, and these individuals are from Wangjia village. Like you, we too have daily offered incense to these malevolent spirits, allowing them to siphon our essence." Compassionate Lin Qing, upon hearing of our plight, descended to assist us in vanquishing these entities, liberating us from their grasp. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to inquire with them. The villagers of Wangjia immediately recounted the illustrious deeds of Lin Qing, detailing how he effortlessly obliterated the malevolent spirits with a mere gesture, shattering their confines and leading them to freedom. The people of Hishi village, not to be outdone, shared their own encounters with Lin Qing and the assistance they received. The villagers of Ayaku listened in astonishment. "Is what you say truly factual? Have we not been beguiled by the mountain spirits?" inquired the father of the little girl, Nyonyo. "Indeed, it is true. There is no deceit here. Lin Qing is a deity. Those entities tremble in his presence," came the assured reply. As the villagers of Ayaku observed the group before them and the houses rising at the foot of the mountain, their skepticism began to wane. "Is there a leader among your village?" Zhao Gui inquired. At this juncture, they had yet to discern any figure of authority from Ayaku village. With a heavy sigh, Nyonyo's father recounted the events that had transpired half a month prior. A possessed individual had entered Ayaku village, initially mistaken for a lost traveler who had inadvertently wandered into their midst. The village chief instructed him to find an empty house to reside in. Ever since his arrival, a series of unforeseen deaths plagued the village. Initially, the villagers paid little heed, but as the fatalities continued to escalate, the chief of Ayaku village sensed something amiss and turned his attention toward the newcomer. Realizing that his true nature was on the verge of being uncovered, the man brutally murdered the chief's family and, through some unknown means, fled from Ayaku village. During the heinous act, a witness caught a glimpse of a tail protruding from behind the man, leading to the startling revelation that he was no ordinary being, but rather a transformed spirit from the mountains, come to the village to feed. They were oblivious to how the creature had managed to escape, nor did they comprehend how it deceived the malevolent entities that arrived each day. Originally, there were 100 souls in their village. However, due to that individual, the population has dwindled to a mere 86. It is precisely because of him that Lin Qing and the others faced skepticism when attempting to unite the hearts of the people. In their eyes, their actions were merely a guise to gain their trust, with the ulterior motive of gradually consuming them. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing was overwhelmed by a singular sentiment. Life here is exceedingly harsh. Each person is preoccupied with their fragile existence, and anyone could potentially devour them. They are but fish and meat upon the chopping board. Alas, what a world this is! Lin Qing harbored a question deep within. If the existence of a wild deity like himself is acknowledged in this realm, It stands to reason that there must be righteous deities as well. Yet, where are these righteous gods? If they truly existed, they could never permit such events to unfold. Could it be that in this dimension, he alone remains as the solitary wild deity? The mere thought sent a shiver down Lin Qing's spine. If he were indeed the only wild deity, it could only spell trouble. One might fear that a great terror lurked in the shadows. As the villagers from the three hamlets conversed, misunderstandings dissipated. The people of Ayaku village learned that the houses being constructed were for the inhabitants of Wangjia village. Now, the residents of Ayaku village also joined in, necessitating the construction of additional dwellings. Zhao Gui and village chief Wang, while planning the accommodations for the Wangjia villagers, had foreseen the influx from Ayaku village and had already designated a plot for them to build their homes. Thus, the once modest Hishi village swiftly transformed into a large settlement of 96 households. Upon realizing that a deity was indeed willing to offer them protection, the expressions of the Ayaku villagers were a tapestry of emotions, joy interwoven with trepidation and unease. Little Nyonyo's father cautiously inquired, "Given our behavior towards Lord Lin Qing yesterday, do you think he might harbor anger towards us?" Li Xiezi seized the opportunity to address the villagers of Ayaku, stating, "Lord Lin Qing is not the sort of petty deity you imagine. Since he has chosen to protect you, it is only fitting that you show your gratitude through offerings." The villagers of Ayaku nodded in understanding, declaring, "I shall make an offering to Lord Lin Qing. I shall join as well. I wish to express my remorse." Li Xiezi was quite pleased with this outcome and reminded them, "When you make your offerings, ensure your hearts are sincere. If your hearts lack sincerity, Lord Lin Qing will not perceive it, and thus he may not offer his protection." The entirety of Ayaku village, comprising 86 souls, hurried to the humble temple of Lord Lin Qing, each taking turns to present their offerings. Ding. Li Er contributed 15 points of incense value. Ding. Li Nyonyo contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Wang Guden contributed 10 points of incense value. Listening to the delightful chime of income, Lin Qing felt a weight lift from his spirits. How enchanting the sound of money is. That damned yet captivatingly alluring sound is one that one could never tire of throughout a lifetime. As the last villager of Ayaku village completed their incense offering, Lin Qing eagerly accessed his personal data panel. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild Deity Domain. Hushi Village Divine Power, 942 Divine Arts. 1 Finger Zen, upgradable. Golden Light Spell, upgradable. Divine Split Technique, upgradable. Divine Symbol Technique, upgradable. Incense value, 7,775 points. System Mall, open for viewing. Last night, he had dispelled the formation for the people of Ayaku village, consuming 46 points of divine power. Today, Hushi village and Wangjia village each contributed incense from every household, with 71 households across the two villages, each offering 20 points of incense, that amounted to 1420 points. Additionally, the 86 residents of Ayaku village contributed a total of 1375 points. Thus, today's total incense value soared to 2,795 points, translating into an increase of 279. 5 divine power for him. This remarkable gain was largely due to Ayaku village's unprecedented collective incense offering. Tomorrow, however, they would revert to a singular incense offering per household, akin to the other two villages, resulting in a significant reduction in incense value. Though Lin Qing felt a twinge of regret, he understood their plight. After all, they were impoverished commoners living under the oppression of malevolent spirits, struggling to make ends meet, with little means to purchase incense. It was a considerable feat for each household to offer even a single stick daily. Without the contributions of Ghost 13, they might not have been able to afford the incense and candles at all. As Lin Qing pondered, he recognized a grave concern. It was not enough to have followers. They also needed the financial means to support their offerings. If they could barely survive, how could they afford to present incense? He must ponder deeply on how to both expand his followers and enrich the people of Hushi village. Those malevolent spirits pursue sustainable development as a formidable wild deity. He certainly should not lag behind. While Lin Qing was contemplating, Zhang Dai and Li Erbao entered the temple, bearing offerings and incense. They both knelt before the statue. Lin Qing Gong, I shall depart from Hushi village tomorrow, heading to Qingshui County, to bring back my elderly mother and brothers. I humbly ask for your blessings for a safe journey, Zhang Dai said, then bowed 3 times fervently before the statue. Li Erbao, holding incense with a sincere expression, added, Lin Qing Gong, I too must return to Lijia village. I hope you will bless me with a safe passage. Ding. Zhang De contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding. Li Erbao contributed 20 points of incense value. Lin Qing retrieved several wooden blocks from a corner, inscribing 4 talismans on them, 2 for warding off evil and 2 for peace. After completing the talismans, Lin Qing employed a dream-invoking technique, ushering the two into a dream state. Zhang De and Li Erbao suddenly found themselves enveloped in a gray, misty expanse, their expressions taut with shock as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. "Who goes there?" Li Erbao inquired. Zhang De followed suit. "Erbao, it is I?" As they emerged from the fog and recognized each other, both were left utterly bewildered. They respectfully offered incense to Lin Qing, yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in such a strange place. This was undeniably peculiar. "Brother Zhang, have we been abducted by some malevolent spirit?" "No, with Lin Qing present. It is impossible for any evil to prevail," Zhang De calmly reasoned. Lin Qing gradually emerged from the mist, and as he drew near, the two conversing individuals became belatedly aware of his presence. Upon sighting the newcomer, Zhang De scrutinized the refined young man before him. A flash of recognition ignited in his mind, causing his pupils to dilate as he instinctively knelt. Devotee Zhang De pays his respects to Lin Qing. Li Erbao, initially bewildered, was soon overtaken by astonishment and, in a flurry of excitement, followed suit, kneeling and offering his homage to Lin Qing. Lin Qing slowly raised his hand, and the two men levitated off the ground. Before they could utter a word, 4 protective talismans floated into their view. "Your journey ahead is fraught with peril. Carry these talismans with you." Zhang De and Li Erbao were overjoyed. They were well aware of the significance of Lin Qing's protective talismans. After the arrival of the Wang family in the village, they learned that Lin Qing had specially bestowed upon them 11 talismans to ensure their safe passage to Hishi village. Now, all 11 talismans were in the possession of the Wang family, and they could hardly contain their envy. Those talismans, granted by Lin Qing, were life-saving charms, possessing an added layer of security while traversing the world. Both Li Erbao and Zhang De carefully and respectfully secured the 2 talismans close to their person. "Upon your return, remember to promote the talismans widely. By doing so, you shall also promote my name. This way, you may attract more individuals. Even if they do not become my followers, they will still come seeking my talismans. With such requests, wealth will surely follow. The villagers will be able to offer incense more abundantly." Lin Qing's current aspiration was for every household to offer incense daily. Li Erbao and Zhang De observed Lin Qing's lips moving silently, both perplexed. Lin Qing was acutely aware of the innocent foolishness reflected in their eyes. Alas, his voice had again been muted by the system. "System, what is wrong with my request for them to promote my talismans? Where is the violation?" The system remained unresponsive. In truth, Lin Qing had long anticipated this outcome. Yet how could he resign himself without trying? "System, reason must prevail. Tyranny is not the answer." Reluctantly, the system finally responded, presenting a line of text that materialized before him. "Whether it be promotion, praise, or the establishment of a temple, it must be voluntary among the devotees. As a deity, interference is not permitted. Any interference would contravene the heavenly order." He had realized that one could not exploit loopholes within the system. However, Lin Qing was not one to easily concede defeat. This was merely the beginning. Time was plentiful, allowing him to gradually master and comprehend the intricacies, ultimately enabling him to identify any bugs. Lin Qing cast a glance at the 2 bewildered individuals before him, initially hoping they would promote his name and, by extension, the talismans upon their return. Yet, it now seemed their understanding and fate would determine the outcome. There was no need to force it. With a wave of his hand, the 2 experienced a momentary blur, and their consciousness returned. They beheld the familiar sight of Lin Qing's temple, instinctively reaching into their pockets, their fingers grazing the 2 substantial talismans, which provided a sense of reality. After the initial surprise, they bowed in gratitude once more to Lin Qing. Clutching the talismans, they departed from the temple. Before long, the villagers were abuzz with news of Lin Qing bestowing protective charms upon Zhang De and Li Erbao, inciting a wave of envy among the community. However, the envy lessened slightly at the thought of the 2 embarking on journeys into the world. At the village entrance, Zhao Gui cautioned them to tread carefully on their journey, advising them to keep the talismans close and secure and to return swiftly. "Understood," replied Li Erbao as he and Zhang De set off, carrying a small bundle away from Hishi village. Zhang De's wife and eldest son remained behind in the village, while Li Erbao, having been abducted by malevolent forces. There were no concerns or worries for his family, as they were still back in their hometown. After their departure, Zhao Gui selected a group of buyers. They now possess 11 protective talismans bestowed by Lord Lin Qing, significantly reducing the risks associated with venturing outside. Among those chosen, the majority are young men possessing some martial skills or robust physiques, totaling 30 individuals. Among these 30, there is also the well-traveled Li Xiezi. Their journey was not solely to engage in business with the disciples of the Ghostly Gate, but also to procure supplies from the town of Yong'an County. 3 villages contributed over 300 individuals. Although each household required only a modest quantity, the cumulative demand was substantial. Through a hodgepodge of arrangements, they assembled 5 wheelbarrows, with 30 individuals tasked to transport them, accompanied by Lin Qing's protective talisman, setting forth towards Yong'an County, which encompasses Heshi Village. Lin Qing's spirit lingered in the branches of a grand tree at the village entrance, observing the 30-strong procession. Upon spotting Li Xiezi, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. The system forbade him from instructing them on how to act, insisting they must come to their own understanding. This required individuals of keen insight, and among the throng, none possessed greater discernment than Li Xiezi. He is now following a path to Yong'an County, and can only hope that blind Li's enlightenment will reach a higher level, thus expanding the range of his spiritual influence. He cast another glance at Zhang De and his companion, who were retreating in another direction, and silently prayed that these two would prove to be of assistance. His potential for greatness relies solely on their insight. Zhang De is en route to Qishui County, while Li Erbao is affiliated with the villages surrounding it. Thus, the two find themselves traveling together. Heshi Village is situated precisely at the junction of Qingshui County and Yong'an County, leading both groups to diverge in their paths, one heading southwest and the other eastward. Although the company comprises 30 individuals, their pace is remarkably swift. Departing from Heshi Village, it will take them 2 days to reach Yong'an County, traversing rugged mountainous terrain. The mountain paths are treacherous, fraught with wild beasts and malevolent spirits. Despite possessing protective talismans, the group stumbled upon an abandoned village before nightfall. Along the way, such desolate villages are as numerous as the stars. Many of these settlements were once utilized by mountain spirits and demons to rear their blood and flesh livestock. Once the sustenance was depleted, the villages fell into decay. Once they had settled in, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The occupants of the room instantly became alert, each seizing their weapons and casting wary glances towards the exterior. A group of traveling merchants entered their line of sight. Even they seemed surprised to encounter others in this place. The two parties exchanged cautious glances, each on guard against the other. Those who roamed the outside world possessed a modicum of skill and means for self-preservation. The attire of this group was not opulent, yet it appeared far more orderly compared to that of the villagers of Heshi, who sported garments riddled with numerous patches. The leader of the group surveyed them briefly, his eyes revealing no disdain, as he politely clasped his hands in greeting towards Li Xiezi and the others. Wang Tiniu reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging the courtesy. There was little further exchange. They opted to take residence in a house situated between 2 others. Li Xiezi addressed the group, saying, "Let us all remain vigilant tonight, and avoid sleeping too soundly. I will select 10 individuals to stand guard, divided into 2 shifts." Agreed, came the unanimous response. In this world, one must remain wary not only of malevolent spirits, but also of one's own kind. Often, death does not come solely from the hands of monsters, but more frequently from one's fellow beings. They remained vigilant on this side, as did another team. Long Xiangdi instructed below, "We are nearing our destination. Let us endure a little longer tonight. Once we return to the county, I shall treat everyone to a feast of meat and wine. Stay alert tonight, and let us not meet with misfortune." Longair chuckled, "Brother, just look at those people next door. They clearly hail from a remote and impoverished area. With their slender arms and legs, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a good thrashing from us." Long Xiangdi's expression darkened, and a fierce gaze swept over his younger brother. "What do you know? These individuals dare to spend the night outside. Do you truly believe they lack any skills? What does it matter? We have encountered those who are inept and fleeing before." Long Xiangdi was disinclined to continue conversing with his foolish brother. He was acutely aware that those driven to desperation might take reckless actions. Yet, the eyes of such individuals often betray a timid nature, accompanied by a profound fear of the encroaching darkness. However, the group he had just observed exhibited neither timidity nor the slightest hint of trepidation in the face of night. "Silence," he commanded. I shall stand watch through the latter half of the night, while you all take the first half. Do not let your guard down. As darkness enveloped the land, both factions fell into a hushed stillness. In the depths of the night, 2 miles from the abandoned village, a wraith glided swiftly into the heart of the mountains. Yet, midway through its journey, it paused, inhaling deeply, its eyes glinting with a sanguine light. The scent of blood was unmistakable. The wraith, exhilarated, altered its course toward the dilapidated village and soon pinpointed its target. It gazed upon 2 houses, not far apart, and, detecting the potent aroma of blood in the air, it carefully discerned which abode bore the stronger scent and decisively approached it, unperturbed by the other. This night, all the blood it sought would ultimately belong to it. Dragon Xiangdi felt a sudden pang of anxiety grip his heart, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Years of wandering had honed his instincts, prompting him to instantly draw forth his enchanted weapon. He. An eerie laughter echoed in his ears. Dragon Xiangdi's expression shifted dramatically. Just when he anticipated a safe return to the county town by dawn, he found himself beset by malevolent forces. He could not ascertain if the intruder was of a supernatural or demonic nature. He roused his companions from slumber. He, you've actually discovered me. The voice was androgynous, neither distinctly male nor female. The occupants of the room shuddered at the sound, dread gripped them, and cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Sanyuan, Wang Tiniu, and 3 others on late-night watch were astonished to find their talismans glowing. What is happening? One queried. Perplexed. Simultaneously, the other 9, clutching their exorcism talismans, felt a sudden warmth in their chests, each one jolted awake by the heat. They each took out the talismans they had kept close to them, and upon witnessing the talismans gleaming with a golden light, they all became vigilant. They quietly awakened those beside them, keenly observing their surroundings. Li the Blind whispered, "An evil presence approaches." The hearts of all were lifted in alarm. 30 individuals grew increasingly tense, weapons in hand. Li the Blind addressed the group, formed teams of 3. In no time, the 30 individuals were divided into 10 small groups, each armed with talismans to ward off malevolence, every member clutching a corner of their protective charm. They anxiously awaited. On the other side, Long Xiangdi's situation was markedly different. With a resounding bang, the wooden door was flung open by a chilling gust of wind. A spectral figure began to approach, its originally ethereal form gradually solidifying into that of a young woman. However, her complexion was ghastly pale, tears of blood staining the corners of her eyes. In her mouth agape in a gaping maw, the ghost laughed eerily. Suddenly, she extended her elongated arms towards the nearest man. The man swiftly produced a talisman, pressing it against his heart. When the specter made contact, the talisman disintegrated into dust in an instant. Before anyone could react, the ghost seized the man, opening her gaping mouth wide to drain him completely. The onlookers, witnessing the futility of their purchased talismans against this malevolent entity, were overcome with terror. Long Xiangdi suppressed his fear and spoke, "My lord, we are the family of the head of Yong'an County. Our family head is the master of the ghostly slaughter sect. I implore you to show mercy." He presented the sect's token. Upon seeing the ghostly slaughter sect insignia, the ghost furrowed her brow. "I may spare you for the sake of the ghostly slaughter sect, but you must offer me 5 individuals." The moment those words escaped her lips, the faces of the crowd paled once more, for it signified that 5 among them were doomed to die. None wished for their lives to be extinguished. Long Air hastily interjected, "My lord, there is another group nearby." He attempted to divert the ghost's attention, yet his adversaries were not easily deceived. He, they are already my prey," she cackled. Fearing the ghost's wrath, Long Xiangdi quickly offered his apologies. He then turned to his subordinates, asking who would volunteer to step forward. "Should anyone do so, I can ensure your families receive 100 taels of silver and assist them thrice in the future." Despite the generous offer, no one stepped forward. Long Xiangdi felt no disappointment. After all, everyone desired to live. Yet, they were compelled to sacrifice 5 individuals, or none would escape this grim fate. He had initially believed that presenting the talisman of the ghostly demon sect would elicit leniency from the other party. Instead, they merely granted a semblance of courtesy. This was not the first encounter of such a nature. Previously, when the talisman of the ghostly demon sect was revealed, no malevolent entities dared to behave in such a manner. Alas, it seems the rumors of the ghostly demon sect's decline are not unfounded. In a fleeting moment, Long Xiangdi's thoughts raced. He dared not linger, fearing the malevolent spirit before him might reconsider, leaving them all with no chance of survival. Since none of you are willing to step forward, let us draw lots to decide. With a subtle gesture, Long Xiangdi signaled to Long Air, who retrieved a bamboo tube from his bag containing slips of paper inscribed with each person's name. Whomever I draw shall accompany the master. Each individual turned pale. Yet they felt powerless, silently praying that they would not be the chosen one. Long Xiangdi swiftly drew names, announcing each one as he did. The unfortunate souls were pushed before the specter. No, Long Laoda, I'm not ready to die. My wife just gave birth. Without me, they cannot survive. The man cried out, desperate to resist. Regardless of his pleas, the outcome could not be altered. The specter reached out, seizing the man, and before the eyes of all, opened its gaping maw, devouring him whole. After satisfying its hunger, it licked its lips with contentment, proceeding to consume the remaining 5 individuals in a similar fashion before departing, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. Once the specter had vanished, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Some dared to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. After regaining his composure, Long Xiangdi calmly instructed those present, wrap the bodies of the 6 brothers carefully. We shall return with them tomorrow. In other circumstances, he would have deemed such burdens unnecessary to avoid hindering their progress. However, with only one day's journey remaining to Yong'an County, they must be taken back. Observing the low morale among the group, Long Air let out a cold snort. We are fortunate, after all. Just look at the next group. Upon hearing this, the heavy hearts of the crowd began to lighten. The fear of comparison loomed large. With this juxtaposition, they felt a renewed sense of safety and fortune. Those who managed to join the ranks of the Hall Masters under the Ghost Sha sect have undoubtedly fought tooth and nail to gain entry. In the region of Yongzhou, the Ghost Sha sect wields absolute authority. Neither spirits nor malevolent entities dare to provoke this formidable power. Although venturing outside poses inherent dangers, it is significantly less perilous than for others. In Hushi Village, a state of vigilance prevails. Within the tranquil surroundings, the sounds from the neighboring room are distinctly audible. The sorrowful cries of a man pleading for mercy resonate eerily, infiltrating the ears of all present. A wave of trepidation washes over them, their hearts racing, eyes brimming with fear, as they grip their talismans with unwavering intensity. When silence eventually falls from that direction, an air of tension envelopes the group. Their nerves taut and alert. They were aware that the malevolent entity was approaching. A peculiar, androgynous laughter echoed into the room, accompanied by the chilling breeze that forced the wooden door ajar. Under the moonlight, the villagers of Hishi gazed upon the spectral figure that floated towards them, each individual holding their breath in trepidation. Some clutched their talismans so tightly that their knuckles turned pale, a clear reflection of their fear. 30 lives to devour. Today shall be a feast. The ghost surveyed the 30 villagers, her blood-tear-laden eyes gleaming with an excited crimson light. She extended her hand towards the nearest villager. Before he could react, the elongated black hand was upon him, just as the shadowy appendage was about to make contact. The exorcism talismans in their hands erupted with a blinding golden light, a dazzling beam aimed directly at the specter. Realizing the imminent danger, the ghost attempted to evade. But it was too late. A chilling scream reverberated through the desolate village. In a neighboring house, a group of individuals were startled by the harrowing cry, instinctively turning their gazes towards the direction of Hushi Village. There, in the darkness, a brilliant golden light flashed before quickly vanishing, along with the lowly specter. The piercing scream and the radiant light left them in shock. Long Air swallowed hard, pondering whether the malevolent entity had perished. Shoo! Long Xiangdi shot an admonishing glare at his foolish brother, fearing that if the entity was not dead, but merely gravely injured, their lives would be at stake should it overhear them. Long Xiangdi cast a deep gaze at his brother, resolutely deciding that upon their return to Yong'an County, he would no longer include him in such ventures. A fool has no place among the ranks. As for their parents, he would devise a way to placate them. What Long Xiangdi feared most was that if the ghost was not dead, but rather severely wounded, they would be the ideal source of nourishment for her recovery. He discreetly reached for the talisman nestled within his robes, a mid-level protective charm bestowed by the elder, capable of unleashing a single powerful strike. Tension hung heavily in the air among them, as they feared the return of the malevolent spirit. However, the atmosphere in Hushi Village was starkly different. Each villager, having witnessed the obliteration of the ghostly entity by the divine talisman bestowed by Lord Lin Qing, transitioned from shock to elation, ultimately culminating in fervent adoration for him. The three individuals felt the objects in their hands grow soft, and in the next moment, the talisman intended to repel evil faded into dullness, disintegrating into powder and vanishing from their grasp. After a brief silence, someone timidly inquired whether the malevolent spirit had indeed been vanquished. Su Seiyuan suppressed the overwhelming admiration swelling within him, his tone inadvertently laced with reverence. Naturally, if the spirit had not been destroyed, how could there be such tranquility? The divine talisman wielded by Lord Lin Qing had the extraordinary ability to eradicate evil. Truly remarkable. Indeed, it was impressive. In their recollections, the protective charms of the ghost exorcism sect lacked such potency. This talisman far surpassed the efficacy of those charms. The amulets from the ghost exorcism sect were rare and exorbitantly priced, beyond the means of the common folk. Yet now, they possessed a talisman far more powerful than those of the sect. That night, the inhabitants of Hushi village slept soundly, reassured by the potency of the divine talisman, which alleviated much of their fear of spending the night outdoors. In stark contrast, in the adjacent quarters, Long Xiangdi and his companions dared not to sleep, apprehensive of another attack from the spirit. All remained wide awake, in a heightened state of vigilance, until dawn's arrival. As the first light broke on the horizon, Long Xiangdi exhaled a sigh of relief, though he only dared to release half of it, unwilling to relax until they had entered the city. As Long Xiangdi prepared to embark, the villagers of Hushi were also readying themselves for departure. Both groups stepped out of their houses simultaneously, exchanging glances. Upon seeing the villagers unscathed and engaged in cheerful conversation, Long Xiangdi's suspicions were confirmed. The malevolent entity had indeed been defeated. The change in Long Xiangdi's gaze toward the villagers mirrored that of the others. Initially, they had dismissed this seemingly frail and unremarkable group, but to their astonishment, this unassuming assembly had miraculously survived without any casualties and maintained a positive demeanor. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. This prompted reflections on Long Laoda's earlier words regarding the capabilities of these individuals. Long Air was the least adept at concealing his emotions. He enthusiastically approached. But upon noticing the wary glances from the villagers, he halted abruptly, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he introduced himself. "We are from the departing families of Yong'an County." Upon hearing the mention of the departing families, Li Shiezi immediately recognized them as members of the ghost exorcism sect. They had come this time to negotiate a door-to-door delivery business with the disciples of the ghost-killing sect. Although they had not yet arrived at Yong'an County, they encountered them here, which could either be a fortuitous opportunity or a perilous crisis. In truth, after the events of the previous night and witnessing the formidable power of the divine talismans, many believed it unnecessary to engage with the disciples of the ghost-killing sect for deliveries. They could easily send out a group for procurement every couple of months. However, Li the Blind held a different view. Firstly, the journey was fraught with danger. While the divine talismans could eradicate malevolent spirits today, what if they were confronted by dozens of them? This would inevitably reduce the number of those venturing out. A decrease in personnel would lead to a decline in offerings, which would not bode well for Lord Lin Qing. Secondly, remaining cooped up in Hushi village was not conducive for the deities that required offerings. Only by allowing outsiders to recognize their existence could the prowess of Lord Lin Qing be further acknowledged. As the ruler of Yong'an County, forging amicable relations with them could undoubtedly amplify Lord Lin Qing's renown, though it was crucial to maintain a delicate balance. Otherwise, they could easily face backlash. Before others could fully comprehend the situation, Li the Blind stepped forward, smiling as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, expressing his surprise at encountering the leader of the ghost-killing sect here. Truly an honor. Upon hearing the name of the ghost-killing sect, the people of Hushi village suddenly realized the significance of the moment. These individuals seldom venture beyond the confines of their village, occasionally gleaning snippets of information about the world outside from passing delivery persons. The disciples of the ghostly killing sect, who traverse the outside realm, are regarded as formidable figures in their eyes. Yet, among those disciples, the true power lies with the elusive entity known as Li Jia. Upon learning of their affiliation with the ghostly killing sect, the villagers of Hushi became noticeably reserved. Only Li the Blind and Wang Tiniu displayed a sense of calm amidst the tension. When Long Air noticed their awareness of their identities, a wave of pride surged within him, causing his tone to unconsciously adopt an air of arrogance. Last night, after the malevolent entity approached your vicinity, a sudden burst of golden light erupted. Do you know the source of this phenomenon? Before anyone else could respond, Li the Blind interjected. That was a divine talisman bestowed by Lord Lin Qing. Li the Blind had his reasons for invoking Lord Lin Qing's name. Firstly, as they sought to conduct business with the disciples of the ghostly killing sect, it was inevitable that they would need to come to Hushi village, making knowledge of Lord Lin Qing's existence a matter of time. Secondly, deities require their followers and a continuous stream of incense offerings. Thus, it is essential to promote Lord Lin Qing's name at opportune moments, and those present were excellent candidates for such an endeavor. Thirdly, he recognized that these individuals were not fools. Concealing information would only pique their curiosity, potentially leading them into peril. It was far more prudent to be forthright and thereby attract them to Hushi village, thus elevating Lord Lin Qing's stature. Lord Lin Qing? Long Xiangdi and the others were perplexed, as this was the first time they had encountered such a name. Who was Lord Lin Qing? Long Xiangdi stepped forward to inquire. Li the Blind quickly discerned that the person in charge had arrived, and instead of answering directly, he asked, "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "I am Long." "With the given name Xiangdi. Brother Long, might I have a word with you privately?" Li the Blind gestured respectfully towards Long Xiangdi. After a moment's contemplation, Long Xiangdi replied, "Very well." As Long Xiangdi scrutinized the blind man before him, he noted that despite his blindness, he commanded the respect of his group, indicating a certain degree of capability. Li the Blind placed his hand on Wang Tinia's arm, signaling him to lead the way. Wang Tinia was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped Li Uncle's intention. He naturally took Li Xiazi's hand and led him to a secluded spot. Once the three had reached an uninhabited area, they came to a halt. "I wonder, dear brother, do you have matters to discuss in private?" "To be candid, Brother Long, our journey to Yong'an County this time is indeed to engage in business with you." "Business?" They hardly appear to be the type of individuals involved in trade. Long Xiangdi refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting what would follow. "Are you familiar with Hushi village, Brother Long?" Hushi village. The name echoed in his mind, and he swiftly retrieved information about Hushi village from the recesses of his memory. If he recalls correctly, Hushi village is indeed the territory of Ghost 13. Ghost 13 is currently striving to break through to the spirit communication realm, and once successful, all the livestock he has raised will be offered as sacrifices. He could recall that the three villages under the supervision of Ghost 13 were ensnared by intricate formations, rendering the inhabitants unable to escape. Long Xiangdi narrowed his eyes, coldly fixating on the two, Li Xiezi and Wang Tiniu. "Are you from Hushi village?" Although Li Xiezi could not perceive the expression of his counterpart, he discerned the skepticism in the tone. "Yes, I am from Hushi village." Wang Tiniu chimed in. "I am from Wangjia village." The mention of Wangjia village once again astonished Long Xiangdi. "I distinctly remember that both Hishi and Wangjia villages were ensconced by the barriers set by Lord Ghost 13, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to leave. How did you manage to escape?" "It was Lin Qinggong who helped us lift the barriers set by Ghost 13. Lin Qinggong again. Long Xiangdi pondered the true nature of this Lin Qinggong. Who is this Lin Qinggong? Is yet another peculiar entity from Yong'an County making an appearance, perhaps a malevolent spirit? "Lin Qinggong is a being of divine origin," replied Li Xiezi. Long Xiangdi's lips twitched. Had he not witnessed the sincere and reverent expression on Li Xiezi's face, he might have thought the man was jesting. A divine being? Huh. In the realm of Yongzhou, where is there any deity? There are no gods in this world. Do not seek to amuse me. Long Xiangdi's tone bore a hint of barely concealed impatience. Li Xiezi understood his disbelief, for in Yongzhou, no one would ever entertain the notion that deities truly existed. He retrieved a wooden talisman from his bosom and presented it to Long Xiangdi. "This is the divine charm bestowed by Lord Lin Qing, which I now offer to you, my brother Long." Upon witnessing Li Xiezi bestowing the charm, Wang Tiniu could not suppress his exclamation, "Uncle Li, that is." Li Xiezi gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Long Xiangdi gazed at the wooden talisman, then at the two individuals before him. Wang Tiniu's reaction was quite pronounced, indicating that this item was no ordinary trinket. His anxious reluctance to part with it appeared genuine. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that this individual was an exceptional actor, capable of deceiving his perception. As Long Xiangdi accepted the talisman, a warm current emanated from it, enveloping him in a most comforting sensation. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that the wooden talisman in his hand was crafted from exceedingly commonplace timber, yet adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a divine luminescence. In his understanding, the creation of protective amulets traditionally required the use of special yellow paper and vermilion. However, The talisman before him was inscribed upon the most ordinary of wood. Such artistry was far beyond the capabilities of an average practitioner of talismanic arts. Whether the Lin Qing they speak of as a deity remains uncertain. However, one thing is certain. He must be an individual of extraordinary capabilities. It is entirely reasonable that with such a remarkable figure aiding them, they could escape from the barrier laid by Ghost 13. Long accepted the extraordinary divine talisman from D. Bowing in gratitude to Mr. Li for his generous gift. "You are too kind," replied Mr. Li. "Earlier, he mentioned wanting to discuss business with us. I wonder what sort of business it entails." Noticing that the other party refrained from further inquiries regarding Lin Qing, Li realized that the talisman had indeed played its role. He remarked, "We are all laborers in the fields, and frequent trips to the county town can be troublesome. Previously, we would send someone from home to deliver salt, incense, and other necessities. We would like to request Brother Long to continue this task." Long, having already surmised from D's demeanor, pondered for a moment upon receiving a confirming reply, then nodded slightly. "I can take charge of this matter," he agreed. "However, what items are required for transport? Additionally, the pricing should be approximately 30% higher than that within the county town." He felt it necessary to clarify certain points in advance to avoid future disputes. Li the Blind nodded in understanding, acknowledging that a 30% increase was indeed a favorable rate, as many places would charge an increase of 50 or 60%. The fact that the other party could offer a 30% markup indicated their significant standing away from home. He is capable of offering the most advantageous price. Yet it seems he still wishes to foster a good relationship with Lin Qing. Li the Blind does not believe that the other party is acting out of consideration for him. Wangjiakan and Ayaku village have already been integrated into Hushi village, and from now on, goods can be directly delivered to Hishi village. Li the Blind handed over the prepared procurement list for the future to Long Xiangdi. Long Xiangdi accepted the list, stating that in 3 months, "I will dispatch personnel to deliver the supplies." During these 3 months, Long Xiangdi has his own considerations. Gue Shirsan is about to emerge from seclusion, at which point he will become a spiritual practitioner of the spirit communication realm. The spiritual beings behind them. Can they ensure their safety? Results will soon be revealed. Should they manage to withstand or resolve the threat posed by Ghost 13, provisions will indeed be delivered 3 months hence. Presently, offering them a discount exceeding 30% is akin to making a favorable sale. However, if they fail, the entirety of Hishi village may become nothing more than prey for Ghost 13. In such a scenario, with Hishi village gone, any notion of collaboration would be moot. Regardless, this transaction is remarkably lucrative. He need only voice his desires. Moreover, he has also acquired a commendable talisman at no cost. This deal is far from a loss. "Thank you, Brother Long," expressed Li the Blind with heartfelt gratitude. "Li, you were too courteous," replied Long Xiangdi graciously. Once an agreement was reached, both parties returned to their respective teams. "Shall we walk together?" Long Xiangdi proposed. Li the Blind naturally nodded in agreement. "I've rambled on." In days past, had the two groups encountered each other in the wilderness, they would have certainly parted ways, never to journey together. Yet today, both factions harbored their own intentions. Long Xiangdi contemplated that should they encounter any magical or malevolent entities, it would be opportune for the other party to utilize the talisman, allowing him to observe its potency. If they could provide him with one talisman, it was likely they possessed at least 1 or 2 more. The idea of having 5 or 6, or even a dozen, was beyond his imagination. Such powerful talismans are not as common as cabbages. One would not carry an abundance of them. The spiritual being who bestowed the talismans would not be so generous as to expend excessive vigor for mere insects. As for Li the Blind, he aimed to leverage the other party's influence to facilitate their entrance into the county town. Outsiders witnessing their camaraderie with Long Xiangdi would likely pose fewer troubles, thus ensuring their journey to Yongan would proceed more smoothly. Both parties engaged in their own calculations, yet this was a harmonious arrangement. Under Long Xiangdi's deliberate orchestration, the Hishi village team led the way while they trailed behind. Li the Blind walked at the forefront, prompting Wang Tinia to voice his concerns. "Uncle Li, that talisman is a divine token. Are we truly giving it away just like that? We gain nothing in return. It seems exceedingly unwise." Li the Blind understood his reluctance to part with the talisman, especially since they possessed so few. Each one lost was a significant loss. "Do you believe it shouldn't be given?" Wang Tinia remained silent, yet his stance was evident. Li the Blind patiently explained, "If we do not offer it, do you not think we will attract unwanted attention? An innocent man with a precious stone can invite trouble. That talisman secures our safety, demonstrating that we have backing, thus deterring any rash actions against us. With this talisman, we not only cultivate goodwill with the disciples of the ghostly demon sect, but also purchase peace and pave the way for Lin Qing. This transaction is indeed advantageous. Upon Li the Blind's reminder, Wang Tiniu suddenly realized that the talisman they were offering held far greater significance than he had initially perceived. He stubbornly cherished the divine talisman, without delving deeper into its implications. Uncle Li, it is indeed you. If it were anyone else, they might not even realize the peril they faced. Su Yuan, who lingered nearby, silently absorbed their conversation, noting every detail. In terms of worldly experience, they were no match for Blindly. The trailing group ambled leisurely behind Hushy Village, maintaining a distance of about 5 to 6 meters from one another. Long Air leaned closer to his elder brother, candidly stating, "Brother, these individuals must possess valuable treasures." The memory of the golden light he beheld last night made Long Air's heart yearn with desire, wishing to claim it for himself. Long Xiangdi cast a wary glance at his younger brother, cautioning, "Do not harbor any ill intentions. They have powerful allies. Who could possibly compare to our ghostly gate?" Long Air retorted, "The ghostly gate is no longer what it used to be. There are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Consider this. The runes they effortlessly inscribed on would can easily vanquish spirits. What kind of person possesses such power?" Long Xiangdi produced the divine talisman from his bosom. Upon seeing it, Long Air's eyes sparkled with interest, but his eager hand was ruthlessly swatted away by Long Xiangdi. "Just a glance is sufficient. Do not think to touch." Long Air pouted and casually remarked, "Could their benefactor be a spirit master of the spirit communication realm? Have you ever encountered a spirit master capable of drawing runes with such ease?" Long Xiangdi retorted sharply. Long Air widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be someone of an even higher caliber than the spirit communication realm? Long Xiangdi remained uncertain. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Regardless, do not seek your own demise over trifling gains. It is possible, Long Xiangdi conceded, solemnly advising, "Do not bring ruin upon yourself. If you provoke such a formidable figure, not even I can safeguard you, let alone the Hall Master." Though Long Air was Navi, he understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. "Brother, I understand." Despite his covetousness for the items in the hands of that group, he recognized that the priority was to live to enjoy them. The two groups traversed the mountain path, passing through a valley, and soon the scenery opened up. In the distance, they beheld a majestic city with towering walls standing proudly at the heart of the plain. Most residents of Hushy Village had spent their entire lives within their modest confines, seldom venturing beyond. For many, this was their first visit to Yong'an County, and upon glimpsing the lofty walls, expressions of delight involuntarily graced their faces. "Look, Yong'an County is ahead." Each person's pace quickened in excitement. Before long, the group arrived at the city gates. At this moment, with more than an hour remaining until sunset, numerous individuals returning from their outings are converging upon the city, forming an elongated queue before the city gates. Two groups arrive in succession at the entrance, while the villagers of Hushy obediently position themselves at the rear of the line. Upon noticing the attire of the Hushy villagers, many of those waiting in line furrow their brows. For those who reside within the county seat and dare to venture outside are typically individuals of some means and status, standing alongside the residents of Hushy Village. They appeared particularly out of place. Many squinted their eyes, scrutinizing the group from Hushy Village. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in some eyes, while others could not resist licking their lips. The people from Hushy Village sensed the attention directed at them from all directions, and the inexplicable gazes made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, the onlookers did nothing, and although they felt uneasy, they dared not voice their discomfort. As Long Xiangdi and his companions arrived at the city gate, those queuing to enter the city, upon seeing their group, donned friendly smiles. And even the fierce-looking soldiers guarding the gate exchanged their scowls for warm expressions. "Brother Long, Manager Long, Deputy Hallmaster Long." The crowd greeted Long Xiangdi one by one with enthusiasm, leaving the residents of Hushy Village momentarily astounded. The way these individuals regarded them starkly contrasted with how they viewed Long Xiangdi. Disregarding the crowd, Long Xiangdi approached Mr. Li, saying, "Mr. Li, it would be prudent for you to accompany us." Mr. Li had been anticipating this invitation. Had Long Xiangdi not initiated the greeting, Mr. Li had already resolved to extend his own. Now, with the invitation coming from Long Xiangdi, he felt obliged to accept the gesture. "I appreciate your courtesy, Brother Long, Mr. Li promptly beckoned those behind him to follow Long Xiangdi's party into the city. Trailing behind, they bypassed the queue, entering through the main gate. Witnessing this, the expressions of those still queuing shifted from predatory to curious and inquisitive. The soldiers at the gate did not require the residents of Hushi village to pay any fees, allowing them to pass through without hindrance. In that moment, Wang Tiniu, Su Sanyuan, and others comprehended the wisdom of Mr. Li's earlier actions. Upon entering the city, Long Xiangdi cautioned, Mr. Li, one must refrain from venturing outside at night within the county. Any noise after dark could lead to dire consequences. Thank you for your warning. Brother Long, we shall heed it. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Do what you must. After a polite exchange of bows, they parted ways. This scene did not go unnoticed by many observant onlookers. Uncle Li, where shall we go now? Nightfall was imminent, and they needed to secure lodging. As the residents of Hushi village stepped into the county, their eyes darted around, filled with curiosity, marveling at the novelty of everything they beheld. None of them had ever visited Yong'an County, so they could only look to the well-traveled Li Xiezi for guidance. Li Xiezi spoke, suggesting they first find an inn to rest their weary feet. Very well. After inquiring with passers-by, the group followed the directions given and found a tavern to settle in, planning to procure supplies on the morrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Xiangdi, having completed his task, sought out the hall master. Master. Li Tian gestured for him to take a seat. How fares our sect? The supplies have been delivered. However, during my visit, I sensed something unusually amiss within the sect. Long Xiangdi detailed the peculiarities he had observed, ultimately mentioning the events of the previous night. That specter claimed 6 lives? Indeed. Even after I distanced myself from the sect and presented my token, they still demanded the sacrifice of 5 brothers. Such a thing has never occurred before. Li Tian's expression darkened, his brow furrowed. This phenomenon boded ill. They claim to be the master of the ghostly gate, yet in truth, they are merely the watchdogs of the ghostly gate, overseeing the realm of mortals. They all relied on the protection of the Ghost Sha sect to survive in this chaotic world. Should anything happen to the sect, their fate would be no better. They would likely become mere sustenance for more powerful malevolent spirits. In fact, whispers had surfaced 6 months prior, hinting at the severe injuries of the sect's ancient ancestor, who teetered on the brink of death. Once he passes, the highest cultivation level within the sect would merely reach the spirit conduit realm, insufficient to suppress the multitude of malevolent entities. The region of Yongzhou would soon descend into turmoil. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Long Xiangdi recalled the incident in Hishi village, pondering for a moment before producing a talisman from his bosom and handing it to Li Tian. Leader. Upon receiving the talisman, Li Tian immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. The latent spiritual energy emanating from it surpassed even that of the Ghost Sha sect's mid-level protective charms. The fact that such a potent talisman was inscribed so casually onto an unremarkable piece of wood was nothing short of astonishing. Li Tian raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with curiosity directed at Long Xiangdi. Where did you acquire this talisman? Long Xiangdi recounted the events surrounding Hushi village. Hushi village? The territory of Ghost 13. Li Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, Li Tian's thoughts raced as he contemplated the rivalry between Ghost 13 and the mysterious individual, pondering who would ultimately prevail. They naturally prefer the latter. They are all too aware of the character of Gue Shirsan. Once he successfully ascends to the spirit communication realm, and with the decline of the ghost-killing sect, Yong'an County may very well become the breeding ground for Gue Shirsan's livestock. Their fate is undoubtedly grim. For now, they remain still, observing the strengths of both sides. Master, the individual from Hushi village is likely at the transcendence level. Perhaps, comes the reply. As for the claims made by the blind man Li regarding Lin Qing being a deity, they paid it no mind. To be precise, they never believed it in the first place. A deity? Absurd. This world knows no such divine beings. Upon the arrival of the people from Hishi village in Yong'an County, Zhang De and Li Erbao also reached Qingshui County. They were fortunate, encountering no peril along their journey. The two attributed their safe passage to the blessings of Master Lin Qing. Zhang De's home was situated within the confines of Qishui County, while Li Erbao resided in a neighboring village. After parting ways, they agreed upon a time to return together to Hishi village. Upon entering Qishui County, an indescribable excitement welled up within Zhang De. Arriving at his doorstep, he eagerly knocked on the gate, his heart racing with anticipation. After several knocks, however, there was no response. He paid no heed and continued to knock on the door. After several persistent raps, silence reigned in the courtyard. At this moment, A foreboding feeling began to creep into Zhang Dai's heart. He hurriedly ran next door and knocked on the gate of the courtyard. Before long, a voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" The person inside did not open the door, but shouted through the gate. Zhang Dai recognized the voice's owner and quickly replied, "Aunt Wang, it's me." Zhang Dai. The elderly woman, upon hearing that familiar voice, was taken aback. Cautiously, she opened the door just a crack and peered through the gap. Once she confirmed it was indeed Zhang Dai standing outside, she dared to fully open the gate. "Oh my, Dai, you're alive!" Aunt Wang exclaimed in astonishment. "You're alive, yet you've been away for so long." Zhang Dai, anxious about his family, interrupted Aunt Wang's desire to chat with urgency, asking, "Aunt Wang, why is no one home? Where are my mother and the others?" Aunt Wang slapped her thigh and urgently replied, "You must hurry to Master Zhang's place. Your mother is about to sell herself to gather the money for the funeral expenses." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dai felt a surge of panic and wasted no time rushing towards the territory of the notorious local leader, Master Zhang, in Qingshui County. When he arrived, he found his mother preparing to press her fingerprint, with his two younger brothers and his little son beside her, their eyes red from crying. "Mother!" Just as his elderly mother was about to press her thumbprint, Zhang Dai urgently called out to stop her. Zhang Dai, along with his brothers and little Zhang Xiaobao, turned their heads in unison upon hearing that familiar voice. When they recognized that it was their eldest brother, who they had not seen for months, their faces lit up with both surprise and joy. Little Zhang Xiaobao ran towards his father with short, hurried steps, exclaiming, "Father!" Zhang Dai scooped up his frail little son into his arms. "Big brother!" The Zhang brothers also approached, their faces brimming with excitement. Zhang Dai's mother, with tears in her eyes, carefully examined her son before her, the overwhelming joy of having him back filling her heart. "Dai, is it really you?" They were performing a play of family reunion, but the onlookers were devoid of interest in their display. Ma San impatiently interjected, "Are you going to sign or not?" The Zhang family hastily suppressed their desire to express grievances. Zhang Dai, with an apologetic expression, replied, "Master Ma, I sincerely apologize, but we shall not sign." Ma San, a most capable henchman under Lord Zhang, darkened at their abrupt withdrawal, spat out the straw from his mouth, and said in a grave tone, "If you refuse to sign, it indicates you possess wealth. Since you are indeed wealthy, you must pay this month's protection fee." As they were about to depart, Zhang Dai could not possibly pay the protection fee. Residing in Qingshui County, they were compelled to sacrifice a bowl of blood daily to appease malevolent spirits, while also paying protection fees to the likes of Lord Zhang, under the pretense of ensuring their safety. If their safety were genuinely guaranteed, they would willingly pay, however. The assurance of safety was non-existent, rendering this fee nothing short of blatant exploitation. Yet, Lord Zhang was a figure of significant power, and even the disciples of the ghostly demon sect dared not offend him lightly. Despite their imminent departure, Zhang Dai could not afford to antagonize Ma San, and thus resorted to a delaying tactic, seeking to placate him. "Third Master, I do not have the money on me, but rest assured, I shall return home and sell our house. As soon as the house is sold, I will promptly deliver this month's protection fee." Upon hearing of the house sale, Ma San's expression softened as his mind raced with possibilities. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days' time. After 3 days, whether your house is sold or not, the fee must be paid." "Certainly, certainly." Zhang Dai nodded and bowed in agreement. Zhang Dai's wife and the Zhang brothers grew anxious, wishing to intervene. But with Zhang Dai having already acquiesced, it was too late for them to protest. "Mother, let us return home." Once outside, Zhang Dai's wife sighed heavily. "If we sell the house, where shall we live? This house was earned with your father's life. Eldest brother, your actions are too hasty. Without a place to stay, we shall inevitably become prey. Eldest brother, your earlier words will surely provoke Ma San to hinder us. At that time, our house may be sold at a pittance." Young Zhang Xiaobao nestled in his father's embrace, his little brow furrowing as he listened to the adults' converse. Zhang Dai wished to discuss matters concerning Hushi Village, but given the public setting and the multitude of eyes, it was inappropriate to speak. "Mother, little mountain, do not fret. Once we return home, I shall explain everything in detail." Even with his reassurances, the family's expressions remained sorrowful. Upon returning home, Mrs. Wang from next door, hearing the commotion, peeked out to see the family returning intact, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhang Dimiai, you did not sign, did you?" "No, I did not." Zhang Dai replied with a smile. Mrs. Wang sighed in relief. "It is well that you did not sign. Thank goodness you returned in time, Otherwise, I would never see you again. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Zhang family and Aunt Wang returned to their respective courtyards. Inside the main hall, with the exception of Zhang De, everyone wore a gloomy expression. De, where have you been during this time? As soon as Aunt Zhang asked, she noticed the absence of some family members. Where is your wife and my eldest grandson? Mother, do not worry. They are both well. If they are well, why have they not returned? In recent days, they had sold everything they could, even parting with the life-saving charm left by Zhang's father, just to survive in the county. Mother, we wish to return, but at that moment, Zhang De recounted the events that transpired in Hushi village. When mentioning Lin Qing, his eyes brimmed with admiration. Mother, with Lin Qing in Hushi village, we need not suffer daily tribulations, nor be drained by those malevolent spirits. We can live well. Aunt Zhang and her two sons were left in a state of bewilderment after hearing their elder brother's words. Elder brother, you cannot be serious. Is there truly such a place in this world? Zhang Dashan spoke up. Zhang Dahuai chimed in, elder brother. The place you describe sounds like a paradise spoken of by storytellers and tea houses. There is no such paradise in this world. It could merely be a trap devised by malevolent spirits to lure us. And Zhang added, De, since you managed to escape, let us not venture there again. Zhang De understood that this matter was difficult for others to believe, yet he felt compelled to bring his family there regardless. Dashan Dahuai, do you think I am such a fool? How could I not discern a trap? Furthermore, if we continue to live in Qingshui County, how will we pay for the protection fees next time? The monthly protection fees and various other expenses in Qingshui County are suffocating many people. This time, Mother risked herself. Who will be next? You, Dashan? Or you, Dahuai? Staying here will only lead us to a dead end. Zhang Yi exploits this method to gradually squeeze us, making us willing blood sacrifices. Previously, the master of the ghostly fiend sect kept Zhang Ye's people in check, preventing them from going too far. However, since half a year ago, Zhang Ye's actions have become increasingly excessive, and the ghostly fiend's sect has remained eerily silent. This is a very ominous sign. Qingshui County may not endure for much longer. Mother, Dashan, Dahuai, trust me just this once. Instead of waiting here passively for death, let us seize an opportunity. If what I say is true, we shall gain immensely. If, as you say, it is a trap, we are already doomed regardless. After hearing his words, the two brothers fell into silence, exchanging glances. Brother, we will gamble with you. Yes, let us take a chance. If it is true, we shall find ourselves in a paradise. Upon seeing that both of her sons were in agreement, Madame Zhang refrained from saying more. We must expedite the sale of this residence. Since we are leaving this place, it is undoubtedly best to sell the house as swiftly as possible. Tomorrow, I shall seek out potential buyers, Zhang Dashan declared. Zhang De shook his head, insisting that delay was not advisable, and there was no need to wait for tomorrow. You should go find Li Yiri at the alleyway entrance right now. We must sell the house before Ma San makes his connections with the local power brokers. Your foresight is commendable, elder brother. It matters not if the buyer offers a lower price, as long as we can pass the property quickly. Zhang De added. If we wait for Ma San to make his move, we might find that, after paying the protection fees, little will remain of our proceeds. That would be tantamount to giving the house away to Ma San. Zhang Dahai ventured out before nightfall and located Li Yiri at the alley's entrance, clearly stating his purpose. Upon understanding their intent, Li Yiri immediately pressed the price down to the minimum. Zhang Dahai wished to negotiate for a higher price, but recalling his elder brother's instructions, he reluctantly acquiesced. They sold their residence to Master Li for a price that was a mere third of the market value. Fearing a potential change of heart from the sellers, Master Li eagerly signed the purchase agreement, exchanging the deed for payment without delay. Zhang Dahai implored the sellers to allow them a couple more days, granting them a brief respite to find suitable accommodations. Master Li, being accommodating, readily consented. Once the arrangement was finalized, the two brothers returned home with 55 taels of silver in hand. Zhang De, upon realizing they had sold for 55 taels, felt quite satisfied with the price. Mother, Dahai, Dashan, let us prepare tonight. At dawn tomorrow, we shall depart the city. Do not bring too many belongings. We will leave in shifts to avoid drawing the attention of Master Zhang and his entourage. The three understood his intentions, nodding apprehensively. Within the confines of the county town, Zhang De led a cautious existence. Not only was it unwise to speak of Lin Qing, but even their departure required utmost secrecy. The circumstances on his end were destined to bring disappointment to Lin Qing. In contrast, the situation with Li Erbao was quite different. Upon returning to the village and finding his parents and wife safe and sound, Bao was filled with immense joy. Bao, where have you been all this time? Exclaimed Mother Li, gripping her son's hand with excitement. He had not returned for a long time, and based on past patterns, it was almost certain that he had perished. Thus, when they saw him alive and well, the family was filled with a mixture of excitement and joy. Father, Mother, Lin Qing, I wish to take you to a splendid place. Subsequently, Li Bao recounted the events of Hushi village, particularly the remarkable achievements of Lin Qing, with great detail. If it were not for Lin Qing, you would never have seen me again. Fortunately, we encountered Lin Qing, who shall bless us. Look, Father and Mother. This is the talisman bestowed upon me by Lin Qing. It ensures our safety. The trio gazed at the talisman in his hand. How does this differ from what is sold by the ghostly talisman sect? Why is it made of wood? Noticing the confusion on their faces, Li Bao replied with a hint of pride, the protective amulets from the ghostly talisman sect cannot be compared to those granted by Lin Qing. Lin Qing is a deity. This is a divine gift, a celestial artifact. Father and Mother, we shall depart tomorrow. I have made arrangements with another brother. He will also bring his family and wait for me at the crossroads. Lin Qing clutched her husband's sleeve and quietly inquired, Husband, if the place is so wonderful, may we bring my parents along? Of course, replied Li Bao. As the thought crossed his mind, he hurried to the center of the village while there was still light. Raising his voice to call out, Villagers, come forth. The residents, who had been hiding indoors waiting for darkness, emerged at the sound of his call. Many were astonished to see Li Bao, who had been missing for so long. Some asked questions, others offered greetings, and various voices filled the air. The village chief, displeased, turned to Li Bao and said, Bao, nightfall is upon us. What are you shouting about? Do you not fear inciting the wrath of the malevolent spirits? But chief, it is not yet time, Li Bao replied, eager to convey his purpose without further ado. Villagers, I have something important to share. I have discovered a place blessed by Lin Qing. Those who reside there need not make daily sacrifices. Li Bao had expected shock and excitement in response, but instead, the crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. Bao, are you putting on a grand show for us? Has this boy been driven mad by some malevolent spirit? He seems perfectly fine. Why is he speaking such nonsense? Listening to their murmurs and pointed remarks, Li Bao, anxious to clarify, exclaimed, What I say is true. Lin Qing is a deity sent by heaven to save us. If you do not believe me, come with me tomorrow. Once you arrive in Hushi village, you will see that I speak neither lies nor folly. Despite Li Bao's attempts to explain, the villagers perceived it as a clear indication that the child was gravely ill. Had Lin Qing been present, she would undoubtedly have chastised him, deeming his handling of the situation as utterly careless, neglecting critical details. Ultimately, it is evident that Li Bao is still quite young and tends to make assumptions without careful consideration. The village head, growing increasingly impatient with the boy, waved his hand to signal the crowd to disperse. As the villagers scattered, the village head turned to Li Bao and said, Stop your foolishness. Now that you have returned safely, you should remain at home and refrain from causing further distress to your parents. Li Bao protested, I am not causing any trouble. Everything I say is the truth. He glanced around the gathering, noting that only his in-laws remained. He stepped forward, urgency etched upon his face, and implored, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Please accompany me tomorrow. Once we arrive at Hushi village, you shall comprehend its wonders. Mr. Lin furrowed his brow, questioning, Are you truly intending to take Lin Qing to that so-called Hushi village? Indeed, not only Lin Qing, but my parents shall accompany us as well. Mr. Li grasped his in-laws' hands and led them toward his home, stating, This is not the place for such discussions. Let us converse in the privacy of our abode. Upon entering the house, Mrs. Li closed the door behind them. The two families sat together, their parents' expressions grave, the atmosphere within the room laden with tension. Are you truly willing to follow Bao into this folly? Inquired the father-in-law. Mrs. Li Bao chimed in this world, is there truly a place that requires no sacrifice? It seems to me that Bao may have been deceived. Sensing the skepticism of his in-laws, Bao, with fervor, implored, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I swear that what I say is genuine. I beseech you to trust me just this once, will you? He was at a loss as to how to persuade the elderly couple. Lin Qing, a divine being, required a sacrifice. It sounded akin to a deadly poison laced with temptation. Observing her husband's anxious demeanor, Lin Qing joined in the persuasion. imploring her parents to place their trust in him just this once. He is not the sort to act recklessly. The elderly Lin couple remained silent, their gazes shifting toward the Li couple. Li father broke the silence, expressing concern that Qing Shui County was likely to descend into chaos. Recently, he had encountered individuals emerging from that region, and it appeared the inhabitants were cornered with no escape. The ghostly fiend sect lacked the power to intervene, and it seemed our territory would soon be embroiled in disorder. Is that truly the case? Lin father asked, a mix of astonishment and fear evident in his voice. Such matters were not to be taken lightly. As for the place Bao had mentioned, whether true or not, a visit would reveal the truth. Even if it were false, it would merely entail relocating the sacrificial offering. Aware of the impending turmoil in Qing Shui County and having heeded Li father's words, Lin father began to waver. However, he voiced his concern about the journey to Hushi village, worrying about encountering malevolent spirits or creatures. Li Bao quickly reassured him, father-in-law, do not fret. Before my return, Lin Qing bestowed upon me 2 protective talismans. These talismans are formidable. With them, we need not fear. With that, he produced the divine symbols from his bosom. Lin father could not discern their true worth, nor could he ascertain their authenticity. Yet, possessing these talismans was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. After much contemplation, the elderly Lin couple finally resolved to accompany their son-in-law on this gamble. Upon seeing his father-in-law's acquiescence, Li Bao was filled with joy. Rest assured, once we arrive at Hushi village, you will be grateful for my efforts. He spoke with a proud demeanor. Following Li Bao's commotion, the villagers of Li family village began discussing the matter among themselves upon returning home. The 3 siblings residing in a dilapidated thatched house at the end of the village were particularly intrigued by Bao's words. Li Ermei spoke up, brother, do you think what Bao said is true? Li shook his head. How could it possibly be true? Yet, observing Bao's demeanor, it did not seem like he was fabricating anything. Perhaps he was indeed speaking the truth. There might be a place in the world where one could live well without the need for sacrifices. Li Ermei's eyes sparkled with longing. Li San chimed in, brother, haven't you noticed that since Bao returned, he seems different from before? He is unlike any of us now. What do you mean by that? Li San pondered for a moment before responding. He seems more vibrant, with a light in his eyes. Li Ermei nodded eagerly. Yes, I feel the same way. Especially when he spoke of Lin Qing, the adoration in his gaze was impossible to overlook. Li sensed his younger siblings' intentions. Are you both wishing to leave with Li Bao? Ever since their parents passed away, the siblings had endured a life of hardship, often going to bed hungry. Starved and compelled to make daily sacrifices, their already malnourished bodies could scarcely endure for long, fearing they might meet the same fate as their parents. Li Ermei and Li Sen kept their heads bowed in silence, for silence was indeed the most eloquent answer. Brother, here we have no prospects for survival. If Bao's words hold true, then we may find a way forward, Li San urged. Li Ermei looked at her elder brother with eager anticipation. Upon meeting the desperate gazes of his siblings, Li let out a heavy sigh. Very well, tomorrow we shall follow Li Bao, despite having made a decision. Unease still gnawed at the hearts of the 3 siblings, a trepidation born of an uncertain future. There were 2 or 3 other families in the village who shared a similar plight, teetering on the brink of despair. As long as they could scrape by in the village, they would not dare to take the risk of leaving. Yet now, having reached a dead end, they could only grit their teeth and gamble on this chance. As for the others, they mocked Li Bao's fanciful ideas, with some speculating that he had been enchanted by some beguiling spirit, returning only to lead them astray and serve as fodder for this entity. In short, there were all manner of opinions. Regardless of their chatter, Li Bao remained oblivious. That night, Li family village was destined for unrest. The following morning, Li Bao and his family set out early, expecting to find only his father-in-law waiting outside. But to their surprise, 3 other families were gathered at the village entrance. Bao, we believe in you and wish to accompany you to Hushi village, Li declared. The other 2 families chimed in, expressing their desire to follow. Li Bao was overjoyed. Having thought no one would trust him, believing only his father-in-law's family would leave with him, yet he found unexpected support. Come along. Lin Qing will surely be delighted to see you. Let me tell you, Lin Qing is a formidable deity. Once you arrive at Hushi village and meet him, you will understand that I have not deceived you. You will not regret this decision to follow me, Li Bao asserted with conviction. The 3 nodded vigorously, though deep within their eyes lingered a profound worry and anxiety about the path ahead. The 5 families quietly departed Li family village, heading toward Hushi village. When Li Erbao arrived at the designated fork in the road, Zhang De was already there with his family waiting. After their meeting, they wasted no time, setting off immediately to return to Hushi village. On the way back, the two men encountered several forks in the road, nearly losing their way. However, drawing on their previous experience, this return journey proved much smoother, avoiding any unnecessary detours. Zhang De relayed the events that had transpired in the county town. And upon learning that Li Erbao had toyed with the subordinates of Lord Zhang, his expression shifted dramatically. My goodness, I never realized you possessed such audacity, Brother Zhang. Li Erbao could not resist glancing back, fearful of pursuing foes. Although there was no one behind him, anxiety gnawed at his heart, dreading the unforeseen. We must quicken our pace, he thought, lest we be overtaken. Should Ma San and his ilk catch up, all present would become the sacrificial prey of malevolent spirits. Zhang De was equally uncertain when Ma San and his companions would realize their escape, nor could he ascertain whether they would pursue upon discovering their departure. Everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. Within the confines of Qishui County, Ma San lifted his gaze from the embrace of a tender woman, observing the flustered approach of a subordinate. What is the matter? He inquired. The anxious underling, catching his breath, reported urgently, Brother Ma, Zhang De and his family have fled. They sold their residence to Li Er at a low price just before sunset yesterday. As soon as we learned of it, we hurried to Zhang De's home, only to find it deserted. I inquired with the brothers guarding the city gate, and one mentioned seeing Zhang De's mother leave the county. Ma San violently shoved the woman aside, seething with rage as he stormed out. So, Zhang De, you dare to play me for a fool, he bellowed. Gather the brothers at once. Today, I shall pursue them and flay that wretch and his family alive. By midday, Ma San, accompanied by a throng of followers, departed Qishui County with fervor. However, upon reaching the fork in the road at the outskirts, he was met with a dilemma. They were at a loss as to which direction to take. Splitting into three paths was out of the question. Not only was it perilous at night, but the men below were also unwilling. To pursue or not to pursue was a dilemma. Ma San found himself in a somewhat awkward position until one of the sharp-eyed henchmen offered a way out for him. Thus, Ma San graciously accepted the opportunity. Before returning, he did not forget to utter a few harsh words. Zhang De and his companions hurried along, fearful that Ma San and his men might recklessly pursue them. It must be said that Zhang De's group was fortunate. They encountered no supernatural creatures and safely entered the territory of Hushi village. Parents, do you see that village ahead? That is Hushi village, Li Erbao exclaimed joyfully, pointing towards the settlement. The others leaned forward to glimpse the scene. Wisps of smoke curled into the air, and earthen houses were charmingly scattered around the valley. Li Ermei observed the villagers laboring in the fields nearby, while children frolicked along the dikes, laughter resonating in the air. Such a harmonious and tranquil tableau left the accompanying families utterly mesmerized. In Li's village, such a scene was unimaginable. The villagers of Hushi, toiling in the fields, recognized Li Erbao at once and waved to him. Erbao, have you brought your family? Wang Laosher shouted. Yes, Li Erbao replied, I have brought my family along, as well as my father-in-law and our neighbors from the village. As Li Erbao and his group stepped into Hushi village, Lin Qing had already floated over. Upon seeing their party of 26, a broad smile spread across his face. The population of Hushi village was growing once more. Splendid news, his beloved followers were increasing. Upon entering the village, Li Erbao's group was warmly welcomed by village chief Zhao Gui. Due to the surge in population and the incomplete construction of new houses, every household in Hushi village was currently accommodating more residents than usual. At night, they would lay down makeshift bedding, crowding together in the limited space. Even so, many still had to sleep outdoors. Whether it was Zhang De's family or the Li family, upon entering Hushi village, their eyes were overwhelmed by the sights before them. Every villager was energetically engaged in making mud bricks, and smiles adorned every face. These small yet vivid details captivated their gaze. Zhang De turned to his mother and younger brother, saying, Mother, Daxian, Xiaobao, put down your things and follow me to the Lin Qing temple. Just then, Li Erbao, who had been explaining matters to the four households of the Li family, suddenly slapped his forehead and turned to Li Yi and the others, saying, Father, Mother, Father-in-law. Li Yi, come with me. We must quickly pay our respects to Lin Qing Gong. Without his blessings on this journey, we could not have returned so smoothly. Hurriedly, Li Erbao led his family towards the Lin Qing temple. Hovering above, Lin Qing felt a sense of gratification. Truly, this Li Erbao was quite perceptive. Behold, he has attracted quite a crowd. Each individual is worth 20 incense points. Upon noticing that Li Erbao and Zhang De were preparing to return to their dwelling to fetch incense, Wang Laosher swiftly interjected, advising them not to procure any candles. The Lin Qing temple offers incense free of charge. This generous notion of providing complimentary incense within the temple was, in fact, proposed by the blind man Li. As for the funds to purchase the incense, they were acquired through the sale of an exorcism talisman, which fetched 50 taels of silver. The purchaser of this talisman was none other than Long Xiangdi's brother, Long Heir. With the 50 taels of silver, Li bought a substantial quantity of incense, all of which was placed in the Lin Qing temple for the villagers' free use, thereby alleviating a significant financial burden. Although the ominous threat that once loomed over them has dissipated, expenses for each household remain considerable. Previously, there were those who generously provided for free, but now they must bear the cost themselves. Li's actions not only facilitated the villagers, but also considered the interests of Lin Qing, fearing a decline in their visits to offer incense. In his eyes, such a decline was utterly unacceptable. One must commend Li's foresight, which seemed to resonate deeply with Lin Qing's sentiments, particularly upon learning that Li had sold his own exorcism talisman. Lin Qing felt a surge of joy. The absence of Li as the temple steward was undoubtedly a significant loss. As Lin Qing observed the 26 individuals making their way to the temple, he too returned with eagerness, anticipating the arrival of incense offerings. Before the incense was presented, Li Erbao earnestly advised several families. When you offer incense, you must do so with sincerity. Sincerity yields efficacy. Only with true devotion will Lin Qing bless you. Similarly, Zhang De imparted words of caution to his mother and younger brothers. With a solemn demeanor, Li Erbao and Zhang De knelt before the deity, offering their incense. Ding. Li Erbao contributed 20 incense points. Ding. Zhang De contributed 20 incense points. Once the two elder villagers completed their offerings, Zhang De's mother, along with his two brothers and young son, took up their incense and emulated Zhang De's actions, kneeling to pay homage to Lin Qing. Lin Qing awaited the influx of offerings, believing that even if they did not contribute the full 20 points as the elder villagers did, a minimum of 5 points would suffice. However, to his dismay, he observed as the 4 individuals bowed and inserted their incense, yet the familiar chime of the system remained silent. What on earth? Not a single incense point was credited. Now, the focus shifted to Li Erbao's group. Lin Qing watched them intently. There were indeed 20 individuals in their midst. He no longer yearns for the full 20 to contribute to his incense value. He would be content if even half or a third of them could bestow their offerings upon him. As each family took their turn to pay their respects, the system remained utterly silent, as quiet as a grave. Damn it! Lin Qing felt a surge of frustration, yet he could not discern whom to blame. Alas, the incense value he had lost. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the Qing Wolf Mountain, the ominous figure known as Ghost 13, enshrouded in swirling black mist, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, the darkness rapidly expanding in all directions. After maintaining this state for the duration of half a stick of incense, Ghost 13 withdrew his aura and abruptly opened his eyes, a look of ecstasy illuminating his face. At last, I have transcended into the realm of spiritual communication. He has successfully breached, but it remains uncertain whether that vile creature, the evil crab, has also succeeded. Should he have failed, it would be most fortuitous for him to be devoured. Gui Shirshan rose, his form shrouded in a swirling black mist, his soul deeply yearning, his entire being clamoring for the consumption of flesh and blood. He sought the evil crab, but decided to first satiate his hunger with some livestock, replenishing his strength before pursuing that wretched being. The thought of his 3 soul fragments, along with the meticulously laid hidden assassination array, all obliterated, as well as the livestock he had painstakingly nurtured now lost, pierced his heart with anguish, inciting a desire to devour the evil crab whole. Transforming into a cloud of black mist, Gui Shirshan departed the cave, making his way down the mountain. The nearest town to Qinglang Mountain was Yong'an County, and without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight there. Meanwhile, Li Tian was engaged in discussions with his subordinates when an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, interrupting the flow of their report on recent affairs. This year's tributes to the sect were fully prepared, comprising 30 young boys and 30 young girls, all selected for their excellence. Additionally, several more young boys and girls had been included as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Sitting at the immediate left of Li Tian, Long Xiangdi noticed the leader's unusual demeanor. After the report concluded, a prolonged silence ensued, revealing that the leader's thoughts were elsewhere. Master, Long Xiangdi gently reminded, Awakened from his reverie, Lin Qing abruptly stood, his countenance darkened. He addressed the assembly, stating, "Gui Shisan has emerged from seclusion and is currently approaching us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Could it be that Gui Shisan has advanced to the spirit realm? Perhaps he has succeeded. Or perhaps not, some clung to a glimmer of hope. However, his imminent arrival at Yong'an County surely bodes ill. Lin Qing spoke in a grave tone. If Gui Shisan's attempt to break through has failed, then his arrival is inconsequential. But if he has succeeded in entering the spirit realm, it is unlikely that his intentions are benign during such a sensitive period. It is known that those newly initiated into the spirit realm require substantial sustenance. This realization darkened the countenances of the crowd. "Master, is it still possible for us to leave now?" Someone inquired. Lin Qing shook his head. "It is too late." He has sensed the presence of Ghost 13, who will arrive in Yong'an County within a matter of moments. The expressions of the gathered crowd were fraught with anxiety. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Ghost 13 had encountered the so-called Lin Qing. If they had crossed paths, it was likely that Lin Qing had already met his demise at the hands of Ghost 13. Of course, there remained another possibility. Ghost 13 might not have bothered to investigate and was heading straight for Yong'an County. As he pondered this, ominous clouds loomed over the city, a massive black mist descending, accompanied by an overpowering stench. The citizens on the streets noticed the sudden change, the foul odor causing many to retch uncontrollably. Alarmed, someone cried out, "Something evil approaches." The faces of passers-by turned pale as they hastily retreated to their homes, plunging the streets into chaos. Ghost 13 hovered in midair above Yong'an County, gazing down at the terrified populace, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he unconsciously licked his lips. He raised his hand and reached down, a swirling mass of black mist instantly enveloping the three fleeing citizens. "Ah, help! Is there anyone to save me? Lord Evil Spirit, spare my life." The three of them screamed in terror, their eyes filled with despair. They eagerly anticipated the intervention of the ghostly gate, yet alas, that moment would never arrive. Ghostly 13 opened his mouth wide, and wisps of bluish-white essence escaped from the trio's orifices, converging into a lengthy stream of ethereal mist. Greedily, Ghostly 13 inhaled, and with each breath, the skin of the three became wrinkled. In but a fleeting moment, they had entirely ceased to breathe. With a swift flick of his hand, three emaciated corpses plummeted from the air, shattering into fragments upon impact with the ground. "Ha ha!" Ghost 13 erupted into a hearty laugh. He licked his lips, gazing with keen interest at the livestock fleeing below. Upon witnessing someone making their way toward the city gates, a cold snort escaped his nostrils. With a casual flick of his wrist, several flags of formation materialized in his hand. Just as he was poised to set up the array, Lin Qing and the others finally made their appearance. When Ghost 13 descended above Yong'an County, they had exited the conference hall, witnessing firsthand his unrestrained demeanor. Now, to consider laying down a formation in Yong'an County was tantamount to preparing to turn the entire city into his livestock. Lin Qing could no longer contain himself and rebuked. "Ghost 13, this is Yong'an County, under the jurisdiction of the Ghost Kill sect. You cannot establish a formation here." They thought to themselves that if he wanted to capture someone, let him do so. Even if he apprehended a group, it would serve as a form of filial piety. However, they never anticipated that Ghost 13 intended to ensnare them all at once. Their families and legacies are all here. Gui Shisan's indifferent gaze fell upon Lin Qing and the others, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "What are you, to dare speak to me in such a manner?" As his words faded, a dark mist, imbued with the power of the spirit realm, surged toward Lin Qing. Lin Qing was taken aback, wishing to resist. However, as a mere mortal, he stood no chance against such might. Lin Qing, a practitioner of the lowest tier, felt the overwhelming aura of the spirit realm and turned pale. He yearned to save Lin Qing, but with his meager cultivation, it would be akin to a mantish trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Just as everyone believed Lin Qing was doomed, he suddenly felt a searing warmth in his embrace, as a wooden talisman emerged from his chest. Upon seeing the divine symbol, his eyes sparkled with hope. As the malevolent mist sword approached, the seemingly ordinary wooden talisman erupted with radiant light. When black met gold, the golden brilliance instantly devoured the dark mist, surging towards Gui Shisan above. Gui Shisan, caught off guard by the presence of such a spiritual artifact, raised his hand to intercept it, dissipating the beam that contained a hint of divinity. Yet, As the light faded, Gu Shisan felt an unexpected weakness. Damn it, he cursed, realizing that all the essence he had just absorbed was entirely consumed. And he had even lost a portion of his own. The onlookers in the hall, including Long Air, who was hiding under the eaves, stared in astonishment. Long Air couldn't help but reach for his chest, where he still kept the divine symbol he had purchased from Hushi Village. Previously, he had thought little of it. But witnessing its ability to withstand an attack from the spirit realm's evil spirit, and even counterattack, had opened his eyes. Spending 50 taels on such a talisman was indeed a tremendous bargain. After a brief moment of astonishment, Long Xiangdi's expression transformed into one of joy. The talisman inscribed by the esteemed Lin Qing could easily withstand an assault from the spirit realm's malevolence and even retaliate, indicating that Lin Qing's cultivation was undoubtedly above the spirit realm. Long Xiangdi exchanged a glance with Li Tian, both sharing a common goal, to escape, devising every possible means to flee from Yong'an County. Once they escaped Yong'an County, they could make their way to Hushi Village, where perhaps they would find a glimmer of hope. Within Yong'an County, apart from Long Xiangdi and his brother, as well as Li Tian, only those who had interacted with Hushi Village remained. They were all gathered in the hall today and naturally beheld that familiar golden light. It was the talisman carried by the people of Hushi Village. Indeed, that is correct. If we wish to survive, we must go to Hushi Village. Someone spoke in a low voice. The crowd nodded in agreement. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the townspeople, who observed the golden light emanating from the ghostly shaman sect's branch, many of them displaying expressions of joy. We are saved. The ghostly shaman sect would undoubtedly prevent those malevolent spirits from wreaking havoc in the county. That golden light was formidable, catching the malevolent spirits off guard. If the ghostly shaman sect were to make a few more appearances, it was believed they could drive away that evil entity. Some speculated and silently prayed for such an outcome. Countless townspeople were filled with delight, secretly hoping that the ghostly shaman sect would banish this evil and restore peace to Yuan County. Inside the hall, several companions looked at Long Xiangdi in astonishment. Brother Long, what talisman do you possess? Where did you acquire it? Long Xiangdi remained silent, shaking his head to signal them to be patient. Hovering in midair, the ominous Ghost 13 glared darkly at the group of ants below. Having just suffered an unexpected setback, he felt deeply unsettled. He remarked, "How dare this insignificant creature challenge him? It seems he possesses a hidden advantage, yet one wonders how much of such triviality resides within him." His state of mind was subtly shaken by the recent impact, rendering him somewhat unsteady, which instilled a sense of caution in his every move. He certainly did not wish to suffer a setback and be ambushed by this swarm of insignificant ants. Inside the hall, Li Tian and the others noticed that Gu Shisan did not launch another attack, and they felt a sense of clarity. This time, it was Li Tian who spoke. "Master Gu Shisan, congratulations on your ascension to the spirit communication realm." He clasped his fists together and respectfully congratulated the person at the head of the table. Gu Shisan had established his roots in Yong'an County and had naturally interacted with Li Tian. Previously, due to his lower realm, he posed no threat to the Gu Sha sect, and he feared offending them, thus maintaining a semblance of camaraderie with those brutes. Now, uncertain whether there were more formidable spiritual entities within their ranks, he dared not act recklessly and could only engage in a tactical dance with them. He resolved to ascertain their true nature before devising any plans. Gu Shisan descended from the air, landing directly within the hall. The others felt a twinge of apprehension, but their long-standing positions quickly steadied their nerves. Li Tian, with an air of indifference, gestured toward Gu Shisan, inviting him inside. Although Gu Shisan huffed in response, he did not dismiss the courtesy and followed him into the meeting chamber. As the group made their way into the hall, Long Xiangdi lagged a couple of steps behind, casting a glance toward his brother, who was hiding beneath the eaves, and waved him over. Longair hesitated for a brief moment before scampering over. "Brother, what is it?" Longair asked, casting a fearful glance toward the direction of the meeting hall. "Hand it over." Long Xiangdi extended his hand. "What?" Longair feigned ignorance, instinctively reaching for his chest. Long Xiangdi had no time for his antics and swiftly retrieved the talisman from his bosom. "Brother, you can't." A pair of hands covered his mouth, swallowing his words whole. Long Xiangdi's gaze turned icy, warning him to return home, gather his belongings, and take only gold and silver valuables. Nothing else was to be brought. Longair nodded in understanding. Long Xiangdi hastened to rejoin the group as they entered the meeting hall. Following his elder brother's instructions, Longair immediately dashed toward home. The brothers who had accompanied them on their mission, upon witnessing Long Air's hurried departure, understood immediately. Without uttering a word, they immediately dashed towards home. Running was imperative. It was unrealistic to rally the entire county to flee, so they could only hope for a modicum of wisdom among the populace. Those who could escape during this time should do so, for those who foolishly remained would have to surrender to fate. Upon returning home, Long Air immediately lowered his voice and urged his sister-in-law, "Quickly gather your belongings. We must leave the city at once." Long Xiang looked at his wife in confusion and asked, "Why? Wasn't that malevolent entity subdued by the Hall Master?" In this critical moment, Long Air's mind sharpened with clarity as he replied tersely, "That was merely a delaying tactic. My elder brother just instructed me to leave immediately. There is no time for hesitation. If we delay any further, we shall all perish." He was acutely aware of the current circumstances within the sect. Their sole reliance now rested upon the village of Hishi. If they could escape to Hishi, they would still possess a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Long, feeling the urgency of the situation, refrained from any further delay and promptly gathered his belongings. In a matter of moments, the two had completed their preparations. He mounted his horse and, noticing his sister-in-law approaching the carriage, swiftly grasped her arm. The carriage would be too slow. They must ride directly. Perhaps due to Long's exceedingly grave expression, his sister-in-law nodded in understanding and led a horse out from the stable, mounting it with determination. "Brother-in-law, where shall we go? Are we seeking refuge at Ghost Killing Gate?" "We shall not go to Ghost Killing Gate, but rather to Hushi Village. The distance to Ghost Killing Gate is far too great. I fear that before we even reach it, Ghost 13 will sense our presence. And by the time he catches up, our fates will be sealed." "Hushi Village?" Long's sister-in-law looked bewildered, having never heard of such a place. "Just follow me." The sound of hoofbeats echoed along the tranquil street. Soon, Long noticed several more hoofbeats trailing behind them. He cast a glance back and saw that the individuals from that day were all present. The group, in a tacit understanding, hurried along the road. The vast, empty street facilitated their journey. Those hiding inside their homes, upon hearing the sound of hooves outside, leaned out of their windows to observe the fleeing members of the ghostly slaughter sect, their brows furrowing in concern. "What's happening outside?" inquired the anxious wife of the apothecary. "The people of the ghostly slaughter sect are fleeing the city with their bundles." "What?" The shopkeeper felt a sense of foreboding. Without further ado, he commanded, "Quickly gather some silver. We must leave at once." The shopkeeper's wife dared not protest and hurried to the backyard. Many families began to react, preparing to flee together. Though there were exceptions. "My dear husband, it seems a group from the ghostly slaughter sect is escaping. Should we follow suit?" asked the young woman anxiously. The young man scoffed. "What are you afraid of? This is the territory of the ghostly slaughter sect. Did you not see how, when they made their move, that arrogant, malevolent spirit was forced to submit?" The young woman furrowed her brow, her heart racing with unease. If that were true, why were the disciples of the ghostly slaughter sect fleeing? The man, momentarily speechless, took a while to retort. "What do you know? Did you see the sect leader or the deputy leader among them? They certainly did not flee." The young woman shook her head, admitting she had not seen them. Only the minor lackeys below. The man felt a surge of confidence and snorted. Then that settled. If they were incapable of dealing with that malevolent spirit, their leaders would have already departed. "Do you truly believe they would choose to share our fate?" Clearly, they possess means to confront that spirit, which emboldens them to remain in the county. Seeing his wife still frowning, he reprimanded her with dissatisfaction. "Women are so short-sighted despite having long hair. Enough of your foolish thoughts. Just calm your mind and stop worrying." The young woman fell silent, though her furrowed brow remained tense. She anxiously gazed at the quiet street outside. Sometimes, making the right choice outweighs hard work. Choosing the correct path can be a matter of life and death. Within the conference hall of the ghostly slaughter sect, Ghost 13 occupied the seat of honor, with Li Tian positioned behind him and Long Xiangdi following in succession. Ghost 13's greedy gaze swept across the room before finally settling on Li Tian, the most vibrant with vital energy among the gathered. Followed closely by the one who had just offended him. He suppressed the urge to devour these individuals whole. Li, with a respectful gesture, congratulated the Lord on his elevation to the realm of spiritual communion. Gui Shisan let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. "I shall dispatch someone to the sect shortly. I am certain they will be pleased that Yongzhou has produced another great practitioner. At that time, the sect will undoubtedly present a grand gift to the Lord. Why wait for that? Present it to me now," Gui Shisan said with a smile. "The citizens of this city shall suffice." Upon hearing this, The expressions of everyone present shifted in unison, yet none dared to voice a contradiction. Li suppressed his rising anger. Maintaining a smile, my lord jested. Yongin County is the domain of the sect, and its citizens are but livestock raised for sustenance. The ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion, and these people are offerings. Gui Shursen frowned. This young man is attempting to leverage the old specter of the ghostly Sha sect against me. Is that old ghost still alive? Is this young man deceiving me? Or is there truth to his claim? Gui Shursan felt uncertain and cautiously inquired, Senior Ghostly Heaven, might I ask when the ancestor will emerge from seclusion? I would like to extend my congratulations in person. Li Tian chuckled. My status is humble. Such significant matters are beyond my knowledge. I hope my lord will forgive me. However, when the ancestor does emerge, he will surely extend invitations to all spiritual practitioners in Zhongzhou. Gui Shursan scoffed, and suddenly, a dark claw reached toward Li Tian's neck. Gripping him firmly, Li Tian was lifted off the ground, the sensation of suffocation causing his face to flush. The people in the hall were taken aback by Gui Shursan's abrupt aggression. Li Tian was the lowest-ranked practitioner, his cultivation merely at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Long Xiandi spoke, My lord, what is the meaning of this? If the hall master has erred in any way, I implore you to spare him for the sake of the ghostly Sha sect. Gui Shursan snorted dismissively, ignoring Long Xiandi, and turned a knowing gaze toward Li Tian. You dare to deceive me. Li Tian's heart raced, but he maintained his composure, struggling to ask, What do you mean, my lord? Surely, you do not think your previous words were flawless? As he spoke, Gui Shursan's penetrating gaze bore into Li Tian's face, as if seeking to unveil his innermost thoughts. Li Tian's heart sank, his mind racing as he confirmed that his words contained no discrepancies, allowing him to regain his composure. Am I unclear? Ha ha ha, truly. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Gui Shursan's eyes remained fixed on Li Tian. You previously claimed your ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion. Yet then stated you do not know when. You said you held a lowly status. If your status is indeed low, how can you know the condition of your ancestor? Does this not present a contradiction? Long Xiangdi quickly interjected, My lord, you misunderstand. We truly do not know when the ancestor will emerge. As for how we know of the ancestor's affairs, the sect has mentioned it to us in passing. Recently, there have been rumors circulating that the ancestor has passed away, causing some unrest in Yongzhou. We seek to prevent losses before the ancestor's emergence. The sect deliberately allocated some spiritual artifacts to the hall. Long Xiangdi hesitated, but ultimately resolved to speak, saying, Bestow upon us some spiritual items. This matter is known only to me and the hall master. The others are unaware. The other members of the hall suddenly enlightened, many exhaling in relief. Having means of self-preservation is indeed a comfort. It turns out the sect is even more formidable and far-sighted than they had anticipated. Gui Shursan immediately recalled the earlier consumption of considerable vitality, loosening his grip on Li Tian's neck. With the opportunity to breathe, Li Tian gasped for air. Both he and Long Xiangdi understood that they had passed the first hurdle. Their next task was to mislead the individual. As long as his gaze strayed for a brief moment, it would be their chance to flee. Gui Shursan narrowed his eyes, pondering the earlier item. Indeed, Gui Shursan grinned widely, genuinely curious about what it was, wondering if he might have a chance to behold it. This Gui Shursan was indeed not easily deceived. Long Xiangdi felt increasingly grateful that his brother had insisted on purchasing this protective talisman from the villagers of Heshi. He appeared somewhat troubled, seemingly reluctant to comply. Gui Shursan observed his hesitance, furrowing his brow as he narrowed his eyes and fixed a cold stare upon him. What? Were your earlier words merely a ruse to deceive me? Long Xiangdi hastily interjected, My lord, please do not take offense. It is merely that should I reveal this object, it may inadvertently cause harm to you once more. A cold chuckle escaped the lips of the person across from him. From my perspective, you are not concerned about the potential danger this spiritual artifact poses to me, but rather, you fear that I may claim it as my own. Or perhaps, you do not possess it at all. As he uttered the final words, Gui Shursan's tone was laced with a palpable aura of menace. The hearts of those in the hall were similarly raised in tension, uncertain of the truth behind Long Xiangdi's assertions. All eyes converged upon him, seemingly resolute. Long Xiangdi produced a rather unremarkable wooden plaque from his bosom. Gui Shursan's gaze fixated upon the plaque, and he reached out to touch it. However, the instant his fingers made contact, he was scorched by the divine energy emanating from it, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his hand in shock. He gazed intently at the inconspicuous object before him, a heavy weight settling in his heart. To his astonishment, it bore a trace of divinity. This was the sensation he felt upon touching it. Should that flicker of divine essence be awakened, he feared he would once again endure great suffering. From where did that old specter of ghost heaven procure such an item? Did he actually hand these items over to his subordinates? Gui Shirsen pondered whether that old ghost, Gui Tian, had ventured into an abandoned divine abode, perhaps discovering some treasure therein. He gazed at the seemingly unremarkable wooden plaque, yet sensed a hint of divinity. Further solidifying his conviction, the old ghost of the ghost-killing sect had reaped benefits. Ghost 13, with his thoughts racing, devised a plan in his mind. He decided against haste. Li Tian and Long kept a watchful eye on Ghost 13's expression, noticing his demeanor had softened, allowing their previously tense hearts to ease slightly. Li Tian, feigning indifference, spoke. Speaking of which, we are indeed blessed in Yongzhou. You have successfully advanced, and our neighbor, Lord Evil Crab, will soon ascend to the spiritual connection realm as well. At the mention of Evil Crab, a surge of suppressed anger flared within Ghost 13. He had not yet ascended to the spiritual connection realm? No, Li Tian replied, but he will soon. Perhaps he will catch up in time for the ancestral banquet. Ghost 13 narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. If he had not yet advanced, it presented a splendid opportunity for him. Should he manage to devour Evil Crab, it would be far more nourishing than consuming the entirety of Yomen County. Yomen County was a sacrifice to Ghost Heaven, and he dared not act against it. However, Evil Crab could indeed resolve his current predicament. Ghost 13 formed a plan in his heart, opting not to indulge in further conversation with them. When your ancestor emerges from seclusion, be sure to inform me. Absolutely. With that, Ghost 13 transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing before their eyes. As soon as he departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the hall. For a moment, silence enveloped them. After a few breaths, someone finally broke the stillness. Master, your lips are truly sealed. If it weren't for Ghost 13, we would still be in the dark. Li Tian shot a glare at the speaker, cautioning that this matter was not to be made public. You all must keep this to yourselves. Anyone who dares to divulge it prematurely, humph, not only will I not let it pass, but the sect will also impose severe punishment. Master, even without your warning, we understand the gravity of this situation. Master, is the ancestor preparing to fish for information? To see who leaps the highest? When he emerges, he will have the perfect excuse to deal with him, correct? The man laughed heartily. Li Tian merely smiled in silence, his expression clearly conveying an unspoken message. Everything is understood without words. The others exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that those who had boasted about the sect's decline would likely face dire consequences. Indeed, once the ancestor emerged, these individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise. Let us endure for now. When the ancestor appears, we of the ghost-killing sect will no longer need to heed their faces. This period has been quite stifling. In the past, when we traveled, the moment we revealed our tokens, who would dare provoke us? A group of individuals has been sharing their grievances during this time. Li Tian and Long Xiangdi listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. Unbeknownst to them, a fragment of Ghost 13's consciousness enveloped the assembly hall, observing everything that transpired within. As the time approached, Li Tian spoke, stating that the offerings to be presented to the sect this year should be thoroughly counted tonight, with departure scheduled for tomorrow. Long Xiangdi frowned, addressing the leader. According to our timeline, we should have departed today. We ought to set off early. Circumstances are no longer as they once were. Should we encounter any unforeseen obstacles, it could cause delays. If we miss the appointed time, the sect may hold us accountable. After a brief contemplation, Li Tian acknowledged, your considerations are astute. Therefore, we shall not wait until tomorrow. We shall depart today. With that, he instructed everyone to attend to their respective duties, and they dispersed. Once all had left, Ghost 13 retracted his fragment of consciousness, the last remnants of his doubt dissipating. Before departing, he could not resist glancing back once more. A short while later, Li Tian and Long Xiangdi convened in the study of the rear courtyard. Long Xiangdi signaled with his eyes, and upon receiving a nod from Li Tian, the tension he had been holding began to ease. Just moments ago, a report had come in regarding a group of missing citizens from the southern part of the city, numbering over 100, all swept away by the black mist. Do not concern yourself with that. It was likely Ghost 13 who took them, Long Xiangdi remarked, stroking the wooden plaque in his hand, realizing that this object had caused him considerable trouble. At the mention of trouble, the two exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. This development was even more fortuitous than they had originally anticipated. Ghost 13 would undoubtedly not seek out the malicious crab immediately. This delay would grant them ample time to escape. He would undoubtedly first absorb those 50 individuals, and only after recuperating would he set forth to Qingshui County, allowing them ample time to escape. Even if they were to flee, they must proceed with caution. One could never be certain if Gui Shisan had left any spies within the city. It remained uncertain whether any of his people were within the hall. Master, allow me to escort the offerings to the sect this time, Long Xiangdi proposed. Agreed, Li Tian replied. Long Xiangdi handed the protective talisman to Li Tian without uttering a word. Li Tian calmly accepted the item as well, and the two exchanged no unnecessary words throughout the process. Outside, the voice of a subordinate echoed, Vice Hall Master Long. Everything is prepared. It is time to depart. Very well. Before leaving, Long Xiangdi cast a glance back at the hall master, who met his gaze with an expression that conveyed reassurance. A grand procession left the county with the offerings, unmasked in their departure, boldly parading through the streets. Numerous townsfolk, covertly observing, recognized the carts bearing captive young boys and girls, along with the chests filled with treasures, understanding that these offerings were destined for the Guisha sect. The young proprietor of a study shop, witnessing this scene, called to his wife, My dear, come quickly and see. The hall seems undisturbed. They are delivering offerings to the sect. Does it appear as though anything is amiss in this county? The young woman stood by the window, watching the departing carriages and smiled at her excited husband. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. You were indeed being overly concerned. I told you there was nothing to worry about. If there were truly a matter at hand, the hall would not be so calm, he reassured her, wrapping his arms around her. You are just a worrywart. This is the territory of the Guisha sect. Those malevolent beings dare not act recklessly. She nodded, albeit with a lingering sense of unease. Once outside Yong'an County, Long Xiangdi had brought along only his most trusted allies and those loyal to the hall master. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they were meant to head west, yet Long Xiangdi chose the opposite direction. Those following behind were taken aback by this choice. Brother Long, we seem to be on the wrong path. We should be heading west, one of his confidants cautioned. We are not mistaken. We will first visit a certain location before proceeding to the sect, Long Xiangdi asserted, refraining from elaborating further. Although his confidants harbored doubts, none dared to press for clarification. The others, uncertain of the situation, obediently trailed behind. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently from Yong'an County, Long Xiangdi quickened his pace, signaling those behind to hasten their steps. Understood. Long Xiangdi swiftly made his way to Hishi village, knowing that arriving there sooner would enhance their safety. As dusk fell, Long Xiangdi and his group arrived at an abandoned village where flickers of firelight could be discerned. He gestured for several individuals to investigate. Soon, those sent to reconnoiter returned, exclaiming with delight, Brother Long, it is your sister-in-law and the others. As they entered the village, they encountered Long Air and his group gathered there. Upon seeing his elder brother emerge, Long Air was filled with joy. Brother, are you unharmed? I am fine, Long Xiangdi replied, shaking his head. Just as Long Air was about to inquire about the situation in the city, Long Xiangdi silenced him with a sharp glare. The members of the group, upon seeing Long Air and the others, furrowed their brows, and the astute ones suddenly widened their eyes in realization. Long Xiangdi shot a fierce look at his younger brother, thinking how foolish it was for him to arrive before them and still be pursued. Indeed, he squandered his chance to escape. Feeling the weight of his brother's murderous gaze, Long Air lowered his head in shame. Long Xiangdi then addressed his subordinates, whose expressions varied, saying, I know you harbor many questions in your hearts, but I wish to pose just one inquiry. The crowd listened in silence. You all should be well aware of what manner of man I, Long Xiangdi, am. I shall say this. If you wish to survive, utter not a word, ask not a single question, and await quietly. A profound silence enveloped the room, a stifling atmosphere lingering above them. The perceptive among them grasped the implication of his words, realizing that Yong'an County was about to encounter turmoil, and they had seized the opportunity to escape under the guise of delivering offerings to their sect. The only mystery perplexing them was why they were not heading towards the sect but rather in another direction. The less astute individuals, upon calming down and reflecting, also began to comprehend the reasons behind their course of action. At this juncture, if one could not understand, it would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yong'an County, the events of the day passed as if uneventful. The townsfolk, sheltering indoors, believed the ordeal had safely concluded. treating discussions of the matter as mere trivial banter over meals. As night fell, several masters from the Leaf family donned inconspicuous attire and donned protective talismans, stealthily departing from their residence without alerting the wealthy merchant servants. Lin Qing retrieved a key from his bosom and unlocked the city gate, the heavy door creaking open in the stillness of the night, producing a profound sound. He opened just enough of a passage for a horse to pass through before halting. The Leaf family swiftly exited the city, and as Lin Qing gazed at the partially ajar gate, he sighed inwardly. Knowing that this opening represented the last glimmer of hope he could offer to the citizens of Yong'an. Can they surpass this city gate and witness their own fate? Zhang Hai, the official responsible for guarding the gate, has felt an unsettling anxiety ever since receiving the order from the leader. Even while lying in bed, he tosses and turns, unable to find rest. Observing his distress, his wife, exasperated, gives him a gentle shove and remarks, "Do you have lice? You can't stay still for a moment." Irritated, Zhang Hai rises from the bed and dons his outer garment, surprised by his intention to leave at such an hour. His wife inquires, "Where do you intend to go at this late hour?" "I am going to the city gate to take a look," he replies. "It is dangerous at night," she expresses her concern. "Do not worry. I possess the protective talisman bestowed by the gate, and I shall be safe within the city." He paid no heed to his wife behind him, striding purposefully towards the city gate. As he hurriedly arrived, he noticed the city gate ajar. Just as he was about to depart, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. He instinctively concealed himself behind the corner, utilizing the wall to shroud his figure. The footsteps grew increasingly nearer, chaotic and numerous, indicating that there were indeed many individuals approaching. Zhang Hai crouched in the shadows, fixating on the source of the sound. As silhouettes emerged from the darkness, he discerned their identities. It was the third in command of the faction. He unexpectedly fled secretly with his family. Zhang Hai, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. He dared not dwell on his thoughts. A singular notion occupied his mind: escape. To flee with his wife and children under the cover of night. Though the outside world harbored its own perils, remaining within the city posed an even greater threat. Upon returning home, his first action was to gather their belongings. "You must rise quickly. We shall depart the county town tonight." "Leaving the county town at this hour? Have you lost your senses?" Zhang Hai's wife gazed at her husband, bewildered by his frantic demeanor. "There is no time for further discussion. If you wish to survive, awaken our son and daughter at once. We must leave immediately." Noticing her husband's grave expression, despite her lingering doubts, Zhang Hai's wife dared not delay and called their children awake. The family of four, burdened with their belongings and leading their horse, made their way towards the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Zhang Hai instinctively headed towards Yongzhou Prefecture. Yet as they progressed, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Seeing him pause, his wife inquired with concern, "What troubles you now?" Zhang Hai, ignoring her question, dismounted from the horse, retrieved a match from his pocket, and carefully illuminated the ground, studying it intently as worry etched deeper into his brow. This is not the right path. In which direction did they ultimately venture? Or had they been captured by malevolent spirits the moment they exited the city? Countless possibilities flashed through Zhang Hai's mind as he swiftly mounted his horse and reversed his course. Upon returning to the fork in the road, he dismounted and crouched down to inspect the traces upon the pathway. It did not take long for him to discover hoofprints on another path, accompanied by the imprints of a cart axle. These marks were evidently recent. With a determined grit, Zhang Hai resolved to take a chance. "We shall proceed this way." His wife hesitated, words lingering on her lips, yet ultimately remained silent and followed her husband. Within the county town, some residents, light sleepers, upon hearing the commotion outside, cowered in their homes, fearful of any lurking evil. Others, bolder in spirit, cautiously peered outside, observing groups of people stealthily making their way toward the city gate. Those with keen insight quickly sensed something amiss and chose to evacuate the town with their families. Some found the scene perplexing but, held back by their dread of the night, dared not venture out, instead suppressing their unease and resorting to self-soothing. In a cave halfway up Qilang Mountain, Ghost 13 sat cross-legged, with two townsfolk bound on either side of him. Their vital essence was gradually siphoned away, the energy circulating within him, nourishing his corporeal form. The countenance of the two men aged with each extraction, ultimately transforming into mere desiccated corpses. Once drained, Gue Shirsan nonchalantly cast the two bodies onto the towering mound of cadavers. Soon, two more tendrils of dark mist surged towards the trembling citizens huddled in the corner, selecting a man and a woman, swiftly ensnaring them. Witnessing yet another pair being taken, the remaining souls were engulfed in a mixture of terror and despair. From the hundreds who had been abducted, only a third remained. They all comprehended that their lifespans dwindled to mere hours, perhaps even fewer. A shroud of despair enveloped the hearts of each individual. As dawn broke, Gui Shisan seized the last two captives within the cave, absorbing their essence to nourish and fortify his cultivation. Once their worth diminished, they were carelessly discarded upon the mountain of corpses, becoming nameless remnants upon that desolate hill. Gui Shisan stretched his limbs, standing at the cave's mouth, exhaling a long breath of foul air. The losses incurred in Yong'an County had been effectively recompensed. Next, he must confront his old adversary, the malevolent Emo. Both new grudges and ancient resentments required resolution. Without hesitation, Gui Shisan set forth towards the designated perpetrator. Whether or not Emo was indeed the culprit mattered little. What was paramount was his intent to consume him for his own fortification. Should Emo reach the spirit connection realm before him, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. As for the livestock he had previously raised, the notion that they remained alive and still in their place was utterly inconceivable to him. Such aberrations against the natural order simply did not occur here. It was commonplace to encounter others' livestock, blood food, as the adversary would strike and breach formations, all aimed at the livestock. If the target were indeed livestock, they could hardly be expected to remain docile, fearing they would be devoured or spirited away. Gui Shisan took a shortcut, traversing mountains, and headed directly to Qingshui County. Meanwhile, within a secluded residence in Qingshui County, a beam of crimson light surged into the sky, casting a scarlet hue over the county town. As the red light spread, the clouds became increasingly resplendent, as if the heavens themselves wept blood. This spectacle startled all the townsfolk, who instinctively gazed upward. At the entrance of the Guisha sect, the expressions of those gathered grew solemn upon witnessing the scene. Had Emo broken through? Had he attained the spirit connection realm? A heavy weight settled upon their hearts. As the sect waned, these malevolent entities grew ever more formidable. This ebb and flow signified that soon these territories would be seized by them. It appeared that this place was no longer safe for prolonged residence. Many resolved to depart, setting their sights on Yongzhou Prefecture, where the sect was located. The crimson light lingered in the sky for a full half-hour before gradually dissipating, followed by a resounding, triumphant laughter. Ah! The townsfolk, upon hearing that laughter, clutched their ears in agony, with some frail individuals collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Those within the Guisha sect also bore expressions of torment. Yet they suppressed their distress, cursing Emo's audacity in their hearts. Half a tea time later, the oppressive sensation abated, allowing the townsfolk to regain their composure. Sectmaster, Emo has successfully advanced. Should we not go to congratulate him? Someone ventured. The sect master of Qingshui County, his countenance darkened, nodded slightly. It is indeed time to offer our congratulations. Please select a few young boys and girls and bring them along. It is essential to make a proper visit. For arriving empty-handed may provoke the wrath of the malevolent spirit, subjecting them to torment and humiliation. Given the time constraints, it may be too late to find suitable young boys and girls. Perhaps we could begin by taking a portion from the offerings, one suggested. The leader pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. They have carefully selected a group of exquisite young boys and girls, bearing gifts as they make their way to the estate of the malevolent scorpion. The scorpion is unlike Ghost 13. He relishes living in bustling places, where the vibrancy of life is palpable and food is readily available." As the members of the Ghostly Kill sect approached the entrance of the evil scorpion's abode, they had yet to announce their arrival when a resounding and audacious voice echoed from afar. "Evil scorpion, come forth to meet your demise." The tone of this proclamation caused the expressions of those present to shift in unison. Ghost 13 has arrived. Observing the formidable aura surrounding him, it was evident he too had ascended to the spirit realm. What a situation this is. The members of the Ghostly Kill sect silently lamented their misfortune. The evil scorpion, recently elevated to the spirit realm and in high spirits, was suddenly confronted by an unwelcome nuisance, inciting his ire. He soared into the air, locking eyes with Ghost 13 from a distance, an overwhelming pressure emanating between them. The citizens of Yong'an County, witnessing this spectacle, were engulfed by fear. When malevolent spirits clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Ghost 13 narrowed his eyes, fixating on the evil scorpion. "You have also advanced?" The evil scorpion chuckled darkly. "Indeed. I have just achieved this milestone today." Ghost 13, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration. Had he known, he would have sought out the evil scorpion in Qingshui County yesterday instead of visiting Yong'an County. What a blunder. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained an impassive facade. Oh, consider yourself fortunate. Why do you seek me out, little thief? Ghost 13's earlier bravado diminished considerably, both being of the spirit realm. Determining a victor in their confrontation would prove exceedingly difficult. Previously, in the Qi consolidation realm, their encounters had been fiercely contested. Now, having both recently entered the spirit realm, the stakes were undoubtedly heightened. Yet, having arrived, retreating would be far too humiliating. He, Gui Shisan, cannot afford to lose face. Engaging in a spar with you. The malicious scorpion squinted his eyes, inwardly cursing Gui Shisan for his petty demeanor, taking advantage of his recent breakthrough, while his realm was not yet fully stabilized. To come forth for a duel, truly shameless. Though reluctant in spirit, he maintained an unyielding demeanor. The young master was indeed inclined towards this confrontation. He cast a glance at Qingshui County, a territory that belonged to him, where the people below were mere prey he had designated for himself. He could not allow this old scoundrel to ruin everything. Let us depart. If you lack the courage to follow, then there is no need for you to come along. The malevolent wasp took flight from the county, heading towards the mountains beyond. Observing this, the members of the ghostly fiend sect could not help but exhale in relief. Would the wasp truly show such benevolence? Clearly not. He is likely to treat the citizens of the city as his possessions. This realization weighs heavily upon their hearts once more. Today is not a day for celebration. We must return to the hall first. In the depths of the mountains and forests, a thunderous sound echoed incessantly as trees were uprooted and the creatures of the earth suffered. Many plants withered and perished swiftly under the encroaching black mist. In the distant Qingshui County, the townsfolk gazed apprehensively towards the source of the intermittent rumbling, accompanied by the mournful cries of wild beasts, causing them to shudder involuntarily. This disconcerting scene persisted for half an hour. After this interval, the malevolent figure returned to the county town, his face ashen. With a pair of hands seemingly stained with blood, he reached down, ensnaring several citizens who had been standing in the street. He opened his wide mouth, devouring several individuals with a crunching sound. In the fleeting moments before death fully claimed them, their anguished cries pierced the air. "Help!" echoed the terrified screams of the remaining populace as they fled in panic. The malevolent creature paid them no heed. After consuming its victims, its enormous hand reached out once more, grasping dozens of fleeing citizens in a single sweep. He sat upright upon the rooftop, relentlessly seizing his prey. Even those who sought refuge within the confines of the house were not spared. On this day, the town of Qingshui was akin to a descent into hell. Once Gui Shisan had retreated to a distance, he finally dared to release a sigh of blood. Pressing a hand against his chest, his countenance darkened to a terrifying degree. He is in urgent need of livestock to replenish his vitality. Within 100 miles, only Yong'an County can fulfill his requirements. However, the thought of yesterday's negotiations with Li Tian and others weighs heavily on his heart. Regardless, he resolves to send a group there to acquire some livestock, trusting they would not dare to refuse. With determination set, Gui Shisan hastens towards Yong'an County. As the hour approaches noon, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoes along the rural path, with a procession of over 100 people just a few miles from Hushi village. Lin Qing, seated atop a roof, stretches comfortably and takes a deep breath, savoring the refreshing scent of the grass-laden air. Surrounded by mountains, the houses are artfully scattered amidst lush green rice fields, where villagers from Hushi can be seen laboring diligently. Not far away, the spirited construction efforts of the Wangjia village and Ayako village residents are also in full swing. Originally, Hushi village boasted 38 houses, but through the collective efforts of the villagers, more than 30 additional structures have been erected recently, marking merely the beginnings. With a steady stream of new homes continuing to rise, the entire village is brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to the initial sight he had encountered. Suddenly, in one corner of Hushi village, Lin Qing rises, his gaze drawn to the distance, sensing a group of people approaching. Many, indeed. The sound of galloping hooves and the swirling dust captures the attention of the Hushi villagers. "Brother Wang, look over there. Someone is coming." "So many? Why are there so many?" Whether tending to the fields or fervently constructing houses, everyone pauses their work to gaze at the unexpected arrival of this crowd. Zhao Gui, upon receiving the news, promptly rushes to the village entrance with Li Xiazi, Su Sanyuan, and village chief Wang. As the newcomers draw near, Wang Tinyu, Su Sanyuan, and the others quickly recognize them. Long Xiangdi leads the way on horseback. Upon reaching the village entrance, he swiftly dismounts, prompting those behind him to follow suit. Leading their horses towards the village. They are from the ghost-killing sect, Wang Tiniu warns. Zhao Gui and the others are taken aback. The ghost-killing sect is the most formidable presence in Yong'an County, respected even by monstrous entities. Wang Laoshe, puzzled, wonders why they had previously stated they would provide supplies in 3 months. Has the time not yet arrived? Observing the situation, it hardly appears to be a simple supply delivery. What could the ghost-killing sect be doing here? One possibility crosses a mind. Could they intend to capture these villagers for breeding elsewhere or offer them to other supernatural beings? Don't be absurd. It doesn't seem like that, exclaimed another. My goodness. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment pierced the air, directing attention towards the group of young boys and girls confined within a wooden cage. Alongside the numerous wooden crates, Lin Qing's spirit drifted above the willow tree at the village entrance, his gaze fixated on the imprisoned children, 30 pairs of boys and girls. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. In this world, rife with malevolence, the significance of these young captives was undoubtedly profound. The name Long Xiangdi had long echoed in the conversations of Li the Blind and others, yet today marked the first occasion he beheld the person himself. He arrived at Hishi village accompanied by his family and a considerable supply of goods, evidently with some ulterior motive. Lin Qing recalled the talismans he had drawn, 2 of which had fallen into the hands of the Long family. It was highly likely that they were after those artifacts. However, if their intention were indeed to acquire the talismans, there would be no need for such a grand assembly. He could have simply brought a few subordinates along. It appears that previous assumptions were misguided, as their intentions seemed to harbor greater significance, the nature of which remains a mystery. The villagers of Hushi were observing these outsiders, just as the newcomers were scrutinizing them. Both parties were astonished, taken aback by the scale of the village. In their understanding, rural settlements were typically modest, rarely exceeding 100 inhabitants, yet the population they currently beheld far surpassed that expectation. Observing the constructed dwellings and the numerous sun-dried bricks laid out on the ground, it was evident that many more houses were yet to be built. As both groups exchanged glances, curiosity and caution brewed within them. While the villagers were aware of the newcomers' purpose, the rest remained entirely in the dark. Throughout their journey, they had pressed onward without so much as a moment's pause, as if a ferocious beast were pursuing them. Now that they had reached their destination, those uncertain of the circumstances were rife with questions, eager to uncover the reasons behind their arrival. However, upon their arrival, it was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Upon recognizing Long Xiangdi's identity, village chief Zhao Gui respectfully approached and addressed him. I am Zhao Gui, the chief of Hishi village. Welcome, Master Long, and all of you. Long Xiangdi graciously returned the gesture, saying Chief Zhao. He then turned to Li Xiazi, greeting him with, Mr. Li. Brother Long. I did not expect to see you again so soon, Li Xiazi exclaimed. Indeed, it seems fate has brought us together once more, Long Xiangdi replied with a smile. Lin Qing observed the exchange below, noting Long Xiangdi's deliberate friendliness. It was apparent that their visit held a certain request. Upon entering Hushi village, Long Xiangdi directly inquired, Chief Zhao, might I ask where I can find Lin Qing? Would you be so kind as to introduce me? Upon the mention of Lin Qing, Chief Zhao understood immediately. Of course, no problem at all. Please, follow me inside. He led them further into the village, leaving a small portion of the group to guard their supplies while the rest followed closely behind. As Long Air and the others stepped into Hushi village, their previously taut nerves finally relaxed. They felt a sense of security, knowing that there were formidable individuals present to protect them, ensuring their lives were temporarily safeguarded. Lin Qing noticed the intriguing change in expressions among Long Air's group, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Chief Zhao guided the group to Lin Qing's temple, smiling as he announced, Lin Qing is right here. Upon seeing the temple and the deity enshrined within, Long Xiangdi and Long Air were left utterly bewildered. Are they truly serious? Do they genuinely believe there are deities in this world? Lin Qing observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the crowd with amusement, while Long Xiangdi hesitated to speak. Village Chief Zhao, I wish to meet the esteemed Lin Qing. The emphasis on esteemed was particularly pronounced. Ever since they had learned of Lin Qing's existence, they unconsciously regarded him as a transcendent figure, possessing profound magical prowess. As for the mention of deities, they dismissed it entirely. Village Chief Zhao, perplexed by the inquiry, replied with utmost seriousness, Master Long, what you see is indeed Lin Qing. I would never dare speak falsely about him. as that would be a profound disrespect to the divine. Yet, despite village chief Zhao's assertion, the group from Yong'an City remained unconvinced. The notion of deities was so deeply ingrained in their minds that it could not be easily swayed by mere words. Deities? Was this not a jest? What deities existed in this realm? Were they mistaking a highly skilled practitioner for a celestial being? There was a possibility of that. The people of Hushi village were incensed by the outsider's disparagement of Lin Qing. Wang Laoshe shouted, "Silence! How dare you speak so recklessly in front of Lin Qing?" Not only was Wang Laoshe furious, but the entire village glared with indignation at the speaker. In the past, they instinctively feared these individuals, especially the disciples of the Ghost Sha sect, but today, their disdain for Lin Qing overshadowed their trepidation. Long Xiangdi, sensing the wrath of the crowd, bowed apologetically to the displeased village chief Zhao. "I apologize, my subordinates spoke indiscreetly. We have come seeking Lin Qing's assistance, and I hope you will allow me to meet him." Assistance? Lin Qing, perched at the edge of the eaves, was momentarily taken aback by the urgent plea. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. The disciples of the Ghost Sha sect sought help from him, an outsider, rather than their own sect, which piqued his curiosity. There were likely several explanations for this bizarre request. Firstly, the Ghost Sha sect might be too distant from Yong'an County, lacking rapid means of communication. Thus, they sought refuge with someone they suspected to be a powerful figure. Secondly, they may have been unable to resolve their predicament, facing an adversary of considerable strength. Or perhaps the Ghost Sha sect was overwhelmed and unable to provide aid. Long Xiangdi, however, believed he might possess the capability to confront their foe, prompting him to seek refuge in Hishi village. Thirdly, it could be a combination of the first two scenarios. The reason they believed he could contend with their enemies likely stemmed from the two talismans he possessed, which were effective against malevolent entities. Long Xiangdi feared they might not grasp the gravity of the situation, nor understand that it pertained to everyone's safety. He was also anxious that the people of Hishi village would be reluctant to involve themselves and thus revealed the critical nature of the matter, which directly affected those present. The three villages you inhabit are merely sustenance for the malevolent spirit known as Gui Shisan. Recently, Gui Shisan has successfully ascended to the spirit communication realm and is in dire need of vital essence. Just yesterday, he arrived in Yong'an County, intent on siphoning the essence from the entire populace. Fortunately, he was momentarily deterred by the protective talisman of Master Lin Qing, and with our clever persuasion, he refrained from acting on his malevolent desires. However, this is merely a temporary reprieve. It won't be long before Gui Shisan realizes that no one in Yong'an County can withstand him. Given his insatiable thirst for essence, he will undoubtedly consume the vitality of the entire city, and your village of Hushi will be no exception. The entirety of Yong'an County is destined for destruction at Gui Shisan's hands. As Long Xiangdi articulated the gravity of the situation, those who had emerged from Yong'an County, as well as the residents of Hushi village, were left in stunned silence. The disciples of the Ghost Fiend sect, particularly oblivious to the reasons behind their presence in Hushi village, finally grasped the dire circumstances. Zhao Gui's expression grew grave. Long Xiangdi continued, "Village leader Zhao, this matter is of utmost importance. I implore you to swiftly contact Master Lin Qing and apprise him of our plight. The only one capable of saving us now is Master Lin Qing. If he does not intervene, we are all but doomed." Li Xiazi interjected, "Brother Long, do not despair. With Master Lin Qing present, those malevolent forces will think twice before acting." Village leader Zhao added, "Rest assured, as this concerns the safety of us all, I shall inform Master Lin Qing at once." Reflecting on the incense offerings he had already made that day, he turned to the others and inquired, "Who among you has yet to offer incense today?" "I have not." Su Sanyuan stepped forward from the crowd. "Neither have I." "I have not either." One by one, they emerged, yet it was Su Sanyuan who took the lead, for his family was the first to worship Master Lin Qing. Among these devotees, his standing naturally held greater significance. Su Sanyuan entered the temple, lit the incense, and knelt before the statue of Master Lin Qing. Long Air, observing the scene, could not help but voice his concern. "Did we not intend to report to Master Lin Qing?" Li Xiazi calmly explained. "Offering incense is indeed the most effective means of communicating with the divine. Alas, can you not comprehend? This matter pertains to our very lives," Long Air lamented, his anxiety palpable. They did not flee to the sect, but rather to Hushi village, hoping to gain the favor of Lord Lin Qing. They were not here merely to frolic. Many cast disapproving glances at the boisterous Long Air. Long Xiangdi had observed the village chief, Li Xiezi, and the others present in Hishi village. Their expressions conveyed a clear message. They were not merely jesting. This was Lord Lin Qing. However, does a deity truly exist in this world? If such divine beings were real, how could evil prevail and the populace suffer? A belief held steadfast for over 20 years now wavers ever so slightly. Long Xiangdi silenced his younger brother, Long Er, saying, "Be quiet." Long Er opened his mouth to argue, but a sharp glare from his brother rendered him speechless, too intimidated to protest further. Su Sanyuan paid no heed to Long Er's outbursts, earnestly addressing Lord Lin Qing, imploring for protection regarding the matter of Ghost 13. He bowed 3 times, placing the incense neatly. Lin Qing felt a twinge of confusion. According to the system's usual behavior, a task should have been issued by now, yet everything remained eerily quiet. This seemed illogical. Could it be that the triggering conditions had not been met? Lin Qing decided to wait a bit longer. The matter had been reported, and Lin Qing must certainly be aware of it. Although the villagers of Hishi were somewhat anxious, their worries quickly subsided at the thought of Lin Qing's formidable prowess. Village Chief Zhao waved to the crowd, indicating that they should return to their tasks. The villagers dispersed in a flurry, each attending to their duties. Long Er and the others observed this scene, hesitant to speak. "Aren't you at all concerned?" He couldn't help but ask, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Village Chief Zhao, with a cheerful smile, replied, "We have already informed Lin Qing. He will undoubtedly watch over us. Young master, you need not worry. If you did not believe in Lin Qing, you would not have come to us. Since you are here, relax. As for offering incense to Lin Qing, I did not even mention it. These individuals do not truly believe Lin Qing to be divine. Their hearts are filled with doubt. And even if they were to offer incense, it would go unnoticed by him. Forcing them to do so would merely squander the village's incense, which is not worth it." Chief Zhao's internal calculations were ringing clear. His words successfully silenced Long Er. He cast his gaze towards Long Xiangdi, the leader of the dragon clan, and reassured them to settle comfortably in Hushi village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gui Shisan was hastening his way back to Yong'an County, arriving just as noon approached. Hovering above the county town, he surveyed the sparse livestock within the city, momentarily lost in thought. What is the meaning of this? Where have all the livestock in Yong'an County gone? What on earth has transpired? Where could these animals possibly be? Could it be that the ancestral figure of the ghost-killing sect has emerged from seclusion and taken them away? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. A sense of foreboding began to swell within Gui Shisan's heart. He charged directly towards the entrance of the ghostly shaman's hall, gazing at the desolate void before him. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. Damn it! He was deceived by those 2 vile wretches. Cursed be them. An ominous aura erupted from Ghost 13. Causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly. Little Li Tian, I shall flay you alive, strip your flesh from your bones, and annihilate your very soul, rendering you eternally incapable of rebirth. This furious roar reverberated through the skies of the county, causing the few stubborn souls who dared to defy fate to tremble in terror. Ghost 13 soared into the air, following the scent, his dark hand reaching for those who had sought refuge in cabinets, rice jars, and other disarrayed hiding places. No matter how deeply they concealed themselves, all were unearthed, with none escaping his wrath. These individuals wept tears of regret in their fear. "Lord Ghost 13, spare us. Have mercy. We can lead you to others." As Ghost 13 opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly halted, his terrifying gaze narrowing upon one man. "I ask you, what transpired in Yong'an County?" The man, who had been poised to betray his kin, spoke. "This morning, someone witnessed the city gate ajar, and shortly thereafter, many claimed to hear the sound of galloping hoofs. The guards sought the overseer, only to find him absent. The disciples of the ghostly shaman sect searched for the hall master, yet he and his family were nowhere to be found." Realizing the gravity of the situation, panic ensued throughout the city, and everyone hastily packed to flee. "My lord, those people have not departed long. If we pursue them, we shall catch up swiftly. They are all headed towards Yongzhou Prefecture, the stronghold of the ghostly shaman sect, where they believe they will find safety. As for the dangers they may encounter on the way, they no longer care. All are fleeing for their lives." Upon hearing this, the man gazed at Ghost 13 with hopeful anticipation, praying for clemency. However, Ghost 13 revealed a cruel smile, opening his mouth wide to devour him, crunching in a fit of rage. Witnessing this, some among the others were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Ghost 13 then gaped wide, drawing in the remaining individual's essence. Once he had consumed their vitality, he carelessly discarded their lifeless bodies to the ground and prepared to head towards Yongzhou. Yet, just as he flew outside the city, he paused. Li Tian and his companions were cunning. They likely employed a feint to mislead him, leading him directly into the trap of such scoundrels. Regaining his composure, Ghost 13 invoked a tracking secret technique, revealing an almost imperceptible transparent thread that pointed eastward. A cold smile crept across Ghost 13's face upon witnessing this. Indeed, they were sly. If one were to venture towards Yongzhou, it would surely be a trap. To the west and to the east, one finds two entirely opposing directions. Gue Shisan abandoned the path to Yongzhou, redirecting his course towards Hushi village. Following the guidance of his tracking techniques, along the way, he would seize any fleeing citizens from Yong'an County, devouring them whole. As for the nimble livestock that managed to escape into the mountains, he could not be bothered to waste time pursuing them. Several dozen miles away from Gue Shisan, two groups raced swiftly, one trailing the other. Zhang Hai and his family of 4, traveling light, were able to make good time. They were fortunate as they encountered no malevolent creatures along their route. By the time dawn broke, they caught sight of the leader, Li Tian. Leader. Zhang Hai called out joyfully as he approached. Li Tian merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, surprised that anyone would head this way. Indeed, Li Tian replied. His words sparse, and both parties urged their horses onward. Zhang Hai yearned to inquire about their destination, but recognizing the leader's reluctance to divulge more, he wisely kept silent and continued to follow. Zhang Hai's wife, upon seeing her husband return, lowered her voice and asked, "Did you find out where we are headed?" Initially, she had thought her husband was being foolish, believing that if they were to flee, it would surely be towards Yangzhou. Why would they travel in the opposite direction? However, upon witnessing the imposing group departing from their home, she realized just how astute her husband's decision was. Zhang Hai shook his head in response, indicating that they would follow. The places the leader chose to go were undoubtedly safer than any other. They need only to remember this. Zhang Hai's wife nodded, now utterly devoid of any doubts. The two teams trudged along in silence, one after the other. Upon crossing the mountain pass, a vast expanse of rice fields unfolded before them, verdant and unending, stretching down to the houses nestled at the foot of the mountains. Li Tian's heart filled with joy as he beheld the dwellings and the laborers toiling in the fields. Wang Laosher lifted his head from his work, gazing at the group of strangers. It was truly peculiar how they had encountered so many visitors in such a short span of time. Before Wang Laosher could inquire, Li Tian dismounted his horse and, clasping his hands in greeting, addressed the laborer. "Good sir, may I ask if this is Hushi village?" "Indeed," came the affirmative response. And Li Tian's anxious heart began to ease. Dragon Xiangdi, observing from the village, promptly made his way to the entrance upon hearing the sound of hooves. And upon spotting the home master, he approached with delight. "Master," he greeted. "Xiangdi," Li Tian responded. Zhao Gui ambled forward. Dragon Xiangdi quickly introduced the village chief. "This is Master Li Tian, the hall master, and this esteemed individual is Zhao Gui, the chief of Hushi village." The villagers who had previously visited Yong'an County had already enlightened the entire village about Li Tian's remarkable stature. Zhao Gui warmly welcomed them into the village. As Li Tian's family surveyed the modest cottages, their brows furrowed in discontent. "I shall have to trouble Chief Zhao for some time," Li Tian remarked politely. Zhao Gui waved his hand dismissively, stating that as fellow humans, mutual assistance was only natural. "Your noble spirit is commendable, Chief," Li Tian replied with a respectful bow. Zhao Gui conferred with the villagers and arranged for them to temporarily occupy 2 newly constructed cottages. Li Tian's brother-in-law, observing the simplicity of the 2 small cottages, frowned and voiced his dissatisfaction. "Old man, how can we possibly fit in such tiny quarters with so many of us?" Before Zhao Gui could respond, Li Tian swiftly kicked him aside. Li Tian's wife gasped, "Husband, what are you doing?" She hurried over to help her brother to his feet. With a stern expression, Li Tian coldly admonished his brother-in-law, "You may act recklessly in the county town, but here, do you dare to behave so insolently? Believe me, I will break your legs." He cast a cold glare at the elderly and young members of his household, asserting that anyone dissatisfied was free to leave with him. The members of the Li family were too frightened to even breathe. Their previous discontent was swiftly quelled by the ire of the family patriarch. Li Tian's younger brother-in-law, supported by Li's wife, dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head in silence out of fear. In the Li household, Li Tian's word was akin to a decree. No one dared to defy him. After reprimanding his family, Lin Qing turned to village chief Zhao, offering a warm apology, acknowledging the embarrassment caused. In this place, you hold the authority. If there is anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall impose strict consequences. Zhao Gui smiled amiably, responding, "You are too kind. Masterly, our village is but a remote and impoverished place, and it is only natural that the young gentlemen and ladies may find discomfort. We hope for your understanding, as our conditions are simply what they are." Lin Qing's eldest daughter, Li Fei, replied with a smile, "I find this place quite agreeable. Hushi Village is truly a land of exceptional talent and beauty." Lin Qing, observing from above, was entirely unsurprised. One who occupies the position of a leader should not complain or criticize upon arrival. Such behavior would be the mark of a fool. As for old Zhao, he was no simpleton either. If he were to overly indulge this group, it would likely lead to unforeseen troubles. Thus, a measure of restraint was indeed prudent. Zhao Gui intended to arrange for Zhang Hai to stay with another farming family, but Zhang Hai declined, noticing the village's size and the constant flow of people. Along with the ongoing construction of houses, he understood that accommodations were scarce. He conscientiously expressed his willingness to sleep on the ground beneath the great tree, aiming not to impose any burden on the village. His intention was to cultivate a favorable impression among the people of Hushi Village, especially in light of the recent uproar caused by his brother-in-law. Although Zhang Hai insisted on this arrangement, Zhao Gui, as the village chief, could not possibly allow his guests to sleep on the ground. He ultimately arranged for them to stay in the home of Su Sanyuan. Once the arrangements were made, Zhao Gui departed, leaving them to rest on their own. After his departure, the Li family surveyed the exceedingly humble earthen hut before them, furrowing their brows in concern. It was worth noting that even the outhouse at their own residence was more lavish than this. Li Yao, the youngest daughter of Lin Qing, mustered her courage to ask, "Father, are we not leaving? Are we going to stay here?" The other members of the Li family exchanged glances, as they had followed him without question, only knowing they were seeking refuge in a place of great renown. Yet, observing the unremarkable Hushi village, they saw no indication of any extraordinary individuals. "Yes, we shall stay here," Lin Qing replied. "However, this place does not seem to be the abode of any renowned person." Li Xiao, Lin Qing's eldest son, voiced his doubts. Suddenly, a figure named Long Air emerged and addressed the group. "Renowned individuals? The one you seek is right there." He pointed towards the temple of Lin Qing. Those with keen eyesight quickly recognized the plaque hanging at the entrance, which read, "Temple of Lin Qing." "What does this mean?" the Li family inquired, perplexed. Long Xiangdi then proceeded to recount the events concerning Hushi village, placing particular emphasis on the matter of Lin Qing. They had merely arrived 2 hours earlier than the leader. Yet, during this brief span, Long Xiangdi wandered about, inquiring from the villagers regarding the enigmatic figure of Lin Qing. The more he listened, the more surreal the tales became, leaving him increasingly incredulous. Upon recounting the stories of Lin Qing, the family members were left utterly speechless. "A deity? Did I hear that correctly? The esteemed figure of Hushi village is a divine being? Does such a world exist?" The others around wore expressions of amusement, but only the leader wore a grave countenance. Observing his family becoming increasingly animated, he interjected with authority, "Silence. Who claims that there are no deities in this world?" At this proclamation, not only was the family astonished, but even Long Xiangdi was taken aback. Hadn't the leader previously shared his disbelief in the existence of deities? How had he so swiftly altered his stance? Ever since learning of the matters concerning Hushi village, Lin Qing had begun to peruse the family's archives, ultimately discovering scant references to divine beings in an ancient journal. Though regrettably, it contained only a few fleeting mentions. He wavered in his belief regarding the divine. For the owner of the journal was a most gifted ancestor who had left their home. In the journal, it was explicitly stated that he had witnessed the descent of a deity. In his middle age, this ancestor had pursued miracles, after which he vanished without a trace. "Father, did you forget the last character too?" Under the stern gaze of the clan leader, he obediently fell silent. Lin Qing had been closely observing the members of the clan, and upon hearing that Lin Qing actually believed in the existence of deities, he was utterly delighted. This was the first instance of an outsider believing in the divine without having witnessed any miracles themselves. "You clever lad. So you're still waiting. Hurry, light the incense." "Light the incense," Lin Qing eagerly urged Lin Qing. True to his expectations, Lin Qing made his way directly to the ancestral temple. Witnessing this, others followed suit. astonished to see the head of the Li family, with a look of deep reverence, kneeling and lighting incense. This scene left a profound impact on them. They realized that he was not jesting, but genuinely believed in the existence of deities. Ding. The incense contribution to the heavens was valued at 10 points. Lin Qing gazed at this freshly minted incense value, his heart swelling with delight. The incense value of the people in Hishi village no longer piqued his envy, as it was a daily occurrence. He is in urgent need of the incense value from outsiders. Only by winning their belief and making them his followers can his endeavor flourish, allowing him to stand proudly among the deities and demons. At present, aside from the Wang family village, which is already merged into Hishi village, there are nearly 150 outsiders in Ayaku village. Once these individuals become his followers, they will not merely symbolize the incense of their small group, but will represent the collective incense of the entire Yong'an County. The top leaders of Yong'an County are present here, should they all become his devotees. It would be but a matter of time before the common folk of Yong'an County follow suit. With a population of at least 20,000 in the county seat, the prospect of amassing such a wealth of incense fills Lin Qing with uncontainable joy. However, after the initial exhilaration, Lin Qing's demeanor turns grave. To acquire this incense, he must first eliminate Ghost 13. Otherwise, any future prospects would be unattainable. Ghost 13 possesses a cultivation level of the spirit communication realm, and Lin Qing is uncertain whether his divine power will suffice in confronting him. Lin Qing opens his control panel to review the data. Host. Lin Qing level. Wild God territory. Hishi village divine power. 942 divine techniques. One finger Zen, upgradable. Golden light spell, upgradable. Split spirit technique, upgradable. Divine symbol technique, upgradable. Incense value. Point system store. Open, viewable. Hishi village has expanded to 96 households, each contributing 20 points of incense value daily, and it has been over half a month since the last assessment. Through this period of accumulation, the incense value has surpassed 30,000 and is on the way to 40,000. Though 30,000 incense points may seem substantial, entering the system store repeatedly reveals the stark reality of his impoverished status as a wild god. According to Long and DS Council, Ghost 13 will inevitably seek them out, so to avoid a deficiency in divine power, Lin Qing decides to convert all 30,000 points of incense value into divine power. Host. Lin Qing level. Wild God territory. Hishi village divine power. 3942 divine techniques. One finger Zen. Upgradable. Golden light spell. Upgradable. Split spirit technique. Upgradable. Divine symbol technique. Upgradable. Incense value. 6,575 points system store. Open, viewable. As Lin Qing gazes at the remaining 6,000 points of incense value, he hesitates to convert them all into divine power as well. Before he can finalize his thoughts, he suddenly lifts his head towards Ayaku, sensing a foul and sinister presence approaching. Ding. Protective mission activated. Hishi village now faces an imminent assault from the 13th evil spirit. As the guardian deity of Hishi village, it is my solemn duty to protect my faithful followers from the encroachment of malevolent forces. I implore the host to vanquish this evil and ensure the tranquility of the believers. The conditions for the mission have been met, and the task follows suit. Lin Qing is not at all surprised. Without a mission, it would merely amount to labor without recompense. With the promise of remuneration, it is indeed a most fortuitous circumstance. Lin Qing decided to convert all 6,000 incense points into divine power. When undertaking a task, one must exercise prudence. It is better to have an excess than to fall short. Host. Lin Qing level. Wild deity territory. Hishi village divine power. 4542 divine arts. One finger Zen. Upgradable. Golden light spell. Upgradable. Spirit division technique. Upgradable. Divine talisman technique. Upgradable. Incense points. 575 system store. Open for viewing. With over 4,000 points of divine power at his disposal, Lin Qing felt emboldened. He drifted to the willow tree at the village entrance, awaiting the arrival of the 13th evil spirit. Meanwhile, the 13th evil spirit, as he approached Hishi village, felt an unsettling familiarity with the area and soon realized it was the former site of his own livestock. As he drew within 2 miles, his keen senses detected a rich aura of vitality emanating from ahead. Upon reaching the borders of Hishi village, he beheld the lush green fields and the newly sprouted houses that seemed to rise after a rain, along with the familiar essence of vitality. The 13th evil spirit's pupils widened in shock. The villagers were all remnants of the livestock he had once tended. They had not escaped. The person who had slain his split soul and disrupted his formation had not taken them away, but instead gathered them together, continuing to keep them in the very place he had once nurtured them. Such behavior was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. How utterly humiliating. Who could be so audacious as to insult him to this extent? The 13th evil spirit was enraged. This was intolerable. At this moment, his murderous intent towards Lin Qing surpassed even the disdain he felt for those who had mocked him, such as Li Tian. You wretches, come forth and meet your doom. With a thunderous roar, the 13th evil spirit erupted with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. His voice reverberated through the skies above Heshi village, scattering the birds in the forest. The villagers, witnessing the figure enveloped in dark energy, with a fearsome visage and crimson eyes that seemed on the verge of splitting, appeared both humanoid and ethereal, shifting unpredictably. Those engaged in labor hurried towards the village, while the disgruntled family members inside their homes, including Li Tian and Long Xiangdi, emerged to gaze upon the entrance of the village, where ominous clouds loomed overhead, their expressions changing in unison. The 13th evil spirit has arrived. A terrified whisper escaped the lips of one onlooker. Li Tian's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated the spirit's swift approach. Indeed, it was far quicker than he had imagined. If they lingered any longer, it was feared that these individuals would be ruthlessly slaughtered by the malevolent spirit known as Ghost 13. The children of the village, upon witnessing that terrifying abomination, were stricken with fear. Woe is us, the monster has come. Su Duosho stood protectively in front of the younger, timid children, his serious countenance reflecting his solemnity as he earnestly assured them, "Do not be afraid, Lord Lin Qing will safeguard us." The other adults of Heshi village harbored similar unease. Although they were aware of Lin Qing's presence, the sheer terror emanating from such a dreadful entity instilled an inescapable dread within them. This fear, steeped in years of being tainted by malevolent forces, was deeply ingrained in their very bones, not easily dispelled in a day or two. The villagers of Heshi had witnessed the miraculous deeds of Lord Lin Qing, which granted them a modicum of reassurance. However, the newcomers from Yong'an County had never beheld Lin Qing's prowess. Faced with the encroaching horror, how could they remain calm? Long Air's face contorted in distress as he turned to village chief Zhao. "Chief, please do not keep us in suspense. Summon the master at once. If he does not appear soon, we shall all perish." Li Tian's brother-in-law, his face ashen, pleaded, "Chief, I admit my previous faults, but now, at this critical juncture, do not be obstinate. Quickly, summon Lord Lin Qing. Woe is me, I am still young. I do not wish to die." Li Tian cast a glance at his cowardly brother-in-law, feeling an urge to kick him, yet he restrained his impulse, as the words spoken encompassed the sentiments of all present. Zhang Hai's wife held their children tightly, her voice trembling with anxiety. "My dear, will we perish?" Zhang Hai, equally unsettled, had accompanied the hall master. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the hall master, whose furrowed brow sent a pang of apprehension through him. Could it be that the hall master was also gambling on their fate? Observing his wife's pallid complexion from fear, he grasped her hand and reassured her. "Do not fear, do not be afraid, all will be well. Look at the people of Heshi village, they do not appear so frightened." Zhang Hai's wife scanned their surroundings, only to find the villagers of Heshi equally beset by trepidation. This realization heightened her anxiety. As Ghost 13 approached the entrance of Heshi village, the malevolent aura emanating from him threatened to devour the surrounding flora. Lin Qing raised his hand and swiftly dispelled that ominous energy. Were it not for a practitioner, none would have discerned such a phenomenon. Yet Li Tian, being at the third stage of qi condensation, perceived it clearly. The forces behind Heshi village had finally made their move. Li Tian's heart, which had been suspended in dread, suddenly exhaled a sigh of relief. Ghost 13 sensed this shift as well, and, filled with rage, sneered repeatedly. Good. Realizing that the enemy had acted without revealing themselves. The audacity of such arrogance only served to further insult Ghost 13. How utterly contemptible. Gue Shursen floated in midair, surveying the scene, casting his gaze upon Tian and the others, and then glancing at the livestock he had previously raised. Well, how splendid indeed. Everyone is present, all gathered here. It was not in vain that he employed the tracking secret technique. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious while someone defecated above him. Cowards. What worth is it to hide and cower? Do you dare to confront me in battle? Gue Shursen bellowed into the sky above Heshi village, an aura of malevolence enveloping him as dark mists swirled around. Lin Qing, observing the raucous Gui Shisan, rolled his eyes heavenward. He indeed yearned to display his divine prowess in front of others, hoping to amass a measure of faith, yet he was merely a destitute wild god, unable to afford the extravagant divine techniques required for such ostentation, and thus could not manifest his divinity before an audience. Lin Qing preferred not to engage in futile conversation with Ghost 13, for the more one spoke, the graver the consequences. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Though Ghost 13 appeared brazen and boisterous, his consciousness remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings with keen awareness. His deepest aversion was to the treacherous scoundrels who lurked in the shadows. Striking unexpectedly, suddenly, Gui Shisan sensed a terrifying force approaching. In the next moment, he beheld a golden chi character imbued with a hint of divinity hurtling towards him. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to resist, causing the first chi character to vanish, yet an unceasing stream of golden chi characters continued to advance upon him. Each character, infused with divine essence, demanded the sacrifice of immense vitality with everyone he destroyed. Something was amiss. The figures orchestrating this in Hishi village were not ordinary. Realizing this, Gui Shisan wasted no time and turned to flee. Alas, it was too late for such an escape. The relentless chi characters had already formed a chain, ensnaring him completely. From Lin Qing's perspective, given that a mortal enmity had been established, it was imperative to either eliminate him entirely or refrain from killing altogether. To allow Gui Shisan to escape would grant him the means to undermine Hishi village effortlessly, potentially cornering them in a single move. Thus, Lin Qing was resolute in denying him any chance of escape. He first cast the golden light spell to confine his opponent, then executed a finger meditation technique. To ensure that the golden light spell could not be easily dispelled, Lin Qing invested significantly, unleashing 10 golden light spells in quick succession. Should one be extinguished, he would promptly replenish it, launching a relentless assault to deny his adversary a moment's respite, intending to crush him with divine arts. Even a seemingly modest divine technique could wield considerable power when amplified in such a manner. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. Gui Shisan found himself under control. The confrontation between Lin Qing and Gui Shisan unfolded unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Golden runes emerged swiftly from above the temple, their speed so remarkable that in the blink of an eye, they reached Gui Shisan. The radiant light dazzled, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes even in broad daylight. Li Tian felt the spiritual energy emanating from the golden light, a mix of astonishment and joy swelling within him. The onlookers in Yong'an City stood in stunned silence, while the villagers of Hishi gazed in exhilaration at the beams of golden light. This was the celestial skill of Lin Qing. The villagers' thoughts were of no concern to Lin Qing. His sole focus was to eliminate Gui Shisan. Once Gui Shisan was bound, Lin Qing hesitated not for a moment, launching a finger flick that shot forth. This time, he took a brief taste of power, unleashing 2 beams in one breath. Should they fail, he would continue. The first beam of golden light pierced through Gui Shisan's body, eliciting a chilling scream that echoed with the torment of extreme cruelty, sending shivers down the spines of those below. Some could not help but cover their ears to shield themselves from the onslaught of sound. Indeed, one flick of a finger was insufficient to obliterate him entirely. As Gui Shisan summoned every ounce of strength, sacrificing a significant amount of his vital essence, he struggled to break free from the chains composed of chi characters, one by one beginning to shatter. Just as a gap was about to form, the second beam, radiant with divine essence, struck his forehead, piercing straight through. His ethereal form began to crack inch by inch, and as the fissures spread across his body, a sudden gust of wind swept through, reducing him to mere dust, vanishing from this realm. From the moment Lin Qing struck until Gui Shisan was vanquished, the entire encounter unfolded in less than 5 breaths, leaving the spectators unable to react before the battle concluded. Lin Qing's brother-in-law stood with his mouth agape, as if frozen in place. Li Tian, along with Long Xiangdi and others, found their hearts in turmoil, unable to find tranquility. Zhang Hai's wife clutched her husband's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, revealing the intensity of her grip. The crowd that emerged from Yong'an City had never witnessed such a decisive and exhilarating display of unilateral annihilation. Gui Shisan, a master who had just broken through to the spirit communication realm, was so effortlessly dispatched. The magnitude of this shock left all present in a state of disbelief, each struggling to comprehend this extraordinary event. Among them, none were more astounded than Li Tian. As a practitioner, he understood the vast barriers between realms. Once a cultivator broke through to the spirit communication realm, the disparity in power would not allow for such easy destruction as that which could occur between the Qi condensation realm and the spirit communication realm. The adept behind Hushi village, a being of divine stature, could so effortlessly annihilate such a formidable opponent. This level of power was surely unmatched throughout the entirety of Yongzhou. His realm, I fear, extends far beyond the mere threshold of transcendence. It may very well encompass an even loftier state, perhaps that of divine enlightenment. In the face of such an entity, Ghost 13 exhibited no semblance of resistance whatsoever. The ease with which he was vanquished left Li Tian in a state of initial shock, swiftly giving way to euphoric delight. With such a divine protector in Yong'an County, it would undoubtedly become a sanctuary impervious to malevolent forces. This notion was not lost on Li Tian alone. Long Xiangdi, Zhang Hai, and others shared in this realization, their breaths quickening, their faces betraying unrestrained excitement and exhilaration. In stark contrast, the villagers of Hushi, upon overcoming their initial astonishment, quickly erupted into cheers. Su Duosho joyfully exclaimed, "Lord Lin Qing is magnificent." The other children enthusiastically echoed, "Lord Lin Qing is magnificent. Lord Lin Qing is magnificent." The tranquil skies above Hushi village resonated with the innocent, melodic voices of youth. Lin Qing cast a glance at Su Duosho and the other jubilant children below, a smile gracing his features. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of protecting Hushi village, successfully shielding your followers from the malevolent Ghost 13. Ding. Reward granted. Stellar River Divine Technique." Stellar River Technique, a divine mobility art that harnesses the power of the stars. When invoked, it conjures a celestial river beneath one's feet, enabling the practitioner to traverse as if walking upon the stars, a distance of thousands of miles in the span of mere inches. Cost: 50 divine power points. Lin Qing was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the reward would be the Stellar River Divine Technique. Presently, its utility seemed limited. However, should his followers' domain expand, it could prove invaluable. This reward, while not the most remarkable, was certainly acceptable. In summary, it could be deemed satisfactory. It also represented the highest value divine art he possessed thus far. Lin Qing stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the Stellar River Technique, wondering if it was truly meant for travel. To expend 50 divine power points for each journey would indeed be extravagant. For a humble wild god such as himself, it was a luxury. Summoning the power of the celestial river, he pondered these words, sensing an underlying complexity. While Lin Qing meticulously examined his newfound treasure, blindly had already summoned all the villagers of Hushi to pay their respects. Those who had already offered incense that day were exempt, while the rest were obliged to express their gratitude for Lord Lin Qing's protection. The villagers of Hushi departed in a bustling throng, leaving behind the group from Yong'an County. Lin Qing's brother-in-law, Wang Xiaohu, turned to Li Tian and inquired, "Brother-in-law, do divine beings truly exist in this world?" A collective gaze fell upon him, awaiting his response. Li Tian, with a serious and solemn demeanor, began, "Previously, I perused the tomes in my family's collection and discovered an account regarding divine beings within a particular journal. This journal was penned by our most gifted ancestor, Li Qifeng, who claimed to have witnessed a divine being with his own eyes. What transpired today is evident to you all. Whether divine beings inhabit this world, I encourage each of you to consult your own hearts." The gathered individuals fell into silence. The matter of belief rests not upon his words, but rather upon the convictions of their own hearts. Should they choose to believe, even his silence would evoke faith within them. Conversely, should disbelief take root, no proclamation of the existence of deities would sway them. Everything hinges upon their own beliefs. Lin Qing cast a glance at Li Tian, perceiving potential in the lad. Regardless of the circumstances, the leader of Yong'an County held a belief in the divine. Curious to see whether others would accept him as this wild deity, Zhang Hai's wife lowered her voice to inquire of her husband, "My lord, what do you think?" Zhang Hai surveyed the battlefield moments prior, then turned his gaze to the seemingly ordinary and humble temple behind him, from which emanated formidable spells imbued with supreme power. Earlier, he had listened to the villagers of Hushi speak of Lin Qing with a sense of detachment, as if indulging in a tale. Yet, just moments ago, he had witnessed the golden chains and radiant light described by the children. What they spoke was indeed the truth. In that moment, decades of faith, once devoid of spirit, began to shatter gradually. Perhaps that is what divinity truly is. Zhang Hai murmured softly, as if engaging in a dialogue with himself, yet also as if responding to a greater presence. His wife, taken aback, nodded in agreement, expressing, "I too believe that is divinity. Only a deity would shelter the common folk. Only a deity would possess compassion." Her voice, though faint, resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere, reaching every ear with clarity. Many gazes, once clouded with confusion, suddenly illuminated. Others echoed her sentiment, indeed. Evil preys upon the innocent while the divine offers protection, regardless of whether Lin Qing is genuine. As long as he safeguards the people, he is a deity. Enlightenment dawned upon the crowd, smiles blossoming on their faces. Long Xiangdi offered a respectful gesture towards Zhang Hai's wife, who had awakened the slumbering hearts of the assembly. Others reciprocated her with warm smiles. Mrs. Zhang, astonished by the unanimous agreement her unintentional words garnered, accepted their goodwill with a mixture of joy and shyness. Li Tian remarked, "Had it not been for Lin Qing today, none of us would have survived. Whether you believe in your hearts or not, this kindness must be remembered. We ought to pay our respects to Lin Qing." Before the modest temple of Lin Qing, a long queue had formed. Zhao Gui, Li Shiezi, and Su Sanyuan were diligently maintaining order, preventing unruly children from disrupting the solemnity. Su Sanyuan, noticing Li Tian and others approaching, smiled and said, "Masterly, you need not offer incense." The latter, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" Old Li interjected, stating that each person should offer a single stick of incense daily. Wang Zhaohu instinctively retorted, "If everyone were to offer more incense daily, would not Lin Qing then benefit from an abundance of prayers? What sort of limitation is this?" Su Sanyuan found himself momentarily at a loss, glancing instinctively at Li Shiezi. Lin Qing listened attentively to Wang Zhaohu's words, nodding in agreement. "Fellow practitioners, system, do you hear them? They claim your charging method is unreasonable." Lin Qing bore an air of smugness, demanding the removal of such restrictions. The system remained indifferent, adhering to the philosophy of "I choose not to listen." "You may chant endlessly." Li Shiezi, aware of the scrutinizing gazes from the crowd, asserted, "Offering incense to the deity daily is a testament to one's sincerity. Do you truly believe it sensible to do so at all times? If everyone acted thus, would chaos not ensue?" He cleared his throat, adding, "Moreover, there is a crucial matter to consider. Our village is impoverished and cannot sustain such demands. Incense costs money, and it is not inexpensive. For every household to offer incense daily, the monthly expenses for candles would be considerable. With the manifestation of the divine, Li Shiezi's authority within the village grew stronger by the day, and his words carried weight. The residents of Hushi village, upon hearing this, naturally found his reasoning compelling. However, the young gentlemen and ladies of Yong'an County have their sentiments to express. Yet, before their words could escape, Li Tian interjected with a smile, asserting Mr. Li's reasoning. Once Li Tian spoke, the others naturally refrained from contradicting his remarks. He consciously stepped away from the group, while the others formed a line to offer incense. Li the Blind, with an unusually grave expression, addressed the gathering. "Esteemed friends, as you pay your respects to Lord Lin Qing, remember to do so with utmost sincerity. If your heart is not genuine, your offerings will bear no fruit, for Lord Lin Qing cannot perceive them." The people of Yong'an County could not help but nod in agreement. Lin Qing was aware that altering the system's rules was an unlikely endeavor. After muttering his dissatisfaction a few times, he relished the delightful sound of ding-dong, ding-dong as the notifications of money being credited chimed in. Ding. Plum Blossom contributed 20 points of incense value. Once all the villagers of Hishi completed their offerings, it was finally Yong'an County's turn. Lin Qing was instantly filled with enthusiasm. He is now particularly attentive to the incense value here, as it is crucial to taking the first step towards conquering Yong'an County. If they all believe, then subduing the entire populace of Yong'an County will undoubtedly become significantly easier. The first person to offer incense is Long Xiangdi. He knelt reverently before the statue, holding a stick of incense, his lips moving in silent prayer. "Today, I am eternally grateful to Lord Lin Qing for saving my life," he vowed. "I, Xiangdi, shall serve Lord Lin Qing for all my days." Upon finishing, he respectfully bowed 3 times. Ding. Long Xiangdi contributed 20 points of incense value. A promising beginning. 20 points represents the highest limit for an ordinary citizen, indicating that Long Xiangdi's intentions are indeed sincere. Next was Wang Zhaohu, a debauched scion who thrived on the misdeeds of his brother-in-law in the county. Holding the incense, he murmured, "Lord Lin Qing, if you have any spirit in heaven, Please bless me with wealth and a long, peaceful life. Rest assured, I shall offer incense daily. You must bless me. I am your most devoted follower." After his declaration, he too bowed thrice with a resounding thud. Ding! Wang Xiaohu contributed 20 points of incense value. Lin Qing was taken aback to see that Wang Xiaohu, who exuded an aura of unreliability, had also amassed 20 points. His words hardly resonated with the sincerity of a true believer. It was not just Lin Qing who felt this way. The cousins discreetly lurking behind him shared the same sentiment. Yet, astonishingly, this young man proved to be devout after all. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. The third was Lady Li, who also contributed 20 points of incense value. With these three leading the way, Lin Qing inexplicably felt a surge of confidence regarding the subsequent 100 or so individuals. However, when it came time for young Master Li, there was a resounding silence. Lin Qing observed the kneeling Li Xiao before the statue, feigning piety with an expression of reverence, and silently rolled his eyes. What a performance! Clearly insincere, yet shamelessly pretending to be devout. It was a pity this young man did not pursue a career in acting. Lin Qing harbored some concern that there would be more such instances ahead. Fortunately, there were not many actors among them, at least within the Li family. Apart from Li Xiao, the others had contributed varying amounts of incense value. Ding! Long Air contributed 20 points of incense value. Ding! Zhao Weihua contributed 15 points of incense value. As individuals took turns, over 150 people participated, excluding 13 who did not contribute even a single point of incense value. The remaining individuals contributed a minimum of 5 points each. Lin Qing, filled with delight, opened the control panel to review his net gains. In his battle against Ghost 13, he had cast 12 golden light spells and 2 finger flicks consecutively, alongside the 2 points of divine power previously used to dispel malevolent energy. This meant that the battle had cost him 82 points of divine power, equivalent to 820 points of incense value. The total incense value contributed by the entire village, along with that from the entourage of Yong'an County, amounted to 6,355 points. After deducting the day's cost of 820 points of incense value, he netted 5,535 points. This was merely the surface of his earnings. The greater wealth lay in having opened the doors to the people of Yong'an County, allowing him to enter freely. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God Jurisdiction, Hushy Village Divine Power, 4460 Divine Arts, Finger Zen, upgradable, Golden Light Spell, upgradable, Spirit Division Technique, upgradable, Divine Talisman Technique, upgradable, Galaxy Travel Technique, upgradable, Incense Value, 6,930 points. System Mall, open, available for viewing. To contend with Ghost 13, a formidable malevolent spirit in the eyes of the world, required 82 points of divine power. Although this was not a strict standard, it was reasonably accurate. Lin Qing observed that he had 4,000 points of divine power remaining in his account, sufficient to sustain him for a while. As for upgrading the divine arts, Lin Qing felt there was no immediate need. Once he secured Yong'an County and garnered ample followers contributing incense value daily, he could upgrade the existing divine arts one by one. Lin Qing opened the system mall and navigated to the long-awaited page for the Azure Light Technique. Azure Light Technique, a formidable divine art, allowing the caster to instill supreme pressure upon low tier, same tier, and those 2 major realms above, making malevolent entities feel overwhelming dread and refrain from harboring any impious thoughts. Those 2 major realms above the caster are unaffected. Upon casting, an unparalleled sacred light, imbued with divine aura, radiates from the caster. When a soul utilizes this technique, it bathes in the sacred light, becoming visible to the eyes of celestial beings and demonic entities for a duration of 10 breaths. Price: 5,000 incense value. Would you like to exchange for the Azure Light Technique? This splendid technique would undoubtedly aid him in swiftly conquering Yong'an County, making it essential to acquire. Lin Qing decisively clicked to exchange. Ding! The exchange was successful, deducting 5,000 incense points. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God Domain, Hushy Village Divine Power, 4460 Divine Arts, 1 Finger Zen, upgradable, Golden Light Spell, upgradable, Division Technique, upgradable, Divine Talisman Art, upgradable, Star River Travel Technique, upgradable, Azure Light Technique, upgradable, Incense Points, 1930 System Mall, open for viewing. Lin Qing placed his hand on the upgradable 1 Finger Zen, eager to ascertain the cost and incense points for its enhancement. Upon witnessing the stream of zeros that appeared on the interface, he averted his gaze, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude. 100,000. That was an entire 100,000 incense points. Goodness, even selling himself wouldn't he suffice to accumulate that amount. As for the subsequent details, never mind, never mind. Better not to look. Too much of it strains the eyes. Lin Qing closed the system panel, opting for an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. He glanced towards Li Tian and Long Xiangdi outside, contemplating how to subtly encourage them to offer him a preaching opportunity. Directly stating his intentions was not permissible by the system, so he had to resort to hints. Given that Li Tian and Long Xiangdi were leading figures in their county, their comprehension skills were surely on par with those of the blind seer, Li. Under the old willow tree at the village's edge, Li the blind regarded Li Tian and Long Xiangdi, inquiring about their plans following the extermination of the malevolent ghost 13 by Lin Qing. The two exchanged glances. And having witnessed Lin Qing's formidable prowess, they shared a singular thought, to request a statue of Lin Qing to be enshrined in Yong'an County. If a statue of Lin Qing were to stand in Yong'an, who would dare to invade the territory of Yongzhou? Thus, Yong'an would become a sanctuary within Yongzhou. Village head Zhao, Mr. Li, we wish to invite Lin Qing to preside over Yong'an County, Long Xiangdi articulated. We shall construct a temple for Lin Qing, allowing the citizens of Yong'an to pay their respects. Li the blind nodded. This is indeed a commendable endeavor. Village head Zhao concurred, stating that once the temple was completed, they would seek Lin Qing's approval. Should Lin Qing consent, his statue could be enshrined within the temple. Naturally, Li Tian began, hesitating momentarily before continuing. I have heard that there exists a wooden statue of Lin Qing in the village. Indeed, there is such a statue, responded Zhao village head. It was crafted by our village's finest carpenter upon Lin Qing's instruction. Village head Zhao, Mr. Li, I have a humble request. Although Ghost 13 has been vanquished by Lin Qing, it won't be long before the news reaches the ears of the lurking spirits and demons within 100 miles. Once they learn of Ghost 13's demise, and that no formidable figures reside in the county seat, their nature will compel them to infiltrate the county and prey upon its innocent citizens. Thus, I wish to bring this wooden statue back to the county to serve as a guardian. Village Chief Zhao and blindly exchanged glances, comprehending the unspoken sentiments in each other's eyes. Chief Zhao spoke, we share the same intention. The village already possesses a statue of Lord Lin Qing. Having another statue here serves no purpose. It would be more beneficial to give it to them, thus alleviating some suffering for the common folk. Li and Long rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the two men. On behalf of the people of Yong'an County, we express our profound gratitude to you both. This is too much, truly. Zhao Gui hurriedly urged them back onto the stone bench. We are all residents of Yong'an County, all flesh and blood. If we do not assist our own kin, how are we any different from those cold-blooded and merciless monsters? After they had concluded their matters, it was the turn of Hushy Village. We, too, have an earnest request. Speak, came the prompt. You have witnessed that the original statue of Lord Lin Qing is crafted from clay, and due to its considerable age, it bears numerous imperfections. We contemplated the creation of a new statue for Lord Lin Qing, yet we are uncertain about the most suitable material. Are there any skilled sculptors in the county town? Long Xiangdi patted his chest in assurance, declaring that this task would be entrusted to us, and we would certainly provide the finest for Lord Lin Qing. However, our financial resources are limited, Village Chief Zhao remarked, somewhat awkwardly. Leave the financial matters to me. I shall take responsibility, Long Xiangdi responded once more. Blindly shook his head in refusal, stating, Brother Long, this is not acceptable, since it is our Hushy village that is crafting the statue for Lord Lin Qing. The expenses must be borne by the village. This is a matter of our reverence and heartfelt intention towards the deity. We cannot entrust this to others. Our village is currently able to contribute 120 taels, which is the result of everyone tightening their belts. The majority of this sum is provided by Zhang De, who alone contributed 40 taels, followed by a few families of Lierbao. Very well, they acknowledged. We shall take note of this matter. We cannot remain here any longer today and must hasten back to the county town to ensure stability. Their primary concern now lies with the well-being of the townsfolk. Should the entire populace flee, it would be imperative for them to gather the people once more. In essence, they have numerous matters to attend to. It is unwise for them to linger in Hushy village. The longer they delay, the greater the peril for those who have escaped. If the populace vanishes, the county would become a mere facade. Li the blind and Zhao Gui are acutely aware of this truth, and thus do not insist on their stay. Before departing, Long shyly approached Li the blind and inquired softly, Mr. Li, regarding the talisman you previously bestowed upon me. Might you possess another? To dispel any notion that he sought to take advantage, he quickly added, "I am willing to purchase it." Li the Blind was about to refuse. For that talisman had been granted by the esteemed Lin Qing, and such items were scarce. Each one is precious, and there are not many available for sale. However, before he could voice his objection, Li the Blind's spirit was suddenly drawn into a dreamlike realm by Lin Qing. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, his heart surged with excitement. The esteemed Lin Qing had summoned him once more. Among all in Hishi village, he alone held such privilege. No one else could claim it. Suppressing his exhilaration, Li the Blind respectfully bowed, awaiting Lin Qing's command. Lin Qing, wary of revealing too much for fear of the system uncovering any flaws that could jeopardize his plan to sell exorcism talismans, refrained from elaborating. He produced 5 talismans for exorcism, 3 protective amulets, 1 house-protecting charm, and 1 heart-cleansing talisman. The golden talisman serves to dispel malevolent spirits while also providing a warning. The red amulet offers protection and ensures that evil does not dare to approach. The blue house-protecting charm safeguards the premises, granting peace to the household and deterring minor spirits and creatures. The purple heart-cleansing talisman can break through the illusions cast by spirits and demons, preventing one from being deceived. After presenting these items to the blind man, Lin Qing waved his hand and pushed him forward. The rest depended on Li's insight. Long Xiangdi conversed with Li, but soon realized that the man before him was unresponsive. Mr. Li. Long waved his hand in front of Li's eyes, but seeing that there was no movement, he inwardly lamented the situation. Could it be that he had been bewitched by a ghost? This notion was quickly dismissed. While such occurrences might happen elsewhere, they certainly would not in Hishi village, where Lin Qing held sway. As Long Xiangdi pondered the situation, Li finally stirred, and with a blink of his eyes, he revealed 10 divine talismans in his grasp. Long was instantly captivated by these talismans, eyeing them with an intensity that suggested he wished to claim them as his own. These were talismans that could save lives, equivalent to an additional life. Struggling to divert his gaze, Long inquired with concern, "Mr. Li, what just transpired?" Li chuckled. "Lin Qing summoned me moments ago." Long was both astonished and elated, especially upon seeing the 10 talismans, which led him to exclaim, "Could it be that these talismans are a gift from Lin Qing to you for me?" Li replied, "This fellow has quite the audacity to presume such things." Suddenly, a realization struck Li. He grasped Lin Qing's intention. After bestowing the talismans, Lin had swiftly removed himself from the situation, leaving Li no time to ponder the meaning of his actions. Long's words, however, illuminated the matter for him. When Long intended to inquire about purchasing the talismans, Lin Qing had already handed them over. If the intention was to gift them to Long and his companions, he could have easily brought them to Lin Qing's divine abode. Li and the others regarded that illusory space as Lin's divine residence. However, Lin Qing had not done so, leading to only one conclusion. Lin Qing intended for him to sell these 10 talismans to Long and his companions. With this understanding of Lin Qing's divine purpose, Li was determined to strategize carefully, seeking to sell the talismans at a premium. He unceremoniously interrupted Long Xiangdi's musings. "Brother Long, you certainly have a way with humor." Long Xiangdi was not a fool. He quickly grasped the situation and chuckled softly. If Blind Li could comprehend the matter, then surely Long Xiangdi could as well. Upon realizing that this was a gift prepared by Lin Qinggong for them, Long Xiangdi felt a surge of joy within him, for it indicated that Lin Qinggong was thinking of them and cared for their safety. "Brother Long, we are all family now, so I shall be candid with you. The value of these divine talismans is something you must already be aware of." Long Xiangdi nodded, acknowledging the truth of that statement. These items were priceless in the market. "Mr. Li, please propose a price. We shall accept whatever you offer." He presented an air of confidence, as if to say, "Feel free to name your price." However, deep down, Long Xiangdi speculated whether Lin Qinggong had already assigned a price to these talismans. If he were to quote a value lower than Lin Qinggong's, it would inadvertently offend him, suggesting that he undervalued their worth. Such foolishness was something he would never entertain. It was far better to let Mr. Li make the first move, transforming the passive into the active, thus avoiding any offense while securing a favorable deal. Even if Lin Qinggong had established a price, it likely would not be exorbitant. Should it be truly outrageous, they would be unable to afford it, which would contradict Lin Qinggong's original intent. Hence, he felt justified in his approach. Blindly contemplated the value in his mind. If the price were too low, it would not do justice to the talisman's true worth. Conversely, if it were too high, the other party would be unable to purchase them, thus thwarting Lin Qinggong's instructions. Therefore, Determining this price was no simple task. The ghost-killing sect offered 3 grades of protective talismans: high tier, mid-tier, and low tier. Even the high-tier talismans could not compare in power to the divine talismans, could they? Long Xiangdi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then how about we set the price at 100 taels above the high-tier protective talisman of the ghost-killing sect? Blindly had initially considered quoting 1,000 taels per talisman, but that price seemed excessively high. He feared that it might lead to misunderstandings among the people of Yong'an County, making it appear as though Lin Qing sought to profit unethically, a grave offense indeed. Thus, he used the ghost-killing sect's talismans as a reference, adding a reasonable increment to that price. After all, Lin Qing intended for him to deliver these divine talismans to Long Xiangdi. The high-tier protective talismans sold by the ghost-killing sect were priced at 500 taels. Lin Qing's talismans were vastly superior, yet only cost 600 taels. This price was truly reasonable and could be considered a bargain. Long Xiangdi had no objections. That is acceptable. In truth, even if the price were 1,000 taels each, they would have purchased them without hesitation. He had originally intended to quote 1,000 taels per talisman. However, one might wonder if such a price is too modest, perhaps even a slight to Master Lin Qing. Yet now, upon hearing that it only requires 600 taels, Long Xiangdi feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Master Lin Qing has indeed been exceedingly generous to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Xiangdi retrieved 6,000 taels in silver notes from his bosom and handed them to Blindly. Blindly meticulously introduced each uniquely colored talisman, explaining their types and functions in detail. After taking note of everything, Long Xiangdi could not help but exclaim how exceptionally kind Master Lin Qing has been to them. His gaze swept over the 6,000 taels of silver notes. Li the Blind was taken aback for a moment, then quickly comprehended the situation. The villagers of Heshi had scraped together just over 120 taels of silver, a sum that represented the utmost effort of the community. Lin Qing, having observed this, decided to grant Long Xiangdi 10 talismans when he inquired about purchasing them. As a divine being, Lin Qing had no need for earthly currency. Thus, the purpose of this money was self-evident. A warm feeling enveloped Li the Blind as he recognized that Lin Qing was indeed a deity who held deep compassion for humanity. Long Xiangdi had taken but 2 steps forward when he turned around, pondering that now with money in hand, it might be beneficial for each villager to burn a stick of incense daily. The ethereal Lin Qing, who had been drifting aimlessly, nearly stumbled from the air upon hearing Long Xiangdi's words. "By heavens, Long Xiangdi, you truly are like a worm in my belly," he exclaimed. With 366 inhabitants in Heshi village, if each were to contribute 20 points daily, it would amount to a daily income of 7,320 points of incense value. Haha. The elevation of divine arts is just around the corner. Long Xiangdi certainly possessed the potential to serve as a temple steward. Li the Blind clasped his hands in gratitude towards Long Xiangdi, thanking him for his insightful suggestion. Upon witnessing the departure of the master and vice master, the individuals of Yong'an County followed suit, leaving only Zhang Hai and his wife in a state of hesitation. "My dear, I find this Heshi village quite appealing. Shall we consider settling here?" she proposed. "We have journeyed tirelessly for a day and a night, and the children are truly weary." Zhang Hai hesitated, considering that if the leaders had departed, it would be unwise for him, the gatekeeper, to remain behind. "How about this? You return with the main group, and I will stay here with the children," he suggested. Mrs. Zhang had genuinely grown fond of this place due to its safety. In this world, finding a secure haven is exceedingly rare. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. "Very well. Ensure you take care of the household finances." He cast a glance at the newly constructed houses, ablaze with fervor, and a notion took root within him. Perhaps he could inquire with the village chief about the possibility of securing a residence in Heshi village. Matters of silver and coin could certainly be negotiated. Madame Zhang nodded in agreement. "I shall take care of it." This sentiment was not exclusive to the Zhang family. The Long family had also retained a small contingent, aspiring to establish a presence in Heshi village. These dwellings might well become their sanctuary for survival in the not-so-distant future. Thus, it is prudent to prepare extensively. On the road back to Yong'an County, Long Xiangdi rode alongside Li Tian, while behind them, a horse-drawn carriage bore the intricately carved wooden statue of Master Lin Qing. Lin Qing had bestowed a fragment of his divine essence upon the wooden effigy, accompanying them on their journey. Apart from having visited Wangjia village and Ayaku village, he had never set foot in Yong'an County. Yet he harbored a profound curiosity about what this place was truly like. Though his mind wandered, the murmurs of the group failed to escape his keen ears. Notably, the conversation between the two at the forefront captured Lin Qing's attention. "Master, these are the divine talismans I purchased from Mr. Li." Long Xiangdi produced 10 talismans from his bosom. Upon seeing the 10 talismans, Li Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Not bad. What is the price?" he inquired. "Assuming they must be quite expensive." 600 taels, Long Xiangdi replied. "So little?" Li Tian expressed surprise, but as Long Xiangdi elucidated the circumstances, his brows furrowed in understanding. It seemed that Lin Qing's intention was to hasten the gathering of Yong'an County's populace to bolster his followers. One does not ascend to the position of master without possessing a modicum of intelligence. A moment's reflection unveiled the deeper implications. Even if one were mistaken, it would not amount to a grave error, as they were not engaged in malevolent deeds. Inaction would indeed be the most lamentable and futile course. Should one lose their value in the eyes of the divine, new agents would be sought. The people of Hishi village served as a testament to this. Those frequently summoned by the divine were invariably wise, while the less astute, despite having had the fortune of being summoned once or twice, would find no further opportunities. Such observations are seldom vocalized. They are merely gleaned through careful watching and reflection. Fortunately, Lin Qing lacked the ability to read minds. Had he possessed such a gift, he might have spat in disdain at the sheer mercenary nature of this fellow. Which deity summons mortals daily? As a mere impoverished wild god. How easy is it to earn incense offerings? Long Xiangdi spoke again. If we were to worship Lin Qing, we would undoubtedly provoke the sect. Should they pursue this matter, we may find ourselves embroiled in a fierce conflict. Moreover, the ghostly disciples who come nightly to drain blood will certainly be driven away by Lin Qing. Li Tian shook his head. The ancestor is on the brink of death. This matter is not unfounded. If we do not secure a powerful ally now, countless malevolent spirits akin to Ghost 13 will descend upon Yong'an County, and at that point, it would be too late for us to act. Let the sect know what they will. He continued. Given their current predicament, they will hardly have the time to deal with us. However, as the stewards of Yong'an County, we may find ourselves on the sect's list of traitors to be eradicated. Long Xiangdi contemplated this, shrugged, and acquiesced. Let it be. If our ancestor passes, the sect will perish, rendering their kill list moot. Let us hope so. Both Li Tian and Long Xiangdi had already resolved to cling tightly to this advantageous alliance after witnessing Lin Qing's prowess. As for the sect, they would confront any adversaries that arose. If indeed someone were to attack, Lin Qing would surely not stand idly by as they were slaughtered. The two were clear in their understanding, yet they still engaged in discussion to align their perspectives. By noon the following day, the group arrived at Yong'an County, albeit with significantly fewer members than before. As they approached the fork in the road before entering the county town, 10 teams were already heading towards Yongzhou Prefecture. Among them were Long Er and Wang Zhaohu. The group of 10 was led by Long Xiangdi. As the sun began to set, their journey had encountered no one. A pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Long Xiangdi raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Suddenly, a fierce tiger sprang from the thicket, its jaws clenching a severed human thigh, crimson blood trailing behind it, leaving a gruesome path of red streaks. "Beast!" Long Xiangdi shouted, leaping from his mount and charging towards the tiger, while the others encircled it. A few archers positioned themselves atop the nearby trees, ready to rain arrows upon the attacking beast. With a practiced maneuver, the group successfully surrounded and subdued the man-eating tiger, which slowly succumbed to its injuries. As the tension eased, a rustling sound emanated from the underbrush once again, causing everyone to tense up, their arrows poised. Suddenly, a young girl, bloodied and disheveled, tumbled out from the thicket, her clothing in tatters, revealing her fair skin, exuding an aura of delicate beauty and vulnerability. In a state of sheer terror, she cried out to the group, "Do not kill me." Her fragile demeanor, with tear-filled eyes and a look of dread, suggested that she feared they would devour her alive. The combination of her helplessness and her almond-shaped eyes made her irresistibly endearing. Especially when her tearful gaze fell upon any man, it stirred an innate sense of compassion. Wang Zhaohu nearly drooled at the sight, about to dismount and assist her, when the talisman resting against his chest began to heat up, a burning sensation jolting him back to reality. He knew well the significance of this talisman, which he had purchased for 1,500 taels from his brother-in-law. Fully aware of its protective properties, with the talisman issuing a warning, Wang Zhaohu exclaimed, "That was close." Had it not been for this charm, he might have fallen prey to the enchanting creature before him. He stealthily glanced at the people around him. Those adorned with talismans exhibited clear expressions, while those devoid of such protective symbols appeared dazed, just as he contemplated rousing his bewildered companion. He was astonished to observe that even those bearing talismans were gradually losing their clarity of gaze. What on earth is happening? A sense of trepidation enveloped Wang Xiaohu. Could it be that he alone remained steadfast in his resolve? As uncertainty gripped him, a sudden pinch on his side drew his attention. Turning his head, he beheld Long Xiangdi, casting him a knowing glance. Before he could comprehend the situation, Long Xiangdi dismounted and approached the young woman. "Dear lady, have you sustained any injuries?" he inquired gently. The woman timidly met his gaze. "Young master, I have sprained my ankle. I am grateful for your timely assistance today. Had it not been for you, I would have been left to my husband." Oh. Tears welled in her eyes. "Fear not. The ferocious tiger has been vanquished and shall no longer harm you," he reassured her. With a bashful nod, she replied, "Where is your home?" Long Xiangdi asked with genuine concern. The woman pointed towards the forest. "My husband is a hunter, and we reside at the foot of this mountain. Might I trouble you for a ride?" Long Xiangdi gazed at her with an infatuated expression, nodding in agreement. Of course. Just as he prepared to lift her, a figure surged forward from behind. "Brother Long, allow me to handle this crude task." The person's fervent gaze fixated on the woman, as if she were a delectable delicacy, ready to be devoured. Long Xiangdi raised his foot and kicked the intruder away. "Scram. With your clumsy hands, you might harm the lady." The woman, blushing and bashful, cast a furtive glance at Long Xiangdi and sweetly suggested, "The hour is late. Esteemed gentleman, why not rest at my humble abode for the night and set forth tomorrow?" Before Long Xiangdi could respond, the others eagerly nodded in agreement, utterly captivated. Indeed, indeed, they chimed, their eyes glazed with fascination. Wang Xiaohu finally grasped the situation and nodded along. The group ventured into the forest, treading a winding path. Long Xiangdi maintained an impassive demeanor, observing the surroundings. The pressed grass on either side of the path bore fresh marks, indicating that this trail was not one left by predecessors, but rather a route forged in recent days. It seemed his instincts were not amiss. This enchanting creature had ensnared quite a number of souls in her web over the past few days. The individuals they sought. It was uncertain how many had fallen prey to this malevolent creature. Long Xiangdi pondered the weapons in his possession, 10 protective talismans, and contemplated how many would be expended to vanquish the fiend before him. The creature remained passive, rendering the talismans merely advisory, unable to activate, necessitating a keen strategy to ultimately defeat the adversary. After a brief respite, the group arrived before a cave, emanating a foul stench. The bewitched individuals gradually regained their senses, only to be struck with terror upon realizing their surroundings. Their fear intensified as they beheld Long Xiangdi cradling a rat spirit, its face a ghastly green, with sharp fangs and a body covered in coarse, yellow-brown fur. The rat spirit let out a shrill call, summoning 5 or 6 more rat spirits from the shadows, encircling the group ominously. "Ho ho, sister, you are truly formidable, luring in such plentiful prey," one of the rat spirits exclaimed, salivating at the sight of the robust individuals before them. "With these fresh morsels, we sisters shall feast well for a time." Long Xiangdi hurled the rat spirit to the ground, where it reverted to its true form yet spoke in human tongue. "Oh dear, my lord, you've hurt me." With a swift motion, Long Xiangdi thrust his blade forward, but the rat spirit showed no fear. It raised a hand lightly, conjuring a fierce wind that sent leaves swirling violently, causing many to instinctively shield their faces. The rat spirit bared its sharp fangs and elongated claws, advancing upon Long Xiangdi. At that moment, the talisman hanging from the hilt of Long Xiangdi's sword erupted with a brilliant divine light, aimed directly at the rat spirit's forehead. Before a cry could escape its lips, the creature was reduced to ashes. The swift sequence of events left the other rat spirits momentarily stunned, as they sensed the imminent danger posed by the divine radiance. Long Xiangdi's piercing gaze fell upon the remaining rat spirits, who quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. "Run!" they exclaimed. "We've been ensnared." In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and treacheries proved futile. Without a second thought, the remaining 6 rat spirits turned and fled. Thoughts of vengeance for their fallen kin forgotten. In the absence of power to retaliate, revenge transformed into a mere death wish. Long Air aimed to test his mettle against one of the fleeing rat spirits, but was taken aback by their sudden retreat. "Hey, don't run!" Wang Xiaohu shouted after one of the escaping rat spirits, eager to engage. The creature, frightened, hastened its flight. Wang Xiaohu took a few steps forward before halting in annoyance. What a bore. As he spoke these words, his face betrayed an obsession, his fingers caressing the divine talisman in his hand. My goodness, this truly is a treasure. To be able to eliminate a rat spirit in one fell swoop, albeit one of lesser cultivation, yet it had reached a level of human speech. Only to be so easily dispatched. I must find a way to acquire more of these talismans. If I were to cover my entire body with them. Spending nights in the wilderness would pose no challenge. I could confidently roam the world. Wang Xiaohu began to ponder how he might procure more talismans. Inside the cave, many were imprisoned. Long Xiangdi and the others ventured deeper into the cave, coming upon a wooden enclosure containing hundreds of citizens from Yong'an County. Come out. We will take you home, one of them called out, but after a prolonged silence, the captives merely shrank back in fear, terrified of being dragged out. Hey, you're free now, come out. The individual shouted again. Yet, the frightened souls remained huddled together, refusing to budge. What on earth is happening? Why won't you come out? Long Air found the situation perplexing. I don't know. Wang Xiaohu stepped forward without hesitation, roughly lifting the nearest person by the collar. Are you deaf? Upon seeing Wang Xiaohu, the man shut his eyes and muttered subconsciously, it's all an illusion, just an illusion. Wang Xiaohu, incensed by his ramblings, kicked him with a swift motion. An illusion? What nonsense. Can those rat spirits conjure my striking appearance? Are you itching for trouble? I've come to rescue you. And you expect me to coax each of you out personally? With each kick, he displayed his bravado, hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. Seeing Wang Xiaohu's demeanor, someone could not help but speak up. Could he really be the guildmaster's brother-in-law? It has to be him. Even a foolish rat spirit wouldn't create an illusion of him to save us. Upon hearing this, the previously terrified captives seemed to awaken, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed toward the outside. Are you truly real? Wang Xiaohu, hands on his hips, was torn between joy and indignation. What did this mean? Did they look down upon him? Long Xiangdi placed a hand on the fuming Wang Xiaohu to calm him, addressing the crowd. There is no longer any danger in Yong'an County. You may return home. Before Long Xiangdi could elaborate further, Wang Xiaohu swiftly approached the crowd, wearing a broad grin, and proclaimed, Do you know who has rescued you? No, it wasn't Guildmaster Long, was it? A voice instinctively replied. Wang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at the speaker and thundered, Wrong. Gravely mistaken. The one who saved you is Lin Qing. Do you understand who Lin Qing is? Before they could respond, he continued, Lin Qing is a divine being sent from the heavens, here to rescue us from peril. You must remember that your lives are spared. And it is all thanks to Lord Lin Qing. Without Lord Lin Qing, you would have become mere fodder for the rat spirits. Thus you ought to express your gratitude. Bear in mind the kindness bestowed upon you by Lord Lin Qing. Once we return to the city, you must surely offer incense to him. Do you understand? The survivors, listening to Wang Xiaohu's incessant repetition of Lord Lin Qing, were left in a state of bewilderment. Lord Lin Qing? A deity? Everyone appeared utterly perplexed, as if deciphering a celestial scripture. Long Air regarded Wang Xiaohu with suspicion, pondering why he was so fervently promoting Lord Lin Qing. Something felt amiss. Wang Xiaohu had always been one to act only for his own gain. His eyes darted around, and he quickly grasped the situation. Good heavens, this lad is cunning. Once Dragon 2 understood the implications, he rushed to the other side of the fence and called out to the individuals inside. Did you witness that divine light outside the cave? That was the sacred light bestowed by Lord Lin Qing. Wang Xiaohu, seeing Dragon 2, that scoundrel, attempting to usurp his role, was seething with anger. When you return to the county town, be sure to inform Lord Lin Qing during your incense offering that it was I who spoke to you about his miraculous deeds. Do you comprehend? It is crucial, exceedingly important. Do you understand? Wang Xiaohu reiterated emphatically. Dragon 2 mimicked him, saying, When you offer incense to Lord Lin Qing, make certain to mention that I guided you here. Do you hear? Be sure to frequently invoke my name. Do you understand? I am Dragon 2, do you know? This group had just endured torment from the rat demon and were now under the oppressive influence of the deputy leader's brother. Despite their reluctance, they nodded obediently. Long Xiangdi observed the two with a sense of exasperation. However, it was beneficial, as their efforts would bolster Lord Lin Qing's reputation. Consequently, the establishment of a temple for Lord Lin Qing in the county town would follow naturally. After rescuing this group, the next day, 5 subordinates would escort them safely back to the county town, bearing a divine talisman. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, individuals who had fled from the county town, regrettably devoured by ferocious beasts and monsters before they could reach them. Some were unfortunate, while others were fortunate. Long Xiangdi destroyed several monster dens, thanks in no small part to the efficacy of the talisman. Gradually, groups of people were brought back to the county town. And whenever Dragon 2 or Wang Xiaohu was present, those individuals could not escape the incessant chatter about Lord Lin Qing. Atop the towering mountains of the Gui Sha sect's headquarters, magnificent buildings stood in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere that once characterized the sect. Now, however, it was eerily silent, with many disciples either dead or gravely injured. Elder Ancestor, has he truly fallen? One severely wounded disciple asked, clutching his body, corroded by malevolent forces. His complexion pale. Who knows? Another disciple gazed at the main peak, his heart heavy. Alas, it is highly probable that the Elder Ancestor has indeed perished. I just heard news that Yong'an County has already been seized by Ghost 13. Yong'an County has fallen. And it is not just Yong'an County. Neighboring Qingshui County faces the same fate. If the Elder Ancestor were unharmed, these vermin would not be running amok. It truly infuriates me. Sigh. The blood offerings we relied upon have vanished. Our cultivation will surely suffer. Are you still thinking about blood offerings? Now you should consider where we shall go from here. The disciples below were restless, yet the atmosphere among the higher echelons of the ghostly fiend sect was altogether different. The sect leader stood before the door of the secluded chamber, gazing with a melancholic expression at the ancestor who had yet to emerge from his retreat. Great Elder, among the 7 counties under our dominion, 3 have already succumbed to other malevolent forces. If we do not take action soon, the remaining counties may also fall into ruin. The sect leader expressed with great concern. The Great Elder shook his head, replying, before entering seclusion, the ancestor specifically instructed that as long as he remains within, we must refrain from any action. However, given the current situation, the Great Elder scoffed softly. Let them occupy the territories for now. Once the ancestor emerges, they will naturally return to our grasp. For the time being, we may only suffer the loss of some livestock, but once the ancestor is back, we can acquire as much livestock as we desire. Indeed, the sect leader conceded. As for the disciples within the sect, we need not concern ourselves with them. This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate some disloyal individuals. Agreed. Meanwhile, within Yong'an County, the returning populace gradually made their way back into the city, experiencing a profound sense of disorientation as if they had traversed through time. They were fortunate to spend a few nights in the wilderness, while the unfortunate had long been consumed by the perils of the night. As soon as these individuals stepped into the city, they were immediately ushered before a raised platform. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome home, Zhang Hai proclaimed from the makeshift stage, bowing to the weary assembly before him. The crowd stood in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Do you know why you are so fortunate to return? Zhang Hai inquired with a smile. Someone instinctively blurted out, because of Lord Lin Qing. The smile on Zhang Hai's face faltered, the name Lin Qing lodging itself in his throat. After a brief cough, he exclaimed, Indeed, it is Lord Lin Qing. Do you know what has become of the malevolent specter, the 13th ghost, that once plagued Yong'an County? Zhang Hai continued to probe. It has perished. Came the response from the crowd, somewhat hesitant this time. Zhang Hai, maintaining his facade, pressed on. And do you know who killed the 13th ghost? Lord Lin Qing. They replied in unison. Zhang Hai was momentarily speechless. Before he could pose another question, someone added. Lord Lin Qing not only vanquished the 13th ghost, but also eliminated the rat spirit, liberating the humans captive to the 13th ghost. The crowd exchanged remarks, revealing every deed attributed to Lin Qing. You needn't say it. Young Master Wang Zhaohu has already informed us. We have also learned from young Master Longair. The discourse continued. Pray tell, who is this Lord Lin Qing? I have grown weary of hearing his name these past few days. Indeed. That young Master Longair has been incessantly chattering in my ear. Chattering? Someone else interjected with envy, lamenting to those nearby. You are fortunate. You have no idea how tyrannical Wang Zhaohu is. He even conducts surprise interrogations. If one cannot provide satisfactory answers, a kick follows. Just look at the imprints on my back. I too have faced several kicks. I sought justice from Vice Hall Master Long, only for Hall Master Long to join in the kicking. Where am I to seek redress? But who exactly is this Lord Lin Qing? Do you not know? Is he not a deity? A deity? Spare me the jest. He must be some esteemed figure. Zhang Hai listened to the murmurs below, his mouth twitching. He had initially hoped to impress Lord Lin Qing, to catch his attention, but unexpectedly, those two rascals, Longair and Wang Zhaohu, had already ingratiated themselves with Lin Qing. No, with the dim-witted Longair and Wang Zhaohu, They surely could not have conceived this on their own. It must have been the idea of the hall master and vice hall master. No wonder the hall master did not oppose his earlier proposal. He had likely been preempted. Alas, how careless. Zhang Hai forcefully struck his thigh, wishing fervently to return and join the main group in pursuit of the townspeople. Lin Qing, floating above Yong'an County, observed the scene below with a hint of astonishment. Upon hearing the discussions among the populace, he found himself both amused and bewildered. Although the townsfolk were well aware of his esteemed name, they seemed rather skeptical of his divine status. Indeed, the renown of a deity must be earned through one's own actions. Nevertheless, it must be said that Wang Zhaohu and Long Air were quite adept at handling the situation. At times, the frivolity of youth could indeed serve a purpose. Whether it was Li Tian, Zhang Hai, or Wang Zhaohu, Lin Qing was fully aware of their thoughts. As the murmurs grew louder, particularly regarding the question of whether Lin Qing was indeed a divine being, Zhang Hai hastily intervened. "Silence, everyone. Allow me to clarify who Lin Qing truly is," he proclaimed, posing and answering his own question. "Lin Qing is a deity, undoubtedly a true god, as witnessed by me and the Hall Master, and also by the people of Hushi Village. You owe your lives to Lin Qing, since you are all aware of his existence. I kindly urge you to proceed to the Lin Qing temple across the way and offer a stick of incense in gratitude for his life-saving grace." Zhang Hai gestured toward the building directly opposite, which had been temporarily repurposed to house the statue of Lin Qing, serving as a makeshift temple. The actual temple was under construction, with the hall master ensuring that it would be completed before the statue's arrival. The crowd turned to look behind them, and only then did they notice that the sign, which had once indicated a tavern, had been replaced with the newly inscribed words Lin Qing Temple. Is this for real? Could he truly be a deity? The hall master and the others have seen him. It must be genuine, right? Is there really a god? Someone voiced the doubt. It's likely just a so-called deity. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from those around. Observing their hesitation, Zhang Hai bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects. Anyone who does not sincerely honor him should beware of my wrath." His furious roar instantly silenced those below, compelling them to obediently retreat to the opposite side. With their merit snatched away, how could they maintain any semblance of good temper? The county town, rich in resources, was indifferent to such trifling offerings. As long as the returning citizens paid their respects to Lord Lin Qing, all would be well. Guarding the entrance of the Lin Qing temple, the first to step inside the temple beheld a vast, empty hall. On the altar stood a shrine, housing a wooden deity, whose visage was strikingly delicate. The offering table was adorned with fresh fruits, while an incense burner sat prominently in front, sending wisps of fragrant smoke into the air. "This was Lord Lin Qing," murmured the youth softly. "Here to take incense," a voice called out. The young man turned to see the esteemed master of the ghostly fiend sect acting as the temple steward. Approaching with trepidation, he accepted the incense from the master's hands. Li Tian smiled warmly, offering gentle advice that sincerity in worship was paramount. Only then would Lord Lin Qing bestow his blessings. The youth had never encountered such a gentle master before and trembled in fear. "Do not be afraid, just offer the incense," Li Tian urged, his smile growing ever more benevolent. Yet the young man trembled even more violently. The smile on Li Tian's face shifted subtly, his voice taking on a sharp edge. "What are you quaking for? Just present the incense properly, and remember to be sincere." With the incense in hand, the youth nodded vigorously, acknowledging the command. As he ignited the incense, a bitter realization crept into his mind. This incense surely harbored some sinister intent. Once he completed the offering, he would undoubtedly suffer a depletion of his essence or lifespan. This Lord Lin Qing could not possibly be a divine being. He must be a wicked deity. Otherwise, why would he coerce people into making offerings? The citizens of Yong'an City, queuing behind the youth, shared similar thoughts. The whispers among the crowd grew furtive. "Ah, now we have forsaken blood offerings for incense. Who knows what we may lose after this? Who can say?" came the murmured reply. "We'll find out once the offering is made. Let us hope it is not our lifespan." Initially, Lin Qing felt quite pleased. Perhaps most would not believe in his divinity. Yet, he held out hope that those with pure hearts might offer their faith, leading to an increase in his incense value. However, observing the citizens' reluctance and the fear glimmering in their eyes, he began to understand the system's intent. Forcing people to offer incense would yield no benefit. Rather, it would breed resentment. In fact, it would be better not to offer at all. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Qing followed his heart, gently beckoning Li Tian into his ethereal realm. Suddenly, The surroundings transformed, and Lin Qing's demeanor became tense. Yet, he quickly recalled the matter of the Lin Qing temple. Could this be the very abode of Lord Lin Qing? A tall figure materialized in the illusion, Lin Qing's voice echoing softly in Lin Qing's ears. The act of offering incense is entirely at the discretion of the people. Do not compel them. Lin Qing was momentarily stunned, still reveling in the joy of arriving at Lin Qing's divine residence, when he was suddenly struck a blow. He knelt in fear, pleading for forgiveness. Lord Lin Qing, please do not hold it against me. I am but a simpleton who has committed a grievous misdeed. I shall send the people away. Go on. Lin Qing waved his hand. The ethereal scene faded, and reality returned. Lin Qing gazed upon the familiar surroundings, his heart trembling. He never anticipated that his good intentions would yield such adverse consequences. Casting a glance at the statue of Lord Lin Qing, he took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and addressed the trembling incense burner. There is no need to light incense. The individual stood stunned. Lin Qing turned to the queue behind him and proclaimed, "Everyone, please return to your homes." The citizens in line were bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. Even the subordinates stationed at the entrance, maintaining order, were left confounded. Observing the crowd still in place, Lin Qing raised his voice once more, employing his spiritual energy. By the decree of Lord Lin Qing, lighting incense is entirely voluntary. Should you wish to refrain, you may depart freely. Those who wish to remain are welcome. He repeated this statement 5 times to ensure clarity. One person cautiously inquired, "Masterly, is this true? Can we really leave?" Lin Qing nodded solemnly, affirming, "Yes, you may leave." Upon receiving confirmation, the citizens who had been queuing dispersed in a rush, hastily exiting. Even those who had already lit their incense discarded it onto the ground, eager to leave lest they be compelled to stay. As Lin Qing surveyed the now desolate temple, his brow furrowed with displeasure, his heart increasingly anxious. In that moment, he began to comprehend Lord Lin Qing's intent. Indeed, he had erred. Lin Qing observed the temple swiftly emptied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation dancing across his features. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending divinity, rewarded with divine blessing. Divine blessing. All beings blessed by the deity are endowed with fortune, ensuring smooth endeavors. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised. Host, Lin Qing level, wild deity domain. Hushy village divinity, 5 divine power, 4460 divine arts, 1 finger Zen upgradable, golden light spell upgradable, spirit division technique upgradable, divine talisman technique upgradable, galaxy travel technique upgradable, azure light technique upgradable, divine blessing upgradable, incense value, points system store, now open for viewing. The financial intake from Hishi village was quite substantial. Indeed, Li the Blind had heeded Long Xiangdi's advice, prompting the villagers to offer incense daily, yielding over 7,000 incense points each day. Including the family members remaining in Hushi village, the daily revenue reached approximately 7,500. In just 2 days, this brought him a total of 15,000 incense points. It must be said, strength lies in numbers. Lin Qing regarded the upgradable notation next to divine blessing with curiosity. Does this blessing require upgrading as well? Today, I was unable to access my account, yet the system bestowed upon me a consolation prize, which is rather pleasing. Previously, Lin Qing had observed the makeshift temple being completed and anticipated a reward from the system, but none came. Today, without any expectations, a delightful surprise arrived instead. The system indeed knows how to orchestrate surprises. Just as Lin Qing was about to close the control panel, her gaze fell upon an additional item displayed on it. Divinity. 5. What could this divinity signify? Lin Qing's finger hovered over the cursor, but there was no explanation provided. The system remained unresponsive. Lin Qing fixated on the term divinity, her brow furrowed. Could it possibly hold the meaning she was contemplating? Regardless, she decided to wait until it increased in value to discern its true significance. In Lijiakin of Qingshui County, once the village of Li'erbao, a cloud of despair hung over the villagers, each person appearing frail and sickly, as though a mere gust of wind could topple them. A young man stumbled back into the village, shouting to the others, "It's terrible. The people of Guzi village have all perished." What? This marked the 3rd village they had heard of, all having succumbed overnight. Guzi village lay merely a few dozen miles away. At this rate, calamity would soon be upon them. What should they do? Would it be their village's turn next? Fear gripped every face. One suggested, "Village chief, perhaps we should flee?" "Yes, Let us escape. Where can we go? Someone lamented. The county town is closed to us. Aimlessly fleeing leads only to death. Another, filled with hope, interjected. Perhaps we are not destined for such a fate? Indeed, maybe we were not chosen, or perhaps our adversaries are sated, allowing us to evade disaster. In this vast world, it seemed as though they had been abandoned, left with nowhere to turn. How naive. Remaining here would inevitably lead to a dead end, one remarked, half laughing, half crying. Oh, had I known, I should have followed Li Erbao when he left. Indeed, did he not say that the place called Hushi Village is protected by divine beings? As that name was mentioned, the villagers recalled Li Erbao. Before more voices could rise, someone interrupted with mockery. Do you truly believe in divine beings? Those who followed Li Erbao could very well be dead elsewhere. The mocker had barely spoken a few words when they were swiftly silenced by a reprimand. Be quiet. How do you know they are dead? Have you seen their corpses? Why not wish for their safety? Exactly. I believe we should venture to Hushi Village. What if, just as Li Erbao said, it is indeed a place of refuge? What if there truly are divine beings there? Rather than languishing in despair here, it would be more prudent to venture to Hushi Village and seek our fortune, Li Liang proposed. His hopeful gaze turned towards the villagers, yearning for their agreement with his thoughts. The mere notion of departing from the village to venture into the unknown rendered everyone speechless. Li Liang, filled with anxiety, implored. Could you not utter a single word? He yearned to depart, unwilling to linger any longer in this place. The proximity of Guzi village felt akin to a blade poised at his throat, ready to descend at any moment. Previously, the demise of individuals from Deko village could be dismissed as an accident, yet the incessant occurrence of such events could hardly be mere coincidence. It was evident that a more formidable force had set its sights on them, intent on devouring the nearby settlements. To evade death, the only option was to leave. Li Liang surveyed the crowd, questioning whether anyone wished to accompany him to Hushi village. The atmosphere thickened with a suffocating silence once more. Li Liang was anxious. He did not wish to await his fate passively, nor to remain stagnant and expect death. Yet, the thought of leaving with just his family filled him with trepidation. Staying in the village meant awaiting death. Why not venture forth? What if there lay a path to salvation? What if Erbao spoke the truth? Surely this was preferable to resignedly waiting for death. Li Liang implored once again, his voice tinged with urgency. Someone hesitantly spoke up. But where is Hushi village? Which direction should we take? This question momentarily stumped Li Liang. Another voice chimed in. We know only the name of a place, but not how to get there. Are you planning to lead everyone around like headless flies, aimlessly wandering? What if we find nothing and are devoured by monsters along the way? Indeed, venturing into the unknown seemed a path to self-destruction. It might be wiser to remain at home. What if those malevolent beings had no interest in them here? Some clung to a glimmer of hope, voicing their opposition. A timid adolescent raised his hand. I know where Hushi village is. All eyes turned to the boy. Xiao San. Really? Li Liang's eyes sparkled with hope. The lad nodded. Yes. After Erbao and the others left, I visited his home and saw a wooden plaque on the table, with a map and some words inscribed on it. One of the characters resembles the village on our village's stone stele. Where did you place that item? Li Liang cautioned. Be careful not to mistake Erbao's doodles for a map. Do you even know what a map is, child? Don't speak recklessly. Li Liang and those eager to leave clung to this lifeline, urgently pressing, Xiao San, take us to retrieve that item. Xiao San nodded. When the two returned, they found Li Liang's face aglow with excitement. Village chief, come quickly. Does this not indicate Hushi village? Is this not a map to Hushi village? Their experience was limited, compelling them to seek the counsel of the most knowledgeable elder in the village chief Li. Upon receiving the wooden plaque, he observed the rudimentary topographical map sketched in charcoal, with the words Hushi village inscribed at the top. Chief, what do you think? Is this the map of Hushi village? Li Liang inquired anxiously, while the others awaited his response with bated breath. Village chief Li hesitated to declare it was not, fearing that his own selfishness might endanger the lives of all present. He nodded slightly, indicating the map of Hushi village. Following the paths depicted on it, one could indeed find their way to the village. Li Liang was overjoyed. Holding the wooden map, he turned to the others in the village, exclaiming that they now had a route to follow. Is there anyone willing to depart with us? Silence enveloped the crowd once more, until, after a while, someone raised their hand. My family is willing to join. With the first volunteer, others soon followed, one after another. Gradually, more and more people began to join in. Rather than remaining here in fear, it was better to venture outside, Perhaps there lay a chance for survival. Indeed, waiting idly for death is ultimately a coward's choice. My family is also willing to join. As Li Liang observed the increasing number of families stepping forward, his heart swelled with elation. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, he promptly declared, "Let us not delay. Today we will prepare to depart, and at dawn tomorrow we shall set off together." "All right. Sounds good." As the crowd responded affirmatively, Xiaoxin timidly interjected, "Why not leave today? It is better to act sooner than later. We are all leaving anyway. Why don't we return now to gather our things and leave immediately?" "Yes, why not depart today? Just moments ago, hearing that all the residents of Guzi village had perished left me feeling uneasy." Seeing the consensus among the villagers, Li Liang quickly amended the plans. "Very well. We shall leave today." Those who wished to depart hurried back to prepare. After the burning of an incense stick, they agreed to meet at the village entrance. Once the time had passed, they would not wait. Many families rushed back, busying themselves with their belongings. Each household was impoverished, and their possessions were scant. Even a small cart could not be filled. "If that thing does not come to our village will surely prosper in the future," someone murmured softly. Since 10 days prior, the blood offerings placed before each household had not been consumed by the malevolent forces of the night. Initially, the villagers were filled with dread, fearing calamity was upon them. After several days of anxiety with no incidents, they inquired with neighboring villages, only to discover they too were experiencing the same. A few villages convened and realized that perhaps the malevolent beings that had once fed on their blood had perished. This revelation brought joy to the villagers for a time, but such joy was fleeting. 3 days later, the entire population of Daku village perished in a single night. Today, the residents of Guzi village met the same fate. Village chiefly stood up, tapping the ashes from his pipe. "If you do not prepare, I shall begin my own preparations." "Village chief, are you leaving too?" The village chief rolled his eyes at the question. "If I do not leave, shall I wait here for death?" The others fell silent. What if that creature becomes satiated and does not come to our village?" The village chief glanced at the speaker. "Then you may remain here and wait. My old bones cannot afford to wait any longer." Once the village chief announced his departure, none dared to linger. Naturally, they all followed suit. The remaining individuals still entangled in their dilemmas hastily retreated to their homes to gather their belongings. At noon, under the blazing sun, the residents of Li village departed en masse, accompanied by their families, leaving their homeland behind to venture towards the unknown realm of Hushi village. Whether they would reach Hushi village safely remained a mystery to all. Perhaps they would be spirited away by malevolent entities along the way, or perhaps they would be unfortunate enough to fall prey to passing evils. Yet, there lingered a chance they might fortuitously arrive at their destination. All was uncertain. In the desolate village, the group from Li village paused to rest, enveloped in an eerie silence. Most villagers had never ventured beyond their confines, and none had ever spent a night outdoors, leaving each individual filled with trepidation and anxiety. Despite having traveled all day, their nerves remained taut, inhibiting any thought of sleep. Amidst the mountains, a spirit detected a potent scent of vitality wafting from the abandoned village below, just as it prepared to indulge in a feast. A tendril of dark energy ensnared it, causing the creature to recoil in alarm. "Demon!" It managed to utter a single word before being forcefully subdued, rendered immobile. With a soft thud, a skeleton fell at the edge of the forsaken village, and the dark energy swiftly darted toward the abandoned hamlet, merging seamlessly with a nearby corpse. It fused silently into the body, unbeknownst to the surrounding villagers. On the following morning, as the main group prepared to depart, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. The crowd hurried toward the abandoned house, where they found a middle-aged woman trembling in terror, leaning against a skeleton in the corner. Where did this skeleton come from? Someone questioned, eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, there was a skeleton here yesterday, and none of you noticed?" 3 families residing in that house wore bewildered expressions. "We cleaned the place, and there was no skeleton," they protested. "We only discovered it upon waking this morning." The onlookers found the situation amusing, unable to refrain from jesting. "You all, with so many pairs of eyes, failed to see the skeleton? Truly remarkable." Suddenly, one of the younger members spoke up. "Wait, the clothes on that skeleton look like those of Sister Dahua." His remark left Dahua's family in stunned silence. "Impossible," they instinctively denied. Dahua's mother began searching frantically, calling out, "Dahua, Dahua." The crowd exchanged anxious glances. They all began to suspect that the skeleton could indeed belong to Dahua. As they gazed at the remains, A chilling realization dawned upon them. There was something sinister lurking within the village. Did you not sense anything unusual while you slept here last night? The village chief inquired of the three families. Their faces drained of color, they each shook their heads in response. They could hardly fathom that had the chosen one been themselves last night, it would have been their own remains that lay as a mere skeleton today. As the crowd gazed upon the bones of Dehua, an inexplicable chill enveloped them, and an unsettling sensation lingered that something from the shadows was observing them. Li Liang rubbed his arms, addressing the group. We cannot linger here. We must hasten our departure. The others eagerly concurred. Indeed, we cannot stay any longer. Let us leave at once. In light of such an event, no one wished to remain any further, and all hastily gathered their belongings, setting forth with utmost urgency. Upon exiting the desolate village, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Li Liang and the village chief's family led the way. Yet whether it was the sight of Dehua's remains or some other reason, Li Liang felt a persistent unease throughout the day. Chief, my heart is racing. Li Liang confided in a hushed tone. The village chief glanced at him and reassured, do not worry, nothing will happen. He spoke those words, yet deep within, he shared the same troubling sentiment. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he felt an unsettling presence lurking within their ranks. Li Liang stealthily glanced towards the rear of the procession and lowered his voice, saying, Village chief, I can't shake the feeling that something sinister is following us. The expression on village chief Li's face shifted drastically. He contemplated scolding Li Liang for his unfounded fears, but the words stuck in his throat. For he too harbored the same apprehension. In hushed tones, he advised, tonight, ensure that your family remains awake. Try to endure through the night. As long as we reach Hishi village, everything will be fine. Didn't Erbao mention that the deities there would protect us? Li Liang grasped the meaning behind the chief's words, realizing that they shared a mutual unease. This indicated that indeed, something unclean was trailing their group. Although they possessed a map, its hasty sketches rendered it somewhat difficult to decipher. They had even taken a wrong turn along the way, wasting precious time. By the time they located an abandoned village to rest, night had already fallen. The next day, the villagers were once again roused from their slumber by piercing screams of terror. As they hurried towards the source, they discovered 3 skeletons laid out where makeshift bedding had been arranged. These 3 belonged to the same family, leaving only a small daughter as the sole survivor. The little girl wept over the skeletal remains of her kin. What on earth is happening? Didn't we leave that village behind? Why are we still encountering such horrors? Li Liang stared at the bones, goosebumps prickling his arms as he scanned the crowd, his fear intensifying with each passing moment. Let us move, let us move. Li Liang urged the others. We must hurry, but if we leave, will that thing follow us? Suddenly, someone voiced the unspoken truth that had crossed many minds but was not dared to be uttered. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned pale, each person gripped by fear. What are we to do? They looked around, sensing an ominous presence lurking nearby. Village chief Li spoke up, stop overthinking. We must set off early and reach Hishi village as soon as possible. Agreed. That day, everyone in the village moved with unusual urgency, both adults and children alike, striding forward with determination. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance, causing the villagers of Li family village to tense up, warily eyeing the approaching figures. Wang Xiaohu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the throngs of people. Having lost many citizens in Yong'an County, he was in dire need of reinforcements. He must diligently seek followers for Lin Qing. If Lin Qing were to take pleasure in his endeavors and bestow a treasure, it would indeed be a monumental gain. Where do you hail from, esteemed guests, and to what destination are you bound? Wang Xiaohu scrutinized the ragged individuals before him, gaunt and weary, accompanied by their families. And lacking any escort, these were clearly unanchored souls. Such unanchored individuals could naturally be taken to Yong'an County, thereby augmenting its populace. Village chief Li stepped forward and, addressing the elegantly dressed young gentleman, offered a courteous bow. Young master, we are merely seeking refuge with relatives. Relatives? Wang Xiaohu inquired. Where might your relatives reside? Pray, enlighten me, for I may be acquainted with them. At this moment, a perceptive follower of Wang Xiaohu interjected. This gentleman is the brother-in-law of the town master of Yong'an County. His connections are extensive. Locating someone is a matter of ease for him. There is no need for your assistance, young master. We are well aware of our destination. Wang Xiaohu, after much inquiry, found this elderly fellow evasive, frustratingly reluctant to provide a straightforward answer. He has never been a person of good temper. He stated directly, Do not concern yourselves with where you are going. Accompany me back to Yong'an County. In Yong'an County, we have Lord Lin Qing, who will surely ensure your safety and peace of mind." Upon hearing the name Lord Lin Qing, the villagers of Li family village were filled with excitement. They have arrived at the right place. Upon noticing that the other party intended to take them all away, village chiefly recalled that Lin Qing hailed from Hushi village. He surmised that the mere act of relocating from Hushi village would undoubtedly instill some degree of apprehension in them. As he was preparing to refuse, a wisp of black mist silently infiltrated his body. His murky eyes were instantly engulfed by the dark energy, and his mouth moved uncontrollably, producing a dry and raspy sound, as if everything was submissively orchestrated by your design. Wang Xiaohu, witnessing his acquiescence, was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful it was, assuring that their choice would undoubtedly be the right one. Li Liang and the other villagers were taken aback, eager to protest, but, upon seeing Wang Xiaohu and his associates, could only silently swallow their words. Wang Xiaohu dismounted his horse and approached village chiefly, placing a hand on his shoulder. However, the moment his palm made contact, it recoiled as if pricked by a needle. "What the devil is this, old man? Do you have a needle on your shoulder?" In that fleeting moment of contact, the hidden malevolent energy within village chief Li's body surged forth, darting away to possess another individual. The village chief trembled slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he heard Wang Xiaohu's complaints ringing in his ears. He instinctively replied, "Young Master Wang, there is no needle on my shoulder." "No needle?" Wang Xiaohu raised his hand, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was indeed perplexing. Unable to comprehend the situation, Wang Xiaohu chose not to dwell on it further. He set the matter aside for the moment and cheerfully addressed the crowd. "Let us return to the city. Before we do, I wish to discuss the esteemed Lin Qing with you all. You are familiar with Lin Qing, are you not?" The inhabitants of Li village, wary of Wang Xiaohu's stature, nodded their heads submissively like quails. "However, your understanding is likely incomplete. Allow me to enlighten you. Lin Qing is a divinely benevolent figure, one who harbors great compassion for the world. He has not only saved Hishi village but also Wangjia village and Ayaka village. Throughout the journey, Wang Xiaohu incessantly recounted the illustrious deeds of Lin Qing to the villagers of Li. Have you all committed this to memory?" The crowd nodded in unison, observing their agreement. A wicked smile crept across Wang Xiaohu's lips. "Hee, now I shall test her knowledge. Can anyone tell me who first discovered Lin Qing?" The singled-out youth, Xiao San, was rendered speechless, stammering, and unable to respond. Wang Xiaohu emitted a disdainful snort. He had anticipated their lack of genuine engagement. Instinctively, he kicked Xiao San in the rear, admonishing, "Remember well, it was Su Duosho from Hushi village who unearthed Lin Qing from the muck." Xiao San rubbed his sore backside and nodded vigorously. Wang Xiaohu then turned to another individual. "Now, you tell me, whom did Lin Qing protect?" The chosen one answered tremulously. The entire village of Li was left bewildered by Wang Xiaohu's antics. The previously stifling, uneasy atmosphere dissipated with his intrusion, replaced by a different kind of tension. One fear had morphed into another. Li Liang had been observing Wang Xiaohu intently throughout their journey. As he cautiously approached, he nervously inquired, "Young Master Wang, is Lin Qing truly as formidable as you claim?" Wang Xiaohu's mood soured upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Do you mean to say you haven't been paying attention to my words? Lin Qing is indeed powerful. Even the most malevolent spirits cannot withstand his presence. Is that so?" Li Liang asked anxiously, seeking further reassurance. Wang Xiaohu patted his chest, assuring him, "Absolutely true." In a hushed tone, Li Liang pressed, "Then, can Lin Qing contend with those sinister entities that turn individuals into mere bones without a trace?" Wang Xiaohu placed a hand on Li Liang's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Of course. Lin Qing is a deity." Hearing this, Li Liang inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. If this were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Wang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "Are you concealing something from me?" Suddenly exposed, the panic on Li Liang's face was effortlessly detected by Wang Xiaohu. Although Wang Xiaohu was a libertine, he possessed a sharp intellect. With a stern expression, his tone took on a grave seriousness as he warned, "You would do well to provide a truthful account to me, lest you face dire consequences. It will not only be you who suffers, but your entire village shall also endure the repercussions." Li Liang gazed at him, witnessing the transformation of the previously jovial and carefree young master into someone decidedly more formidable. He lowered his voice and leaned in closer, recounting the events that had transpired within the team over the past couple of days. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaohu felt a chill run down his spine. Suppressing the urge to push Li Liang away, he whispered in a hushed tone, "Are you suggesting that there is something sinister following us within this group?" Li Liang nodded, expressing his unease. "I have this feeling. That entity has been trailing us all along." "Goodness!" Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, instinctively placing his hand over his heart. Upon grasping the talisman bestowed by Lin Qing, his anxious heart found a modicum of solace. "Damn it! I thought I had stumbled upon a bargain, only to discover that this bargain was fraught with peril." Harboring dirty secrets, the unknown often harbors the most terrifying of truths. Now, even if they manage to part ways with these sinister elements, it may be in vain. For who can predict whether that malevolent force will follow them? Should it choose to accompany them, it would indeed become a shield against calamity for these hapless souls. He, the illustrious young Master Wang, had never once shielded anyone from calamity. It was imperative that they swiftly return to Yong'an County to seek the counsel of Lord Lin Qing. Wang Xiaohu had initially contemplated searching for others outside, but that thought had evaporated. Preserving his life took precedence. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the value of one's own existence. "Young master, shall we search elsewhere?" inquired the eager subordinate. "Find nothing. We are returning home immediately," Wang Xiaohu retorted, kicking the other in frustration. The subordinate deftly dodged, laughing as he relayed the orders. However, there was no humor to be found in Wang Xiaohu's demeanor. Move out. They had to reach the county town tonight. He had no desire to spend the night in the wilderness with that ghastly creature. Who could tell how many souls it might consume this evening? Or if it would devour them all? Even with divine talismans, he felt apprehensive. "Let us go, at full speed." The horse beneath him sensed its rider's unease and, understanding his urgency to return home, quickened its pace. The others in the group were perplexed by this sudden haste. "What's wrong with young master? Why the rush? Goodness! We're moving so fast that those behind can hardly keep up." Wang Xiaohu paid no heed, pressing onward with relentless determination. A majority of the group followed closely behind him, while the remaining members stayed back to synchronize with the villagers of Li. Seeing the young master rush forward like he had seen a ghost, Village Chief Li's gaze instinctively turned to Li Liang. Feeling the weight of the chief's stare, Li Liang turned, locking eyes with him. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, and he found himself unable to maintain the gaze. He hastily averted his gaze, lowering his head as he hastened along the path. Lin Qing, at this moment, was their sole hope. Only he possessed the ability to save them. If Lin Qing were to fail, then not only would their lives be forfeit, but the fate of every soul in Yong'an County would be sealed as well. Among the 7 accompanying the villagers of Li family village, one leaned closer to his brother. "Do you feel a chill in the air?" Upon uttering these words, the others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I feel it too. There is an unsettling aura surrounding this group, which is quite disconcerting." Another voice chimed in. "Goodness, brother, you too sense this?" The remaining members widened their eyes, nodding in unison. It was clear to them that something was amiss. Young Master Wang ran off as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that he already knows? Someone murmured. There was no need for further discussion. The answer was evident. The 7 exchanged glances, stealing furtive looks at the Li family villagers behind them, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping into their hearts. One swallowed hard. "Brother, I suddenly feel a sense of urgency. I shall take my leave first." With that, he sprinted ahead. The other 6, in perfect synchrony, quickened their pace, leaving their companions behind without a second thought. Observing this, the villagers of Li family village first felt a sense of doubt, then realization, followed by panic. "We must hurry as well." Those who wished to survive raced forward, desperately sprinting ahead. The 7 at the front, witnessing the villagers pursuing them, felt a dark cloud settle over their faces. They merely wished to distance themselves from certain individuals. However, these individuals were clearly unwilling to let them go. Fortunately, they were mounted on horses, and one among them, feeling a twinge of compassion, called out to those behind, "We shall proceed ahead and await your arrival. You may take your time and follow the trail of hoofprints." Though such words were spoken, the villagers of Li family village remained skeptical. Initially, they were reluctant to accompany them, fearing they might be malevolent. Once assured of their benign intentions, the villagers naturally desired to follow, for their presence provided a sense of security. After all, one could never be too certain of the unsavory elements that might prefer the company of those on the other side. They were not safe after all. Human nature is inherently selfish. No one desires death. Wang Xiaohu gazed in astonishment at the wave of pursuers drawing closer behind him. Aren't you escorting the people from Lijia village? The group hesitated, and one impetuous youth could no longer contain his frustration, muttering, "Young Master Wang, how could you betray us like this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohu immediately grasped the situation and chuckled awkwardly. "What are you talking about?" The other team members who had been accompanying Wang Xiaohu for his protection remained oblivious. "There has been something sinister following the Lijia village team," a companion revealed the truth. "How do you know this?" After trailing that group for a while, they felt an unsettling chill in the air, an eerie discomfort. The individual chuckled initially, but as he spoke, the smile faded from his face. They sensed that the ominous chill had not dissipated. "Hey, now that you mention it, why do I feel so cold around me?" "Indeed, it does feel somewhat chilly." Wang Xiaohu too sensed the talisman resting against his chest growing warm. He realized something and, in a state of panic, stared at the 7 individuals rushing back, pointing at them with fury as he exclaimed, "Damn it, you all. You will inevitably bring about my demise." Everyone present was astute, having lived in a world plagued by malevolent forces. Upon hearing his words, their expressions shifted dramatically, leaving them too stunned to even weep. "Young Master Wang, what shall we do now?" They all turned in unison to gaze at him, or rather, at the divine talisman cradled in his arms. They are all aware that Wang Xiaohu possesses a protective talisman, which offers them a modicum of security. However, Wang Xiaohu's expression is one of anguish. He cannot ascertain whether this talisman can vanquish the malevolent spirit with a single blow. Should it fail, their lives would be forfeit. He still has his youth ahead of him and certainly does not wish to meet his demise in such a manner. Naturally, he intends to return to the county town. Wang Xiaohu has come to a realization. The malevolent entity lurking in the shadows has made up its mind to follow them back to the county, perhaps coveting their blood like a vampire, eager to drain them completely. Regardless of the reason, they are in peril. He must return home to find Lin Qing. Wang Xiaohu galloped ahead, occasionally whipping the horse's rear. The others followed suit. No one wished for death. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, they would typically rest at this hour, yet today this group dared not pause, pressing on relentlessly. Wang Xiaohu was acutely aware that the creature only stirred at night. The time had come, and no one could predict when it might strike. "Stay away from me." Wang Xiaohu glared at the team members trailing closely behind. Their presence made him suspect that one among them harbored a sinister spirit. He, however, was certain that he bore no such taint. That malevolent entity would not dare to attach itself to him. The other team members, oblivious, felt compelled to stay close, for he possessed protective talismans. If that creature were to attack, they would surely perish. "Don't crowd so closely. Damn it, don't come near me. Get away. Go, go, go. Damn it, don't touch me." At night, Wang Xiaohu's furious shouts echoed in the darkness. The villagers of Lijia village continued their relentless pursuit. Never witnessing Wang Xiaohu and his party halt, they could only follow the trail of hoofprints. The roads that typically lay dormant at night were abuzz with activity today. Particularly at the forefront, Wang Xiaohu's group attracted the attention of other supernatural beings, yet those entities, sensing danger, fled before drawing near. After their tireless efforts, they finally spotted the gates of Yong'an County, and tears of joy streamed down Wang Xiaohu's face. As night fell, the gates closed. At that moment, the gates of Yong'an County stood firmly shut, and the interior was eerily quiet. Even without the daily offerings, no residents ventured out at night. Each citizen continued their routine, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. A few disciples stationed at the city gates were huddled in a small guardhouse, resting. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from outside the gates, sounding oddly familiar. "Open the door quickly. Let me in. Damn it. Hurry up and open the door." The 4 men drinking in the guardhouse paused, their cups set aside. "Did I just hear young Master Wang's voice?" one remarked. "I heard it too. Let us go see," said another. The 4 of them ventured out together, stepping onto the city wall to peer outside, where they beheld a group of individuals at the gates. Leading them was none other than Wang Xiaohu. "Damn, it really is young Master Wang." Wang Xiaohu, upon spotting them, urgently shouted, "You all, hurry down and open the door. If you don't, someone may perish. Damn it, my life is at stake." Cursing under his breath, he continued. Having heard that Lin Qing's temporary temple was situated not far from the city gates, he bellowed into the city, "Lin Qing, help." Others echoed his plea, "Lin Qing, save us." The households in proximity to the city gates were roused by the commotion. "What is happening outside? Who is calling for help? Is there trouble again? Dear, please go out and check." At that moment, Lin Qing was hovering above the city gate. before their cries for help had even escaped their lips. Lin Qing sensed an unsettling aura approaching. This presence, though faint, was insidious enough that one might overlook it if not diligently attentive. Floating above the gate, Lin Qing discerned that this discomforting energy was concealed among Wang Xiaohu and his companions. It bore no resemblance to the malevolent forces previously encountered, nor did it resemble the mystical energies of the forest-esque creatures. The four individuals atop the tower, upon confirming that the commotion below was indeed caused by Wang Xiaohu, hurried down the stairs to open the city gates and allow them entry. Residents near the gate cautiously opened their doors, peering out to discern the unfolding situation. After the previous incident with the 13th ghost, they were particularly vigilant regarding unexpected nighttime occurrences, fearing a repetition of past horrors. Upon returning to the city, they learned that shortly after their departure, the 13th ghost had returned, consuming all those who remained within the city, leaving no trace behind. They were fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. With the slightest disturbance outside, they dared not be careless, each straining to catch a glimpse, eager for information. Is something amiss? One inquired. A neighboring resident shook his head, uncertain, noting that the cries seemed to emanate from the direction of the city gates. Several families deliberated and decided to venture towards the gates, yearning to uncover the truth. As several men emerged from the alleys, they reached the main street only to find others peering out from their own doorways, all sharing a common purpose. The four guardians of the city hurried downstairs to open the heavy gates. The creaking of the door resonated loudly in the stillness of the night, the dull sound carried by the wind to the ears of every citizen who had ventured out to gather news. Someone is opening the city gates. Could it be? They mused. Why would the gates be opened at such an hour? Could the people from the ghostly gate be attempting to slip away under the cover of darkness once more? Speculations began to arise, with some pondering whether their return was a means to appease the newly revered malevolent spirit, perhaps intending to offer them as sacrifices. This conjecture sends shivers down the spines of the crowd. Surely, it cannot be true. No, let us venture to the city gate and investigate. Let us proceed stealthily, ensuring that we do not attract any attention. What does it mean to be a startled bird? It aptly describes the current state of the people of Yong'an County. As they await outside, upon seeing the city gate swing open, Wang Xiaohu can hardly contain his eagerness to rush inside. But he is abruptly pulled back by someone on horseback who outpaces him. Wait behind. Allow me to go first, he insists. He is now determined to head towards Lin Qing. As the city gate opened just a crack, Wang Xiaohu eagerly rode in. The others followed closely behind. Lin Qing had been observing Wang Xiaohu and his entourage, and as they began to move, the concealed presence finally stirred. Lin Qing zeroed in on a young man. Just as it was his turn to enter the city, Lin Qing made his move, sending divine power towards him. This divine energy would not harm mortals, but the malevolent entities clinging to them could be a different story. Before the divine power reached its target, the foul presence deftly detached itself from the young man. Lin Qing finally discerned the nature of this entity, a wisp of dark energy reminiscent of demonic essence. In the next moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A remnant soul of a demon general has been detected. The system's annotation seemed to validate his suspicions. The remnant soul of the demon general was attached to Wang Xiaohu's group, intent on entering the county town, and its purpose was clear. Yong'an County was his territory, and he would not allow any malevolent spirits to threaten the lives of his future followers. This was an opportune moment to utilize the demon general's remnant soul to enhance his credibility. He had been pondering how to bolster his presence, and now fortune smiled upon him, presenting an experience boost on a silver platter. To eliminate, it would cost 100 points of divine power. Should the host proceed with the extermination? Such trifles need not trouble the system's noble hands. This dirty work is best left to me. When it comes to gaining experience and establishing presence, I shall not share the spoils with the system. In the future, when the need for more arduous tasks arises, then I shall pay the system for its services. As the remnant soul detached from the young man, preparing to slip into the county town, Lin Qing had anticipated this maneuver. A golden light spell unfurled like a vast net, descending upon the ground. Just as Wang Xiaohu passed through the city gate, he was met with an explosive burst of golden light in the darkness, nearly blinding him with its brilliance. Others who were secretly observing, upon witnessing the sudden eruption of golden radiance, widened their eyes in astonishment. 10 beams of golden light illuminated the night like lanterns, awakening the townsfolk within their homes. Many peered out from their windows, while others stepped outside, gazing skyward towards the direction of the city gate. Lin Qing sprang from his bed, disregarding the need to dress, hastily making his way to the courtyard, where he looked up at the imposing characters of immense power overshadowing Yong'an County. Lin Qing has made his move. Lin Qing was astonished. Was it an evil spirit or a supernatural being that had come to Yong'an County? He hurried outside. "Husband, please get dressed first." His wife called after him, but Lin Qing paid no heed to her plea as he strode determinedly towards the city gate. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Qing, who was also heading out. The two of them shared an unspoken understanding as they made their way toward the city gate. They were not alone. Numerous citizens of Yong'an County accompanied them. What was that golden light? Why did it suddenly appear? What on earth was happening? Could it be that the malevolent spirit was preparing to unleash a massacre? Some began to voice their anxious speculations. Lin Qing cast an irritable glance at the speaker and retorted, "Do not indulge in baseless talk. A sinister force has invaded our county, and Lin Qing is engaged in vanquishing the enemy." His voice resonated powerfully, ensuring that even those concealed in the shadows would hear him. He paid no heed to whether the people believed him, hastily making his way toward the city gates. Observing the departure of Lin Qing and Lin Qing, several bold individuals stealthily followed, eager to uncover the truth. Lin Qing stood atop the city wall, conjuring a net woven from 10 golden spells, cascading downwards as a wisp of the demon general's lingering soul fled in a panic. A smile crept upon Lin Qing's lips as he discerned the direction of its escape. "You foolish child, your very escape is the wager. Rise." Another 5 golden spells materialized, effectively blocking all possible avenues of flight. Captured. The golden runes from the southwest adhered to the soul, producing a crackling sound upon impact, weakening the already frail spirit further. Chains formed from golden runes ensnared and bound it firmly. Lin Qing cast a glance behind him, his consciousness sweeping across the county town. The eruption of 15 golden spells startled all the citizens within the city. They all watched, if not now to showcase his prowess and garner points of trust, then when. This time, Lin Qing opted not to employ his previous finger zen technique, but rather the newly acquired Qingguang spell. Qingguang's special effects were unparalleled, culminating in a 10-second manifestation of divine form before the masses, an absolute tool for impressiveness. Above the city gate, a figure of refined elegance stood with hands clasped behind his back, vibrant holy light cascading from the heavens, enveloping the entire sky above Yong'an County in a sacred, solemn atmosphere. Even those who were not practitioners could feel the aura of the holy light, igniting within them an irresistible impulse to submit and worship. Wang Xiaohu gazed at Lin Qing, suspended in midair, and with a heartfelt thud of his heart, he knelt and bowed in reverence toward his direction. Those who returned with Wang Xiaohu followed suit, kneeling in unison. After a brief moment of astonishment, the citizens of the town collectively knelt, paying homage to the direction of Lin Qing. Lin Qing and Lin Qing glanced at the kneeling populace around them, their knees buckling as they too succumbed to the act of reverence. "Lin Qing has manifested," Lin Qing exclaimed loudly, reminding everyone that what they beheld was Lin Qing, the guardian deity of Yong'an County. The holy pressure emanating from the Qingguang spell affected not only the citizens of Yong'an County, but also the bound wisp of the demon general's soul. The lingering spirit ceased its struggles, remaining dazed in place, as waves of golden runes continuously battered it, sapping its spiritual strength. The 10 seconds of divine manifestation elapsed, and with it, the effects of the holy light dissipated. The demon general's soul emitted a piercing wail of despair. He yearned to break free, to escape, to leave this place, yet the opportunity had slipped away. 10 seconds was sufficient to extinguish the last flicker of his life. In the final moment before death, he uttered a curse laced with resentment. "My subordinates shall avenge me." As his voice faded, his remnants were ultimately consumed by the void. Lin Qing let out a dismissive snort. If your subordinates were to arrive, they would merely be trophies, mere experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the remnants of the demon general. Reward: the 7 stars divine sword. Lin Qing retrieved the 7 stars divine sword from his storage and was immediately awed by its fierce, chilling gleam, particularly the 7 star-like points etched upon the blade, imbued with divine essence. Upon inspecting its attributes, he learned that the 7 stars divine sword was the premier weapon for exorcising evil, effective against malevolent forces. And when paired with exorcistic divine techniques, it yielded extraordinary results. The encounter with the demon general's remnants had cost him 80 points of divine power. He mused that his own efforts had reaped rewards, whereas had he allowed the system to intervene, it would have siphoned off 20 points without offering any compensation. Thus, it was clear that tasks the system clamored to undertake were indeed worthwhile. In the future, he would be inclined to handle them himself. Seizing opportunities was paramount. Neglecting them would be sheer folly. Today's spoils were commendable. Lin Qing floated into the city, delighting in the murmurs surrounding him from all directions. Following the dissipation of the holy light, the mortals remained ensnared in their state of submission. It was not until the chilling screams echoed through the night, accompanied by the curses of the malevolent entity in its dying throes, that they gradually regained their senses and independence. Mother, was that just now a deity? A curious child inquired of his mother. The young lady lifted her child and rose, her gaze fixed upon the city gate, murmuring, "Yes, that is indeed a deity." The child beamed with delight upon hearing his mother's affirmation. Is that deity Lin Qing? In the child's mind, Lin Qing was the sole deity. The deity was Lin Qing, and Lin Qing equated to divinity. The young woman nodded. Yes, that is Lin Qing. On the return journey, she had entered the Lin Qing temple with the main entourage and beheld the idol of Lin Qing. Though the wooden statue was diminutive, it bore a resemblance to the figure that had just basked in divine light. How wonderful! The uncles from the Ghost Sha sect did not deceive us. Lin Qing is truly a deity. He can indeed protect us. The innocent voice of the child resonated in every adult's ears within the room. The woman's husband interjected, "My dear, let us prepare some food and incense for tomorrow. We must go pay our respects to Lin Qing." The young woman nodded. All right. In countless corners of Yong'an County, scenes like this unfold. Earlier, the elders who had stealthily followed me to the city gate now stood with eyes aglow, filled with reverence and admiration for the divine, as well as a profound yearning. The followers of the ghostly gate did not deceive us. Lin Qing is indeed a deity. The moment he manifested, an instinctive urge to bow arose within me. Yes, I share the same sentiment. A deity. It is astonishing that deities truly exist in this world. Previously, we had only heard of divine legends, dismissing them as mere fabrications of fantastical tales, but now we bear witness to the reality of the divine. Whether stirred by excitement, astonishment, or trepidation, each person's heart was in turmoil. The doubts that had lingered before had dissipated entirely in this moment. Li Tian and Long Xiangdi arrived at the city gate, observing the passage that had been opened, and then glanced back at Wang Xiaohua, who was hurriedly returning to the city. Speak honestly, what transpired? Li Tian, clad in traditional attire, inquired sternly. Upon meeting the gaze of his brother-in-law, Wang Xiaohua promptly recounted the events he had encountered along the way. As soon as I sensed something amiss, my first thought was to seek Lin Qing for salvation. Indeed, Lin Qing has saved my life. With an air of impatience, Wang Xiaohua addressed his brother-in-law. Please step aside. I wish to pay my respects to Lin Qing. Without regard for his brother-in-law's demeanor, he hurried off towards the temple of Lin Qing, with the others in the group hastily following suit. Wait for us, young Master Wang. Upon hearing their voices, Wang Xiaohua not only did not slow his pace, but instead quickened his steps. Upon entering the temple, he promptly knelt, holding incense with utmost sincerity, murmuring, Lin Qing, I am Wang Xiaohua, your most devoted follower. I shall proclaim your name throughout Yongzhou, ensuring that all its inhabitants become your devotees. As your most loyal follower, I have but a humble request. Lin Qing observed Wang Xiaohua with amusement. One moment he thought this lad had great potential to serve as a temple steward, and the next, he felt the boy was solely motivated by personal gain. Wang Xiaohua gathered his thoughts and articulated his modest request. As you are aware, the world outside is fraught with danger. As your follower, I wish to spread your magnificent deeds, yet I may encounter some malevolent creatures along the way. Thus, I humbly ask, could you bestow upon me some protective talismans? Just a few dozen would suffice. Those trailing behind could hardly contain their disbelief at Wang Xiaohua's so-called humble request for dozens of protective charms, rolling their eyes at his audacity. Indeed, for those with even a modicum of modesty, the demand for dozens of protective talismans would be unthinkable. Alas, in comparison to the audacity of young Master Wang, we find ourselves utterly lacking in self-esteem. Wang Xiaohu, who remains earnestly kneeling, could not help but overhear the discussions among his brethren. His lips twitched as he struggled to suppress the urge to turn and unleash a tirade of curses. Yet, out of respect for Lin Qing, He swallowed his indignation. To claim that dozens of talismans could completely cover one's body is an exaggeration. At best, they might adorn half of it, which hardly seems excessive. Lin Qing, initially puzzled by the matter at hand, soon comprehended the gravity of the situation when he recalled how this individual had rushed back upon sensing danger within the ranks. Although the prospect of acquiring dozens of talismans is far-fetched, it would be far more prudent to exchange for techniques that would enable mortals to cultivate their abilities, thus providing them with the means to secure their existence. The perils of this realm are not lost on Lin Qing. He, too, can sense them lurking in the shadows. They possess formidable strength, enabling them to traverse this realm and propagate his teachings. He is a deity, yet he cannot personally promote or preach, as the system forbids him from doing so. He needed to find someone, the right person, to bestow upon them the appropriate techniques to carry out his tasks. Lin Qing's mind was racing with calculations, yet his impoverished state rendered him incapable of exchanging for the desired skills. Though he harbored grand plans, his pockets were as bare as his visage. After articulating his demands, Wang Xiaohu waited in vain for a divine summons, his heart heavy with trepidation. Was his effort insufficient, leaving the deity unsatisfied? He knelt there, fervently bowing his head, casting pleading glances at the celestial figure, his expression almost begging for compassion. Lin Qing observed Wang Xiaohu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Unable to bear witnessing his brother-in-law's plight any longer, he swiftly pulled him to his feet, urging him to leave promptly, lest they delay others in paying their respects to Lin Qing. Wang Xiaohu, with a pout of discontent, turned back multiple times, lamenting softly that Lin Qing had disregarded him. Once he departed, the small group began to offer their incense. Had it not been for Lin Qing's intervention, they would surely have met their demise. This debt of gratitude necessitated acknowledgement through their offerings. Meanwhile, the villagers of Li family village had pursued them for quite some time, without success. Just as they were about to relinquish hope, they spotted a distant gleam, a dazzling light bursting forth in the night sky, both beautiful and terrifying. Doesn't that golden radiance resemble the divine light spoken of by Bao? Someone murmured. Li Liang, upon hearing this, paused in astonishment and exclaimed, "Indeed. Could it be that the county town or Hushi village lay just ahead?" They were all unclear. "Village chief, shall we proceed? If we do not move, it is certain that someone in their ranks will perish. Should we continue under the moonlight, there may be dangers. Or perhaps not." After a moment of hesitation, village chief Li ultimately resolved to advance. "Let us go, let us continue. We must catch up to that group. They will ensure our safety." Once the chief spoke, the villagers had no choice but to march forward, gritting their teeth. Each individual treaded carefully along the narrow path in the darkness, none daring to be careless. The radiant moonlight served as their sole guide, urging them onward. As the Li family villagers arrived at dawn, the imposing gates of Yong'an County came into view, slowly swinging open. The gatekeeper, upon seeing the group from Li village, momentarily paused, but quickly recalled Master Wang Xiaohu's orders. "You must be from Li village, right? Please, come inside." Master Wang had already instructed that they would reside within the county. The villagers, still somewhat bewildered, were ushered into the city, immediately captivated by the long queue nearby. Both adults and children curiously gazing in that direction. With a surge of courage, Li Liang approached to inquire, "Excuse me, what is that place over there? And why are so many people lining up?" The gatekeeper glanced over and enthusiastically explained, "That is the temporary temple of Lin Qing. The official temple is still under construction. Do you know of Lin Qing?" The villagers nodded eagerly. Yes, we do." The gatekeeper smacked his forehead, muttering, "I almost forgot. You have been acquainted with Master Wang. Any group that has been associated with Wang Xiaohu or Long Air must certainly be aware of Lin Qing. I must tell you, when Master Wang's group returned yesterday, they brought with them a malevolent entity. This entity attempted to invade our Yong'an County, quite audacious, I must say. You see, our county is under the protection of Lin Qing. As soon as the entity appeared, Lin Qing took action. You have no idea of the spectacle. It was as if heaven and earth were being torn asunder." The gatekeeper animatedly recounted the events of the previous night, his excitement palpable. The villagers listened, captivated, as though they were engrossed in a tale. That malevolent entity was vanquished by Lin Qing. The gatekeeper beamed with pride, pointing towards the citizens in line. "Do you see those people? Before last night, they did not believe Lin Qing was divine. They thought of him as a malevolent spirit or something equally absurd. However, after witnessing his miraculous manifestation, They flocked here this morning to make offerings, lighting incense and eagerly vying to pay their respects. With a smile, the gatekeeper added, "If you believe in Lin Qing Gong, you too may join the line to offer incense." The temporary temple provides free incense and candles at no charge. The villagers of Li family village exchanged glances. "We seek young Master Wang. If that is not possible, could you guide us to Hushi village?" The disciple guarding the city pulled village chief Li, urging him not to rush, suggesting they first pay their respects to Master Lin Qing before departing. Long Air, picking his teeth, stepped forward and kicked the disciple, stating that paying respects to Master Lin Qing was a matter of personal choice and should not be forced. If they wished to go, they could. If not, they need not. The disciple, having been kicked, dared not express anger and awkwardly smiled. Agreeing with young Master Long Air turned to the people of Li family village. "Do you know anyone from Hushi village?" Li Liang nodded. "There is a person named Li Erbao from our village, currently residing in Hushi village." Long Air glanced at the temple, noting that Master Lin Qing hailed from Hushi village, implying they should be aware of this. "Yes, we know," they replied. "Since you are aware, does that mean you came to seek Master Lin Qing's support?" Li Liang nodded affirmatively. Long Air narrowed his eyes, gazing discontentedly at them. "If you came seeking Master Lin Qing's support, but do not pay your respects, then you are unworthy of going to Hushi village. Hushi village is a sacred place. The origin of Master Lin Qing's miracles. It is not a place for idle folk to enter at will." The people of Li family village were bewildered. Previously, Li Erbao had stirred their interest in going, so why was it now so difficult to enter? Long Air pointed at the two disciples guarding the city. "You too. Take them and find a place for them to settle. Wherever there is space, let them stay. The construction of Master Lin Qing's temple is in need of labor. Send them over to work there." He then addressed the villagers. "You will follow them. They will arrange your accommodations and work. Rest assured, as long as you are in Yong'an County, you will not starve. There will be work, food, and money to earn, understand? As for Hushi village, do not harbor hopes of going there. It is not a place for you." The villagers of Li family village, bewildered, followed the city disciples, thus missing the best opportunity to head to Hushi village. Years later, whenever the villagers recalled this day, they wished they could slap Long Air across the face. After settling the people, Long Air dusted himself off and headed towards Master Lin Qing's temple. The joy of the day belonged to Lin Qing. As the dawn broke and the citizens of Yong'an County came to pay their respects, ding, Wang Shower contributed 20 incense points. Ding, Wang Yoshi contributed 20 incense points. Ding, Su Sanyang contributed 20 incense points. Listening to the delightful sounds of contributions, Lin Qing felt a surge of happiness. The citizens of Yong'an County had come to believe in him as a deity, trusting in his ability to protect them. It was truly a challenging endeavor. In this region, where deities were not manifest, the populace did not revere the divine as a wild god. It was exceedingly difficult to garner worship. To make them believe in the existence of deities and their protective power was no small feat. Relying solely on human dissemination for these two matters is hardly sufficient to instill confidence. Ultimately, it is imperative that they witness it firsthand to augment their trust. In essence, one must indulge in ostentation. The path of grandiosity is fraught with challenges ahead. Now, we await the completion of the temple in Yong'an County, curious as to what rewards the system shall bestow upon us. The temple dedicated to Lord Lin Qing is strategically located at the heart of Yong'an County, obliterating the malevolent spirits previously worshipped at the ghostly gate. To ensure the temple's grandeur, many skilled artisans have been summoned day and night by the celestial and dragon emissaries to meticulously carve and illustrate anew. Previously, the laborers here were predominantly common folk, toiling for their livelihoods. Today, however, numerous gentry have appeared. "I am an artist," declared a refined young man, pushing through the throng to present himself. "I can depict the scene of Lord Lin Qing's battle against the malevolent entity on this wall, allowing future generations to pay homage." He continued, "I have composed numerous poems for Lord Lin Qing overnight. Please, do indulge in their beauty. If they please you, they could be inscribed upon the temple's stone tablet. And I too. I have crafted couplets for Lord Lin Qing's temple, which are undoubtedly masterpieces deserving of your consideration." "What nonsense is this? My couplets are the true exemplars." The dispute over the couplets escalated into a fierce brawl, prompting bystanders to intervene. Just as one conflict was quelled, another erupted over a different matter. As Lord Lin Qing approached, he beheld this chaotic yet lively spectacle. He cast but a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, drifting towards the temple. At this moment, Within the main hall, dozens of artisans toiled day and night to carve his statue. Among them, the chief sculptor was the most renowned in Yong'an County, while the others were tasked with the intricacies of the embellishments. Lin Qing was anxious. Until the temple was completed, his heart would remain unsettled. Only by firmly establishing Lin Qing in Yong'an County could he find solace. Master Su, how many days remain? If we work diligently tonight, it shall be completed by tomorrow. Is that truly so? Absolutely, without a doubt. A multitude of artisans toiled day and night, laboring in shifts to meticulously carve a statue standing 6 feet tall. Their progress swift. Had it not been for their high standards regarding the expression of Lord Lin Qing's visage, the task would have been completed today. The primary structure was finished. However, the additional elements you requested remain unachievable at this moment. Fear not, came the response. The pavilions and towers are not urgent. The completion of the main theme suffices. At present, there is but one request from Tian. The divine statue must be completed. Once that small wooden effigy is finished, he can take it home to venerate it privately. Others shared this sentiment, including Long Xiangdi. Both were fixated on the wooden effigy. For a statue that had manifested divine signs was a rare and precious artifact. Even if Lord Lin Qing were absent from its creation, it would still be a treasured possession. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qing was elated. His disinterest in the other structures was evident. The accomplishment of the statue was his foremost priority. Meanwhile, deep within the recesses of Qinglang Mountain, a wolf demon sat cross-legged, exhaling clouds of mist. Several mouse spirits rushed in, panicked. Your Majesty, save us. One of the mouse spirits transformed into a graceful maiden, weakly throwing herself at the imposing wolf demon. The wolf demon opened his arms, embracing the 4 trembling mouse spirits. Gazing at the frail figures, his voice was unexpectedly gentle. Who has wronged you? Weep, weep, Your Majesty. You must seek justice for us. Your Majesty, our 5th sister has been slain. She was murdered by those vile bloodthirsty fiends. Had it not been for our cleverness, we would likely never have seen you again. Weep, weep, you must ensure justice is served and avenge our 5th sister. The wolf demon's brow furrowed as he regarded the 4 mouse spirits. Is it true that the 5th one has perished? Indeed, they nodded in affirmation. Bloodthirsty fiends? Were they disciples of the ghostly fiend sect who killed them? In his understanding, only such disciples possessed the capability to slay them in the territory of Yongzhou. The mouse spirits shook their heads. Nay, it was not the ghostly fiend sect, but those bloodthirsty fiends from Yong'an County. Bloodthirsty fiends from Yong'an County? The wolf demon scoffed, finding the claim utterly ridiculous. Indeed, they boldly claimed to be followers of Lord Lin Qing. Yes, it is those who serve Lord Lin Qing that have slain our sister and now seek to kill us as well. We invoked your name, yet instead of retreating, they grew even more brazen. Before we fled, they threatened to end your life too. If you do not wish to meet your demise, Your Majesty, you must obediently go to Yong'an County and submit to that Lord Lin Qing. Otherwise, the 3rd mouse spirit hesitated. The wolf demon, incensed, pressed for clarification. What do you mean, otherwise? The 3rd mouse spirit stammered. Otherwise, they will skin you alive, strip your flesh, and grind your bones to dust. Upon uttering this, the mouse spirit trembled in fear. What outrageous nonsense! The wolf demon abruptly rose, striking out with a claw, shattering the large stone before him into countless fragments. With narrowed eyes, he fixated on the 4 rat spirits, demanding, Is what you say true? The 4 rat spirits nodded earnestly. My lord, we would not dare deceive you even if we had 100 lives. It is best that you speak no falsehoods. For I shall not spare you should you do so. The wolf demon retorted with a cold snort. My lord, what shall we do now? The wolf demon stood, striding towards the cave's entrance, his gaze directed towards the distant Yong'an County. Lin Qing, is it? I shall pay him a visit. The rat spirits exchanged glances, a triumphant smile flickering in their eyes. Yet, when the wolf demon turned back, a look of hesitation returned to his face. My lord, Lin Qing's subordinates are formidable. It stands to reason that Lin Qing himself is a powerful figure. If you rush in recklessly, you may suffer harm. Rat Spirit 2 cautioned, worry etched upon his features. Realizing he might have misspoken, he hastily added, My lord, do not misunderstand. My sister does not think you inferior to Lin Qing. She merely fears for your safety. The wolf demon's furrowed brow softened as the delicate, feeble hand gently caressed his chest, bringing him comfort. Then tell me, what should I do? He inquired, drawing Rat Spirit 2 into his embrace, his restless hands exploring her form. The rat spirit feigned resistance, pressing her body against his chest, and sweetly suggested, "My lord, take more subordinates with you. After we slay Lin Qing, we can seize Yong'an County for ourselves. Would that not be splendid?" Rat Spirit 3 immediately chimed in, her small hand stroking the wolf demon's chest. "My lord, caution begets longevity. We sisters cannot bear to see you harmed." The other two rat spirits quickly joined in, attending to the wolf demon, ensuring his comfort, lost in their adoration. After a night of tumultuous passion, the wolf demon rose, satiated, and gazed at the slumbering rat spirits. He called out to his minions outside the cave, "Come forth." Two subordinates swiftly entered the cave, kneeling on one knee, respectfully greeting, "My lord." "You too. Go to Yong'an County and gather information regarding Lin Qing. The more detailed, the better." "Understood." Today, all shops in Yong'an County were closed, and the citizens flocked to the center of the town. It was the day of Lin Qing's temple inauguration, and both adults and children gathered before the temple. The main hall was adorned with a couplet. The upper line read, "The bell's melodious chime conveys the Tao," while the lower line stated, "The incense's curling smoke gathers the divine," with the horizontal inscription, "The Tao is lofty, virtue flourishes." Li Tian, Long Xiangdi, Zhang Hai, and others stood upon the steps, observing the townsfolk below. Today marks the inauguration of Lin Qing, a day of great joy for Yong'an County. Lin Qing embodies compassion and is a deity devoted to the welfare of all beings. We are fortunate to have such a divine protector. Today, I have a matter of great importance to convey to you all. As Li Tian broached this topic, his demeanor grew notably solemn, and an almost imperceptible tension seeped into his words. From this day forth, the ghost-killing sect's entrance shall cease to exist. Henceforth, Yong'an County shall no longer be required to offer daily tributes to malevolent spirits, nor shall it need to shed blood to maintain its peace. Upon the proclamation, the citizens of Yong'an County erupted in fervor. For some time now, they had clung to their customary practices, retiring early and daily placing a bowl of fresh blood as an offering. Though the blood was plentiful, many still adhered to this tradition. Even when dissuaded, timid households, fearful of being consumed by evil spirits, hesitated to abandon their rituals. Li Tian's public declaration today was intended to reassure these fearful souls, allowing them to finally set their anxieties to rest. Moreover, the significance of the preceding statement is profound. The dissolution of the ghost-killing sect's entrance signifies that Yong'an County is no longer under its jurisdiction. It is a declaration of complete independence. Once this news reaches the ghost-killing sect, even the dullest among them will comprehend the uproar it will incite within the sect. This decision was the culmination of discussions among Li Tian, Long Xiangdi, and several key figures of the former sect. Having resolved to honor Lord Lin Qing, it became imperative to sever ties with the ghost-killing sect. Having witnessed Lord Lin Qing's formidable prowess, these leaders naturally recognized the sagacity of their choice. Indeed, following Li Tian's public announcement, the citizens below engaged in animated discussions. These individuals have dwelled in the realm of Yongzhou for generations, profoundly influenced by the ghostly malevolence gate for countless lineages. In their perception, the ghostly malevolence gate embodies the very essence of heaven within the confines of Yongzhou. They are determined to shatter this barrier. Are the leaders insane? That is the ghostly extermination sect, to abolish it on a whim. If the ghostly extermination sect were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly retaliate against Yong'an County. Why eliminate the ghostly extermination sect's stronghold? They could easily join forces with Lin Qing and the sect instead. Offending the ghostly extermination sect brings no benefit to any of us. This is perilous. It is tantamount to self-destruction. Some timid souls began to tremble, anxious for the future of Yong'an County. Yet, those who firmly believe in Lin Qing express their agreement. Cooperate together? Who among you would dare utter such a statement? If we are to worship, it must be Lin Qing alone. What do you fear? The ghostly extermination sect cannot compare to Lin Qing's might. Indeed, the notorious ghostly 13, whom even the ghostly extermination sect could not defeat, was vanquished by Lin Qing. When malevolent entities infiltrated our county, it was Lin Qing who safeguarded us. Where is the ghostly extermination sect you speak of? In times of peril, it is Lin Qing who has sheltered us, not the ghostly extermination sect. Correct. The ghostly extermination sect knows only how to drain our lifeblood. They have never regarded us as human. Contrast this with Lin Qing, who selflessly protects us without seeking anything in return. Such a deity cannot be equated with the wicked spirits that feed on human blood. Do not dare to equate Lin Qing with such malevolent entities. Otherwise, do not blame me, Su Sanyang, for being impolite. Leaderly, we support your decision. In Yong'an County, we shall worship Lin Qing. Yes, we all stand with you. If there are any dim-witted individuals unwilling to comply, let them depart. They may seek their fortunes in other counties, continuing their blood-soaked existence. We have endured enough of this life. We desire to live honorably under Lin Qing's protection, to live as dignified human beings. A young man shouted at those who feared the ghostly extermination sect. His words echoed the sentiments of countless citizens of Yong'an County. Who does not wish to live as a person? Previously, they were unable to, but now, with Lin Qing, they have hope to live with dignity. Anyone who opposes this can step forward. Yes, those who oppose, step outside. Those few who felt uneasy about the decision of Li Tian and others, despite their doubts, dared not utter a word, lest they be expelled by the others. Who dares to oppose? The dissenters should step forth. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Li Tian and others looked on with satisfaction at this scene, raising their hands to signal for quiet. Who has any objections to this matter? Li Tian cast his gaze upon the few individuals who had previously danced with exuberance. The moment they sensed his penetrating stare, they instinctively averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. After a brief moment, Li Tian spoke again, declaring that since there was no dissent, the matter was settled. From this day forth, Yong'an County would honor but a single deity, Lord Lin Qing. Light the firecrackers. As the sound of the firecrackers erupted, Li Tian, accompanied by Long and the other officials, removed the red silk from the plaque bearing the name Lin Qing Temple. Thus, the Lin Qing Temple in Yong'an County was officially established. The system voice that Lin Qing had long awaited finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully expanding your territory. You are awarded a set of semi-finished divine garments, valued at 100,000 incense points. Wow. Finally, the system has provided me with work attire. Lin Qing exclaimed. Wait, what does semi-finished mean? System brother, what do you mean by this? Why not provide a complete set? Surely you're not that stingy with your wealth? Lin Qing jested, yet his body was honest. His hands eagerly opened the inventory, revealing the semi-finished divine garments. It was a pale blue long robe, with a texture so delicate and smooth that it surpassed even the softness of an infant's skin. A faint silver sheen flickered across its surface, showcasing its exquisite quality and ethereal design. The attributes were astonishing: impervious to water and fire, warm in winter and cool in summer, resistant to dust, and capable of withstanding 3 direct strikes from a righteous deity. If these were the properties of a semi-finished garment, how extraordinary would a completed version be? Delighted, Lin Qing donned the enchanting pale blue long robe, instantly transforming into a figure of ethereal elegance, exuding an aura of celestial grace. After admiring his striking appearance, Lin Qing shifted his focus to the final reward, 100,000 incense points. With this sum, combined with the incense points he had accumulated recently, he could choose to upgrade one of his abilities. Lin Qing opened the control panel and directed his attention to the divine arts section, methodically clicking through the options. Flick of a finger, upgradable 100,000 incense points. Golden light spell, upgradable 50,000 incense points. Spirit division technique, upgradable 1 million incense points. Upon seeing the 1 million incense points required for the spirit division technique, Lin Qing's pupils constricted in surprise. What does this mean? Is it possible that after upgrading, I could undergo a complete transformation? 1 million points. Divine symbol technique, upgradable 200,000 incense points. Stellar movement technique, upgradable 500,000 incense points. Azure light technique, upgradable 50,000 incense points. Blessing of the divine, upgradable 500,000 incense points. After Lin Qing meticulously examined each technique, he grasped the approximate ratio of the required incense points for upgrades, which were fundamentally aligned with the intrinsic value of each divine art. For instance, the Azure Light technique holds a value of 50,000 incense points. Thus, to elevate it, an additional 50,000 points would be necessary. Similarly, the Stellar Divine technique, valued at 500,000 incense points, demands the same amount for its enhancement. This is merely the initial requirement for the upgrade. If this pattern persists, the incense points required for subsequent upgrades will reach astronomical figures. The system's pricing seems rather excessive, Lin Qing remarked with a hint of disdain. He earns a modest amount of incense value, but is it easy for him? This system is utterly merciless. It is a system that profits from unscrupulous means. The system pays him no mind, and Lin Qing is not surprised. If the system were to respond, that would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. After careful consideration, Lin Qing contemplates the divine techniques he has acquired so far, among which the golden light spell stands out as the most cost-effective and versatile. It has the ability to bind his opponents, allowing him to unleash other divine techniques and annihilate them. Thus, on his list for upgrades, the golden light spell must certainly hold a place of prominence. The golden light spell requires 50,000 points of incense value. His reward this time amounts to 100,000 incense points, and with the accumulation over this period, he has nearly a total of 164,632 incense points. He is capable of upgrading divine techniques within a limit of 100,000. Within this range, only the azure light technique and the finger flick are available. Among these two, Lin Qing exhibits a preference for the latter. The former serves merely as an ostentatious display. Even with further enhancements, it is the finger flick that proves more effective in combat, exuding a greater sense of power. After careful deliberation, Lin Qing resolved to upgrade the finger flick. Selecting the golden light spell and the finger flick, he proceeded to click the upgrade button. The once bulging incense value in his wallet instantly diminished. Lin Qing initially believed that adjusting the finger flick and the golden light spell would yield a significant transformation, only to find that, what did he witness? To his astonishment, he discovered the existence of the Zen finger 2.0. Upon hovering the cursor over these two options, Lin Qing observed the most significant transformation. The divine power required to utilize the Zen finger 2.0 had doubled. Previously demanding 10 points of divine power, it now required a staggering 20 points. Similarly, the golden light spell had escalated from 5 points of divine power to an impressive 10 points. Gazing at the exponentially increased consumption points, he hoped that the effects would justify the substantial cost he was about to incur. Lin Qing noted that his jurisdiction had officially transitioned from Hushi Village to Yong'an County. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God Jurisdiction, Yong'an County Divine Nature, 5 Divine Power, 4375 Divine Arts, Zen Finger 2.0, upgradable, Golden Light Spell 2.0, upgradable. Spirit Division Technique, upgradable. Divine Symbol Technique, upgradable. Star River Technique, upgradable. Azure Light Technique, upgradable. Divine Blessing, upgradable. Artifact, 7-star Divine Sword, 1st grade. Incense value, points system mall, open for viewing. As his jurisdiction refreshed, Lin Qing instantly sensed the solidification of his divine spirit. Previously confined to the city limits or Hishi Village, his divine consciousness now encompassed the entirety of Yong'an County. In that moment, Yong'an County truly became his dominion. He has truly become a deity within the realm of Yong'an County. Lin Qing meticulously perceives everything within the boundaries of Yong'an County, encompassing the undulating mountains and rivers, as well as all the creatures inhabiting the great mountains, including spirits and monstrous beasts. Oh, Lin Qing's consciousness detected 2 wolf demons that had recently transformed, making their way towards the city of Yong'an. His consciousness followed the 2 wolf demons, who, upon nearing the county town, halted their steps and began to conspire. How shall we gather information? Inquired one of the wolf demons, its forehead adorned with grayish-white fur. How else? According to the old rules, once the blood food exits the city, we shall abduct them directly and extract information. If they remain ignorant, we shall continue to seize more blood food. It has been a while since we feasted. This time we can indulge ourselves, the other wolf demons said, salivating at the thought of blood food. Who exactly is this Lin Qing? What does it matter? Once he has caught the attention of our king, he is doomed. Lin Qing, overhearing this, felt astonished. So they were indeed targeting him. He focused solely on the 2 little wolf demons, who remained blissfully unaware of being the subject of pursuit, engaging in carefree chatter. Initially hoping to glean useful information, Lin Qing soon realized that the 2 little wolf demons were preoccupied with deliberating whether to roast their captives or consume them raw. Their discussions about culinary methods left Lin Qing quite eager. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the distant official road, where a group of people rode on horseback, accompanied by mules pulling carts laden with grain. The 2 little wolf demons sprang into action. Someone is approaching. They concealed themselves behind a large tree, observing below. Upon confirming that the figures were merely ordinary merchants, they exchanged glances and made a decision. In a whirlwind, the 2 wolf demons vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of the merchant convoy. The merchants, upon witnessing the abrupt appearance of the two wolf demons, were gripped by terror. With many slowly drawing their long knives, Lin Qing surveyed the merchant group and recognized their leader by the emblem embroidered on his attire. The merchant, after regaining his composure, clasped his hands in greeting. "My lords, we are the merchants from Yong'an County. Here is our merchant token." The wolf demons, aware of the merchants, felt a flicker of caution. Yet, recalling their king's orders, that hesitation quickly dissipated. "Is being a merchant truly so impressive?" scoffed the gray wolf demon, raising its claw, unleashing a gust of wind imbued with murderous intent towards the merchant leader. The crowd was struck with horror. The merchant leader's eyes widened in terror as he realized his fate. He had resigned himself to the inevitability of death, yet when that chilling gust of wind struck, he found himself only stumbling back 2 steps, his body largely unscathed. This revelation astonished the tavern keeper, who could not help but speculate whether perhaps these 2 wolf demons harbored no intent to kill. The wolf demon that had attacked was taken aback, its eyes widening in shock as it observed that the tavern keeper had merely retreated 2 steps without even spitting blood. What was happening? Could it be that this tavern keeper was a practitioner of the arcane arts? If that were the case, they would have to exert considerable effort. Its companion glanced sideways, their eyes seemingly conveying the message, "Did you hold back?" Lin Qing noticed that the gray wolf demon was preparing to strike again. With a flick of his fingers, he activated the 2.0 version of the golden light spell, eager to test its prowess while also wishing to prevent any casualties among his followers. Should this deity allow the faithful to suffer casualties in this realm, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly upon his divine competence. Suddenly, as the golden light spell 2.0 was activated, a line of text unexpectedly emerged behind the luminous points. The radiance emitted by the concealment spell beckoned the question, should it remain hidden? Lin Qing decisively undertook an experiment with the concealed version of the golden light spell. Upon invocation, an ethereal chain composed of chi characters materialized, resembling delicate threads as they advanced toward the 2 demon wolves. The wolves exhibited no signs of awareness, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the golden light spell. Astonishing. This is indeed the hallmark of the evolved 2.0 version of the divine art. It is undeniably effective for ambushes. However, further experimentation is warranted. The current wolf demons possess insufficient cultivation to detect the spell, which is quite normal. It remains to be seen at what level of cultivation one might break this effect. This requires further investigation. Naturally, the most favorable outcome would be invincibility. The gray wolf demon, sensing a disturbance, began to gather its energy, and in that moment, an unsettling awareness washed over it. He cannot move. What on earth is happening? Why is his entire body paralyzed, unable to even channel his demonic energy smoothly? It feels as though he is ensnared by some unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. The gray wolf demon is filled with trepidation, in his eyes, filled with terror. A plea for help was evident as he glanced towards his companion, only to discover that his ally was in a similarly dire predicament. Their bodies seemed ensnared by an unseen force, rendering them immobile. This unsettling situation instilled both fear and dread in the 2 wolf demons, compelling them to look anxiously at the shopkeeper, Li. The only plausible explanation was that the individual before them had indeed acted against them. Yet, when had this transpired? How had they remained entirely oblivious? The prowess of this person must be extraordinary, allowing him to subdue them effortlessly without their awareness. As the 2 wolf demons contemplated bowing in reverence to the shopkeeper, the latter and his companions were equally apprehensive, staring blankly at one another. Why had the wolf demons fallen silent? Their expressions seemed oddly peculiar. Indeed, it appeared they were quite fearful of us. This felt decidedly amiss. The wolf demons I was familiar with were certainly not so docile. As time passed, the shopkeeper and his associates began to notice the unusual behavior of the wolf demons. Upon hearing their conversation, the 2 demons realized that the threat they faced did not originate from the blood food before them, but rather from a concealed master lurking in the shadows. This realization intensified their trembling. "Master, please spare us," the gray wolf demon implored, recognizing the gravity of their situation. The other wolf demon quickly echoed, "My lord, what offense have I committed against you? Simply state your grievance, and I shall rectify it. I beg of you, spare my life this once." Upon hearing these pleas, the shopkeeper and his companions instinctively looked around, finding the surroundings eerily empty, devoid of any visible presence. Could a master be aiding us? One of them ventured a guess. Could it be Lord Lin Qing? Lin Qing turned to that individual, acknowledging the thought. Indeed, that young man possessed the potential to be a temple guardian. Lord Lin Qing? Surely not. If it were not Lin Qing, how could one explain the current predicament? The two wolf demons, eavesdropping on the conversation, keenly picked up on the critical mention of Lord Lin Qing, the target of their mission. The two brothers exchanged glances, communicating silently. No way. Could we have encountered Lord Lin Qing? Unlikely. Isn't he supposed to be in the county town? Masters are often omnipresent. What if it truly is him? Shall we test the waters? After their discussion, the gray wolf demon called out to the void, Lord Lin Qing. We truly had no intention of harming your cultivated blood food. We merely sought to inquire. We harbor no malice. We are merely benevolent wolf demons. Lin Qing gazed upon the ebony wolf demon, utterly taken aback by its audacity to proclaim, we are benevolent wolf demons. A sharp slap resounded as the black wolf demon was struck, its face turning aside in response to the blow. Bewildered by the sudden violence, the wolf demon pondered what it had uttered to deserve such punishment. The divine slap was no trifling matter, leaving its cheeks swollen, as if it were harboring a dumpling within its mouth. Are you not Lin Qing, the esteemed one? Another resounding slap followed, rendering the other half of its face equally puffy, thus completing the visage of torment. The gray wolf demon, witnessing the plight of its companion, astutely transformed into a licking wolf. You fool! In the domain of Yong'an County, who could possibly surpass the prowess of Lin Qing? It is undoubtedly the work of the illustrious Lin Qing. No, the gray demon corrected itself internally. It was not merely within the confines of Yong'an County, but the entire Yongzhou prefecture. When Lin Qing claims second place, no one dares to assert first. After uttering these words, the gray wolf demon felt a tremor of fear, apprehensive of receiving a similar fate. Yet, to its relief, nothing untoward occurred. Elated, the gray wolf demon secretly affixed a small label of respect to Lin Qing in its heart. Indeed, whether human, demon, or monster, none could evade the allure of flattery. The black wolf demon, infuriated by its companion's unscathed state, seethed with rage. The innkeeper and his companions, having overheard the exchange, quickly realized that the assailant was none other than Lin Qing, and not some inexplicable master. Although they could not behold Lin Qing, this did not hinder their ecstatic reverence. One by one, they knelt, bowing their heads to the void, murmuring fervently, Lin Qing above, we, the faithful, beseech your presence. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Qing bestowed upon them the sensation of a warm, soothing breeze. The innkeeper, being a sagacious individual, led the group in rising, saluting the emptiness with a gesture of respect before they departed. Hastily, they left the official road, leaving behind two unfortunate wolf demons. Unable to reveal his divine nature in public, Lin Qing summoned the two wolf demons into the realm of dreams. The abrupt shift in surroundings sent shockwaves through the two demons, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. Amidst the ethereal mist, Lin Qing's tall, elegant figure gradually emerged. Upon sighting Lin Qing, the two wolf demons were stricken with terror, their legs giving way as they fell to their knees. Please spare us, Lin Qing. Have mercy. In a mere moment, Lin Qing possessed the power to extinguish their lives with the greatest of ease. They no longer need to inquire. They are well aware that Lin Qinggong's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of their own king. The king's decree to execute the two of them was simple enough. Yet none could match Lin Qing's nonchalance. From his elevated position, Lin Qing gazed down upon the trembling wolf demons. Speak, what brings you to Yong'an County? Lie once, and your heads shall roll. Lin Qing effectively blocked their escape route. The eager gray wolf demon hastily spoke. We have come at the behest of our king to inquire about you, Sir Lin Qing. And who might your king be? Our king is a wolf sovereign who has practiced for 5 centuries, residing atop Qinglang Mountain, interjected the black wolf demon. Pray tell, why does your king seek information about me? This time, the gray wolf demon jumped in first, recounting the previous day's events involving 4 rat spirits who had hastily arrived. He embellished the tale, managing to convey the essence of what transpired. Lin Qing distilled useful information from their account and began to grasp the underlying motives. The aim of the rat spirits was rather straightforward, to employ a knife to slay someone, while simultaneously seeking to eliminate the Wolf King, thus reaping the benefits. As for the Wolf King, apart from being incited by the 4 rat spirits, he harbored ambitions of claiming Yong'an County for himself. The arrival of the rat spirits was merely a fortuitous opportunity. Nevertheless, the opposing party exhibited a measure of caution, refraining from directly approaching, instead opting to ascertain Lin Qing's strength before deciding on their course of action. They sought to pick the low-hanging fruit, yet feared encountering something formidable. Alas, there was no retreat for him. The moment he envisioned seizing Yong'an County, he had burned his bridges. The two wolf demons took turns divulging their king's secrets, almost revealing how he had tormented the four rat spirits the previous night. Once their confession concluded, they awaited Lin Qing's judgment with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qing spoke. I entrust you with a task. Should you execute it well, your lives may be spared. Should you fail, however, death shall be your fate. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for I shall inscribe a mark upon you. No matter where you flee, I shall find you. The two wolf demons shuddered, their hearts racing, yet they feigned loyalty on their faces. Rest assured, Sir Lin Qing, we shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have set for us. The heavens bear witness. Our loyalty to you is as unwavering as the hardest iron. Lin Qing dismissed their expressions of fealty, instructing them to return and inform their king that Lin Qing is a silver-tongued, somewhat skilled practitioner, possessing strength approximately at the 6th stage of qi condensation. He is adept at deceiving others, convincing the people of Yong'an County that he is a deity. Calmly, Lin Qing wove for himself the identity of a charlatan. He was surrounded by numerous skilled practitioners, each at the 1st or 2nd stage of qi condensation, along with many martial artists in tow. The two wolf demons listened intently, their hearts pounding with trepidation, especially upon hearing the subsequent instructions that sent shivers down their spines. They were reminded to ensure that their lord brought a substantial number of allies, preferably summoning all the spirits and creatures from the surrounding mountains to collectively launch an assault on Yong'an County. The wolf demons' eyes widened in alarm as they exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their dire predicament. The creatures and monsters are doomed. This individual seems intent on capturing them all. Alas, what a heartless being. Lin Qing remains indifferent to their thoughts, for the identity he has fabricated is imbued with genuine intent. Though at the 6th level of the qi condensation realm, his cultivation is neither particularly high nor low, perfectly situated at a pivotal juncture. He is neither underestimated by the wolf demon king nor overly regarded. With allies by his side, should he wish to assault Yong'an County, it would be prudent to have assistance. Thus, Lin Qing can ensnare all the creatures and monsters in and around Yong'an County. Lin Qing's sharp gaze swept across the faces of the two wolf demons, a smirk gracing his lips. Do you remember? The two wolf demons nodded vigorously, affirming their understanding. With a wave of his hand, the two wolf demons were pulled from the dream realm back into reality. Upon returning, they felt as though they had emerged from a different world. I can move, exclaimed the gray wolf demon, gently lifting its paw in excitement. The black wolf demon took a few steps, relishing the newfound freedom of its body, a smile breaking across its face. Yet, this joy was short-lived. A chilling breeze swept past them, causing both to shudder. Rest assured, we shall return, Lin Qing assured. The two wolf demons, not daring to delay, sprinted towards Qinglang Mountain. They ran far enough to feel safe before finally halting. As they paused, the two wolves exchanged glances. Do you think it's true? Queried the black wolf demon. The gray wolf demon was about to say, it's hard to say, but before the words could escape, a bone-chilling wind blew past them, while the surrounding flora remained still. Only the two wolves felt the piercing cold, a blatant warning. The gray wolf demon, being astute, quickly altered its response. It must be true. Lin Qing is a deity, and a deity's words carry no falsehood. We simply need to heed Lin Qing's guidance. With his compassionate heart, he will surely forgive us. The black wolf demon silently cursed its companion for being self-serving, climbing atop the backs of others, which was distasteful. Though displeased, the black wolf demon nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. Lin Qing is a deity, and a deity's word is law. Lin Qing quietly observed the two wolf demons as they spoke insincerely, offering no response. After a brief exchange, the two wolf demons continued their journey, with Lin Qing trailing behind, his consciousness traversing the thickets and valleys. Ahead loomed a magnificent mountain, its cliffs towering steeply above. He lifted his gaze towards the steep cliff, observing the flat, smooth face as if it had been meticulously hewn by human hands. The gray wolf demon, adept at navigating such situations, tentatively spoke. Lord Lin Qing, the mountain ahead is Qinglang Mountain. The detestable wolf demon king resides atop it. I shall ascend at once. Lin Qing remained unresponsive. After a moment of silence, the gray wolf demon, sensing no movements around him, pondered uncertainly whether Lord Lin Qing was indeed following him. The other party's abilities were so astonishing that it left him feeling unsettled. The black wolf demon sought to emulate his companion, hoping to curry favor with the enigmatic Lin Qing. Yet before he could utter a word, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket ahead. Two deer demons emerged from the underbrush, one of whom, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the wolves. "Gray third brother, did you not head to Yong'an County? Why have you returned so quickly?" The gray wolf demon replied curtly, "We returned as soon as the matter was resolved." Indeed, Gray third brother and Black sixth brother are remarkable, accomplishing the king's orders with such haste. Faced with the flattery from the newly transformed deer demons, the two wolf demons felt no inclination to engage. In the past, they might have enjoyed a casual banter, but now, with a metaphorical knife at their throats, they had little interest. "You two should resume your patrol. We are still occupied." The young deer demons, recognizing their impatience, dared not linger, hastily bidding farewell before departing. The gray and black wolves swiftly made their way deeper into the mountain range. The Qinglang mountain range, with its majestic and perilous peaks, led the two wolf demons effortlessly into the heart of the Wolf Demon King's domain. This range originally belonged to the Wolf Demon King before being borrowed by Gui Shirsan. Now that Gui Shirsan had perished, the Qinglang mountain range had reverted to the Wolf Demon King's control. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, the wolves overheard the sounds of 4 rat spirits frolicking with the king. Without hesitation, they entered the cave. "My king." The Wolf Demon King paused his playful antics upon hearing the noise, turning to regard his 2 subordinates. "What news do you bring?" Gray Third Wolf responded. "I have gathered all the pertinent information regarding Yong'an County and Lord Lin Qing. Allow me to elaborate. This Lord Lin Qing is a practitioner at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, accompanied by several practitioners at the 1st and 2nd levels." Rat Spirit number 3 furrowed his brow and interjected, "That cannot be right. I have heard that Lord Lin Qing claims to be a deity." Gray Third Wolf, unfazed by the interruption, replied with a smile, "A deity? My dear Rat Spirit, you cannot truly believe that. Are there really deities in this world? If there were, how could those humans ever become our prey? Surely, they would have long been protected by such deities." Black Sixth Wolf added, "Do not fret, dear Rat Spirit. We shall soon address the crux of the matter. The figure known as Lin Qing is, in essence, a charlatan. His entire entourage has exalted him to a status akin to divinity, solely to deceive the gullible and compel them into submission. Their true objective lies in the continuous siphoning of resources from the surrounding villages and counties." Hui Sanlang then expressed his concerns. "My lord, if we were to assault Yong'an County, our meager numbers might prove insufficient. Of course, Lin Qing is hardly a worthy adversary in the eyes of our lord. Yet he is accompanied by a multitude of followers." Hailawang scoffed, retorting, "Hui San, you do nothing but bolster the confidence of others while undermining our own. No matter how many subordinates Lin Qing has, can they rival the might of our lord?" The 2 wolf demons began to harmonize their strategies, preparing to ensnare the myriad of creatures dwelling within the Qinglang Mountains. The Wolf Demon King found comfort in Hailawang's words, exclaiming, "Indeed, Hailawang is correct. No matter the number of Lin Qing's minions, they cannot surpass our own." Hailawang, eager to please, inquired, "My lord, when shall we assemble our forces and march forth to claim Yong'an County as our own?" Upon hearing this, the Wolf Demon King hesitated, reluctant to depart from the Qinglang Mountains. The 4 rat spirits, noticing his indecision, quickly sought to elevate his spirits. "With our lord leading, vanquishing Lin Qing will be but a trifling task. We need not await an auspicious day. Once our ranks are complete, we shall set forth. Today, we will gather our forces, and by nightfall, the 4 of us sisters can join our lord within the walls of Yong'an County," one of the rat spirits suggested, delicately tracing her finger across the Wolf Demon King's chest. The Wolf Demon King, stirred by their words, chuckled, "Indeed, my dear sisters speak the truth. Let us gather our troops forthwith. Once assembled, we shall launch our assault and flay Lin Qing, presenting his head as a trophy for my sisters to kick about." "My lord," the 4 rat spirits chimed sweetly, casting him flirtatious glances. Hui Sanlang and Hailawang, having received their command, wasted no time and exited the cave to execute the orders. "By the decree of our lord, all creatures and beasts of the Qinglang Mountains are to assemble." The command echoed through the trees, gradually enveloping the entire mountain, reaching every creature within. The deer demon inquired, "Did you hear the summons?" The rabbit spirit nodded. "Why has our lord suddenly called us together?" The deer demon replied with a smile, "Our lord intends to lead us in the conquest of Yong'an County. Soon, the blood of thousands in Yong'an County will nourish us. But we rabbit spirits do not consume blood, protested one. Just follow behind us. Do not question our Lord's orders. Disobedience will leave you with no means of survival. Among the myriad creatures inhabiting the Qing mountain range, both spirits and demons, the moment they heard the summons, they eagerly sought information. Upon learning that the objective was to assault Yong'an County, some felt joy, while others were filled with dread. However, regardless of their inner sentiments, none dared to defy the call. Obediently, they made their way towards the lair of the wolf demon king. Gray 3 wolves observed as more and more brethren arrived. Exchanging a glance with black 6 wolves, both harboring a singular thought, they hoped that Lin Qing would, in recognition of their diligent efforts to assist him in fulfilling his task, spare their lives when the time came. As the companions gathered, Gray 3 wolves commenced roll call, anxious to ensure that no one was merely paying lip service. Black 6 wolves busied himself with any oversights, promptly urging those who had yet to arrive. Should anyone remain absent, he would personally go to retrieve them. In short, no creature capable of speech within the Qing mountain range was to escape. All were bound for Yong'an. An hour later, once it was confirmed that all demons and spirits had assembled, the 2 wolf demons hurried to report to the wolf demon king. My lord, all personnel have been summoned. We are ready to depart. Gray 3 wolves did not wait for a question regarding the departure time, taking the initiative to decide. The wolf demon king nodded, breaking free from the grasp of 4 rat spirits. As he descended the steps, his originally naked human form gradually transformed into a majestic silver wolf. Emerging from the cave, the silver wolf king surveyed his subordinates, who stood, floated, or reclined, and proclaimed with commanding presence, "Today we shall flatten Yong'an County. For every exterminated practitioner, a reward of 1,000 blood offerings awaits." The promise of such bountiful rewards filled the demons with exuberance. With the atmosphere charged, Gray 3 wolves shouted, "Let us crush Yong'an County." The others instantly echoed, "Crush Yong'an County! Crush Yong'an County!" The silver wolf king, too, was swept up in the fervor of the moment, filled with a sense of grandeur as if he could behold all living beings from on high. "Let us depart." With this command, the assembly sprang into action. Leading the charge, the silver wolf king surged ahead, followed closely by a throng of wolf demons, the 4 rat spirits, and other assorted demons and spirits, forming a grand procession as they descended from Qing Mountain. Observing the gathered multitude of demons, Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "My goodness, I had no idea. This is quite a sight." Simply within the confines of Qing Mountain, such a vast array of spirits and demons was concealed, not to mention the malevolent entities lurking beyond. Were one to gaze down upon the world, the number of demons and evildoers would be overwhelming. Lin Qing reflected on the weighty journey ahead of him. To avoid being consumed by these dark forces and to survive in this realm, the number of his followers was still woefully inadequate. During the brief moments of his contemplation, the demons had already departed Qing Mountain, heading towards Yong'an County. Should he confront these malevolent beings en route, or wait until he reached the outskirts of Yong'an County to unleash a significant strike and bolster the sense of belonging among his followers? Lin Qing found himself in a quandary, deliberating which option to choose. The former path, devoid of an audience, involved toiling in obscurity, waiting for the followers to notice his efforts, which could take an eternity. The latter, however, promised immediate results and would likely attract more believers to settle in Yong'an County. But there was a single concern. Should an unwitting creature inadvertently breach the county, he would be alone to face it, and with so many adversaries, there would inevitably be vulnerabilities. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, he envisioned a series of actions that could lead to a favorable outcome, and with a solution in mind, Lin Qing cast aside his doubts and decisively opted for the latter choice. On the ramparts of Yong'an County, soldiers assigned to patrol moved back and forth as was customary, occasionally glancing into the distance and checking the sky. Since the dissolution of the sect, they had transitioned from disciples of the ghostly fiend sect to soldiers under the ancient system, tasked with guarding the city. Li Qing and his companions, once leaders of the sect, had assumed roles as county magistrates, clerks, and other historical officials to jointly govern Yong'an County. The 4 soldiers, clad in their newly issued uniforms, scanned the surroundings diligently. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, catching the attention of one vigilant soldier. "Look over there," he alerted his companions. The other 3 squinted, following his gaze, and beheld the rolling dust cloud approaching ominously beneath the setting sun. Could it be the wind? One speculated. The first soldier shook his head, asserting, "No, it doesn't resemble wind. It seems as though a large group is advancing towards us. How could that be? Another questioned, dismissing the thought. Ignoring the others, the soldier hastily descended the ramparts and reached the city gate. Crouching down to press his ear against the ground, the thunderous sounds accompanied by subtle vibrations sent a chill down his spine. This was not right. His expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called to his comrades at the gate. Something is amiss. A swarm of unidentified creatures is approaching. Zhang Hai, the officer in charge of the city's defense, received the alarming news without delay. He stood atop the city walls, gazing as the rising dust drew ever closer. His heart gripped by terror as he listened to the soldier's report. He dared not delay and hurried to the county office, seeking out Lin Qing and Lin Qing to promptly report the situation. What? Upon receiving the news, the two rushed to the city wall to investigate, and their expressions changed drastically upon witnessing the scene below. The townsfolk also sensed that something was amiss. What has happened? A voice in the crowd asked anxiously. I don't know, but judging by the county magistrate's demeanor, something significant must have occurred. I know. Just outside the city gate, I saw the patrolling soldier, Wang Li, lying on the ground, claiming that a large number of unidentified creatures are approaching our county. Unidentified creatures? How could such entities suddenly appear? As panic swept through the crowd, Wang Zhaohu stepped onto the street, moving among the throng, and with an air of arrogance, he raised his chin and declared, What are you afraid of? With Lord Lin Qing present, any foe shall meet their demise. Long Air, witnessing his words being preempted, was infuriated and pounded his chest in frustration. He, unwilling to lag behind, shouted to the people, Do not worry, for we have Lord Lin Qing. With Lord Lin Qing by our side, we fear no evil. After their rallying cry, those who had been in a state of confusion found their resolve. I must pay my respects to Lord Lin Qing. Indeed, we should summon the venerable Lord Lin Qing. Come, let us go together. Upon the city tower, Lin Qing, Lin Qing, and others stood at the edge of the wall, gazing into the distance where a cloud of dust rolled ominously toward them. Lin Qing, a practitioner, though of lower cultivation, possessed a heightened sense and vision far superior to that of ordinary warriors. As he felt the overwhelming aura of malevolence approaching, a wave of alarm surged within him. Lin Qing, keenly observing Lin Qing's changing expression, felt a jolt of unease. What is it? Lin Qing let out a heavy sigh. A vast multitude of malevolent creatures is advancing toward us. Lin Qing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. How can this be? What heinous deeds have the people of Yong'an committed to face such relentless retribution? Lin Qing remarked, Nothing is impossible. Perhaps the wolf demon in the mountains has learned of the demise of Ghost 13 and seeks to take advantage of the chaos. Yet, he fails to consider that with Ghost 13 dead, his own fate would be sealed should he dare to approach. Lin Qing found it difficult to comprehend the wolf demon's rationale. Lin Qing cast a disapproving glance at him, retorting, You ask me, but who can fathom his thoughts? This matter has escalated beyond our capacity to resolve. We can only implore Lord Lin Qing to intervene. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Once they had finished speaking, two heads emerged from behind. Wang Zhaohu, with a sheepish grin, remarked, Brother-in-law, there is no need to summon anyone. I have already spoken with Lord Lin Qing. He is well aware of the situation. Long Air chimed in. Many citizens within the city are also lighting incense and discussing this matter. Rest assured, Lord Lin Qing will certainly take action against these unruly and malevolent creatures. Lin Qing and Long cast a bewildered glance at the two, pondering the source of their unwavering confidence in Lord Lin Qing's intervention. Observing their carefree demeanor stood in stark contrast to the gravity etched upon their own faces. Their sense of relaxation made Lin Qing and Lin Qing feel somewhat inferior. After Wang Zhaohu and Long Air exchanged their words, they disregarded the emotions of the two and leaned against the wall, gazing into the distance. Squinting against the billowing smoke, they beheld the throngs of extraordinary beings, exclaiming in awe, Wow, so many creatures. Goodness, I've never seen such marvels before. Wang Zhaohu instinctively remarked. Long Air nodded in agreement, expressing his own anticipation for Lin Qing's intervention. Lin Qing and Lin Qing watched these two foolishly, at a loss for words to describe their antics. Lin Qing turned to Zhang Hai, instructing, Alert all the city guards to be on high alert and prevent any extraordinary beings from entering the city. Should any issues arise, signal with smoke. Understood, Zhang Hai promptly set about his duties. Although they were aware of Lin Qing's presence, they still needed to make the necessary defensive preparations. 100 meters away, the Silver Wolf King led the charge at the forefront, while the rabbit spirits, lacking any combat prowess, remained at the rear. Lin Qing refrained from engaging them, instead directing his efforts towards the more formidable creatures, those tinged with the scent of blood, such as the deer demon. As the deer demon sprinted, it suddenly found its limbs ensnared by an unseen force, halting its graceful motion. The beasts racing ahead remained oblivious to the disturbance behind them. But the rabbit spirits trailing the deer demon were taken aback by its abrupt stop. A bold rabbit spirit ventured forward to investigate, inquiring, "Dear brother, what has happened to you?" The deer demon, wide-eyed with terror, replied, I cannot move." He turned his head to glance at his companions. The other deer spirits, who were equally frozen in place, unable to move. The rabbit spirit's eyes widened in terror. Already large, they now appeared even more pronounced, reflecting an overwhelming fear. Just as the rabbit spirit was about to utter a word, its gaze swept ahead, only to discover that yet another creature had inexplicably come to a halt, standing still like a wooden post. What is happening here? The rabbit spirit was in a state of panic. This particular group has always been timid. Those who have managed to evolve into extraordinary beings possess even greater trepidation, leading them to exercise heightened caution and evade peril before they mature. In the wake of such a horrifying incident within the ranks, they naturally found themselves paralyzed with fear. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" inquired one of the rabbit spirits, casting a glance towards the lead gray rabbit. The gray rabbit spirit pondered briefly, and a resolution began to form within his mind. He addressed his companions, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can no longer move." The other two rabbit spirits were taken aback, fear etched upon their faces as they hurried to his side to investigate. "Elder brother, do not frighten us. What is wrong with you?" The elder brother, the gray rabbit spirit, noticed that his siblings had yet to grasp the essence of the matter, and he repeatedly blinked at the panicking duo, attempting to signal them. However, the two were not particularly bright and remained oblivious. "What is wrong with your eyes, elder brother? Why are they twitching?" The gray rabbit spirit looked at these two fools with a face full of despair and gritted his teeth, saying, "You two are also immobilized, do you not realize?" The white rabbit spirit, the quickest to respond, instinctively retorted, "No, I can still move." The pink rabbit spirit, coming to his senses, nodded repeatedly, Yes, you are right. Elder brother, I too am immobilized." Just as the white rabbit spirit was about to say more, the gray rabbit spirit slapped his forehead. "You are also immobilized. Do you understand?" At last, the white rabbit spirit comprehended, nodding vigorously, Yes, I too am immobilized." Lin Qing glanced over at the three rabbit spirits and immediately understood upon seeing them standing still. These three rabbit spirits are quite clever. Following closely behind the Silver Wolf King were the gray third wolf and the black sixth wolf. As they approached Yong'an County, the two wolves noted the absence of Lin Qing, stirring unease within them. They exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken questions. "What is happening? We are about to strike." Yet he remains unresponsive. "How would I know? Brother, we must not have misunderstood his intentions, right? If they had misinterpreted, it would spell disaster for the two of them." "We did not misunderstand. He clearly instructed us to gather the nearby spirits and prepare for a comprehensive strike. Then why has he yet to take action? Could it be that Lin Qing is not a divine figure, but rather a legendary malevolent spirit, seeking to use us to justify the consumption of the grievances of Yong'an County's populace? Goodness, brother, that is indeed a possibility. If that is the case, the adversary is exceedingly treacherous. Are we not doomed as well?" As the two wolves furrowed their brows in distress, the gray third wolf caught a glimpse behind him, and upon doing so, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, his demonic power was commendable, allowing him to steady himself. The black sixth wolf noticed something amiss and blinked in inquiry. The gray third wolf gestured for him to look back. With a heart full of suspicion, the black sixth wolf glanced behind him, only to nearly stumble as well. Goodness, what did he witness? His companions behind him were inexplicably frozen in place, each maintaining a posture of flight, indicating that the assailant had struck while they were in motion, all without a sound. In the absence of any disturbance to the mystical creatures, they were rendered immobile. Such a feat could only be attributed to Lin Qing. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qing had already intervened. The immobilized spirits and great demons, if they were as perceptive as the rabbit spirit, would naturally be granted considerable freedom. However, Should they prove inept and attempt to cry out, the Qi characters would promptly seal their mouths, silencing them entirely. Those atop the city wall witnessed the running spirits suddenly freeze, as if captured in a moment. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaohua exclaimed with excitement, "Lin Qing has made his move. It must be him. In this world, no other deity possesses such prowess." "Indeed, Lin Qing is the finest deity in existence," echoed Long Xiangdi. All flattering remarks had been uttered by these two, leaving Li Tian and Long Xiangdi with no opportunity to express their loyalty. The other soldiers, braced for action, were equally astonished by the scene unfolding below, each marveling at Lin Qing's formidable abilities. Leading the charge was undeniably the Silver Wolf King from the Qingshan Mountains. Long Xiangdi fixated on the imposing Silver Wolf King at the forefront. "Ha ha ha, that Silver Wolf King is truly a fool. He has yet to realize that his entire team has vanished," came Wang Zhaohua's boastful laughter. Li Tian's forehead throbbed with veins, unable to restrain himself from scolding. "Wang Zhaohua, quiet down. If you keep prattling on, I swear I will silence you permanently." Wang Zhaohua fell mute, casting a timid glance at his brother-in-law, wisely choosing to close his mouth and refrain from further antics. Within the city walls, numerous citizens had gathered at the base. Unable to see the events outside but hearing Wang Zhaohua's boastful declarations, they understood that Lin Qing had intervened. Lin Qing has acted. How wonderful. As long as he is involved, our Yong'an County shall remain safe. But how did Lin Qing act? I did not witness it. Who knows? The methods of deities are boundless. It is only natural for us to remain unaware. Many were curious about the nature of Lin Qing's intervention. Someone spoke up. "We cannot just stand by. There are so many spirits outside. We may be needed. I must go help. Yes, I too must assist. As members of Yong'an County, we should all contribute." A group of individuals found a grand justification and hurried up to the city tower, claiming they would help. As they stood atop the walls and beheld the throngs of spirits beyond, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Goodness, so many spirits. I have never seen such a multitude of them. Thank goodness for Lin Qing. Otherwise, our lives would surely be forfeit. Mother, you must take a look. Those spirits have become utterly still." The 4 rat spirits constituted the vanguard, and Lin Qing was acutely aware that the Silver Wolf King had taken a keen interest in Yong'an County, largely due to their contributions. For ethereal golden spells simultaneously ensnared the rat spirits. Realizing the peril they were in, they attempted to cry out for help. Yet the Qi character seals were swiftly employed to silence them. The 4 stood frozen, much like the others, merely 50 meters from the walls of Yong'an County. The Silver Wolf King, observing the increasing number of people on the city wall, reveled in his arrogance, envisioning these insignificant creatures imploring him in terror. However, as he drew closer, he was met with the sight of the bloodthirsty inhabitants on the wall, each wearing expressions of delight, gesturing towards him with mocking fingers. There was not a trace of fear or trepidation upon their faces. Rather, they appeared to be spectators, some even laughing at his expense. "What is this? What does it mean? What is happening?" The Silver Wolf King was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how these insignificant beings dared to exhibit such audacity. He felt a surge of anger, perceiving the blood offerings as a provocation directed at him, the illustrious Wolf King. Enraged, the Silver Wolf King unleashed a thunderous roar towards the blood offerings upon the city wall, a sound imbued with demonic power aimed at the defenseless citizens. Lin Qing floated gracefully before the battlements, with a gentle wave of his arm, effortlessly dissipating the sonic assault with his divine strength. The Silver Wolf King anticipated witnessing the blood offerings convulsing in agony, yet after a moment's wait, nothing occurred. They remained unharmed, brazenly gesturing at him. "That demon wolf's howl startled me," one woman remarked, her hand pressed against her chest, feigning fear. "Indeed, it was truly terrifying." Another added, "This Silver Wolf King appears formidable, yet he pales in comparison to our Lin Qing." The Silver Wolf King, witnessing the blood offerings' insolent demeanor, felt a deepening rage within him. He launched an attack once more, this time unleashing a continuous barrage, his slanted eyes glinting with a chilling light, eagerly awaiting the sight of these bloodthirsty creatures in disarray. Yet what was the outcome? Why did they remain unscathed, standing resolutely? The Silver Wolf King, defying fate, attacked yet again, only to witness the same disheartening result. The onlookers atop the city wall shifted their focus to the Silver Wolf King, observing his transformation from calm composure to a subtle hint of agitation, prompting them to engage in mockery. "This demon wolf seems utterly foolish," incessantly howling as if we were unaware of his presence. One among them mused, "Do you not perceive that in his fervor, the Wolf King has become exasperated with himself?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, I too have noticed it. That white wolf is quite dim-witted. How amusing." The Silver Wolf King, overhearing the taunts from the walls, felt a sharp pain of indignation in his chest. The illustrious Silver Wolf King was, to his astonishment, mocked by a mere horde of insignificant bloodthirsty creatures. The Silver Wolf King halted his stride, silencing his roar. "Each one of these wretched insects shall undoubtedly find their fate within the depths of his belly today." He cast a frigid glance at the bloodied remnants upon the city walls, then, with an air of arrogance, turned away, poised to command a full-scale assault. As he pivoted to survey the rear, his wolf-like eyes widened in astonishment. His subordinates were inexplicably frozen in place, maintaining a posture as if perpetually running. The mystical creatures, upon witnessing that the Silver Wolf King had finally deigned to glance back, realized they were no longer in control of their own bodies. Each of them cast pleading glances towards him, yearning for salvation. The Silver Wolf King remained bewildered for several seconds before regaining his composure. You all," he stammered, finally directing his gaze towards the gray third wolf and the black sixth wolf, who, in a display of cleverness, stood motionless like the other creatures. The onlookers from the upper floors, witnessing the Silver Wolf King's expression, could not help but emit a chorus of derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you stunned? Your army is gone. Only you remain, a solitary wolf. Tell me, are you afraid?" Such scornful words, it was evident, originated from the mouth of Wang Zhaohu. "You foolish wolf, why are you so deluded? Coming to Yong'an County to flaunt your might was a grave miscalculation. Our Yong'an County is blessed by divine protection, and you, dim-witted wolf, are destined to meet your demise." Long Air also joined the ranks of those mocking the Silver Wolf King. As the Silver Wolf King listened to the taunts from the bloodthirsty denizens atop the city walls and glanced at his utterly decimated army, fury surged within him, causing a throbbing pain in his heart, yet his reason remained unclouded by rage. He cast a wary glance upward, his wolf-like eyes scanning the surroundings. His entire team had been utterly annihilated, yet he had yet to catch a glimpse of the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect of the situation. Lin Qing was by no means as simplistic as the gray third wolf and the black sixth wolf had described him. "Damn it, you have been deceived." The Silver Wolf King narrowed his eyes, casting a penetrating gaze at the gray third and black sixth wolves. The two wolves felt a chill run down their spines under their leader's scrutiny, their minds racing with apprehension. Could it be that their identities as spies had been uncovered? Lin Qing observed the disoriented Silver Wolf King and, with a wave of his hand, drew his vast army and all the creatures into his dream realm. The gray third and black sixth wolves were already familiar with Lin Qing's prowess. The sudden shift in their surroundings momentarily stunned them, but they quickly comprehended the situation, their hearts settling. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of unfathomable astonishment. The other creatures were first inexplicably frozen in place, and then they found themselves inexplicably transported to another location. They have been thoroughly intimidated by their unseen adversaries. Even when entering the realm of dreams, where they could move freely, they remained paralyzed, too afraid to make a sound. Each one behaving with remarkable submissiveness. Only the Silver Wolf King, unaccustomed to hardship, was abruptly thrust into this entirely unfamiliar environment, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Every muscle taut, ready for battle at any moment. "Who goes there? Show yourself. Do not presume that this king fears you." The Silver Wolf King, unwilling to diminish his own aura, shouted into the void. Upon hearing his proclamation, the other creatures discreetly distanced themselves from him, including the four mouse spirits, who were equally wary of potential conflict that might ensue. Lin Qing did not make an appearance but instead exerted control over the Silver Wolf King. As the Silver Wolf King continued to bellow, he suddenly found himself lifted into the air, his four paws thrashing about, while he emitted a stream of furious curses. "Come forth. Show yourself," he demanded, daring his opponent. No sooner had he shouted than an invisible hand struck his face, leaving a burning sensation upon his wolfish visage. "Damn it, you wretched rodent, dare you show yourself?" A second slap landed on the other side of his face. The Silver Wolf King had never endured such humiliation. He struggled desperately, but within Lin Qing's dreamscape, all weaker beings fell under his dominion. The Silver Wolf King's power was clearly inferior, rendering him incapable of stirring even the slightest turbulence in this realm. This is a sneak attack. If you have the courage, let us face each other openly. The outcome is yet to be determined. He scoffed at Lin Qing and the divine beings. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, opting not to engage in a verbal altercation. Instead, he employed his own methods to compel the Silver Wolf King into silence, while simultaneously serving as a warning to the other creatures. This strategy would yield dual benefits. This time, Lin Qing refrained from delivering a slap, but instead controlled the Silver Wolf King's limbs, pulling them in different directions until his form was stretched into a shape, revealing parts of his wolf body that were never meant to be exposed. Yet, that was not the most egregious act. The most outrageous was that Lin Qing positioned him facing the other creatures, ensuring that all could witness the spectacle clearly. The creatures gasped in astonishment, their thoughts echoing the sentiment that the one called Lin Qing was truly beyond human comprehension. Such tactics were utterly extraordinary. The Silver Wolf King had never faced such a profound disgrace. It was not as though he cared about being exposed, but the humiliation was unbearable. They are peculiar and malevolent beings, not bound by the constraints of humanity, and thus, they possess no sense of shame regarding righteousness or morality. His anger stemmed entirely from his status as the king of the Green Wolf Mountain Range. This act had significantly tarnished his dignity, a mere affront to his pride, which incited such fury within him. Lin Qing, I shall surely dismantle you piece by piece, stripping you of your very sinews and bones. Before he could finish his threat, the Silver Wolf King transformed into a whirlwind, his entire wolf form spinning rapidly, becoming a blur of motion. The onlookers, a gathering of various creatures, beheld the spectacle of the Silver Wolf King, now rendered a mere plaything beneath Lin Qing's command. This realization sent shivers down their spines. Particularly the Rat Spirit Force sisters, who had incited the Silver Wolf King to assault Yong'an County. They trembled in fear, their faces drained of color, terrified of becoming Lin Qing's next target. After a prolonged tumult, the Silver Wolf King finally ceased his struggle, his jaws no longer daring to utter a sound. Lin Qing released him, carelessly tossing him to the ground. The Silver Wolf King lay sprawled on the earth, frothing at the mouth, his body twitching intermittently. Witnessing the Silver Wolf King's plight, the assembled creatures could not help but feel trepidation towards Lin Qing. Even before encountering him, they were already filled with dread. Lin Qing observed the expressions of the creatures intently, and when the moment felt right, he leisurely emerged from the dense mist. The creatures gazed upon the tall, elegant young man before them, many unable to believe their eyes. In their imagination, Lin Qing was a robust figure adorned with a thick beard, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, the reality revealed a harmless, refined youth. The stark contrast left them momentarily speechless. The gray third wolf and black sixth wolf reacted most swiftly. Having encountered Lin Qing before, the gray third wolf acknowledged him, proclaiming him to be blessed beyond measure. The black sixth wolf bowed deeply before Lin Qing, kneeling and striking the ground thrice in reverence. With these two leading the charge, the astute creatures promptly followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads in submission. The Rabbit Spirit Three Brothers also paid their respects to Lin Qing. Even those who were slow to react eventually joined in the chorus of kneeling and bowing, demonstrating their allegiance. They have no choice but to submit. The Silver Wolf King has become a mere shadow of himself in his hands. Should the adversary wish to deal with them, it would be effortless, requiring little exertion. Under whose dominion they exist, it is not truly living. The myriad of spirits express their submission. Their cultivation is arduous, and to attain the form of spirits is indeed a manifestation of the profound transformation bestowed by the heavens and the earth. Naturally, no one wishes for death. Lin Qing gazed upon the creatures and spirits that lay prostrate on the ground. He is acutely aware of his current predicament. While Tian and others possess the capability to govern humanity, they find themselves impotent when confronted with formidable creatures, thus relying on his strength. However, should he shoulder every responsibility alone, it becomes exceedingly burdensome, an incongruity for a deity. At such a juncture, assistance is imperative, and the extraordinary beings residing in the vicinity of Yong'an County, particularly those endowed with certain abilities, serve as the most fitting allies. After much ado, he orchestrated this spectacle. His intention was not only to transform the vicinity of Yong'an County into a veritable safe haven, but also to subjugate these mystical beings, seeking allies to assist him in future endeavors. Lin Qing observed the faint yet unmistakable scent of blood emanating from these creatures and inquired, "Among you, are there any who solely rely on blood to enhance their cultivation?" Upon hearing this query, several of the monsters trembled in fear, unable to raise their heads. These beings, engaging in the nefarious practices of cultivation, some drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon, while others resorted to the consumption of blood, were diverse in their methods. Gray Third Wolf pointed at 4 of the creatures and said, "My lord Lin Qing, these 4 rely on the consumption of blood to advance their cultivation." The 4 singled out were immediately filled with fury. They had no time to confront the Gray 3 Wolves, and instead hurriedly turned to Lin Qing to explain. "Your Excellency Lin Qing, please understand, our consumption of blood food is due to the king's favor. Our cultivation can also rely on absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It is far more expedient to enhance our cultivation through blood food, while the latter is a much slower process." In the face of imminent danger, they dared not admit their preference for blood food as a means of advancement. Lin Qing observed these 4 demons, their bodies exuding an overpowering stench of blood, the strongest among all the creatures present. As Lin Qing remained silent for what felt like an eternity to the 4 demons, beads of cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads. The other creatures trembled in fear, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Should Lin Qing decide to execute the 4, those who had partaken of blood food would shiver in dread, unable to find solace. Their survival hinges upon the survival of others. Lin Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. Regardless of your past, whether you have relied on the consumption of blood to enhance your cultivation or employed other means, henceforth, you must not indiscriminately slaughter humans, especially the citizens of Yongnan County. I shall no longer pursue past transgressions. But should anyone dare to defy my decree and engage in the wanton massacre of humanity, draining their essence, I will undoubtedly obliterate their very souls, condemning them to eternal oblivion. While I may overlook previous misdeeds, from this day forward, adherence to the established rules is imperative." The various spirits were elated upon hearing this, particularly the 4 demons, who felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from calamity. The 2 bear demons promptly bowed 3 times before Lin Qing, expressing their gratitude for his mercy. The deer demon and the snake demon quickly followed suit, offering their own bows of thanks. Lin Qing gazed at the 2 bear demons, as well as the deer demon and the snake demon, and inquired, "What are your names?" The clever bear demon eagerly replied, "In response to your esteemed self, we brothers do not yet have formal names. We humbly request you to bestow names upon us." Naming? Oh dear. This posed quite a challenge for Lin Qing. He is typically someone who struggles with naming things. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, gazing at the imposing figures of the 2 bear demons, and naturally, 2 rather down-to-earth names surfaced in her mind. "From now on, you shall be called Xiong-Da, and your brother shall be known as Xiong-Er." The 2 bear demons, upon hearing such exquisite and refined names, felt an urge to voice their thoughts, yet ultimately restrained themselves. After a brief moment of distraction, Xiong-Da quickly donned a cheerful expression, expressing gratitude to Lin Qing for the bestowed names. Xiong-Er, licking his bear-like face, exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed Lin Qing, for such melodious names. They are truly unforgettable." Xiong-Da looked at his brother in astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that his own brother could exhibit such shamelessness, articulating such insincere words with an air of heartfelt sincerity. The deer demon initially contemplated emulating the bear demon brothers, yet upon witnessing the name Lin Qing had chosen, he promptly abandoned that dreadful notion, convinced that his current name was quite satisfactory and in no need of alteration. Clearing his throat, the deer demon earnestly introduced himself. "I am known as Deer Ming." The snake demon shared a similar sentiment. With Deer Ming leading the way, he naturally followed suit, declaring, "I am known as Snake Jiao." Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he had taken note. "You 4 shall divide all the spirits into 4 teams, and from now on, you will be responsible for their unified management." The 4 demons were momentarily stunned by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Just a moment ago, they were fretting over their own lives, and now they found themselves in a position to command the myriad of spirits, a transformation that filled them with both astonishment and joy. Meanwhile, Gray 3 and Black 6 wolves grew anxious. They have indeed rendered a great service to Lin Qing, and such a fortunate occurrence should undoubtedly befall them. Lin Qing turned his gaze towards Gray 3 wolf and Black 6 wolf, inquiring about their names. Eager to please, Gray 3 wolf, despite having a name, emulated the bear demon brothers and, with a bold demeanor, replied, "I have no name. I humbly request Lord Lin Qing to bestow one upon me." With that, he bowed deeply before Lin Qing. Observing this, Black 6 wolf followed suit, earnestly seeking Lin Qing's naming grace. Lin Qing regarded Gray 3 Wolf, contemplating his ash-gray fur for a considerable time before finally conjuring an appropriate name. From now on, you shall be known as Gray Tai Lang. Gray Tai Lang. What a peculiar name. Gray 3 Wolf silently scoffed, but wore a joyful expression of gratitude. Lin Qing then turned to Black 6 Wolf, experiencing another bout of contemplation, and eventually declared, "You shall be called Black Tai Lang." Black 6 Wolf was momentarily speechless, yet expressed immense excitement and gratitude for the name. Lin Qing surveyed Gray Tai Lang and Black Tai Lang, acknowledging their commendable completion of the recent task, which had significantly assisted him. Particularly, Gray Tai Lang displayed an admirable knack for support and keen perception, proving to be a valuable ally. Gray Tai Lang, Black Tai Lang. You two will henceforth be responsible for overseeing all supernatural entities, patrolling the affairs within the jurisdiction of Yong'an County. Among the four of you, should anyone dare to neglect their duties or act in opposition, you may report to me. I shall handle the matter personally. Lin Qing then addressed the four demons, assigning each one to lead a group of supernatural beings. The first group would be tasked with intelligence gathering. They must be the first to acquire information regarding any matters within Yong'an County, such as the presence of malevolent entities or other supernatural beings entering the area. As the intelligence unit, it is imperative that they understand the situation thoroughly and report any ambiguities without delay. The second group would be responsible for defense. No supernatural beings, aside from themselves, were permitted to operate within Yong'an County. Should any entity cross the boundary to harm humans, the members of this group must either expel or eliminate the intruder. The third group would focus on patrolling. Their mission is to monitor the entirety of Yong'an County's territory. If they detect anything amiss, they must report it immediately, allowing the lead supervisor to address the issue. If the lead supervisor is unable to resolve the matter, I shall intervene. The fourth group is specifically tasked with safeguarding the security of Yong'an County. Before the other three demons could fully comprehend the implications, Snake 9 instantly recognized the significance of this group, realizing it was essentially Lord Lin Qing's personal guard, capable of maintaining a constant presence before him. The opportunity to lead this group presented considerable advantages. Before Bear 1, Bear 2, and Deer Ming could react, Snake 9 proactively declared, "I am willing to take charge of the fourth group." Lin Qing cast a surprised glance at Snake 9, noting his enthusiasm and acute perceptiveness. Before he even revealed any benefits, this fellow eagerly accepted the position of the leader of the fourth group, indicating that he possesses potential worth cultivating. The subsequent events will reveal his true character. Spirits, being inherently wild and untamed, can be subdued through brute force. Lin Qing could command their obedience much like the Silver Wolf King. However, such a method is ultimately inferior. The Silver Wolf King was severely beaten, and his subordinates, the spirits, observed with detached indifference. This demonstrates that coercive power only fosters superficial compliance and fails to instill genuine loyalty or a sense of belonging. They must share in your joys and sorrows. Intimidation is merely the first step, while temptation follows as the second. As for the third step, it hinges upon whether these spirits possess the fortune to merit his intervention. Upon witnessing Snake 9 seize the fourth group, Lu Ming quickly claimed the first group, declaring, "Lord Lin Qing, I am willing to take responsibility for the first group. During my time by the Silver Wolf King's side, I have engaged in similar duties." Lin Qing nodded in approval. "Very well." The remaining two groups were assigned to Bear 1 and Bear 2. I shall oversee the second group. While Bear 1 undertook the most perilous security task, and Bear 2 assumed the relatively easier role of supervising the third group. The allocation of the four groups was thus completed. Lin Qing beckoned to Gray Wolf and Black Wolf, who approached swiftly. There was a divine technique he had yet to employ, but today he would demonstrate it and offer them a taste of its rewards. The Blessing of the Divine. A high-cost divine technique requiring 50 points of divine power for a single use, promised considerable potency. Uncertain of its effects, Lin Qing decided to trial it on the two wolves first. "I am quite satisfied with your performance this time," he proclaimed. "In my domain, there are rewards and punishments. Perform well, and you shall be rewarded. Fail to meet expectations, and penalties will follow. As long as you abide by my rules, Yong'an County will be your most steadfast ally." This time, Gray Wolf and Black Wolf had earned their accolades. Approaching Gray Wolf, Lin Qing placed his hand above the wolf's head, activating the Blessing of the Divine. A gentle, divine radiance poured forth from his palm. All spirits and creatures within proximity felt the faint remnants of that divine aura, experiencing a warm current flowing from their crown and enveloping their bodies. Their muddled thoughts, for a brief moment, became clear. Alas, that delightful sensation was fleeting. They yearned to capture, yet could not retain. Merely brushing against a fragment of divine radiance stirred such emotions within these mystical beings, while at the very center of this luminous aura stood the gray wolf. The moment divine powers surged within, the previously chaotic celestial platform transformed into clarity as the divine light coursed through his limbs like a gentle warmth, ultimately converging upon the pale red demon core. The golden glow enveloped the demon nucleus, which began to swell from its initial grain-sized form. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal transformation lay in the color of the demon core, which shifted from a faint red to a deeper crimson, then to a rich orange, ultimately settling into a deep orange hue. Monsters possess a distinct hierarchy. Certain species are innately high-tier beasts, while others are destined to be low-tier. Even with rigorous cultivation, ascending beyond one's rank is a formidable challenge unless one encounters extraordinary fortune. To ascertain a monster's tier, one must observe not only its appearance and lineage but also its inner core, namely the demon core. The lowest tier is denoted by red, followed by orange, then yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The apex is represented by the purple demon core of a grand demon. Once such a being reaches the 9th tier, its combat prowess rivals that of the divine. The gray wolf's demon core evolved from the lowest red to an orange hue, coinciding with a transformation in its fur, which became sleek and its physique burgeoned, expanding over twice its previous size. The silver lightning mark upon its forehead shifted to an orange-red sigil. The metamorphosis of the gray wolf, along with the surge of its aura, was witnessed by all the mystical beings. They are particularly attuned to the advancement of their kin. At the very instant of its elevation, all the creatures gazed in disbelief, their eyes widening. Upon absorbing the last vestige of divine light, the gray wolf excitedly opened its eyes, filled with profound admiration and gratitude towards Lin Qing. With a resounding thud, it knelt, bowing deeply in reverence, proclaiming its heartfelt thanks to Lin Qing for the gift of rebirth. He merely waved his hand lightly, and from a mere lowly monster, he ascended to this level, which stirred an exhilarating excitement within him. To say he was reborn would not be an exaggeration. As long as he diligently served this deity, he would not be treated poorly in return. The gray wolf nodded incessantly, repeatedly assuring Lin Qing that he would wholeheartedly devote himself to his service. The black wolf, observing from the side, felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as his turn was approaching. Lin Qing beckoned him forward. The black wolf scampered eagerly, smoothing the fur on his forehead and tidying his appearance before obediently standing before Lin Qing. Without unnecessary words, Lin Qing initiated the blessing of the divine. Both the black and gray wolves were the weakest of monsters, their ranks lowly. Yet, a single blessing elevated them to a new tier. This sensation was akin to transforming from a worthless mixed breed mutt into a prized purebred dog worth hundreds, or even thousands. As the blessing was bestowed upon the black wolf, the silver wolf king, who had been lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, had ceased his spasms at some point, and now, with a sly glance, he opened a sliver of his eyes, intently watching Lin Qing as he conferred the divine blessing upon the two wolves. When the blessing concluded and the divine radiance faded, the silver wolf king observed his previously inferior subordinates now standing equal to him, having attained the same rank. No longer could he rely on brute strength and bloodline to dominate his kin. Gazing at his two now formidable subordinates, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Qing. A thought emerging in his mind: if he were to receive such a blessing, could he also ascend? The mere possibility of this prospect sent the Silver Wolf King into a state of agitation. Not only the Silver Wolf King, but the other monsters and spirits were also unsettled. Bear 1, Bear 2, Deer Ming, and Snake 9 looked towards Lin Qing with eager anticipation, hoping he might extend the blessing to them as well. Previously, they regarded each other's abilities with awe, but after witnessing this event, they began to believe that perhaps this figure before them was indeed a deity. Lin Qing, of course, noticed the longing in the gazes of these spirits, especially the four major monsters, their eyes gleaming with hope. Alas, the blessing of the divine was not destined for them. Some things should not be too easily attained. If they were, the recipient would not cherish them. Only through arduous endeavors would they come to value such rewards, rendering them all the more precious. Lin Qing's gaze swept over the four major monsters, and then towards those weaker or complacent spirits in the back. He declared that in the future, any of them who contributed to Yong'an County or achieved great merit for this deity would have the opportunity to receive the blessing of the divine. With those four words, the blessing of the divine, the spirits finally comprehended what they had envied so deeply. The black wolf prostrated himself on the ground, bowing his head in gratitude to Lin Qing for the divine blessing, vowing eternal loyalty, declaring that he would follow Lin Qing for all eternity, never to betray. Should there be treachery, may I be struck by 5 thunders, enduring the torment of annihilation. This serves as my solemn vow. Should I betray this oath, I shall be ensnared by inner demons and inevitably face divine retribution. It is wise for the creatures of the dark not to take oaths lightly. Black Wolf's actions, I must admit, both surprised and yet aligned with my expectations. Grey Wolf, unwilling to be outdone, clenched his teeth and also pledged his vow. Lin Qing regarded the 2 wolves with satisfaction. The 4 great demons remained hesitant, yet the first to respond was still Snake 9. His perceptiveness was keen, and a voice deep within him urged him to remain close to Lord Lin Qing, as near as possible, which he dutifully obeyed. Just moments ago, he witnessed Lord Lin Qing elevate the ranks of Grey Wolf and Black Wolf with a mere wave of his hand, igniting a fervent desire within him and further solidifying his decisive intent to claim the 4th group, with both wolves having pledged their allegiance. As one of the appointed leaders of the 4th group, he felt compelled to make a declaration. While the other 3 great demons hesitated, Shijio acted with resolve, seeking to leave a favorable impression on Lord Lin Qing. Kneeling before him, Shijio vowed, I, Shijio, swear before the heavens that I shall eternally follow Lord Lin Qing in this life, never to betray him. Should I ever turn against him, may my soul be obliterated. Observing this, the other 3 great demons began to make their own oaths, expressing their lifelong commitment to following Lin Qing. After the 4 demons had taken their vows, their eyes glimmered with anticipation, hoping that Lin Qing might bestow upon them a divine blessing as well. Alas, it was destined to be a disappointment. If a simple oath could secure a divine blessing, then such a gift would be far too trivial. Noticing Lin Qing's lack of intention to bestow any blessings, they could not help but feel a twinge of regret. However, recalling Lin Qing's previous words revitalized their spirits. As long as they achieved merit, they too would have the opportunity to receive a divine blessing. Lin Qing turned his gaze to the other spirits, among whom a particular figure caught his attention. He had distinctly observed a few spirits showing signs of interest, yet upon looking again, they fell silent. Lin Qing quickly discerned that witnessing the 4 great demons take their oaths without receiving any benefits had quelled any aspirations among the others. Had he granted each of the 4 a divine blessing, it was likely that the majority of the spirits would have chosen to pledge their allegiance, swayed by the allure of such a blessing. Now, seeing no potential gain, they had retreated into silence. This was entirely understandable. Lin Qing could appreciate that in this world, the pursuit of profit drives all. He turned his attention back to the 4 great demons, instructing them to select their personnel judiciously. As for the specifics of their choices, he left that to their discretion. Black Wolf, Grey Wolf, you 2 shall oversee the process. If disagreements arise, you are to mediate. The responsibility of this matter rests with you. With the tasks delegated, he relied on them to handle the operational details. For if he were to involve himself in every matter, this wild deity would surely wear himself thin. Approaching the Silver Wolf King, Lin Qing noticed that upon his arrival, the creature immediately closed its eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Lin Qing, not one to indulge such antics, gave it a gentle kick, saying, How long do you intend to play dead? Realizing its ruse had failed, the Silver Wolf King ceased its charade, rising with an air of feigned innocence as it glanced at Lin Qing with a pitiful expression. Lord of the deities, could you possibly spare my life? It was aware that with a mere gesture, Lin Qing could elevate them to a higher rank. And even in its overestimation, it understood that the disparity between them was akin to that of clouds in the heavens and mud on the earth. He has completely relinquished any thoughts of resistance, and his sole desire now is to survive, to avoid being slain. Should his adversary remain resolute, intent on making an example of him, he would have no choice but to resort to his ultimate tactics. You have shown disrespect towards this deity. Yet considering it is your first offense, I shall grant you leniency this once. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the punishment for your living transgressions cannot be evaded. Henceforth, you shall serve as the guardian of my temple for a decade. After 10 years, Should you genuinely reform and cease your mischievous ways, I will grant you your freedom." Upon hearing these words, the Silver Wolf King was overjoyed and hastily bowed in gratitude. Having subdued these cunning spirits, Lin Qing felt a weight lifted from his heart. Now, he must observe and practice whether this measure proves effective. He no longer wishes to witness the citizens of Yong'an County living in fear of stepping outside their homes, of venturing beyond their villages, and of leaving the county town. He desires that the people under his governance may roam freely during the daylight hours and wander unimpeded by night, no longer beset by the threats of malevolent spirits and wicked entities. He desires for all the citizens of Yong'an County to lead lives akin to those of ordinary individuals. For the populace of Blue Star, such a life is the most commonplace, the least deserving of acclaim. Yet, for the inhabitants of this world, it represents a cherished aspiration, a dream they would never dare to envision. He, Lin Qing, having ascended to the divine status of this county, naturally must bestow upon them protection and grant them a realm of tranquility. As he receives their incense offerings, he is compelled to uphold a clear and bright sky for them. With a wave of his hand, all the spirits and beings liberated themselves from the grip of dreams, returning to reality. In that moment of reawakening, the myriad creatures discovered their regained autonomy over their bodies. The chains that once bound them had vanished. The townsfolk upon the city walls, having observed the spirits rendered momentarily dazed, were initially perplexed, speculating whether Lin Qing had performed some divine sorcery. Only Li Tian and Long Xiangdi, familiar with Lin Qing, understood that he had drawn these beings into a realm of profound mystery. As the spirits below the city walls revived, the onlookers above were left in astonishment. They had come back to life. Why had Lin Qing not eradicated these beings? Why did he not deal with them? Could it be that he was incapable of managing them? Fearful whispers circulated among the crowd. As soon as one voice echoed this doubt, it was promptly defended by Lin Qing's staunch adherents, Wang Zhaohu and Long Air. "Silence! Who permitted such slander against Lin Qing?" Wang Zhaohu rebuked, asserting that these inconsequential spirits could be effortlessly crushed by Lin Qing. "Did you not witness the events that transpired?" Long Air added, "Do not spread alarmist rhetoric here. Lin Qing has spared these beings for a reason. As mere mortals, we should refrain from presuming to interpret the will of the divine." The sentiments expressed by Wang Zhaohu and Long Air resonated with unanimous agreement among the townsfolk on the wall. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf King and his companions gathered at the base of the wall, calling up to those on the battlements. "Fear not, citizens of Yong'an County. We have already pledged our allegiance to Lin Qing. We are now all his people." "Indeed. I now serve as the captain of the guards tasked with protecting the people of Yong'an County," declared Xiangda. "I am Shijiu," he followed suit. "And I will be responsible for ensuring the safety of Yong'an County from now on." Hui Tailang turned to Li Tian, saying, "From this point forward, no spirit shall prey upon the people within Yong'an County. Should any such being be discovered, we shall eradicate it without mercy. Henceforth, the citizens of Yong'an County may walk freely in the daylight, unencumbered by fear." The spirits nodded in agreement. "We all submit to Lin Qing. We harbor no ill intentions. From now on, we are all on the same side. You need not fear us." "Yes, indeed, we are all comrades now. We stand united." The citizens atop the city walls were utterly bewildered by the strange utterances of the mystical beings. Particularly shocking was the assertion that their safety would henceforth be safeguarded by these very entities, a notion that completely subverted their understanding. For generations, they had perceived themselves merely as prey, mere livestock to be whimsically seized by these creatures, their safety contingent upon whether the beings were satiated. Now, however, the very beings that once regarded them as sustenance proclaimed their intention to protect them. This astonishing reversal of roles left the inhabitants of Yong'an County in a state of disbelief, taking them quite some time to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. In their hearts, they had almost come to believe, yet still, they found it hard to fully accept. The crowd instinctively looked towards Li Tian and Long Xiangdi. A brief exchange of glances between Li Tian and Long Xiangdi conveyed their understanding of Lin Qinggong's intentions. Li Tian spoke, "Zhang Hai, open the city gates." Zhang Hai exclaimed in disbelief, but upon witnessing Li Tian's demeanor, he ultimately turned and departed with his subordinates. Li Tian and Long Xiangdi followed him down the city tower. "Let us go and welcome our escort," Li Tian urged. "Indeed, we must welcome them," a citizen could not help but voice, pondering whether these supernatural beings would truly be responsible for their protection. Why did it sound so fantastical, so utterly incredulous? Wang Zhaohu, ever the bold one, addressed the crowd with confidence. Of course, once Lin Qing makes his move, these spirits will undoubtedly submit. With Lin Qing here, nothing is surprising. Long Air chimed in. Do not overreact, everyone. Come, let us all descend from the tower. A throng of people surged behind Li Tian and his companions. Many citizens within the city had been unable to reach the tower and could only glean fragmented information from the discussions above. Zhang Hai had led his subordinates to slowly open the city gates. Upon seeing the supernatural beings still outside, those who had not made it to the tower screamed in terror. A woman immediately scooped up her child and rushed home. Before Li Tian could speak, Wang Zhao shouted, Do not panic. Do not be afraid. These beings have already been tamed by Lin Qing. They will protect our safety from now on. And we can come and go from the county town without the fear of encountering monsters that devour humans. His proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. Is it true? Am I hearing things? Lin Qing has subdued these spirits, and they will protect us? It was too astonishing. Wife, slap me to ensure I'm not dreaming. Ouch, that hurts. Haha, it seems I'm awake. Lin Qing is incredible. Even now, I find it hard to believe. Oh, it must be true. You didn't witness Lin Qing's prowess from the tower. If it weren't real, the county magistrate wouldn't have ordered the gates to be opened. Rest assured, this matter is as genuine as it gets. We shall be free to enter and exit the county town, liberated from concerns for our safety. As the citizens on the city tower spoke, sharing their knowledge with others, they gradually came to believe that these mystical beings had been subdued by Lord Lin Qing, who would henceforth be responsible for their safety. Outside the city gates, the Silver Wolf King led the way, followed closely by Grey Wolf and Black Wolf, trailed by the 4 chief guardians, as they escorted the mystical beings into the city. The first step to dispelling doubt was to foster intimate contact between the two parties. Upon their entrance, however, the citizens within the city remained fearful, instinctively retreating backward or stepping aside along the streets, their gazes filled with both curiosity and trepidation. This fear of the mystical beings had been ingrained over many years. It was not something that could simply be dismissed with mere words. Li Tian and Long Xiang, as the leaders of the human side, naturally positioned themselves at the forefront of the procession, standing together in the street. The Silver Wolf King approached Li Tian, bowing respectfully. By the command of Lord Lin Qing, I shall stand guard at the temple of Lord Lin Qing. I kindly ask for your continued support, magistrately. Li Tian reciprocated the gesture, replying, Indeed, we are all in service of Lord Lin Qing. Then, Shi Jiao stepped forward, addressing Li Tian. By the command of Lord Lin Qing, I am to safeguard Yong'an County. Magistrately, I look forward to your guidance. Let us strive together. Li Tian responded with a respectful gesture. The citizens of Yong'an County observed this scene, a harmonious tableau of mystical beings and humans, and they feared that speaking of it would render them incredulous. Yet, they were witnesses to this astonishing spectacle. Grey Wolf stepped forward, addressing Magistrate Li. Lord Lin Qing has instructed my brother Black Wolf and me to serve as inspectors. These 4 chief guardians will each oversee. He recounted the responsibilities assigned to several individuals. We wish to discuss with the county magistrate how the 4 groups select their personnel. It is not to imply that they lack the ability to choose, but rather to encourage more communication with Li Tian and others, allowing them to observe from the sidelines, which may lead to a deeper and better understanding of the divine will. Their interaction with the divine has been rather brief, and thus their comprehension of the celestial will is naturally inferior to that of Li Tian and his companions. Should they err in their choices or misinterpret the divine intent, they would find themselves at a disadvantage in the eyes of the gods, rendering the attainment of divine blessings increasingly elusive. Consequently, they convened to devise a plan to solicit assistance from humanity. Although humans are feeble, they possess a singular advantage over these mystical beings, their cunning intellect and profound understanding of human emotions. Were it not for their lack of martial prowess, should their strength ever escalate, the days of these mystical beings would undoubtedly become arduous. Please, Li Tian expressed his willingness to assist. This arrangement would also enable them to monitor the 4 groups of guardians effectively. Grey Wolf cast a glance at the other mystical beings, instructing them to remain here and not to wander. The assembly of beings nodded in agreement. The Silver Wolf King, however, chose not to partake in their affairs. Instead, he inquired, Might I ask where the temple of Lin Qing is located? Wang Zhao replied, Follow me. He cast a glance at the peculiar creatures blocking the city gate, each more bizarre than the last, some appearing quite fearsome. Yet, for the citizens of Yong'an County, A terrifying visage pales in comparison to the dread of being devoured. If you find yourselves unoccupied, you may visit the temple to pay your respects to Lord Lin Qing. The creatures exchanged glances. For rat spirits looked at one another and promptly joined in. The young master is right. We ought to pay our respects to Lord Lin Qing. As the rat spirits departed, the other creatures followed suit, forming a grand procession towards the temple. The townspeople stood along the streets, observing these beings, while many children hid in their parents' arms, peering out with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Upon arriving at the temple dedicated to Lord Lin Qing, the Silver Wolf King gazed up at the structure, which appeared quite imposing. He shall remain here for a decade. As the Silver Wolf King entered the temple, he transformed from his original wolf form into a strikingly handsome young man with flowing white hair the moment he stepped onto the first step of the temple. Many citizens of the town were taken aback by this spectacle, particularly a number of young women, whose gazes involuntarily fixated on the Silver Wolf King's exquisite visage. His beauty was so captivating that it rendered several women unable to look away. Draped in a silver-white robe, the Silver Wolf King ascended the steps of the Lin Qing Gong Temple. For rat spirits also transformed, taking on the guise of 4 alluring maidens. All other spirits capable of transformation assumed human forms before entering the Lin Qing Gong Temple. Unbeknownst to them, their actions today subtly established an unspoken rule. All spirits must take on human forms to enter the temple for worship. Upon entering the main hall, the Silver Wolf King was presented with incense by Wang Zhaohu. Offering incense must be done with sincerity. Only a genuine heart can be perceived by the spirit of Lin Qing Gong. If one's heart is insincere, it is better not to subject oneself to humiliation. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the spirits following behind him. The gathered spirits felt a chill in their hearts. Was this a test of their conscience? The thought emerged in the mind of the Silver Wolf King. He steadied his mind, lit the incense, knelt on the mat, and reverently bowed 3 times before the deity statue, inserting the incense into the censer. Ding! The Silver Wolf contributed 50 points of incense value. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the vibrant 50 points. Astonishing! This exceeded the limit of 20 points. The highest incense contribution for humans is 20 points, while that of the monsters is significantly higher. Could it be that the upper limit of incense value contributed by each individual is determined by their strength? One wonders if this 50 points represents the Silver Wolf King's maximum. Lin Qing fixed his gaze on the other spirits, eager to ascertain how much incense value they could provide. The 4 mouse spirits stepped forward, each igniting a stick of incense, bowing respectfully 3 times, and inserting the incense into the censer. The familiar chime echoed in their minds once more. Ding! Mouse 1 contributed 30 points of incense value. Ding! Mouse 2 contributed 40 points. Ding! Mouse 3 contributed 30 points. Ding! Mouse 4 contributed 35 points. The maximum contribution from the 4 mouse spirits was 40 points, which might be their limit, though there remains the potential for further increase. Regardless, the upper limits of the spirits surpassed those of humans. As the other spirits continued to offer incense, Lin Qing became increasingly convinced that his hypothesis might indeed hold true. The incense value appears to correspond to the cultivation level of the contributor. If a human possesses a higher cultivation level, their upper limit would likely increase as well. This merits exploration. Within Yong'an County, the only individual with cultivation is Li Tian at the 3rd level of qi condensation. The blessing of the divine enhances the rank of spirits. It remains uncertain what effects it would have on humans. The highest combat power among humans is somewhat imbalanced compared to that of the spirits. Currently, he maintains a suppressive force, but it is imperative for them to rise as well. Weighing these 2 factors, Lin Qing resolved to bestow the blessing of the divine upon Li Tian. After each spirit offered their incense, Lin Qing utilized the incense value, thereby receiving a portion of replenishment. He opened the control panel to examine his remaining resources. Host, Lin Qing level, Wild God Domain, Yong'an County Divinity, 5 Divine Power, 3572 Divine Skills, Finger Zen 2, 0, Upgradable, Golden Light Spell 2, 0, Upgradable, Spirit Division Technique, Upgradable, Divine Talisman Technique, Upgradable, Galaxy Travel Technique, Upgradable, Green Light Technique, Upgradable, Blessing of the Gods, Upgradable, Divine Artifact, 7-star Divine Sword, 1st rank, Incense Value, Point System Store, open for viewing. This time, a total of 68 creatures, both large and small, surged forward, among which 63 creatures each consumed 11 points of divine power. The highest expenditure was incurred by the duo, Gray Wolf and Black Wolf, totaling 51 points, while the most economical were the 3 rabbit spirits, consuming merely 1 point of divine power. Next was the Silver Wolf King, which expended 5 points. In total, Lin Qing consumed 803 points of divine power this time, marking it as the most he had ever spent in his history. Yet, it was also the most worthwhile expenditure. Not only did it bring Yong'an County closer to becoming a peaceful realm, but the citizens of Yong'an County also witnessed the creatures obediently offering incense to Lin Qing, finally feeling that these beings were truly subdued by him. Lin Qing was indeed formidable. Who could argue otherwise? This meant that they could confidently venture outside the county, freely depart without concern for danger. Was there anyone bold enough to venture out and test this? Some around issued invitations, yet many shook their heads, unwilling to be the first to take the plunge. Wang Zhaohu and Long Air stepped forward once again, addressing the crowd of citizens. Tomorrow, I will embark on an outing with friends. Anyone wishing to join me is welcome. However, I must clarify that I will not be bringing any protective talismans this time. Lin Qing grew increasingly pleased with Wang Zhaohu. The young man displayed great potential to be a temple steward, with Wang Zhaohu leading the charge. Others who were eager to try their hand became animated. Me. I will join young Master Wang on the outing. I will go too. Count me in. More and more individuals joined the ranks. Lin Qing watched the lively scene outside the temple with great delight. Taking the first step was indeed the greatest progress. Meanwhile, in the realm of Li Tian, the allocation of these creatures' abilities was nearing completion. After mastering their skills, Li Tian assigned them to suitable positions. Gray Wolf was also engaged in distribution, and after both sides prepared a list, they exchanged it for review. Except for a few discrepancies, over 90% matched. Thus, they engaged in a pleasant exchange. Gray Wolf expressed gratitude for the assistance of the county magistrate. Rising, he stated, "We are all kin, supporting one another." Li Tian rose with a smile. After a friendly discussion, they departed from the gates. Upon exiting, the Gray Wolf and his companions learned that other spirit beings had already paid their respects to Lin Qing Gong. Let us go. We have yet to honor Lin Qing Gong with our offerings. Onward, the group made their way to the temple of Lin Qing Gong. The Silver Wolf King, seated before the temple, raised a hand as they approached, reminding them, "You must transform before entering to offer your incense." The Gray Wolf and the other spirit beings, accustomed to their beast forms, found comfort in this, as their animal shapes allowed for normal interaction with humans. Without objection, they assumed human forms, entering the temple thereafter. Lin Qing was also curious about how much incense value the 6 of them would provide. Setting aside the contributions of Xiongda, Xiong'er, Shi Jiao, and Lu Ming, the Gray Wolf and Black Wolf were particularly noteworthy, having much to gain from this offering, especially given their sworn allegiance. The Gray Wolf and Black Wolf were the first to enter the hall. They took incense from a nearby table, lit it, and respectfully mimicked human gestures as they began to bow. Ding. The Gray Wolf contributed 100 points of incense value. Ding. The Black Wolf contributed 100 points of incense value. Upon seeing these notifications, Lin Qing excitedly emerged from the statue. My goodness, 100 points of incense value. This marks the highest individual contribution to date. He had a premonition that this 100 points should be the utmost limit for a second-tier demon beast. Lin Qing's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the Silver Wolf King stationed at the entrance. This creature was also a second-tier wolf demon, yet it only garnered 50 points. It left him feeling somewhat restless. After the Gray Wolf and Black Wolf completed their incense offerings, the 4 of them began to take turns presenting their incense. Ding. Bear Big contributed 50 points of incense value. Ding. Bear 2 contributed 50 points of incense value. Ding. Deer Ming contributed 50 points of incense value. Ding. Snake 9 contributed 50 points of incense value. Bear Big, Bear 2, Deer Ming, and Snake 9 were all classified as the lowest tier, first-tier demon beasts. It appeared that the maximum incense value for first-tier demon beasts was indeed 50 points. Lin Qing began to form a rough understanding in his mind, and found himself yearning for the incense values of higher-tier demon beasts. After the 6 had taken their turns with the incense, they exited the city gates. The various spirits, having completed their offerings earlier, were already waiting outside the gates. Upon seeing them emerge, Snake 9 stepped forward to announce names. Those whose names were called stepped forward. Instantly, the spirits became invigorated, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. The reason was simple. Being among Snake Nine's group implied a chance to remain in Yong'an County, close to Lin Qing, thus increasing their opportunities to gain divine blessings. Should they catch Lin Qing's attention and be chosen as mounts or the like, it would indeed be a meteoric rise to prominence. These peculiar beings possess aspirations of their own. Whether human or fantastical creature, they are drawn to strength. The formidable presence of Lord Lin Qing has captivated them. The serpent named Jiao began to announce names, starting with the 3 rabbit spirits. Upon hearing their names, the trio of rabbit spirits leapt with excitement. "Brother, brother, brother." "They called our names," exclaimed the youngest, tugging at his elder's paw. "I know. I am not deaf," replied the elder. As the 3 brothers joyfully stepped forward from the crowd of spirits, eagerly welcomed by envious gazes directed their way. Serpent Xiaolu, a small snake, eagerly emerged from the ranks. With each name announced by Serpent Jiao, the spirits called forth glowed with joy, as if they had won a prize. Among the 68 spirits, excluding the Silver Wolf King and the leading few, there remained 61. Given that them.The was responsible for the safety of the entire Yong'an County, all capable fighters had congregated under his command, totaling 30 spirits. The one in charge of intelligence, Dear Ming, selected spirits such as the Mouse Spirit and the Bee Demon, adept at stealth and skilled in gathering information. This group was scarce, comprising only 13 members. As for Bear Air, who oversaw patrols, he allocated 10 spirits wherever manpower was lacking. The smallest contingent belonged to Serpent Jiao's city guard, which consisted of merely 8 spirits. Within the county town, the presence of Lord Lin Qing ensured relative safety, resulting in a significantly lower risk of danger. Thus, this group's combat prowess could be deemed the weakest. Their purpose is to prevent the intrusion of malevolent entities and spirits, handling minor matters themselves while delegating significant issues to Lord Lin Qing. Once the personnel for each group are determined, the respective captains lead their members away. The specifics of what each group is to accomplish and how they will execute their tasks are left to their internal arrangements. Within the county office, Li Tian, Long Xiangdi, Zhang Hai, and several other key figures convene in the discussion hall to deliberate on the affairs of Yong'an County. With Lord Lin Qing having cleared the obstacles for us, our future ventures beyond the county town will be considerably safer. The citizens within the city, wishing to venture into the mountains for medicinal herbs or other resources, will no longer face dire threats to their lives. This matter must be communicated to the entire county. Long Xiangdi nodded, stating he would inform the villages around Hushi. Zhang Hai raised his hand, volunteering to relay the news to the 3 villages near Xiaoa. Within Yong'an County, aside from the large village of Hushi, there are scattered remnants of 13 smaller villages, each with a meager population of merely dozens of households, totaling just over 100 individuals. These small villages, like Yong'an County in the past, were once devoted to the veneration of malevolent spirits, offering a bowl of fresh blood nightly. Those with larger families could afford to do so every few days, while those with fewer members often faced complete annihilation. Consequently, these households would band together. But the number of individuals could never exceed 10, as exceeding this threshold would necessitate an additional offering. In simple terms, Hushi village was once the private domain of the malevolent spirits that had abducted them. The citizens of Yong'an County, along with the remaining 13 villages, were all considered property of the Ghost Sha sect. After Li Tian destroyed the malevolent spirit effigies of the Ghost Sha sect, these individuals were liberated from their servitude. Wang Zhaohu lingered outside the discussion hall, peering in, and when he saw the personnel assignments, he seized the opportunity. "Brother-in-law, may I take a few?" he implored. "Tomorrow, I plan to lead a group outside to demonstrate to the county's populace that it is safe out there. It would be perfect to take on this task. Sparing your people a trip." Li Tian, maintaining a stern demeanor, internally agreed but found Wang's indiscreet proposition infuriating. Long Xiangdi interjected with a smile, "My lord, I believe young Master Wang's suggestion is quite reasonable. They would be venturing out regardless. Why not have them assist with the county's affairs?" The others readily concurred. Wang Zhao, witnessing the unanimous agreement, felt a surge of delight. He has heard that Lord Lin Qing possesses a divine art known as the blessing of the gods. Remarkably, the creature bestowed with this blessing ascended from a mere first-tier demon to a formidable second-tier demon in one leap. He also heard that other mystical beings sought to obtain the blessings of the divine through the completion of tasks, thus earning the opportunity for such grace. Wang Zhaohu's cunning thoughts began to whirl with excitement. If he could accomplish more on his end, perhaps Lord Lin Qing would take notice. Should the esteemed elder be pleased, there was a chance that he might bestow blessings upon him, which would be utterly delightful. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Upon overhearing his brother-in-law and others discussing matters, he eagerly dashed outside to eavesdrop, seizing the opportunity to find work for himself. Wang Xiaohu eagerly fixated on his brother-in-law. Li Tian observed his younger brother-in-law's demeanor with a sense of satisfaction. This lad had shown considerable growth recently, displaying an increased cleverness and an awareness of how to take initiative. His ambition was commendable. Li Tian saw no reason to hinder him. He cleared his throat and said, "Very well. You will inform the villagers of Chai'in and Shikyo. Ensure they are aware that all the peculiar beings in Yong'an County have been subdued by Lin Qing and are free to roam within the county. Remember, they may only roam freely within Yong'an County. Beyond its borders, danger still lurks." Wang Xiaohu patted his chest in assurance. "Brother-in-law, you can rest easy. Promoting Lin Qing's deeds is my forte." Everyone present wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. His enthusiasm for advocating Lin Qing was indeed unparalleled. As night fell and Li Tian lay down in bed, the surroundings suddenly transformed. He was initially taken aback, but soon realized something, his heart racing as he gazed into the depths of the mist. Lord Lin Qing. Lin Qing emerged from the fog, his tall figure adorned in a resplendent robe, exuding an ethereal charm. "I have witnessed your contributions to the county during this time," the deity remarked. Li Tian listened quietly, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. That suspicion quickened his breath. Could it be that Lord Lin Qing intended to bestow a blessing upon him, or perhaps grant him a divine talisman? Whichever it was, it would be an extraordinary boon for him. Li Tian humbly replied, "This is merely what I ought to do." The deity continued, "I am always clear about rewards and punishments. Your good deeds naturally deserve reward." Reward? At the mere mention of the word, Li Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it truly were a divine blessing, it could elevate a beast's rank, an unparalleled divine technique. Lin Qing raised his hand, and as Li Tian remained in his state of exhilaration and trepidation, a radiant essence imbued with divinity cascaded from his palm, gradually infusing Li Tian's body. Li Tian was the most novice of practitioners, at the third level of qi condensation, possessing slightly higher martial prowess than an ordinary warrior, just slightly. Only upon reaching the fifth level of qi condensation could one begin to cultivate spells. When the divine light flowed into his body, Li Tian distinctly felt a surge of overwhelming power within him. The spiritual energy in his dantian, akin to a small puddle, suddenly began to boil. The puddle-like energy grew incrementally. Li Tian sensed his cultivation rising steadily. Fourth level of qi condensation. Fifth, sixth, seventh levels. He soared upwards, while a layer of grime appeared on the surface of his body, emanating a foul odor. His wife, lying beside him, was roused from her slumber by the stench. Lady Li sat up, instinctively sniffing the air, realizing the foul smell emanated from her vicinity. Upon closer inspection, the odor made her gag, and she hurriedly got out of bed, distancing herself from the source. "Husband!" Lady Li exclaimed in alarm, calling out to the man on the bed. The sudden stench indicated something was amiss. She thought of malevolent spirits, hastily donning her clothes, preparing to seek Lord Lin Qing for help. Just as she took a few steps outside, she heard Li Tian's laughter behind her. "Ha ha!" Lady Li, watching her husband suddenly burst into laughter, trembled involuntarily. Cautiously inching her way outside, Li Tian sat up, noticing his wife was absent, and glanced around, spotting her timidly attempting to retreat. "My dear, where are you going?" Lady Li stood frozen in astonishment. As Li Tian rose, a foul stench assailed his senses. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that the odor emanating from him was akin to that of a latrine long neglected. Hastily, Li Tian sprang up, intending to call for someone to assist him in bathing. Seeing him approach, Lady Li, filled with trepidation, cried out, "Are you man or ghost? Do not come closer, or I shall summon Lord Lin Qing." Li Tian hurriedly reassured her, "Fear not, my lady, for I am your husband, unharmed by any malevolent forces. Lord Lin Qing has bestowed upon me a blessing, enhancing my cultivation. The odor you perceive is merely the expulsion of impurities from my body. Is that truly the case?" she inquired, her apprehension beginning to dissipate. "Indeed, it is most certain. With Lord Lin Qing's presence in the county, accompanied by numerous spirit guardians, who would dare to cause trouble in Yong'an County now?" Convinced by his reasoning, Lady Li finally relaxed. "Pray tell, what is your current level of cultivation?" With a flourish, Li Tian declared, "I am at the fifth level of the spirit communication realm." He has ascended to a remarkable realm. Lin Qing's prowess is indeed extraordinary, akin to divine skill, achievable only by celestial beings. Let us set aside our conversation for now, as I must first cleanse myself of this filth. Li Tian hastily departed. That night, the Li couple was so exhilarated that they could not find rest for half the night. In contrast, Wang Xiaohu, this fellow, slept soundly. At dawn, Wang Xiaohu rose with great enthusiasm, for today held significant matters to attend to, as a servant assisted him in dressing and grooming. He glanced at the protective talisman on the table, preparing to place it properly, when he suddenly heard Wang Xiaohu's exclamation. "Where do you intend to take that?" The servant naturally responded, "I shall put it in the box and lock it away." Wang Xiaohu kicked the servant and retorted irritably, "Lock it away? That is my life-saving talisman. Are you wishing for my demise?" The servant was perplexed. "Young master, did you not say yesterday that you would not take the talisman when going out today?" Wang Xiaohu rolled his eyes. "Are you foolish? That was merely for show. Do you understand? If I do not carry my talisman and encounter some malevolent spirit on the way, my life would be in jeopardy. I have only this single life. How can I afford to take such risks?" He snatched the amulet from the servant's hand, cherishing it as he pressed it against his chest. Without it, he felt uneasy about embarking on his journey. With it, he ventured forth without fear. Early in the morning, the maid summoned Long Air from the Dragon Manor. With half-closed eyes, he allowed the maidservant to assist him in dressing. "Master, should this talisman be placed within the sachet or kept close to the heart?" The maid inquired cautiously as she picked up the protective charm. Long Air cast a brief glance, then placed the talisman into a box and locked it away. "Do not misplace it," he cautioned. The maid, taken aback, replied, "Master, are you really venturing out without your talisman? What if you encounter something malevolent?" Long Air waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "What is there to fear? Should I truly encounter something vile, those spirits will surely come to our aid. If worst comes to worst, I shall call upon Lord Lin Qing, and he will undoubtedly rush to our rescue. Besides, that fool Wang Xiaohua dares to go out without a talisman. How could I, the esteemed second master of the Long family, be outdone by him?" His eyes sparkled with fierce determination. The maid, encouraged by his words, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, master is far superior to that reckless young Master Wang." "Precisely," Long Air replied with an air of pride. "Just ensure that talisman is secured and not lost." Of course, at the city gate, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprised mainly of spirited young citizens, dressed in fine attire that clearly indicated their affluent backgrounds. Those of lesser means would not dare associate with the likes of the debauched Wang Xiaohua. They were all anxious and apprehensive. Why had young Master Wang and Lord Long not yet arrived? Some occasionally glanced toward the inner city. Could it be that they lacked the courage to venture out? One speculated. "Do not fret. The time has not yet come," someone reassured. Just as those words fell, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the morning mist. Gradually, several youthful riders emerged, revealing their true identities. "They have arrived," came the chorus of smiles as the onlookers recognized those upon the horses. Wang Xiaohu surveyed the 12 individuals waiting at the city gate, and with his 5 companions, the total number of those embarking on this journey amounted to 17. "Are we all present?" Wang Xiaohu inquired. "Young Master Wang, everyone who was meant to come has arrived," a voice replied. "Some who intended to join may have reconsidered after the night." Before Wang Xiaohu could respond, Long Air interjected, "If that is the case, let us depart." Wang Xiaohu nodded. "Let us go. Onward. Today, we shall journey to Chaiqian village and Shiko village." Of the 12 individuals, more than half were mounted, while those without horses shared steeds with others. Thus, this group of young rakes galloped out of the county with great fervor. The nearest destination, Chaiqian village, awaited them. Given their riding speed, they would likely arrive around midday. Once they passed through the city gates, the carefree demeanor of the young rakes was replaced by palpable tension. None of them bore protective talismans, or rather, those who possessed the talisman of Lin Qing had not brought it along, which essentially meant that their entire party was unprotected. In the early morning, the mist enveloped the mountain gorge, and the tranquil path resonated solely with the rhythmic sound of their horses' hoofs. Suddenly, a gust of morning breeze swept through, bringing a chill that enveloped everyone, causing many to instinctively draw in their necks. "Why do I feel so cold?" someone murmured involuntarily. The few nearby heard this remark and nodded in agreement. "You're not alone. I too find it rather eerie." The expressions of several faces shifted. Could it be that some malevolent entity is trailing us? Someone speculated anxiously. At the forefront, Long Air and Wang Xiaohu noticed the stir behind them and slowed their pace. prompting those behind to immediately rein in their horses. Wang Xiaohu turned his head to inquire, "What is amiss behind you?" The individuals at the rear promptly responded with raised voices, "We can't shake the feeling that something is following us." Upon hearing this, the countenance of the others changed noticeably. "Don't speak nonsense. If there truly were a malevolent presence, the escort would surely handle it." Long Air rebuked. "In my view, it's merely your own timidity that has led to such fanciful thoughts." Wang Xiaohu carefully assessed the situation, noting that the talisman resting against his chest showed no signs of disturbance, suggesting that no sinister force was indeed present. He noticed the anxious expressions of the others in the group and, rather irately, scolded a few individuals at the back, declaring, "I am not afraid, so why are you? With such a lack of courage, do not follow me in the future." Instantly, those few fell silent, and the rest dared not murmur. Long Air squinted at Wang Xiaohu, feeling that his bravado was excessively audacious. Upon hearing those words, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear himself. This fellow was far less courageous than he, yet showed no signs of trepidation. Something was amiss, very amiss. Long Air lowered his voice and inquired, "Brother, may I ask you something? Did you bring a talisman?" Wang Xiaohu's pupils constricted suddenly, and he calmly retorted, "Nonsense. I have stated clearly that I did not bring one. My word is my bond." Heh. Long Air realized that the fellow was not being truthful. The bond between the two of them is one forged from childhood. Having grown up together and knowing each other's character intimately, Long Air felt a surge of anger, regretting how he had fallen for the trick. Having neglected to carry his talisman for protection, since he had brought it along, no matter what troubles they encountered subsequently, staying close to him would surely ensure their safety. Long Air instantly felt at ease, his worries dissipating completely. This brief interlude soon passed. As the sun ascended to its zenith, they arrived at their first destination, Chaiqian village. The rhythmic sound of hooves startled the villagers, men, women, and children alike, who were toiling in the fields. They paused in their tasks, watching warily as this unexpected group intruded upon their midst. The village chief, supported by others, emerged with difficulty, his feet wrapped in bandages, limping painfully as he walked. He greeted the newcomers with a respectful gesture, addressing them, "Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you to our humble village of Chaiqian?" Wang Xiaohu and Long Air dismounted from their horses. Wang Xiaohu produced a document from within his garments and handed it to the village elder. The elder accepted the document, unfolding it to reveal a dense array of characters, most of which he could not decipher, recognizing only a few scattered words. "I beg your pardon, esteemed gentlemen. My literacy is quite limited," he admitted. Wang Xiaohu took back the document, exclaiming, "If only you had mentioned this earlier." "Very well, allow me to convey the message directly." Long Air interjected, "Hold on. First, gather all the villagers together for a unified announcement." "That is indeed reasonable," Wang Xiaohu replied, turning to the elder. "Please notify everyone in the village to assemble." The elder, sensing the gravity of the situation yet reluctant to offend them, acquiesced, "Very well." After a brief moment over tea, villagers of all ages congregated at the village entrance, their expressions a mix of fear and apprehension as they regarded the visitors. Children clung nervously to their parents, peeking out shyly to observe the group. Wang Xiaohu scanned the crowd, sensing that enough villagers had arrived. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice, "People of Chaiqian village, we have come today to share several pieces of good news with you. Just yesterday, upon accepting this task, I was instructed by Tian regarding matters of great importance. There are several announcements to make. The first is to inform you that the Gui Shaman has been disbanded and has now been replaced by Lin Qing. Henceforth, there will be no need for the nightly offerings to malevolent spirits. The establishment of the temple took place 2 days prior, officially abolishing the Gui Shaman. Unfortunately, we encountered an unforeseen attack by supernatural beings, which delayed our announcement until today. Recently, we destroyed the idols of the evil spirits and replaced them with the statue of Lin Qing. This announcement serves as formal notification of the dissolution of the Gui Shaman and the establishment of an ancient bureaucratic system. The first piece of good news is that Yongnan County has officially abolished the Gui Shaman from this day forth. You shall no longer need to offer sacrifices to malevolent entities, allowing you to live in peace. Starting today, the former temple shall be officially renamed as a government office. The former disciples will no longer be referred to as disciples but as officials. This system seeks to revive ancient practices. Long ago, this land was governed in such a manner. Before Wang Xiaohu could announce the second piece of good news, the villagers erupted in a cacophony of voices. "What? The Gui shaman is gone. What shall we do? Those malevolent spirits and creatures will surely come to devour us all. Faced with the villagers' rising panic, Wang Xiaohu quickly interjected, "Calm down. Please, allow me to finish." Yet, the crowd remained restless, ignoring his attempts to speak. Enraged, Wang Xiaohu shouted, "For heaven's sake, silence." The thunderous roar abruptly silenced the chaotic scene. As the noise gradually subsided, Wang Xiaohu, with a grim expression, pointed at them and threatened, "Whoever dares to continue their incessant prattle, I shall deal with them severely." His words effectively extinguished the last remnants of sound, leaving no one daring to utter another word. Wang Xiaohu and his companions, adorned in opulent attire, their complexions flushed and physiques robust, mounted on horseback, unmistakably revealed their lofty status. Far beyond the reach of those struggling at the bottom rungs of society, they dared not offend these individuals. The threats posed by the other party were far from trifling. Wang Xiaohu was quite pleased with the tranquility of the gathering. "I recently overheard your discussions, revealing your concerns about the future safety following the disappearance of the Ghost Sha Gate. Consequently, I am about to share a second piece of good news, closely related to this matter. Lin Qing, I trust you have heard of him before?" The village chief nodded in affirmation. "Lin Qing has already subdued the spirits in the vicinity of Yong'an County. These entities will no longer dare to arbitrarily abduct or harm humans. Moreover, these spirits will serve as our guardians, protecting all the citizens residing within Yong'an County. This means that you can now move freely within the bounds of Yong'an County without the fear of encountering a spirit that might suddenly seize you. You may also visit the county at your leisure without waiting for the disciples to venture out together. Remember, the area you may roam freely is confined to Yong'an County. Should you venture beyond this boundary, you will no longer be under our protection, and your fates will be uncertain." The third point, which is of utmost importance, is that temples will be established in each village to honor Lin Qing. Once the temples are completed, you must offer incense daily to express your gratitude to Lin Qing for the stability he has bestowed upon your lives. Wang Xiaohu had long observed the crowd, who were brimming with questions. "Very well. If you have any uncertainties or inquiries, do not hesitate to ask." Once this door was opened, a flurry of questions erupted. The village chief hastily inquired, "You just mentioned that the spirits in this area will no longer harm anyone?" "Indeed," Wang Xiaohu replied, seizing the opportunity to elaborate on Lin Qing's illustrious and grand achievements. As he spoke, those who had previously been chattering below gradually became captivated by his narrative, listening intently. You should have seen how those spirits entered the city, each offering incense to Lin Qing. As for the imposing Silver Wolf King who had led the spirits to attack the county seat, at that moment, he was stationed at the temple entrance, ready to showcase the grandeur of the temple for a decade. When you visit the county and witness Lin Qing's temple, you shall surely behold the Silver Wolf King. The villagers of Chaiqian were left in a state of astonishment, captivated by the revelations. What he spoke of was akin to listening to a tale, a story that everyone relishes. A young boy raised his hand, prompting Wang Xiaohu to glance towards him. "What is it, young lad? Do you wish to inquire about Lin Qing's prowess?" "Indeed," Wang Xiaohu declared, thumping his chest. "How does he compare to the ghostly demon sect? Who possesses greater strength?" The boy pressed on. "Without a doubt, Lin Qing," Wang Xiaohu asserted without hesitation. This revelation had been imparted to him directly by his brother-in-law, leaving no room for error. Were it not for this assurance, his brother-in-law would not have dared to boldly dismantle the ghostly demon sect in favor of Lin Qing. If Lin Qing were not formidable, we could not justify the dissolution of the ghostly demon sect. Moreover, during the onslaught of the malevolent spirits, when we faced peril, the ghostly demon sect failed to shield us. Conversely, Lin Qing has consistently guarded us. For this reason alone, we must support him. Whoever protects us deserves our veneration, for it is only right. This sentiment resonated deeply with the villagers. "Do you have any further questions?" The boy inquired eagerly. "Yes, I have one last question. In our daily offerings to Lin Qing, will we be stripped of something?" This question voiced the greatest concern among those present. Wang Xiaohu chuckled in exasperation. "Have you all not grasped a single word of my previous explanations? Let me reiterate, and this shall be the final time. Lin Qing is a deity. Deities do not require your flesh or essence. All that is needed is your sincere offering of incense. Once the temple is constructed, incense will be distributed uniformly, and you will not need to spend a penny. Have you all understood? Remember, Lin Qing is a deity, the most benevolent of all. He is a true deity, unlike those inferior, malevolent spirits. Dragonair, struggling to maintain his composure, pushed forward and called out to the crowd, "Come, everyone, shout along with me. Lin Qing is a deity." The villagers remained silent. Dragonair's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Shout." Under his imposing presence, the village chief led the call. "Lin Qing is a deity." Initially a scattered murmur, the voices gradually unified, growing louder under Dragonair's leadership. Resonating through the valley with echoes of Lin Qing is a deity. After a sustained outburst, Dragonair finally relented, addressing the villagers of Cheiqian. "Have you all remembered clearly? Who is Lin Qing?" he asked. The villagers instinctively replied, "A deity." "And who is Lin Qing?" "A deity." Chi responded, his voice notably resounding. Had it not been so, it is likely that these individuals would not have spared them. The villagers of Cheiqian felt a deep sense of bitterness, lamenting their unfortunate encounter with such characters. Long Air, satisfied with their reply, transformed his stern demeanor into a smile, saying, "That's more like it. You must remember, we will dispatch people to conduct regular inspections. Should we discover any incorrect responses?" Then a sinister smile crept upon Long Air's lips, causing the villagers of Cheiqian to tremble in fear. After Long Air and Wang Xiaohu had played their dark roles, someone from the ranks began to take on a more amiable approach. Zhang Daba smilingly took the village head by the arm and addressed the villagers with an affable demeanor. "Do not hold it against young Master Wang and his companions. Their reverence for Lord Lin Qing is such that they would wish to reside in the temple daily, bowing in devotion. They are simply wary of those who do not believe in Lord Lin Qing. Thus, at times, their words and actions may seem somewhat brusque." The villagers, having just endured a harsh beating, found solace in the understanding nature of this young gentleman, feeling a warmth spread within them, bringing a sense of comfort. "I understand." The village head nodded empathetically. Zhang de continued, "Although young Master Wang and his companions may have acted a bit excessively, it is important to note that their words ring true. Initially, we were just like you, skeptical of the existence of deities, and even more so of their benevolence towards us, mere mortals in the eyes of the supernatural. Yet, time and again, I have witnessed Lord Lin Qing unflinchingly standing before the people to shield us from peril. In those moments, I truly felt the magnitude of Lord Lin Qing's greatness." The citizens of Yongan County, including those from neighboring Hushi village, who have encountered Lord Lin Qing and benefited from his grace, willingly embrace the role of his followers. Perhaps you cannot yet comprehend, nor will you understand fully. Those malevolent spirits that protect us do so with ulterior motives. Yet Lord Lin Qing is different. Even if you have never offered incense to him, nor consider yourselves his devotees, he remains willing to bestow his protection upon you. When the temple of Lord Lin Qing is built, there will be no compulsion to offer incense. This is not a mandate of ours, but a decree of Lord Lin Qing himself. He has stated that offerings cannot be enforced. One must follow the dictates of their own heart. If you wish to offer incense, he welcomes it. If not, he will not pressure you." Upon hearing these words, the villagers of Cheiqian were filled with a medley of emotions, experiencing an indescribable warmth in their hearts. They have never encountered a deity so understanding and compassionate. In this day and age, the entire Yongan County thrives under the protection of Lord Lin Qing. You may wander freely. It is exceedingly safe. To ensure that we can traverse the world both day and night, Lord Lin Qing has gathered those mystical beings, transforming them into our guardians. His thoughtfulness and consideration for us are truly remarkable. As Zhang de spoke, he could not help but wipe away tears of emotion. Perhaps his heartfelt words resonated deeply, moving several villagers to quietly shed tears as well. Well then, let us conclude today's matters. We must proceed to the next village to convey the official decree recently issued by the authorities. Take care, everyone. If ever you encounter difficulties, face bullying, or come across any malevolent spirits, do not hesitate to seek out Lord Lin Qing in the county. He will deliver justice on your behalf. Of course, I sincerely hope you never find yourselves in such predicaments. Now, everyone, return to your tasks. We must also take our leave." As he rose, the villagers warmly bid him farewell. A group of people, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, departed with a certain grace. Upon leaving the village, Wang Xiaohu glanced at Zhang de and asked, "Are you enjoying this, my friend?" Zhang de, with a beaming smile, replied, "I owe this delightful experience to young Master Wang and young Master Long. Without your generosity, I could never indulge in such privileges." Wang Xiaohu then turned to the others and inquired, "Who among you wishes to experience the role of a pretty boy next?" A chorus of eager volunteers emerged, with the one who offered the most financial support emerging victorious. By the time they reached Chico village, dusk had settled, similar to their earlier encounter in Chechen village. Wang Xiaohu and Long Air donned the roles of the stern enforcers, conveying the necessary messages with authority. They also conducted a thorough indoctrination, ensuring that, under the weight of their influence, the villagers would eventually yield. Following their submission, another individual stepped forward to soften the atmosphere, leaving the villagers in a state of bewilderment. Their ultimate aim was to instill in the villagers an appreciation for Lin Qing, thus facilitating their transformation into devoted followers and integral members of their community. As darkness enveloped the sky, the village chief of Shiko warmly invited them to stay the night. With grandiosity, Wang Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. We shall camp outdoors tonight." The village chief instinctively cautioned, "Young Master Wang, the night is fraught with dangers. Our Shiko village borders Pingxi County, which is rife with malevolent beasts that occasionally emerge to hunt." He advised against sleeping outside after sunset. Wang Xiaohu, intrigued, firmly declined, proclaiming, "I assure you, there is nothing to fear. I have previously stated that if any creatures venture into our territory, our own guardians will ensure our safety." But, Long Air interjected, placing a reassuring hand on the village chief's shoulder, "You may rest easy, we will be perfectly fine." Seeing their resolute demeanor, the village chief refrained from further protest, silently hoping for their safety through the night. He recalled a merchant caravan that had camped at the border of Pingxi County, laden with protective talismans, only to have all of them whisked away by malevolent creatures in the dead of night. Only one bloodied man managed to escape their clutches and sought refuge in their village. Wang Xiaohu and his party strode out of Shiko village with great confidence. Once outside, them.The could no longer contain himself and asked, "Young Master Wang, are we truly not staying in the village tonight?" "Of course not," Wang Xiaohu retorted. "If we were to sleep in the village, wouldn't that render our earlier assurances meaningless? Having told them that the outside is safe, we must embody that safety. If we cower in the village at night, what does that imply about the dangers beyond? This is our opportunity to prove that our words hold truth. Do you understand?" Many of the surrounding young gentlemen nodded in agreement. Even though fear gripped his heart, he dared not reveal it for the sake of pride. Terrified of being mocked for his cowardice, Wang Xiaohu remained vigilant, choosing not to stray far from the village, instead opting to camp at a nearby hollow. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would have ample time to dash back to the safety of the village. Words may be sweet, yet the preservation of life takes precedence. In the dead of night, amidst the pitch-black valley, 3 campfires were lit, around which a group of individuals engaged in laughter and conversation. The hour grew late, and it was time to rest. Long Air stifled a yawn, a sentiment echoed by the others. Wang Xiaohu approached them.The, patting his shoulder, expressing gratitude for the efforts of the 4 brothers that night. them.The waved his hand dismissively, assuring him it was but a single night, and that time would pass swiftly. Very well. Wang Xiaohu leaned against a tree trunk and succumbed to slumber. After a day of arduous travel, exhaustion had already claimed each of them, and as soon as they closed their eyes, sleep enveloped them. It was not long before the campsite was filled with an array of snores. them.The and his companions, hearing the chorus of snores, could not help but stifle yawns of their own. "This won't do. My eyelids are beginning to wage war," one remarked. "You must hold on. This is merely the beginning. The latter half of the night will prove the most challenging." The 4 engaged in a desultory conversation. From within the dense jungle, a green light emerged, flickering in and out of view, making its way toward the campsite. them.The yawned again, slapping his cheeks to awaken himself. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of something luminous within the opposite thicket. It flickered momentarily before disappearing. He felt a sense of uncertainty, and when he focused his gaze once more, he could perceive no light. Could it be that he had misjudged? them.The turned his head, yet a lingering unease remained within him, prompting him to glance back in that direction. This time, the green glimmer flashed past. Indeed, there was a green light, and it seemed to be closer than before, indicating that it was approaching them. In an instant, them.The's hair stood on end. He dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb whatever was lurking on the opposite side. He is also uncertain about what that thing is. He quietly tugged at his drowsy companion, whispering softly in his ear, "Awake, there is something amiss." This single utterance instantly roused his friend. "Where?" them.The pointed towards a certain direction. The other glanced over, and there, a green light flickered rapidly, advancing swiftly towards them. What the heck? He exclaimed, his voice startling a few others from their slumber. With that cry, The noticed that the pace of the approaching green light had evidently accelerated. Wang Xiaohu, deep in a sweet slumber, dreamt he was being roasted over an open fire, the heat searing his chest. He struggled to open his eyes, but fatigue weighed him down, making him reluctant to awaken. Suddenly, the exclamation of "what the heck" jolted him from his dreams. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of anger, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. His hand rested against his chest, where the amulet burned with a feverish intensity, signifying the imminent approach of a perilous entity. Wang Xiaohu followed the terrified gazes of the four-night watchmen, only to behold a verdant glow surging towards them from the summit of the distant mountain. Damn it! Wang Xiaohu's expression shifted dramatically. He shouted towards those still ensconced in slumber, "Awaken, all of you, rise." Those roused from their dreams instantly sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the camp. What is happening? Long Air inquired anxiously, swiftly making his way to Wang Xiaohu's side. Within the entire team, only Wang Xiaohu provided him with a semblance of security. "Something malevolent approaches," Wang Xiaohu succinctly replied. In an instant, everyone became alert, fear coiling around them as they warily eyed the encroaching green light. Someone suggested, "Let us flee to Shiko village. There lies our only chance of survival." Zhang Daba recalled a crucial detail and hurriedly interjected, "But if we dash into the village at this hour, it would only imply that danger lurks outside. They will surely not trust Lin Qing. What then? Are we to await our demise here?" The approaching entity was either a spirit or a malevolent force. Regardless of its nature, it posed an existential threat to them all. They are not carrying any protective talismans. This time, they have ventured out believing that Master Lin Qing has truly subdued the spirits, ensuring peace for Yong'an County. Even if we do not proceed, it will not be long before the villagers of Shiko learn of the danger we faced last night. Let us head towards Shiko village. Some have already begun to loosen the reins, preparing to flee to Shiko. Long Air glanced at Wang Xiaohu, urging him to speak up quickly. "Do you wish to see our efforts go to waste?" Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth, ultimately making a decision. "There is no need to go. I carry a protective talisman from Master Lin Qing." As soon as these words left his lips, the previously panicked crowd turned in unison to gaze at Wang Xiaohu. "Young Master Wang, this is not a time for jest. Indeed, do not deceive us." Wang Xiaohu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What deception? I possess it. And I assure you, I would never gamble with my life." His declaration successfully convinced everyone, instilling faith that Wang Xiaohu indeed possessed a protective talisman. The crowd immediately gathered around him. Long Air shoved Wang Xiaohu to the front, and just as Wang Xiaohu was about to protest, he heard Long Air assertively declare, "If you hide behind others, the talisman cannot protect those in front." During their brief exchange, the source of the ominous green light drew ever closer. On this full moon night, with not a cloud in the sky under the luminous moonlight, they could vaguely discern the approaching figure. It was a yellow weasel spirit, its fur a striking shade of gold. This weasel spirit was clearly not one of the entities belonging to Yong'an County. Eyeing the bloodied prey ahead, it could not help but lick its lips. Expecting the group to scatter upon realizing its presence, it was taken aback when the bloodied prey remained foolishly rooted in place. This left the weasel spirit feeling uneasy. Could there be formidable practitioners among them? No. It had clearly observed the panic in these bloodied beings. If truly accompanied by a powerful practitioner, they would not display such behavior. So, what could be the reason? Might it be that these bloodied beings are simply a bunch of fools? With lingering doubts, the weasel spirit cautiously approached. He had not tasted blood food for a long time, and today, encountering such an abundance of it, he felt compelled to indulge. Should he sense any peril, he could always flee later. With his resolve firmly established, Huang Shujing proceeded without hesitation, swiftly making his way toward them. Zhang Debeos cast a casual glance into the forest behind him, and upon doing so, he nearly lost his composure. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, his voice trembling. The others, upon hearing this, turned to look at the towering mountains behind them, where they beheld two pairs of glowing red eyes emerging from the thicket, advancing toward them. Three sinister creatures approached in unison, while they possessed merely a single protective talisman. Long Air, gripped by fear, tightened his voice. "Huzi, how many talismans did you bring?" At that moment, Wang Xiaohu also lost his calm. "The protective talismans from Lin Qing are not as common as cabbages. Do you think I could carry many?" "Just one. I have only one." Long Air's complexion drained of color as he muttered, "It's over." The others, upon hearing this, turned pale. The talisman from Lin Qing was indeed powerful, but it could only vanquish one of the three, not all at once. This was tantamount to, they're doomed. Wang Xiaohu regretted not acquiring more protective talismans from his brother-in-law before embarking on this ill-fated journey. Others lamented their decision to heed Wang Xiaohu's counsel and camp in the wilderness. Alas, why did they not heed the village chief's advice to remain in the safety of the village overnight? Yet, no amount of regret could alter their fate. Was there still time to flee? Clearly, it was too late. They had already been encircled by the malevolent spirits. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Someone sobbed. Lin Qing, save us. them.The knelt, fervently bowing towards Yong'an County, imploring, Lin Qing, please come to our rescue. Many voices echoed the plea for Lin Qing, yearning for his timely intervention. Simultaneously, in the distant city of Yong'an, Lin Qing heard the desperate cries for help. His spirit soared towards the source of the anguish. Swiftly arriving at the hollow where Shiko village lay, his gaze fell upon the menacing Huang Shujing, then shifted to the approaching Xiongda and his subordinate, Shi Xiaoqi. From the opposite peak, Lin Qing chose to remain patient, curious to observe how Xiongda would handle the situation. Should he prove incapable of resolving the conflict? Lin Qing would intervene himself. At that moment, Huang Shujing remained blissfully unaware that his own life was in peril. Upon noticing two figures emerge behind the group of bloodthirsty spirits, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He had not anticipated anyone attempting to usurp his claim. As Huang Shujing arrived, the two spirits simultaneously approached. Wang Xiaohu clutched his talisman tightly, but when the gathering of spirits came into view, the crowd could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. That spirit looks familiar. Long Air nudged Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu focused his gaze and also felt a sense of familiarity, though the haze of confusion temporarily hindered his recognition. them.The exclaimed with joy. It is the escort team. Xiongda, flanked by his subordinates, maneuvered around the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of them. To Huang Shujing's perspective, however, this was merely a feast he had claimed and wished to monopolize. Narrowing his eyes at Xiongda, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to consume it all for yourselves?" Huang Shujing's gaze shifted between Xiongda and his companions, his demeanor softening. Although he had discovered the feast first, he deemed it prudent to share. Since we are fated to meet, there is no need for conflict over these blood offerings. How about this? I will take a loss. You may have half, and I shall keep the other half. What do you think? Not a chance, Xiongda replied coldly. Huang Shujing's brow knitted in frustration, yet, considering their numbers, he gritted his teeth. 1/3 then. I shall only take 1/3. This is my utmost sincerity. If you remain unconvinced, I have no objection to competing with both of you. 1/3? Xiongda scoffed. Among everyone present today, you shall not take even one away. The expression of the yellow weasel changed drastically. This is too much. He has made numerous concessions, yet this bear demon is utterly shameless. Do not overstep your bounds. The yellow weasel gritted his teeth, a fierce glint gleaming in his eyes. The bear let out a derisive laugh, remarking that this was the territory of Yong'an County, and as a mere creature from Pingxi village, he had overstepped his limits. The yellow weasel was at a loss for words, astonished to hear that there were boundaries even for creatures seeking sustenance. If you were Ghost 13 or the Silver Wolf King, I might have shown you some respect. But you are merely a bear demon. This territory is not yours to command, the yellow weasel scoffed. Since negotiations had faltered, there was no need for him to maintain a cordial demeanor. The bear, unfazed by the derision, spoke in a low tone, stating that from this day forth, the territory of Yong'an County belonged to the deity Lin Qing. Any creature or malevolent spirit daring to trespass would face merciless retribution. What? The yellow weasel's expression was one of bewilderment. When had Yong'an County changed hands, and to a deity he had never heard of, Lin Qing, no less. The bear was equally surprised that on this very first day, he encountered a trespassing creature, especially one intent on preying upon the citizens of Yong'an County. In fact, the inspection and intelligence teams had already begun communicating the regulations of Yong'an County to the surrounding creatures. However, within a single day, the dissemination of information was limited, and it was impossible for every creature in the vicinity to be informed. The yellow weasel before him was clearly one who had not received the message. Otherwise, he would not be causing trouble at such a critical juncture. The bear continued, stating that the Ghost 13 he mentioned had already been vanquished by Lin Qing. Something you should be aware of. The yellow weasel, looking utterly perplexed, had been in seclusion for months, focused on his cultivation, and had not ventured out to hunt. thus had no knowledge of this event. The name Lin Qing was entirely new to him. As for the Silver Wolf King, he was currently serving as a gatekeeper at the temple of Lin Qing. Hearing that the two most formidable figures in Yongmen County had either been slain or subdued sent a shiver down the yellow weasel's spine. He squinted, intent on discerning the veracity of the other's words. Xiongda harbored no fear of the weasel spirit, yet certain matters required clarification. You may die now. The instant Xiongda's words fell, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the weasel spirit. As he surged ahead, his subordinate had already positioned himself behind, ready to intercept. A demon and a spirit creature simultaneously advanced on the weasel spirit, cursing under its breath. The weasel spirit's first instinct was to flee. Outnumbered 2-1 and lacking formidable combat prowess, it dared not confront them head-on. Xiongda and his companions had anticipated the weasel spirit's escape and were well prepared. When its retreat was blocked, the weasel spirit darted in another direction. You cannot escape. With a powerful swipe of his paw, Xiongda felled nearby trees, which crashed down with a thunderous roar. The weasel spirit, relying on its agility, narrowly avoided the onslaught. However, the fallen trees inevitably obstructed its path ahead. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiongda's subordinate, Shi Shaoqi, opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of venom that withered any flora it touched. The weasel spirit attempted to evade but was too late. Its fur was tainted, and the toxin began to corrode its essence through its skin. A pained cry escaped the weasel spirit's lips. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, Wang Zhaohu and the others kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the fray. They gazed intently at the battle unfolding before them, moment by moment. This was their first encounter with the extraordinary battle at such close quarters. Meanwhile, in the nearby village of Shiko, the sound of a resounding boom startled the villagers from their slumber, illuminating the once pitch-black settlement with flickering lights. "Dear, did you hear that commotion?" "I did," replied the village chief as he lit a lamp and donned his coat, preparing to step outside. However, he was immediately halted by his wife. "Are you out of your mind? Stay safe within the village. I will not have you venturing out." The chief gently patted his wife's hand, assuring her, "Do not worry. I must see for myself what has transpired." As he stepped outside, he muttered to himself, "I hope it is not trouble caused by those reckless young lords." Upon noticing the chief emerging from his home with a lamp, some brave villagers ventured out into the darkness. "Chief, it seems the disturbance originated from the ravine over there." No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling scream pierced the night, its high-pitched wail sending shivers down their spines, even from a distance. Something feels terribly amiss. That location was reminiscent of where those young lords from the county town had camped out. Surely, they had encountered some supernatural beings. I warned them that it was safer to remain in the village overnight. Yet they chose to brave the wilderness, and now, it appears their lives are at stake. As for whether to venture forth to rescue them, no one dared voice such a thought. For this was not a matter of saving lives, but rather a journey towards certain death, a sacrifice to the monstrous entities lurking in the shadows. If these young lords were to perish here, would the influential figures in the county town lay the blame upon us? A sense of dread began to envelop the villagers. They have indeed heard of certain unreasonable individuals who, in the wake of their son's demise, unleash their wrath upon those around them. Should these individuals retaliate? It is the impoverished souls who will bear the brunt of such fury. Do not dwell on it. There is no benefit in further contemplation. They sought their own demise. Why should we be blamed? In the brief interlude of their conversation, a mournful wail echoed once more from the mountain's pass, and this time it was unmistakably not a human cry, but rather the sound akin to that of a weasel. I find this sound rather unsettling. Indeed, it does not resemble human utterances. It is reminiscent of a weasel's call. Your observation is quite accurate. It does indeed sound like a weasel. At the mouth of the ravine, the weasel spirit found itself in retreat, desperately attempting to escape, yet the more it fled, the more it succumbed to despair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the weasel spirit cast a fierce glance towards Wang Zhaohu and his companions, contemplating a means of escape. Suspended in the air, Lin Qing noticed the weasel spirit's gaze and discerned its intentions, remaining vigilant. He floated above Wang Zhaohu and his companions, ever ready to intervene should Xiongda or Shi Shaoqi fail to react in time, thus preventing any potential casualties. Wang Zhaohu's group chose to camp in the wilderness rather than in Shiko village, and he surmised their intent. Lin Qing naturally kept their motives in mind. As their guardian, it was his duty to protect those who cared for him so thoughtfully. If he were to allow harm to befall his followers while he was present, he would be unworthy of his divine status. Better to end it all than to fail in his purpose. The Huang Shujing disregarded Xiongda's massive hand swiping towards him. Instead, rolling to the side, and before his body could touch the ground, his demonic form soared toward Wang Xiaohu's group. They were engrossed in their activities when Huang Shujing suddenly approached, startling them into immobility. As Huang Shujing neared, a long tail swept through the air, ensnaring him just in time. Once ensnared by Shi Shaoqi's tail, Huang Shujing struggled fiercely, leaving deep gashes with his sharp claws upon the serpentine body. As Huang Shujing unleashed a final strike with his third claw, Xiongda charged forward, seizing him by the neck and applying a forceful grip. A resounding crack echoed as the neck severed, leaving merely a thin layer of skin attached. Yet, Shi Shaoqi did not relent in her constriction. Only after shattering Huang Shujing's bones did she finally loosen her hold. The limp body of Huang Shujing collapsed onto the ground. Xiongda, still unsatisfied, stepped on it once more. Fate had dealt you a poor hand. Your lack of information led you straight into a deadly confrontation. They had long since formulated their strategy, contemplating an opportunity to set an example, thereby instilling fear in the nearby creatures and preventing them from overstepping their bounds. Upon witnessing the demise of the yellow weasel spirit, Wang Xiaohu and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Xiong, Brother Shi, your valor is commendable. Our heartfelt thanks to you both. Today, we owe our safety to your bravery. As the group of young aristocrats regained their composure, they eagerly began to extol the virtues of their saviors. Such praise was indeed gratifying for Xiongda and Shi Shaoqi. They have never received praise from humans. Rather, they are frequently subjected to scorn, often without variation. Xiongda pounded his chest, exuding a spirit of grandeur as he declared, "This is my duty. We shall take this yellow weasel with us. You may continue to rest. We must resume our patrol." Wait, Longhair interjected, halting the proceedings. Xiongda turned to him. "Do you have something to discuss, young Master Long?" With a smile, Longhair replied, "I wish to take a moment of Commander Xiong's time. I would like to request that you and Brother Shi accompany this yellow weasel to Shiko village." Xiongda and Shi Shaoqi were momentarily taken aback, but the others quickly grasped the implications. Wang Zhaohu hastened to clarify, "Given the commotion we caused, it is inevitable that the villagers of Shiko have been alarmed. They are likely quite anxious at this moment. Our visit to reassure them of their safety would be prudent." "Your reasoning is sound. You have indeed considered this matter thoroughly." Xiongda nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall accompany you on this journey. Brothers, mount your horses." The group, now devoid of any drowsiness, eagerly saddled their steeds and set forth towards Shiko village. Floating above, Lin Qing followed gracefully in their wake. He wished to observe how Wang Xiaohu and his companions conducted themselves, but he was even more eager to understand the thoughts of the villagers in Shiko. These villagers had never interacted with him, and their trust in him was limited. In this place, where belief in deities was scarce, persuading people to embrace faith was no simple task. Humans, spirits, and gods alike hastily made their way towards Shiko village. The villagers, with ears perked, listened intently to the commotion from that direction. "There is no sound," one remarked. "Could it be that those people have perished? Don't speak carelessly. What if they are still alive?" A villager with remarkable hearing soon detected the rhythmic clatter of hooves approaching, the sound growing nearer. "Horses are coming our way," he announced. "Are they unharmed?" The villagers exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps the creatures had spared the horses, and they were running toward us on their own, some speculated. Others suggested, "Maybe that foul entity is approaching us." The faces of the crowd turned pale. It was too perilous. They needed to return home. Those who had been outside hurried back, fearing that if they delayed, they would draw the attention of the malevolent spirit. Bang, bang, bang. Every household swiftly shut their doors and extinguished their lights, as if they wished to remain oblivious to the disturbances of the night. Inside, the occupants fell silent, not daring to make a sound, enveloping the entire village in a hush. The sound of hooves continued to draw nearer, unmistakably audible even from within the houses. Some gazed at the darkened village and could not help but speak. Judging by this situation, they must not have awakened. Xiongda interjected, "No, some are awake. They simply do not dare to speak." Wang Zhaohu dismounted his horse and proceeded directly toward the village. He shouted loudly towards the village without the slightest hint of courtesy. "Village chief, come out at once." However, the villagers did not dare to emerge, nor did anyone respond. "Young Master Wang, they must think we are imposters," Dragonair remarked, accurately capturing the villagers' unspoken thoughts. Growing impatient, Dragonair approached the first house and knocked vehemently on the door. Despite his forceful rapping, there was no reply. The house had long been deserted. Inside, The remaining occupants huddled together in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Dragonair's hands ached from the pounding, and he muttered a curse under his breath, finding it impossible to be gentle. Wang Xiaohu abruptly pulled him aside, then kicked the door open with a powerful thrust. A scream erupted from within the house. Other villagers in nearby homes trembled in fright at the sound. Wang Xiaohu, irritated, shouted, "What are you yelling about? Stop hiding and open your eyes to see who we are." A man inside, summoning his courage, raised his head to gaze towards Wang Xiaohu, illuminated by the moonlight. Finally recognizing the intruders' faces, his gaze traversed past Wang Xiaohua and settled upon Long Air and the others behind him, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are still alive?" Long Air, amused by the absurdity, chuckled, "What kind of talk is that, old brother? We are alive and well. Why would you wish for our demise?" Wang Xiaohua swiftly took hold of the man's hand and placed it against his own chest, urging him to feel the warmth. "Do you sense anything?" The man instinctively responded, noting the smooth and delicate fabric of the clothing, feeling oddly familiar. Wang Xiaohua's expression darkened. "Why does that sound like I've become a courtesan in a brothel?" "I meant for you to feel the warmth in my heartbeat," Wang Xiaohua chided, tapping the man's forehead lightly, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. Realizing his gaffe, the man repeatedly apologized. I am sorry, my mind was momentarily unresponsive." He has confirmed that the individuals before him are indeed human and not some malevolent creatures. "Is that clear now?" Wang Xiaohu inquired, displaying an unusual patience. Yes. "We are all human," came the hurried affirmation. "Very well, now that we have established that, inform the others. Do not remain hidden within your homes. You must have heard the commotion from the mountain pass. Do not pretend otherwise. Even if you claim ignorance, no one will believe you. Quickly, summon the adults of the village. We have matters of importance to discuss. After we speak, we shall take our leave." The villagers nodded repeatedly. All right. They lit a lantern and followed Wang Xiaohu and Long Air as they stepped outside. Upon emerging, they were startled to find Xiongda and Shi Shaoqi waiting at the door, nearly causing the oil lamp to slip from their grasp. But Long Air managed to steady it. The men trembled with fear. Long Air placed a reassuring hand on one man's shoulder, saying, "Do not be afraid. They are the guards we spoke of during the day, the enchanted beings subdued by Lord Lin Qing. This is the leader of the guards, Commander Xiong, and the other is a member of the guard, Shi Shaoqi." The men nodded in acknowledgement, casting timid glances at their extraordinary companions. He did not forget his mission and promptly called out to the villagers hiding in their homes, "Villagers, please come out. They are the young gentlemen from the county town who have survived and are in good health." The village chief was the first to emerge, followed by the other villagers who gradually stepped outside. Those with oil lamps lit them and ventured out into the open. Upon seeing Xiongda and Shi Shaoqi, the crowd instinctively recoiled, some trembling at their presence. Wang Xiaohu, uninterested in providing individual explanations, raised his voice to address the villagers. "Allow me to introduce. This is the leader of the guard team, Commander Xiong. The other is a member of the guard team, Shi Shaoqi. These are the entities we spoke of during the day, all of whom have been subdued by Lin Qing and will henceforth be responsible for the protection of Yong'an County. Surely you heard the commotion at the mountain pass. To be frank, today a yellow weasel from Pingxi County came to forage in our territory. Our guard team detected it immediately and swiftly eliminated the intruding weasel. Shi Shaoqi, quick-witted, promptly tossed the yellow weasel's corpse onto the ground. The villagers collectively gazed at the lifeless creature, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, inquiry, and astonishment. After a brief silence, murmurs began to circulate. They were astonished to find it was indeed true. Lin Qing is formidable. Even the Guisha sect could not subdue these entities, yet Lin Qing accomplished it effortlessly. Not only did he achieve this, but he also commanded these beings to work, which is the crux of the matter. No wonder the townsfolk do not revere the Guisha sect. They ought to honor Lin Qing instead. The prominent figures in the county town must be astute. Does this mean we will be safe in the future? I now eagerly await the construction of Lin Qing's temple. If we can live freely without the need for worship, I will daily offer incense to Lin Qing, beseeching his blessings upon us. Many villagers initially approached the situation with skepticism, with most harboring doubts. Even those who believed were only half convinced. However, the events of the night, coupled with the presence of Xiongda and Shi Shaoqi, as well as the slain yellow weasel, left a profound impact on them. The evidence lay before them. Thus their conviction surpassed the previous empty rhetoric. Wang Xiaohu was pleased with the villagers' response. Xiongde and Shi Shaoqi understood Wang Zhaohu's intentions. As the moment seemed right, Wang Zhaohu addressed Xiongde, "Commander Xiong, you are busy with important matters, so I shall not delay you further. Please take the yellow weasel's body with you." Commander Xiong, equally astute, nodded respectfully to Wang Zhaohu and the others, stating, "Very well, we shall take our leave. Should you encounter danger in the future and we fail to arrive in time, do not hesitate to call upon Lin Qing Gong." Within the territory governed by Lin Qing, a mere county in size, a single call for Lin Qing holds greater weight and elicits a swifter response than from any other. Commander Xiong's words were not merely directed at Wang Zhaohu and his companions. They served as a reminder to the villagers of Shiko. They understood, they comprehended. Today, they were grateful for Commander Xiong's efforts. Xiongde and Shi Shaoqi swiftly departed, bearing the corpse of the yellow weasel spirit. The villagers of Shiko gazed at their retreating figures, still in a state of astonishment. The very beings they once feared had transformed into their protectors, having achieved their objectives. Wang Zhaohu and his companions exchanged a few words with the villagers before taking their leave. They once again declined the village leader's invitation, resolutely choosing to depart. After their departure, the tranquility of Shiko village was irrevocably shattered. That night, the villagers experienced a profound upheaval within their hearts. Not a single soul in the village could find solace in sleep. All were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, a blend of excitement and complexity. Wang Zhaohu and his companions returned triumphantly, while Xiongde and his cohort paraded the corpse of the yellow weasel for an entire day around the vicinity of Pingxi County. This slain creature served not only to intimidate the supernatural beings of Pingxi County, but also showcase their prowess to several neighboring counties. Within a mere 2 days, the surrounding entities became aware of the illustrious Lin Qing, recognizing his feats of slaying the Ghost 13 and subjugating all supernatural beings in Yong'an County, even transforming the Silver Wolf King into a guardian. Such deeds instilled a sense of dread among the restless spirits. Naturally, during these 2 days, there were still those unruly beings who dared to test the waters. The outcome was grim. None returned. All met their demise in Yong'an County. Their remains would subsequently be paraded by the inspection team led by Xiong Air, making a thorough display across several surrounding counties. Undoubtedly, Lin Qing also contributed significantly during this process. He was acutely aware that once their proclamation was made, those unruly spirits would inevitably seize the opportunity to test them. When Xiongde and Xiong Air failed to detect the intruders at the earliest moment, he would promptly locate nearby spirits to provide them with real-time positioning, ensuring they could swiftly eliminate the infiltrating entities. For them, the testers served as the perfect targets to establish their authority. Lin Qing secretly hoped for more such fools to appear, allowing the surrounding spirits to quiet down and refrain from overreaching. Under this display of might, the surrounding spirits were successfully subdued. In this context, one cannot overlook Xiong Air's patrol team, perhaps inspired by someone. While they were meandering about warning the spirits in the neighboring counties, they deliberately chose to do so during the day and not far from the village, showcasing their power. The villagers, even those not from Yong'an County, became aware of Lin Qing's existence. Information about Lin Qing was gradually disseminated among these familiar villagers. Some regarded it as mere jest, others as a tale, while a few held a skeptical belief. Regardless of their stance, it was favorable for Lin Qing. Previously, he had operated in Yong'an County with the local populace entirely unaware of him. Now that they had knowledge of his presence, it marked significant progress. As for their belief in his divinity and becoming his followers, that would require a gradual approach. Lin Qing's ambitions extended far beyond Yong'an County. He aspires to transform the entirety of Yongzhou into his domain, a source of divine power for himself. As for the notion of maintaining a godly demeanor, refraining from interference, and allowing things to unfold naturally to uphold a divine prestige, such an approach is utterly nonsensical. In this realm, the very existence of a deity like him, coupled with the system's designation as a wild god, implies the presence of other legitimate deities. Should he fail to enhance his divine power promptly, filling and expanding his reservoir, what will he do if he encounters a legitimate god who disapproves of him? Will he fight to the death? That would depend on whether he possesses the resources to engage in such a struggle. Thus, in the absence of absolute strength, prioritizing the faade of divinity over the earnest pursuit of personal power is nothing short of foolishness, a blatant disregard for one's own life. Lin Qing is a pragmatic and cautious individual. He understands that the time to cultivate a divine aura will come when he stands above all gods. Pretending to be divine without the requisite strength is not merely pretentious, it is sheer folly. Ambitious Lin Qing is already subtly contemplating how to secure the surrounding counties. For the people of these counties, what they truly desire is a stable and safe living environment. He endeavored to transform Yong'an County into a veritable paradise, a realm untouched by the chaos of the world. Only through comparison would they gravitate towards him. As the saying goes, a fine wine needs no bush. However, for Lin Qing, the slow fermentation of his efforts felt excruciatingly sluggish. Thus, an alternative approach was requisite: publicity. It was imperative to enlist individuals to promote his cause, for that would ensure the swiftest dissemination of his message among all in Yong'an County. The most fitting candidates for this promotional endeavor were none other than Wang Zhaohu and Long Air. It was time to offer these two young men a token of appreciation, encouraging them to lead the charge in advertising. Good things deserve to be heralded, do they not? While Lin Qing quietly prepared to extend his influence into the neighboring counties. At the headquarters of the Ghost Gate in Yangzhou Prefecture, his subordinates compiled intelligence and presented the latest reports concerning several surrounding counties to the Elder Council. Before each elder lay a neatly arranged stack of documents, all detailing the conditions of the 7 counties within Jiangzhou, with one name prominently recurring: Lin Qing. Upon perusing the information, the elders wore expressions of deep concern, particularly the Grand Elder, whose countenance was notably grim. Seeing that the elders had all withdrawn their gazes, the sect leader finally spoke. "I trust you have all reviewed the reports from our branches?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the 7th elder, seated at the far end, exclaimed angrily, "Yong'an County has truly become a lawless place. How dare they dismantle our halls, obliterate the spirit master, and betray the sect? Their crimes are deserving of death." "Humph," scoffed the 4th elder, "the ones worthy of punishment are not merely those within the halls of Yong'an County. The entirety of the county has betrayed the spirit master. Such treachery warrants their demise." The 2nd elder then interjected, "Our ancestor is on the verge of emerging from seclusion. A suitable offering of blood is required. Let us sacrifice all living beings in Yong'an County." No elder voiced dissent. They have long held power, elevating themselves above all beings, regarding the lives of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, with indifference. "What are your thoughts on this, Lin Qing?" The leader in green attire spoke once more. The atmosphere in the conference room became lively again. The eldest elder, with a head full of white hair and an impatient disposition, was the first to speak, declaring that Lin Qing was merely a practitioner masquerading under the banner of divinity, engaging in deceitful tricks. The leader in green turned to the others, noticing many elders nodding in agreement. He was astute, understanding their desires and catering to them, thereby deceiving the gullible into placing their trust in him. Suddenly, the long silent elder broke his silence to pose a question. If he is indeed a practitioner, what is his purpose? The assembly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the 5th elder mused that he could not yet speculate on the purpose. However, one thing was certain: the opponent did not fear them. Everyone knew that the territory of Yongzhou belonged to their ghostly fiend sect. His audacity to brazenly abduct individuals indicated he had some backing. Just as the 7th elder was about to speak, a thunderous roar emanated from deep within the sect, shaking the earth. All the elders turned their gazes toward the place where the ancestor was in seclusion, with some revealing expressions of joy. The ancestor is about to emerge. Joy illuminated the faces of all the elders. The messages from the various counties below in recent days had been nothing short of dire. Creatures that once feared them were incessantly provoking the sect, while disciples from the various halls continued to send distress signals. Yet they were unable to allocate resources or muster the strength to rectify the situation. Merely suppressing the rampant evils within Jiangzhou was a formidable task. The disciples of the halls were being exterminated, but once the ancestor emerged, they could support a new batch. During this time, all the elders had been holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the ancestor's emergence to restore their spirits. After much anticipation, the ancestor finally emerged. The elders and the leader promptly made their way to the back mountain. The disciples of the sect were startled by the commotion from the back mountain. The chief disciple hurriedly approached, greeting the leader and the elders. And noticing the joy on their faces, he began to speculate, though he maintained a facade of ignorance, and inquired, "Leader, esteemed elders, the disturbances from the back mountain have caused panic throughout the sect. What has transpired there?" The leader in green responded with a smile, "Do not worry. Just instruct the disciples below to wait quietly." The chief disciple nodded upon hearing this, refraining from further inquiry, and departed to soothe the disciples of the sect. As the sect leader and the elders had yet to arrive at the rear mountain, The trembling earth gradually settled, and the stone gate slowly creaked open. An elder, radiating a faint, golden aura, emerged from the stone cave, a smile gracing his countenance. When the elders and the sect leader arrived, they beheld the long-absent ancestor. Feeling the heightened aura emanating from him, more potent than before, joy swept through the crowd. "Congratulations, ancestor. We celebrate your return." They all knelt in reverence. The elder waved his hand, saying, "Rise." As they stood, the news of the elder's emergence spread throughout the sect in no time at all. Everyone learned that the ancestor had not perished but had instead advanced to the realm of Tongxian. As of now, he was the sole master known to have attained this level. The disciples of the sect rejoiced, yet in a shadowy corner, a pair of siblings harbored only trepidation, devoid of any joy. "Brother, what shall we do? Are we destined to perish?" The girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with 2 playful buns atop her head, was exquisitely charming. Her brother, 2 or 3 years her senior, possessed a fair complexion and a charming smile, bearing a resemblance to her. The siblings were the children of a wealthy official in Yongzhou. 2 months prior, they had caught the eye of an elder from the Ghost Sha sect, who deemed them exceptionally gifted and brought them into the sect for cultivation. Both the Li family and the citizens of Yongzhou envied the fortune bestowed upon the siblings. After hearing such accolades, they too considered themselves fortunate. However, just half a month ago, the brother, Li Wen, inadvertently stumbled upon the sect's dark secrets, plunging him into sleepless nights and dispelling any notions of the sect as a path to ascension. It was clear that the sect was not a pathway to heaven, but rather a portal to hell. Once the time came, they would all meet their doom. Li Wen covered his sister's mouth and shook his head at her. Some had noticed the siblings in the corner. Zhang Zhong had entered the sect alongside them, but, due to the Li siblings' superior talents, received the favor of the disciples. While he remained overlooked, he dared not harbor resentment towards others, directing all his dissatisfaction and animosity solely towards the Li siblings. Zhang Zhong remarked to the Li siblings, "Some individuals possess talent, yet they still fall short compared to someone of my lesser aptitude. He has already embarked on the path of cultivation, yet the siblings of the Li family remain stagnant." The other disciples, upon hearing this, cast their gazes upon the Li siblings, some revealing disdainful smirks, while others exhibited indifference or an inscrutable demeanor. Those who were on amicable terms with Zhang Zhong chuckled, remarking that it was indeed an unavoidable circumstance. After all, these individuals possess talent but lack discernment. In the face of such mockery, the Li siblings bowed their heads, silently enduring the scorn. They neither dared to retort nor wished to do so. An elder disciple spoke up, asserting that the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty, and given their youth, it is natural for them to struggle with the intricate techniques. With the passage of time, they would undoubtedly improve. Observing someone come to their defense, Li Wen realized that remaining silent now would inevitably raise suspicions. He spoke, "Indeed, we are still young. Perhaps in due time, we shall attain enlightenment." Zhang Zhong scoffed without reservation. "Li Wen, you would do better to shut your eyes and dream. It would come to you more swiftly." The others erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Li Wen's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Why you?" The elder disciple could no longer contain himself and admonished, "Enough. Today, the ancestor's emergence from seclusion is a joyous occasion. Let us not stir up trouble." Zhang Zhong refrained from further mockery. "Come, let us go to the square and celebrate the ancestor's return." "Yes, indeed. We must go to partake in this splendid event. I am eager to witness the ancestor's grandeur. These past days have been stifling. With the ancestor's arrival, we may finally vent our frustrations." A group of individuals joyfully made their way outside, though a few among them appeared as if their feet were rooted to the ground, struggling to keep up, including the siblings from the Li family. Within the main hall, the ghostly elder sat in the foremost seat, his hair as white as snow, with a dark tiger stripe adorning his brow. "During my seclusion, has the realm remained peaceful?" The cloaked sect leader stepped forward. "Ancestor, today is a momentous occasion, and we ought not to dwell on unhappy matters. However, as you inquired, we disciples dare not conceal anything." He succinctly recounted the events that transpired in Yongzhou during this period, including the destruction of the statue of the spirit master in Yong'an County, which was replaced by a tribute to Lord Lin Qing. The smile on Ghost Sha's face gradually faded, transforming into a dark and fearsome countenance. After the leader in green attire finished speaking, he struck the table heavily, reducing his hand to mere powder. "Ah, what a splendid Lord Lin Qing! I had thought the troublemakers would be those insignificant beings. Little did I expect someone would attempt to pilfer from me during my secluded meditation. Truly a cunning maneuver. The Grand Elder interjected, Master, this individual seems to possess some skill. Can we ascertain the origins and intentions of Lord Lin Qing? Ghost Sha inquired. The leader in green promptly replied. In response to the master, the information gathered by our subordinates reveals that Lord Lin Qing appeared out of nowhere in Heshi village. Ostensibly, he is amassing followers. But his true intentions remain undiscovered. My subordinates have been dispatched to continue their inquiries. Fearing the master's ire, he swiftly added, no need for that. Since I have emerged from seclusion, I shall meet this individual myself. Regardless of what Lord Lin Qing intends, he is destined for one outcome, death. Ghost Sha surveyed the assembly below, questioning which county was the most unruly aside from Yong'an County. Although he had already entered the realm of transcendence and considered himself more than capable of handling the so-called deity Lord Lin Qing, caution is the mother of safety. It would be wise to first subdue the more vulnerable adversaries to solidify his own cultivation. Master, 2 counties are in particularly dire straits, Qishui County and Pingxi County. The malevolent pestilence in Qingshui County has already breached the spirit communication realm, devouring numerous victims, and not a single member of the sub-branch has been spared. This vile pest has claimed Qingshui County as its own. The situation in Pingxi County is similarly bleak, as the sub-branch struggles to contain the malevolent beings wreaking havoc below. The creatures from the mountains have emerged, brazenly seizing our cultivated victims. In essence, they have defied the regulations established by Ghost Sha's sect. Ghost Sha stroked his long white beard, narrowing his eyes, while those below dared not utter a sound. They presumed that the venerable ancestor would head directly to Yong'an County to eliminate Lin Qigong. However, the ancestor chose not to proceed there, opting instead for a different location. The foolish wretch, evil pest, had the audacity to advance unexpectedly. Gui Sha murmured to himself. A notion took root in his mind. Select a group of disciples, ensuring they possess ample spiritual aptitude. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a chill run through them, though their faces remained inscrutable. Understood. Gui Sha turned and departed for his residence. In the disciples' courtyard, news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The ancestor is selecting a group of highly gifted disciples to take his name disciples. Is that true? The opportunity to become a named disciple under the ancestor would be akin to ascending to the heavens. With the ancestor's guidance, our cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Who could possibly be chosen? Perhaps the senior brother. I believe 9th senior brother stands a chance. As the discussions flourished, the Li siblings huddled silently in a corner, their ears perked for every word. The favored 9th senior brother humbly waved his hand, stating that the ancestor's selection of named disciples does not merely hinge on cultivation levels. Rather, innate talent holds significant weight. Even those with lower cultivation could be chosen based on their promising potential. This statement caught the attention of many high-aptitude disciples, their eyes gleaming with hope. Li Wen and Lin Wan trembled in fear. Brother, will we be chosen? Lin Wan's face turned pale, her small hands clutching her brother's sleeve tightly. No, we won't. Li Wen reassured her, though uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Since learning of the ancestor's return, anxiety had settled within him, dreading such a scenario. As the fervent discussions continued, Elder Jiao, accompanied by his disciples, arrived at the disciples' courtyard. Upon their arrival, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, excitement glimmering in most eyes, filled with anticipation. Elder Jiao's gaze swept over the disciples. You, and you, step forward. Among those called was the 9th senior brother, who gleefully stepped forward, flanked by 2 fellow disciples. The envy in the eyes of the other disciples was palpable. Elder Jiao's gaze roamed over the group multiple times, muttering to himself. I recall bringing back 2 siblings with considerable talent 2 months ago. Where are they? All eyes turned towards the Li siblings in the corner. Li Wen and Lin Wan suddenly found themselves under the collective gaze of the crowd, their hearts pounding. Especially the younger Lin Wan, whose fear was unmistakable in her wide eyes. Li Wen grasped his sister's hand, gently patting it to reassure her not to be afraid. The crowd parted, allowing them a path forward. As they approached, Elder Jiao's eyes flitted over the siblings, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. He extended his hand, examining them closely and clicking his tongue in surprise at their lack of cultivation. 2 months, and they have yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Elder Jiao's eldest disciple inquired, Master, shall we take them? Elder Jiao, recalling the ancestor's instructions, shook his head. Select 2 others. Upon hearing these words, the Li siblings exhaled in relief. The 9th elder surveyed the other disciples before ultimately selecting 2 with the highest cultivation levels. Once the 5 were chosen, as everyone assumed they were about to depart, the 9th elder approached the least siblings, smiling gently at them, and said, "If you cannot break through to the chi condensation stage by next month, you shall not remain in the sect." Li Wen nodded obediently, while Lin Wan felt a surge of joy within her. She had no desire to stay here. She longed to return home. The 9th elder reassured them, "Rest assured. My sister and I will surely succeed. Such a good child." The 9th elder's rough, aged hand gently patted his youthful cheek. The 2 siblings departed the disciples' courtyard with the chosen 5. The master in green attire regarded the selected 5 with satisfaction and nodded. "Follow me." The 5 obediently trailed behind the master deeper into the sect. The 9th elder's eldest disciple spoke up. "Master, I sense that the least siblings seem to have noticed something. Should I take care of them?" The 9th elder waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. They are merely 2 insignificant mortals. They pose no threat. In fact, observing their daily existence filled with trepidation is far more entertaining." The eldest disciple chuckled. "Truly, master, you are wise." The 9th elder stroked the disciple's cheek, a fleeting glimmer of regret in his eyes, for it was not as smooth as it had once been. The disciple wore a sycophantic smile. "I shall return to indulge in a lotus bath. Go on then." The 5 chosen disciples followed the master until they reached a stone door deep within the sect. The master addressed the 5. "To be chosen by the ancestor is a blessing. Enter." The 5 disciples bowed respectfully towards the master, their hearts a tumult of excitement and anxiety as they stepped through the stone door. As they entered, the door slowly closed behind them. Inside the vast stone chamber sat the ghostly fiend in a meditative posture. As the 5 robust auras approached, he gradually opened his eyes, which glimmered with a terrifying green light, his sharp gaze fixed upon the 5, resembling a predator eyeing its prey rather than disciples. Upon crossing the threshold of the stone door, 9th brother sensed something amiss. The oppressive atmosphere made him uneasy. Particularly after meeting the ancestor's gaze, his anxiety intensified. "Come closer." The raspy voice of the ghostly fiend echoed within the chamber. The 5 disciples suppressed their fears, obediently stepping closer to the ghostly fiend, seemingly impatient with their slow approach. He raised his hand, and 5 strands of black energy shot forth from his palm. The slender black lines, akin to living creatures, swiftly coiled around the waist of the 5, binding them tightly. Before the 5 could react, the black lines constricted, and in an instant, they were drawn to the ghostly fiend. "Ancestor," 9th brother's voice trembled. The others, though not particularly astute, could sense the ominous turn of events, their eyes filled with terror. The ghostly fiend flashed a bloodthirsty smile at the 5. "Do not be afraid, it will be over soon." He remained silent, and that was preferable. However, once he spoke, the 5 individuals quaked in terror. "Spare us, ancestor." The 9th disciple pleaded desperately. The other 4 soon joined in their supplications. What a cacophony! The visage of the ghostly fiend ancestor, once human, abruptly morphed into that of a ferocious tiger, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth, a putrid stench wafting through the air. The 5 stared in shock at this utterly alien countenance. The ghostly fiend ancestor reveled in the terror that gripped his prey, promptly devouring the 9th disciple, who had been the first to plead for mercy. The upper half of his body disappeared into the gaping maw, while the lower half remained outside. "Oh!" The horrified screams, accompanied by the sickening crunch of chewing, faded into silence. The remaining 4 disciples, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, turned ashen with fear, some even soiling themselves, a foul odor emanating from their midst. The ghostly fiend ancestor scowled at the disciple who had lost control, crushing his skull with a mere gesture, brain matter and blood splattering onto the faces and bodies of the 3 others nearby. Overwhelmed by the relentless horror, one disciple fainted outright. Thus, all 5 disciples were consumed by the ghostly fiend ancestor, for the flesh and blood of practitioners are far more nourishing than that of mere mortals. Outside the stone chamber, the master in green could faintly hear the piercing cries of anguish emanating from within. He cast a glance back and departed with an air of indifference and composure. Such is their fate. Were he devoid of value, he too would meet a similar end. In a remote village of Qing Shui County, several sturdy men basked in the sun at the village's entrance, engaged in casual conversation about matters beyond their locale. A scruffy fellow approached, overhearing snippets of their dialogue, only to find it utterly uninteresting. "Why do you persist in discussing such antiquated tales?" he interjected, provoking discontent among the others. One could not restrain himself from retorting. "Then why don't you enlighten us with something novel?" Encouraged by the response, the scruffy man eagerly settled beside them and declared, I heard some news yesterday, and it is indeed good news. Perhaps salvation awaits us all. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak swiftly, urged one of the bystanders in impatience. The scruffy man chuckled. Patience, my friends. Allow me to pose a question first. Are you familiar with Yong'an County? That is hardly a revelation. Naturally. We know it well. It is merely the neighboring county. A few months ago, the notorious specter known as Ghost 13 ventured there to spar with the malevolent Lord of Pests, only to be driven away. Yesterday, I received word that Ghost 13 has been slain, the scruffy man proclaimed, casting a significant revelation into the conversation. Is that truly so? Absolutely verified. Someone could not contain himself, voicing concern that without Ghost 13 to instill fear, the creatures lurking in the mountains might freely abduct the villagers. The plight of Yong'an citizens is indeed dire. They believed that Qishui County had already suffered enough, having escaped the tyranny of the ghostly demon sect, only to fall under the more ferocious grip of the malevolent pests. Although the number of deaths in the past 2 months far exceeded those during the reign of the ghostly demon sect, at least they were granted a breath of life, a glimmer of hope for survival. They may survive for a while longer, especially given the benefits provided by the malevolent pest. Whenever a woman in the village becomes pregnant, the village can forego one sacrificial offering each month, and the household of the expectant mother is exempt from the sacrifice. Should she successfully give birth, the village is rewarded with the reduction of 2 offerings. Moreover, the family that welcomes a newborn receives additional rewards. In their desperate bid for survival, the men and women of the village engage in procreation whenever possible. Once a wife is with child, the entire family beams with joy, for it serves as a talisman for their lives. This welfare system established by the malevolent pest is comparatively more favorable than the rewards imposed by the ghostly gate. This explains why the villagers still find time to chat leisurely. Among those present, several wives are pregnant, possessing a figurative golden ticket to life. Life under the dominion of the malevolent pest sends shivers down the spines of the people of Qishui County. Looking now at Yong'an County, without the deterrence of Ghost 13, one fears that the creatures lurking in the mountains would run rampant, abducting the common folk without restraint. Unlike the malevolent pest or Ghost 13, these creatures lack the capability to exert significant control over the populace. Most of these beings are either well-fed or starved intermittently. Compared to Yong'an County, they find Qishui County to be quite preferable. It is certainly better than the plight of the citizens of Yong'an County. As these individuals express their relief, a scruffy man scoffs, pitiful? You overthink it. A timid young man beside him inquires, Uncle Zhang, who killed Ghost 13? The scruffy man glances at the lad and laughs heartily. Finally, someone has asked the right question. Can you guess who it was? Before the others can roll their eyes, the man answers himself, it was a deity. What? A deity? Did I hear correctly? You mean a deity? The surrounding people express disbelief. Indeed, old Zhang. Don't spout nonsense here. The scruffy man shakes his head. Whether you believe it or not, set that aside for the moment and let me finish my tale. The deity is named Lin Qing. Not only did he slay Ghost 13, but he also subdued all the creatures around Yong'an County. Furthermore, he transformed these beings into a protective guard to safeguard the citizens of Yong'an County. Should any surrounding creatures dare to venture into Yong'an County to abduct its people, their fate would be death. The crowd continues to swell, and as the scruffy man's words unfold, the expressions of the villagers shift from shock to skepticism. How could such fortune be possible? I don't believe it. What could Lin Qing possibly want? The scruffy man speaks again. Did I not mention that Lin Qing is a deity? He seeks not the lives of the common folk, nor does he desire anything else. He merely wishes for the happiness of the people, asking only for a single incense stick in return. Even the offering of incense is entirely voluntary, never coercive. The disheveled man observed the reactions of the villagers. Those gentlemen had indeed stated that the promotion must be thorough, ensuring that every individual in the village was aware of the affairs concerning Lin Qing. Moreover, should they succeed in persuading the villagers to relocate to Yong'an County, there would be rewards, 100 coins for each person brought in. If he could bring over 10 heads, it would amount to 1 or 2 silver coins. The disheveled man cannot be deemed as deceiving his fellow townsfolk, for he has witnessed firsthand the lives of the people in Yong'an County and has also observed the guards wielding the corpses of intruding monsters to intimidate the surrounding creatures. He is currently engaged in saving lives, albeit while reaping some minor benefits from his good deeds. I am aware that you may find this hard to believe, yet it is a truth I have witnessed firsthand. I have seen the extraordinary guards hunt down the intruding creatures. The disheveled man could not help but exclaim, Yong'an County, now that is a place where life truly thrives. It is a veritable paradise that I would not even dare to dream of. Upon hearing his words, some furrowed their brows, others felt a stirring desire, while a few squinted in skepticism. The disheveled man noticed the intrigued expressions on several faces, his heart swelling with joy, yet he refrained from making any further gestures. I have merely shared this with you today, and you have listened. Alas, it is time to return and rest. As he departed, the others swiftly dispersed, murmuring among themselves. In the deep of night, several figures rapped upon the door of the disheveled man's abode. The occupant, having anticipated their arrival, promptly rose from his bed, opened a narrow gap, and admitted them. What brings you to my humble dwelling at this late hour? The disheveled man, Zhang Wu, feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. The youth who had inquired about Lin Qing during the day spoke directly. Uncle Zhang, is what you said true? Is it indeed the case that Yong'an County requires no offerings, and one can live in peace? Confronted by several anxious faces, Zhang Wu solemnly nodded. Although I, Zhang Wu, may have led a somewhat disreputable life, I have never uttered a falsehood. You should know this well. Every word I spoke in daylight was genuine. Uncle Zhang, since you have witnessed it, you must have visited Yong'an County, correct? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. Xiao Liuzai, what are you implying? The youth, Xiao Liuzai, no longer concealed his intentions and stated plainly, we wish to leave the village and settle in Yong'an County. Do you truly intend to go? Once you depart, there will be no turning back. Zhang Wu cautioned. Though his words seemed to serve as a warning, he felt a flutter of unease within, fearing they might reconsider. We are resolute in our decision. If they do not depart soon, the next offering may very well fall upon them. Only 4 siblings remain in Xiao Lu's family. Being young, they are incapable of procreation, and the imminent selection as sacrifices looms over them, prompting their desire for escape. The situations of the other 3 families are quite similar, with the absence of pregnancies among the women in their households. As the next sacrifice approaches, their likelihood of being chosen increases significantly, necessitating a daring gamble. Should Zhang Wu's words prove to be true, they could escape their dire fate. Since you have all made your decision, I shall escort you to Yong'an County. Your remarkable abilities will undoubtedly attract the attention of the village chief. Prolonging this matter could lead to leaks, and I cannot afford such risks. This last statement serves as a caution, should any of them reconsider. The consequences for the remaining individuals could be dire. The 4 families understood the unspoken warning. For safety's sake, upon returning, they must quickly gather their belongings and set forth before dawn. This timing is optimal. The villagers will still be asleep, and before long, daylight will break, rendering the malevolent creatures less audacious, thus ensuring a safer journey. All 4 families consented. Once outside Zhang Wu's dwelling, they began to pack their possessions with utmost care, mindful of making any noise that might awaken their neighbors. Their belongings were limited. They could not carry large items and could only take some worn clothes and valuables. Before dawn, the 4 families anxiously awaited at the village entrance. When Zhang Wu arrived, they seized the opportunity to leave the village under the shroud of twilight. Zhang Wu possessed 3 talismans, bestowed upon him as a reward by the masters of the Ghost Sha sect. With these protective charms, he felt considerably more assured on their journey. Such occurrences transpire across various counties, particularly in Qingshui and Pingxi, where the populace endures great hardship, living with a metaphorical knife to their throats. Upon hearing that Yong'an County offers a chance for survival, they naturally wish to take the risk. As Zhang Wu and his companions hastened on their path, within the Ghost Sha sect, the heavy stone door creaked open, and the ancestor of Ghost Sha emerged from his stone chamber, his once white hair and beard now transformed into black. Upon seeing the ancestor, the elders approached to pay their respects. The ancestor waved his hand, instructing them, spread the word of my emergence. Once I have vanquished the malevolent pest, it will serve as a spectacle for all the spirits and demons to see who truly reigns in the territory of Yongzhou. Understood, the elders replied, watching as the ancestor departed the sect. As a master of the transcendent realm, the ancestor's speed was anything but slow, swiftly making his way from Yongzhou to the outskirts of Qingshui County. As he approached Qingshui, the malevolent pest, who had been entrenched in meditation within the manor, suddenly felt an unsettling pang in his heart. He abruptly opened his eyes, detaching himself from his original position and soaring into the air, suspended in midair. The citizens of the city noticed the malevolent presence hovering above, their expressions freezing in terror as horrifying memories from months past surged back. In a frenzy, They hastily retreated to their homes. Within a brief moment, the streets were devoid of life. All the townsfolk concealed themselves indoors, afraid to venture out. The malevolent entity fixed its gaze upon the direction of Yongzhou Prefecture, its consciousness extending outward. Upon perceiving the rapidly approaching figure, a profound shock coursed through its heart. The ghostly ancestor. Terror gripped the malevolent being. He is not dead. Could it be that what Ghost 13 said is indeed true? The swiftly approaching ghostly ancestor sensed the prying gaze, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the intrusive scrutiny was instantly repelled. In the distance, the malevolent pest flickered, its consciousness suffering a significant wound. The revelation of his prowess was enough to instill in him a profound awareness of the other's terrifying strength, highlighting the chasm that lay between them. Without uttering a word, the malevolent insect turned and fled, his mind a tumultuous whirl as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation. In his mind, a name surfaced, Lin Qing. This individual, capable of vanquishing the formidable Ghost 13, must possess considerable strength. If he could lure him to that location, allowing him to confront the old ancestor of Ghost Sha, he would have the opportunity to escape. With this thought, he hastened towards Yong'an County. The old ancestor of Ghost Sha gazed at the distant figure fleeing with great speed, letting out a disdainful snort. Evil vermin, halt. Perhaps I might spare your life. Yet, the evil vermin did not cease. Instead, he urged his steed onward with all his might, racing desperately towards Yong'an County. Should he fall into the clutches of that ancient being, death would be his only fate. In the sky above, a chase unfolded, one pursuing while the other fled, their figures darting swiftly past. Below, some bystanders noticed, but merely caught fleeting glimpses of their rapid passage. Meanwhile, in Hushi Village, within the city of Yong'an, Lin Qing and his split consciousness simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes directed towards the northeast, towards Qingshui County. He could sense two energy entities approaching him. Lin Qing distractedly soared into the air, heading in their direction, standing at the edge of Yong'an County. Beyond this point, he could not advance further. Below, Zhang Wu and others were hurrying towards him, their labored breaths echoing. Just ahead lay the territory of Yong'an County. Once they reached there, they would be safe. Zhang Wu encouraged those behind him, and the weary expressions of the crowd instantly ignited with hope upon hearing his words. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from behind, causing Zhang Wu and the others to turn around. They witnessed several enormous fireballs hurtling swiftly towards them from the sky. And they also saw the formidable Lord of Pests frantically fleeing their way, occasionally attempting to fend off the fireballs. One of the fireballs narrowly missed as the adversary dodged. The searing, scorching fireball then descended towards Zhang Wu and his companions. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Wu shouted to the stunned villagers, "Run." His voice snapped them back to reality, and they all sprinted desperately towards Yong'an County. Lin Qing observed the fireball and then glanced at the two malevolent beings not far away. One of the entities was significantly stronger than the other, dominating the confrontation. Otherwise, the one fleeing would not appear so disheveled and utterly defenseless. While these two were engaged in their battle, their intent seemed to be heading toward his territory. If they were allowed to wreak havoc in his domain, Lin Qing would have failed in his duty as a guardian. He looked down at Zhang Wu and the others fleeing. Clearly, they were seeking refuge with him, which meant they were like family. He raised his hand, directing his divine power towards the fireball that was hurtling towards them. With a sharp hiss, the blazing fireball seemed to have its surrounding oxygen siphoned away, extinguishing instantaneously and transforming into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the ether. The ancient specter, Ghostly Sha, took note of the unfolding situation, his astonishment palpable. The malevolent pest also became aware, his heart swelling with delight. Indeed, their adversary possessed considerable prowess. Yet, why could he sense nothing of that person's presence? Not only was the pest oblivious, but even the higher-ranked Ghostly Sha could not perceive him. An opponent without form or shadow, capable of effortlessly neutralizing his attack, instilled in Ghostly Sha a foreboding sense of dread. The pest cried out into the void, "Lord Lin Qing, save me." Ghostly Sha furrowed his brow. "Lin Qing, the figure behind you is Ghostly Sha, who intends to unleash a massacre upon us all. Let us join forces and vanquish him, lest we both meet our demise." The pest shouted in a frenzied panic. As their adversary neared the territory of Yong'an County, Lin Qing acted decisively, barring him from entry. The pest felt as if he had collided with an immense, indestructible mountain, his body rebounding violently. Seizing the opportunity, Ghostly Sha grasped the pest tightly in his hand. With a voice filled with fury, the pest cursed, "Lin Qing, you fool! If I perish, you shall be next." This resonant proclamation, laced with wrath, swiftly echoed across the expanse of several dozen miles. Creatures of the forest and sinister entities, hidden amidst the trees, pricked their ears towards the source of the commotion. Upon hearing the ruckus, the formidable beings, led by them.The, hurried to the scene, only to witness this unfolding spectacle. Below, Zhang Wu and his companions were already paralyzed with fear. They not only beheld the malevolent pest, but also the legendary ancestor Gui Sha, along with the elusive deity, Lin Qing. Yet, what truly astounded them was the sight of the approaching bear demon and serpent demon. Lin Qing remained utterly unfazed by the curses hurled at the malevolent pest. He was acutely aware of the machinations at play, as the creature sought to drag him down as a scapegoat. Such aspirations were but a dream. The fate of the malevolent pest held no significance for Lin Qing. It was of no consequence, for it was hardly a noble being. Its demise was inconsequential. He was more inclined to witness the clash between the malevolent vermin and the ancestor of ghostly malice, eager to discern the latter's formidable prowess. However, he was taken aback by the utter incompetence of the malevolent vermin, who was so easily ensnared. This incident underscored a significant truth. The ancestor of ghostly malice's strength should not be underestimated. The spirits, including Xiongda, Xiong'er, and Shi Shaoqi, gazed at the ancestor of ghostly malice suspended in midair, their hearts brimming with trepidation. The ancestor's power had evidently surged. It seemed the earlier rumors were indeed substantiated. The ancestor had discovered an opportunity within that forbidden domain, ascending directly to the realm of transcendence. What should be done? Xiong'er was greatly concerned. Shi Shaoqi observed the ancestor, who had not dared to step beyond the bounds of the thunder pool, and reassured them. What is there to fear? We have Lin Qing on our side. He is divine. With him present, even if our adversary is a master of transcendence, what does it matter? Xiongda and Xiong'er turned their gazes toward Shi Shaoqi. Shi Shaoqi continued, her voice steady. Have you not noticed? The battle between the malevolent vermin and the ancestor has remained confined within the territory of Qing Shui County, never daring to encroach upon Yong'an County. This indicates that both parties are wary of provoking Lin Qing. In the air, despite being under the ancestor's control, the malevolent vermin refused to concede. It struggled, attempting to bite the ancestor. Nevertheless, it remained under the relentless assault of the ancestor, its transformed body marred with numerous wounds. Continuing in this manner was untenable. It was imperative to drag Lin Qing into their plight. Otherwise, its demise was certain. The malevolent vermin endeavored to persuade Lin Qing. The ancestor has ascended to the realm of transcendence. If we do not join forces, our fate is sealed. The territory of Yongzhou is his domain. To encroach upon it, seizing both people and land, with his vengeful nature, he will not spare you, nor will he spare your kin. The final words served as a warning to the lurking spirits nearby. Let us seize this opportunity to collectively assault him and eliminate him. That is our only path to survival. Do you wish to be oppressed by him indefinitely? The malevolent vermin began to incite the surrounding spirits. Yet, the spirits remained unmoved. Standing idle, none were foolish enough to charge into the fray at that moment. After all, they were facing a master of transcendence. While the majority of the woodland spirits possessed cultivation levels in the 5th or 6th layer of qi condensation. To them, the battle between the malevolent vermin and the ancestor of ghostly malice was merely a clash of titans. In the past, such insignificant individuals were merely destined to become cannon fodder. The ancient specter, Gui Sha, observed the malevolent creature struggling in its death throes, not in haste to end its existence. Instead, he intended to torment it thoroughly, allowing the hidden onlookers among the enigmatic beings to witness the dire consequences of offending the Ghost Sha sect. He let out a cold laugh, dismissing any further words. No one can save you. Do you truly believe that Lin Qing is formidable? If he were indeed powerful, why would he hesitate to act? The malevolent parasite was struck in the chest, a gaping hole pierced through his body, with flames raging around it, consuming his very essence. He was unwilling to resign himself to fate, unwilling to perish in such a manner. He began to plead for mercy. Elder Ghost Sha, spare my life, and I shall willingly become your servant. The Elder Ghost Sha responded with decisive action. Burning heaven, a wall of flames surged towards the malevolent pest, encircling it completely. As the consuming fire gradually devoured its life force, rendering the creature's form increasingly transparent. No, please, no. The pest, in a frenzied attempt to escape, exhausted its very essence, leaving it devoid of any means to resist this formidable force of consumption. Lin Qing, I shall await you in hell. As the last words escaped its lips, the pest instantaneously transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from this realm. The surrounding spirits observed this scene with trepidation. Lin Qing's lips twitched slightly. Was the pest truly devoid of reason? The one who had slain it was not him. Shouldn't the curse be directed at the elder ghost Sha instead? Having dealt with the pest, the elder ghost Sha's cold gaze shifted towards the void where Yong'an County lay. Lin Qing, I am well aware of your presence here. You are presented with two choices. First, sacrifice all living beings within your county to me, and then proceed to crawl on your knees to the sect, and I may spare your life. Second, face death. Such arrogance. Did this creature truly believe that its inaction stemmed from fear or caution? It was equally possible that it sought to provoke him, to draw him into action and gauge his strength. However, there lingered the possibility of feigned bravado, projecting an impression of foolishness to invite underestimation. The elder ghost Sha spoke with haughty bravado, yet remained vigilant, aware of the lurking threats around him. An adversary that hides in the shadows, refraining from striking, is the most formidable, for one cannot discern their true depths. He possesses the capability to vanquish the 13 ghosts, with a cultivation level no less than the 5th stage of the spirit communication realm. If his cultivation were merely at the 5th stage, he would be of little concern. However, the true apprehension lies in the possibility that his cultivation matches one's own, both having attained the mysterious realm. Each realm is divided into 10 stages, with the 10th stage referred to as the Great Perfection Realm. He currently possesses merely the first level of the Profound Realm, and one cannot help but fear that his opponent's cultivation may exceed this. As for reaching the Divine Realm, the ghostly ancestor shook his head in outright denial. It is not only that one cannot find a single Divine Realm expert within the small confines of Yongzhou, even across the entirety of Yan's 16 provinces. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. If his opponent were truly a master of the Divine Realm, he would hardly confine himself to the humble boundaries of Yongzhou. He would have long since dominated a territory, establishing himself as a formidable force. The ghostly ancestor awaited the other's reaction, for any true expert would not tolerate such indignity. Lin Qing squinted at the ostentatious ghostly ancestor, harboring no intention of taking action. He would never expose his weaknesses to his adversaries. Should they become aware of his limitations, such as his dependence on the confines of Yong'an County, they could easily exploit this knowledge to create difficulties for him. As for the potential troubles that could arise, his mind conjures numerous scenarios, employing various strategies throughout Yong'an County. Thus, he remains patient, awaiting the moment when his opponent unwittingly enters his domain. For then it would be too late for them. There exists a tacit understanding between the two parties, with neither daring to make a move. The creatures atop the surrounding hills are also in anticipation. Whispers among them ponder the likelihood of victory between Lin Qing and the ghostly fiend ancestor. I believe the ghostly fiend ancestor has the upper hand. I concur, the ghostly fiend ancestor seems more formidable. I dare say Lin Qing may have the advantage. Lin Qing has slain Ghost 13, while the ghostly fiend ancestor has vanquished the evil blight. The strength of evil blight and Ghost 13 is comparable. In my estimation, their powers are likely evenly matched. The ginseng spirit, stroking his beard, expounded upon this notion. Why so? The ginseng spirit observed the ghostly fiend ancestor hovering in midair, and the reason was evident. If one party were to overwhelmingly dominate the other, they would have long since engaged, rather than remaining in this stalemate, each hesitant to act. The mutual inaction signifies a deep-seated caution towards one another. The other creatures, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of realization. If Lin Qing were to falter against the ghostly fiend ancestor, the creatures of Yong'an County would surely face dire consequences. Their plight would be grave, yet ours would not be much better. Let us not forget the recent actions taken. Given the ghostly fiend ancestor's nature, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. At this proclamation, the surrounding creatures trembled in fear. It would be prudent to hope that Lin Qing could eliminate the ghostly fiend ancestor, or at the very least, suppress him, leaving him without options. Only then would we possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, with the demise of all life in Yong'an County, we would be the next to suffer misfortune. The ginseng spirit nodded in agreement, observing Lin Qing's demeanor as notably more benevolent. If there can be but one ruler in the realm of Yongzhou, I would prefer that he emerge victorious. The other creatures, upon further contemplation, found this perspective to be quite valid. Lin Qing may appear tyrannical for ordering his subordinates to slay certain creatures. Yet those individuals sought their own demise and cannot blame him. They have heard that the people living in Yong'an County lead a blissful life. As long as the malevolent spirits do not indiscriminately take lives, he too will not kill the spirits without cause. As long as they abide by his rules, they can continue to live their lives. In stark contrast to the ghost slaughter ancestor, who, if displeased, will annihilate anyone regardless of whether they have offended him. Just from this perspective, it is evident that under the governance of Lord Lin Qing, they are far safer, particularly for the weaker spirits. While the spirits in Qingshui County can still indulge in leisurely conversations, the atmosphere in Yong'an County is entirely different. The ghost slaughter ancestor has made it explicitly clear that he intends to offer sacrifices of all living beings within Yong'an County, which signifies that they are all doomed. De and the others wore somber expressions, their hearts filled with trepidation. Can Lord Lin Qing withstand the ghost slaughter ancestor? Xiaoqi murmured softly. No one among the surrounding spirits responded. None knew the answer. Surely he can. Suddenly, a resolute voice emerged from behind. Wang Xiaohu, riding his horse, reached the edge and looked up at the ghost slaughter ancestor. Though he felt a pang of fear in his heart, he held an inexplicable confidence in Lin Qing, firmly believing that Lord Lin could triumph. Wang Xiaohu and the others had received information from their intelligence team, knowing that Zhang Wu was coming with his men to seek refuge, and they had come specifically to meet them. Little did they know they would witness such a scene. At this moment, Zhang Wu and his group had already entered the territory of Yong'an County. Upon their arrival, they heard the words of the ghost slaughter ancestor, which drained the color from their faces. It's over. We are doomed. A woman could not help but wipe away her tears. They had initially believed that reaching Yong'an County would offer them a chance at survival, yet upon arrival, they were met with a death sentence. Zhang Wu's expression was one of bitterness, for he had not anticipated such a fate. Surely we cannot be considered residents of Yong'an County yet? One man hesitantly ventured, his eyes brimming with a desperate yearning for life. Zhang Wu shook his head, dismissing the thought. Do not entertain such notions. Once we cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The group wore ashen faces, lamenting their ill fortune. What was once a stretch of days to live had dwindled to mere hours, or perhaps even minutes. As for the two individuals at the center of attention, they appeared as solitary figures suspended in the void. The ghostly ancestor, seemingly adrift in emptiness, presented an odd spectacle. The ghostly ancestor issued a stern ultimatum. Logically, one would expect some form of response, even if it were but a whisper. Yet, to his astonishment, there was only silence. The ghostly ancestor's countenance darkened. Lin Qing, I grant you 3 days. Should you fail to present yourself at the sect to bow and offer your apologies within this time frame, then in 3 days, I shall lay waste to Yong'an County. His consciousness extended towards Yong'an County.